Joe. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a bit of a chilly morning actually here at Snetterton, although it is going to get very nice, isn't it, Sam? We've got blue skies, it is going to be warm, and I've decided to wear a t-shirt even though it's cold. That's my own fault. Yes, day 2 here at Snetterton with the British Automobile Racing Club. We have so much action to bring you, just like we did yesterday as well. It's a jam-packed calendar today, though, of races, and it's straight from the off. We do have the Britcar Trophy qualifying now. 2 races for those guys a little bit later, 50-minute races, mandatory pit stops as well. I'm also going to be doing the 2 races for the Mini Challenge Trophy a little bit later. But Sam, we've got a lot of Caterhams as well.
Oh, full-on day for Caterhams today, yes. So we've got the 420s out shortly, so that's their race 1. They've got another race later on. But just hoping it warms up, the wind doesn't get as strong as it did yesterday, because it does create a bit of a problem for them on track.
Well, I've had a little rumour it was actually the warmest day of the year yesterday. But of course here at Snetterton, as you can see, it's fields everywhere, so it is a bit of a wind trap over here, isn't it? But still wonderful day's action in play. Now, during the lunch break as well, yesterday we did Hospitality Wars Part 1 over at Caterham. Today in the lunch break, we've got Hospitality Wars Part 2 with the British Endurance Championship. Who does the best food? We're going to find out. That's going to be a lot of fun. Is it going to be the British Endurance Championship? Is it going to be Caterham? Part 2 coming up in the lunch break. Before that, though, race 1 of the day. Sam, over to you. Take us away. You're going to chat to some of the drivers. Have a great day, and I'll see you for lunch.
Thank you very much. See you later on, Ian. Right, let's go through and speak to some of these drivers and see if we can get some interviews before they get in their car. I'm going to head to Paul Donkin first. Paul's made the step up from the AM category to the Pro-Am category this year. But don't walk away. Come to you first, Paul. Let's have a talk about your race yesterday. It was quite a good race, wasn't it?
It was good, but it was quite difficult. I think we went the wrong direction on setup with the car, but we'll try and make amends with that today. See what happens. Starting P5, a lot of work to do, but it should be all right.
Yeah, I think you'll do quite well. You were right up there last year, and obviously in the AM category. Now you're in the Pro-Am category, so hopefully a podium position for you.
We'll see. I mean, the pace is there. It's quite a jump. There's a lot of competition, but obviously I'm still enjoying it, jumping up a class. But we'll see what today brings. It's going to be a long day, 2 races. Fingers crossed.
Did the wind make quite a difference yesterday? Because it was quite strong.
Yeah, I think Lewis touched on that. Certainly gone into like T1, massive headwind. So you couldn't really break the toe, made the toe even worse. But then going down the back, it kind of helped as well. I think the wind conditions kind of similar today, so might be tricky again. We'll see.
Wish you all the best. Thank you, Paul.
Cheers.
I'm going to try and have a word with Harry Senior. We didn't get to speak to him yesterday. Ian was going to come and chat to him. Hello, Harry. How are you? You had a good race yesterday, didn't you?
Not a brilliant end, but up until the last lap it was going great, I thought. It's a shame we let Lewis go at the start, but well, I've got to rely on that lot not to make the same mistake me and Ben did on basically lap 2.
Yeah, it's hard to catch up, isn't it? Once, like, Lewis obviously broke the toe and made a bit of a gap, didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, for the rest of the race, despite us squabbling, he didn't exactly pull away, which makes me think we do have the pace to race him for sure. We just, were scrapping with each other on lap 2, and yeah, he built a gap and then maintained it beautifully. So fair play to him. But as far as I'm concerned, my last lap was basically the only mistake I made, and it's not the time to be making a mistake. So I really felt like I should have finished on the podium. Obviously I got the AM class win, which is always nice to have, but when you spend the entire race in 3rd and end up finishing 6th or 5th, it's not nice. Yeah.
But 2 more chances to have a go today.
Yes, exactly. We'll see.
Wish you all the best. Thank you. Right, let's move around and go and speak. We're going to have a quick word with Jake. Jake's already in his car, and Carl Jones is here. Let's move through and speak to Carl Jones. Sorry, guys. Hello. Oh, Wes, let's have a quick chat with you, Wes. How are you finding it, moving up from the 310 from last year to the 420s?
It's very different, a steep learning curve, and the racing is a lot more fierce, I'd say. I got a bit bullied in the first race, so, shoulders out this time, elbows out.
And what about being on slicks? First time on slicks?
Yeah, it's an interesting warm-up process. Coming out the pits, I nearly binned it on turn 1 because there's no grip to start with. Then after a couple of laps, comes into heat, and it's incredible how these things stick. The Caterham 420 is just wonderful on slicks, really great.
Excellent. So you're enjoying it, and you've got a new livery for this year as well. It's
a little bit shiny.
There we go, just over here. Number 50. It's looking very nice, very lovely. So,
When I start leaking oil, you won't be able to tell because it looks like it's covered in oil already. So that's the plan for it.
yeah, it's lovely. 'Cause last year was a light, like silver. I called it the unicorn car.
Yeah, I like that name. I like that name. I think everyone's going to have to ring in and say what the name for this one will be because I haven't got a clue yet.
Okay, well there you go. We need some answers for this. What we should call this car. So I'm not sure. It's sort of like disco.
Yeah, disco, techno, rainbow. I don't know.
We'll come up with something for you. I'll let you know later on.
Great, thank you very much.
Well, have a good race, Wes. We'll go back and speak to Carl whilst he's sitting in his car. Sorry, Wes. Thought I'd come and have a chat with you, Carl. How's your weekend going?
Yeah, it's going better than expected, actually. Yeah, so better than the start of last year, where it's obviously a learning curve in the 420. But yeah, I was quite happy with yesterday, actually, because it all started a little bit not rough, but it was quite a tough battle. And the car just like picked up in like around about two-thirds of the way through. Started hooking up really well, and I thought, oh wow! And then I just caught up onto this group of about 6 cars, and I thought I could have these, and I did. So I was really happy. So yeah, I came out. I'm really enjoying it. Always enjoy it anyway.
Did you have to change much on the setup between like testing and the qualifying?
No, nothing. No. I think we've just done a bit of tyre pressure up because it's cooler this morning, but no, other than that, no, Lee Green's done a great job. Just great.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Enjoy it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You can tell.
Thank you. Yeah, cheers, Sam.
Excellent. Good luck, Carl.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move round and I'm going to have a quick word with Jake. So, hello, Jake.
How are you?
So Jake's just doing a few races this year, not the full season, but enjoying it though, aren't you?
Yeah, very much so. You know, yesterday didn't go fully to plan with quali, but we moved forward, and then hopefully we can keep going forward today. Today and the next race. So, yeah, can't complain. We're having a good time, smiles all around. So that's what it's about.
That's it, exactly. You've got to enjoy yourself.
Very much so.
Yes. Well, car's looking good.
Thank you. For now.
For now, yeah. Good luck, Jake. See you in a bit. Right, we'll move round and have a quick word with Chris Fraser. He had a few issues with his car yesterday. He's probably thinking, no, don't come to me. Good morning, Chris. How are you?
I'm all right.
Good. So you obviously had a few issues yesterday with the car, didn't you?
Yeah, I was just slow. That's the main issue. No, quali, the car just died, so I started at the back, and then I just got caught scrapping with a few of these guys, so then just couldn't really get going. So hopefully today, a little bit cleaner run, good start, and we'll see where we end up.
Excellent. Yeah, good. Well, I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chris. Let's have a word. Let's go and speak to Matt Dyer. I know Matt had a few problems yesterday as well. Good morning, Matt.
Hi Sam, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks, really good.
Jolly good. Talk us through yesterday's race. It wasn't quite...
It was pretty good to be fair, going well, and then unfortunately a minor accident went on the back of Justin's car, so did a radiator. So that kind of ended my race a little bit sooner than I wanted, but yeah, it's going to be good today from the back or near the back, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And how much time management do you have to do with
Yeah, a
these?
fair amount. So, you know, bring them in slowly. We're looking at the pressures as well. It's a bit colder today, so looking at the pressures and what we've done with that. So I don't want to say too much about that, but yeah, it is important. You know, at the end of the race, chatting to a couple of the other guys as well, and they were saying their tyres were either coming in too late or going off a bit early. So the pressures are important. Yeah.
So what sort of lap do they come in? When are they there?
So again, it depends on your pressures. If you've got your pressures up higher, they'll come in a bit sooner for you. Leave them a bit lower and they'll come in later. So, you know, it really depends on your race strategy if you want to get out and try and gap or where you're at. When you're at the back, you want to kind of get through so many people as you can quickly. So, so maybe they'll be a little bit higher to start off with and maybe go off a bit later. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah. We don't want to give away anything.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Matt. Let's have a quick chat with Richard. Good morning, Richard.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, just had a bit of an incident yesterday with an engine. Don't know, bottom end bearings failed, so I've got a brand new one in this morning. So yeah, just see how it goes. Really, not expecting massive things, but see what happens.
What do you have to be careful with the engine because it's new or anything like that, or you can just?
Who knows?
Who knows?
What choice have I got? So
Yeah.
it's going flat out from that one. So if it goes bang, it goes bang, but hopefully not. I think they're fairly okay from what I've heard, but
Yeah.
there's not much choice, so yeah.
No, that's it. Well, just go out there and enjoy it.
Yeah, try to.
All right, thank you, Richard.
Yeah, thank you.
And here's Angus. Good morning, Angus.
Thanks,
How are you?
Well, thank you. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. So you had a little bit of was it a spin yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I've had a bad start to the weekend, so onto the main straight, Tom had some oversteer and he overslowed more than I was expecting, and my front left connected his rear, which jolted me, spun me out, and by the time I rejoined the track I was so far behind I decided to save my tyres. So hopefully if I can get away well today I can move forward.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. Well, you normally, you're quite up there in the pack, aren't you?
I'm trying to be.
Yeah. Well, I'm normally interviewing you for the AM class, aren't I?
Yeah,
AM podium.
So I've got Harry this year to contend with. Harry's got a lot of pedigree behind him, a lot of Caterham experience, so I'm hoping I can catch up and be as close to him as I can get.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
Right, looks like they will be going out very shortly, but actually I'm just going to see if we can have a quick word with Mike Evans. Oh no, they are opening the gate, so we will let them head out onto track. So we will hand back to Chris and Matt in the commentary box.
Thanks, Sam. Yep, good morning everyone and welcome along to our second day of this BARC live stream from an even sunnier Snetterton today, but as Ian and Sam were saying down there in the assembly area, a lot colder than we had yesterday, so a little bit chilly this morning to kick things off, but hopefully things will improve as the temperature rises across the course of the day. So straight into things this morning, we have got a busy day to look forward to, kicking off as we said with the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK. They'll have their second 20-minute race to kick things off here on day number 2. The second race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy just after 10 o'clock. Then we're back to Caterham for a couple of races with the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, followed in quick succession by the Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship. Both of those having their second races of the weekend. Then we have the Britcar Trophy Championship joining us today for 2 races, 2 50-minute endurance races to look forward to, and then we'll go with a short lunch break before we continue this afternoon with more Caterhams in the term of the Road Sports, the 7 Championship UK, the Mini Challenge Trophy, and then we look forward to a final few flurry of races with the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, and then following that we'll have our second Britcar Trophy race just before 4 o'clock, and then we have the final race of the weekend, which will be the Motor Caterham 7 310R Championship. So busy day all the way through until just before 5:30, and we are looking forward to Caterham's galore once again. Let's run you through how the grid lines up then for this second race. The grid based on the finishing results of race number 1, so it will be number 1, last year's champion Lewis Thompson on pole position. Alongside him, went well yesterday in car number 27, look for him to go strong in this one. That's going to be Will Smith alongside on the front row. Then row number 2 will see that of Ian Payne. He'll be joined by Sam Smith in car number 42. Then we move back to row number 3, where you'll find Paul Donkin and the AM class pole sitter, which is Harry Senior. Then further back on row number 4, we'll have Ben Simmons joined by Tim Dickens. Row 5 is headed by Tom Eden, who is another of those in the AM category, and Cole James finds himself on the outside of row number 5. Further back, Jake Swan starts in 11th position. Alongside him on row number 6 is going to be number 50, which is Wes Payne. The 7th row then sees number 23, which is Justin Armstrong, and Finley Cooper will start alongside on row number 7. The 8th row is going to be Chris Fraser with Ollie Smith on his outside in car number 3. The 9th row sees number 22, which is Gary Curtis. He'll be joined by number 9, Matt Dyer, and the final row of the grid for this Caterham 7 Championship UK race will be Richard Amos and Angus McLean towards the back of the field. And as we heard from the assembly area, Angus has saved some tyres, so he might be quick off the bag and should be making his way through the field. So it's Matt Suckling here with you in commentary. Delighted to say that alongside me for the Caterham races here today at Snetterton once again, it's a very good morning to Chris Hutchinson.
Good morning, Matt, and good morning to everyone tuning in nice and early at Snetterton here. Sun's out again. However, as everyone's been mentioning, the temperatures are down, and whilst everyone might be nippy in Parc Ferme and assembly area, I tell you what, the cars absolutely love this kind of temperature. Get cool air into that engine over the radiators, and the drivers will appreciate it as the action gets heated up as we go into the second race for the 7 Championship UK cars. The British Caterham champion is the title they're all aiming for. It's a national level championship. They're running on slick tyres, so they'll be working their tyres hard out here to get all the temperature they need in, ready for the start of this. As Snetterton is a nice long track with 3 miles all around this track, so they've got plenty of opportunities to get that heat in the tyres. And on another weather update, we've got even more of a kind of headwind coming down the start-finish straight. So we talked about it yesterday, and we did see a couple of swaps just out of the last corner before the finishing line yesterday, and I think we're going to see more of the same. It was an excellent action-packed race yesterday for the 7 Championship UK, and I was speaking to all the drivers this morning. They're ready to get going with a brand new day's racing, and they can't wait to get going again.
Yeah, so a headwind down the Senna straight, which means it's going to be a tailwind down the Bentley straight, so it could pick up a bit more speed as they head towards the braking zone in towards Brundle and Nelson. It was nice actually to hear with Sam in Parc Fermé down there where the cars were all getting ready to go out onto the circuit, the stories of some of the drivers, because we don't always hear that when the races come and go, but it was nice to kind of hear what drivers thought, how they coped with the conditions yesterday, and what their ambitions are for today as well.
Yeah, and there's plenty of drivers looking to move forward. We saw issues for Amos and Dyer and various other people having to pull out, so there'll be the stories of them trying to get back through the field to where they want to be. And we saw Harry Senior in the AM class just missing out on an actual, the full podium by just dropping it onto the grass on the last lap, which he said is not the time to do it because you have no time to recover. He still took that AM victory, but he will be looking to see whether he can move up onto the main podium for the rest of this weekend.
Yep, so Harry Senior baptism of fire into the first race of the season with that AM win, and we do have the 2 classes within the Caterham 7 Championship, Pro-Am and AM. Pro-Am is where more the experienced Caterham drivers find themselves, and the AM drivers are for those who are more of an amateur level, so either coming into this championship for the first time or just not as much racing pedigree as some of those around them. So the 2 classes we do feature once again this year in the top rung of the Caterham ladder, because this is the highest they can go pretty much, Chris, isn't it, in Caterham's?
Pretty much in Caterham Motorsport in the UK, yes. It's it's a really special car. This is 180 horsepower, 6-speed sequential box, and they've got a 2-litre and Ford Duratec engine in there, and it really is a race-focused machine. Really stiff suspension all round. Like I say, the slick tyres, hopefully they've all got those up to temperature. They're certainly all coming around. Some of them taking a little bit longer over this first lap, and the front row of the grid will be cooling off. You can see on the left of your screen the green car of Lewis Thompson, then alongside him the orange car of Will Smith, and behind them we've got Ian Payne in the black car, the PT sports car man, and then Sam Smith did a great result yesterday. Can he continue that effort from that 4th place? Paul Donkin, last year's AM champion, looking in his red and white machine to see. He dropped down the order early doors yesterday, but fought away back to 5th and was relatively happy with that, so he's going to see whether he can make up a couple more places. But I can see the final few cars coming around that corner, so it won't be long before we get this second race underway for the 7 Championship UK.
Indeed it won't yet. The 2 cars on the second row identical coloured, so it's going to be hard to pick those 2 out as they work their way towards the first corner, but Angus McLean has just been making everyone wait towards the head of the field. He is now in position, and we will get the green flag from the back of the field. The 5-second board is held aloft, and 20 minutes of racing Caterham 7 is about to get underway for the second time this weekend. The red lights come on and go out now, and it's a good start from the outside of the front row this time then. So Will Smith gets the launch from that of Lewis Thompson as they work their way up towards the first corner, but can Will Smith hold on? Lewis Thompson in that green car. There's a bit of contact further back, and off the road goes the number 49 machine. So what a shame there for a man who started a little bit further back. Ben Simmons makes slight contact with the Armco barrier, but should be able to find reverse and get back on his way. But it's going to be 3 wide in towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. It's Lewis Thompson who leads them out in the lead. Second for Will Smith, and Harry Senior had made a blinding start from the 3rd row of the grid up to 3rd.
Yeah, Will Smith initially got that bite off the line and definitely looked like he was going to challenge into turn 1, but Thompson manoeuvred his car well to position that. But yeah, as you say, best start of all was Harry Senior. He's moving himself straight up into that 3rd place, and it's the 2 black cars, PT's sports cars, Ian Payne versus Sam Smith, a little bit behind. Donkin following along, seeing what he can get done, and I think it's that Tom Eden behind him as well, so great start from him as they flow around out of Agostini. We see Gary Curtis just fighting alongside there at the rear of the field as they head up now into Oggies.
Yep, AM champion from last year is Paul Donkin, returning this year in the Pro-Am category, so looking for a better result here in race number 2. As we heard in the assembly area, just a few changes need to be done for Paul Donkin. so we're hoping to run with the lead pack if they can all keep themselves onto the rear of Lewis Thompson, who didn't really break away yesterday to a massive extent, but he did get the break from the rest of the pack, and he just maintained that all the way till the end of the race. But he's going to lose the lead now because Will Smith goes right through at the end of the straight, and it's going to be Will Smith, your new race leader. Thompson down to second, Harry Senior sits there in third place, and then these two squabbling for fourth position, with what's going to be Sam Smith just ahead of Ian Payne for fifth position, and Paul Donkin just about hanging on. And there might be a slight gap now forming back to seventh place, but all of a sudden on the brakes that should close right back down.
And there's Armstrong as well, just following along behind them. He's had a great start. He started 13th on this grid, and it looks like he's up to the end of that top 10, so making up several places. We'll see as they come across the line to finish their first lap this time through, but it's Thompson not in the lead. In fact, he did take the lead by the time they got to the start-finish line. So it's Thompson, followed by Will Smith, Senior, and then we got three wide. Let's concentrate on that. Thompson goes around the outside. Harry Senior come down the inside of Will Smith, and then Sam Smith looking to see whether he can make that anything else. You can see a bit of bodywork there from that contact on the opening lap. A little bit of bodywork being flicked up there as Chris Fraser and the rest flow on through. It is still Thompson though in the lead. Will Smith, the big loser around turn one this time. Sam Smith not finding his way through, and Donkin seeing if he can do anything about it.
Yeah, Harry Senior left his braking very late in towards Ritchie's there, almost clipped the back of Lewis Thompson, which just kind of delayed him on the exit of the corner. But Harry Senior has made his way through into second position, as you rightly said. But the fight now is on for third place, with Will Smith just dropping back slightly. A couple of lockups there, big lockup for Harry Senior in second place, so he runs wide. It was kind of following the braking line of Lewis Thompson. He runs wide on the exit of Agostini, and that's a mistake he did in the last lap of the last corner in race number one. He does it a little bit earlier in this race, so it should give him time to claw some of these places back. But all of a sudden, Harry Senior, who was looking to challenge for the lead at the beginning of this lap, is now down into fourth place.
Yep, it's better to, like you say, make it now. And he said he's followed on by the DPR Motorsport man, Bob Donkin, chasing back up to the rear of the PT Sports car as they head on down the Bentley straight. Then Ian Payne looking like he's sort of clinging on in there at the moment.
And the completion of the second lap. And order is restored as it's the green car in the lead, the champion number 9. But Will Smith very close to him, and it's Sam Smith who's come up into third place. So Sam Smith
hairpin. I think everyone has remained at the end of that first lap. We did have the problems, of course, for Simmons, but he has recovered, and he's about 23 seconds off the leaders at the minute. So if we get a safety car, that would very much help him get back into this race. But good battles all the way through the field, but it is still Lewis Thompson that leads this race, not by a huge amount, just under 0.2 of a second. Make that now not the leader, because Will Smith goes back to the inside line. He takes it away from Lewis Thompson in the number 1 car, which is the reigning champion from last year. And also going through there, a great move from Sam Smith, who again works his way through nicely. It was only briefly though, because Lewis Thompson went back through.
Yeah, down the inside of Hamilton. If you put two cars through there, it really does slow you down. So he sort of took the discretion and placed himself back behind again. But Donkin's made his way up now. It makes his challenge into top 4, so he's moved another place forward. But Will Smith in his orange machine is now heading the green car. So for this year, Thompson's gone to a lighter shade of green. It's great, and it really stands out on the stream, which is awesome for us. But we've got side by side once more down the Bentley straight. Even though it's a tailwind, they're still making use of that toe. Thompson regains that lead over Will Smith. Sam Smith absolutely millimetres behind Will Smith's rear panel there, and Donkin looking on again, seeing whether he can make that progress forward. He started on the first row of the grid in qualifying, so he's got the pace in that car, just needs to go and unlock it.
Yeah, nice to see that these leading quintet are staying together for the time being. Lewis Thompson, although he loses positions over the lap, he always seems to be the leader by the time they cross the line. So a little bit of kind of rehearsal for what might be coming on the last lap of this race, which is still 14 minutes away. That time though he didn't, so Will Smith got the advantage, and if that was the last lap then he would have stole it by 8 thousandths of a second. But we're going to have a change, massive change now, because Lewis Thompson all of a sudden goes down to 4th place, and further back we've got some smoke just emulating from one of the cars in the middle of the top 10 by the looks of it. But yeah, Lewis Thompson has lost the position. He's going to gain one back now on Paul Donkin in towards the Wilson hairpin, and he's back on the final step of the podium.
Yeah, I think that was Tim Dickens with the slight tyre rub, so where the wheel, maybe he was part of that contact early in the race, and he's made positions up though. He is in that good sort of solid position, but he's got a bit of tyre rub, and hopefully that's not digging too much into this slick tyre. Remember, they've got to use these tyres for this race plus the next one as well, so he doesn't want any damage there. But it is Will Smith who currently continues to lead into Agostini. That headwind down the start-finish straight really is, even in these cars which don't have as much of a tow as other drivers, as other cars, they still get it. And I'm just saying, Ian Payne dropping quite a long way down the order now. He's finds himself in 9th place, dropping 3 places on that last lap.
Just keeping an eye on Angus McLean. He is the bright blue car. You can just see in shot there as he works his way through. Of course, Angus didn't use all of his tyres yesterday, so he's got fresher tyres for today. He's that blue with the fluorescent orange roll cage there. Yeah, number 61 works his way onto the Bentley straight. He's made up good positions actually. He's now inside the top 15, so he from the back of the grid is definitely one to watch. As a change for the lead is on once again, because Will Smith was just looking to make a move there on Sam Smith as they work their way in towards Brundle and Nelson. And wherever you look once again, Chris, this is typical Caterham race, and there's some good battles to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the tower on the left hand side is no good until we get back to the start finish straight, is it? It really does get out of a hitch. But there is Armstrong and Tim Dickens. They've made their way through the field after disappointing races for both of them yesterday, and seeing they are in that sort of middle ground. You see there's front 5 cars, and they are the 2 cars that are in between, with a gaggle behind them, all still absolutely nose to tail as we reach 12 minutes to go in this, and coming up to complete their 5th lap over the line. Thompson and Sam Smith side by side. Looks like Thompson's got the outside line. Will Smith going to follow him round the outside there. Donkin looking as a watching brief, and then Harry Senior still in there, our leading AM driver.
And you can see Lewis Thompson was back in the lead that time across the line by 15 thousandths of a second. Will Smith still sits in 2nd place, Sam Smith for 3rd, 4th place is the red car of Paul Donkin, and Harry Senior just keeping himself now on the rear in 5th position. Paul Donkin in this race is the man who has the quickest lap so far, 1:58.329, and that is even quicker than what we went yesterday, which was a brand new lap record for this class set by Harry Senior. So for now, Harry Donkin is the quickest man on circuit as they all bunch up once again through the left-hander of Agostini. Lewis Thompson just trying to break away once again, but he won't get too far with that, especially with the tailwind they have down the Bentley straight. But of course it's quite a strong wind today, Chris, so it might just be affecting the car slightly through the corners as well.
Yeah, absolutely. If you get a gust at the right time, these cars only weigh half a ton, and therefore they do get affected by a strong gust of wind, and we're absolutely on the raggedy edge, as you can normally see when they're going around these corners. So every time a gust happens, it can affect the run you've got. But Sam Smith looks to have that run on Will Smith. In fact, they've got the super double toe, as they're both going to mug Thompson, I think, down the end of the Bentley straight as they go in 3 wide. Will Smith covering absolutely to the inside. He does have that momentum, and they do try and both get past, but I think Thompson's going to be able to fend off Sam Smith, and so he's going to sit behind Will Smith, who he kind of shared the lead, hasn't he, with Thompson? As you say, Thompson's got the wily, he keeps going across the line in 1st place, but it's they're all learning what it means to be 2nd place coming up this final start finish straight.
Yeah, it looks like though Thompson doesn't want to drop too far back from 2nd or 3rd, so he's kind of letting the leader go through, but then he doesn't want to drop to the tail of this fight that we have at the minute. And with half race distance to be completed this time through, 10 minutes completed, 10 minutes to go, it's going to be this time through by the looks of it Will Smith, who just about leads across the line ahead of Lewis Thompson, again by thousandths of a second between the 2 of them, but Thompson should be able to sneak back through as they head in towards Ritchie's corner. The top 5 still stay as they are in a slightly different order from what we gave it to you just a few seconds ago, but just looking at that chasing pack in 6th place, I don't think the number 44 machine will get back into this, so Tim Dickens now is going to be 4.5 seconds adrift. So unless something goes horribly wrong out front, I think they are going to be fighting for the lower places with inside the top 10.
Yeah, given that we're already seeing squabbling happening in this league group and swaps, the fact that 4 seconds is a big ask, they really don't leave those seconds on the table for anyone to pick up the scraps. So it's going to have a long fight to see whether he can do it, but he's probably going to have to look in his rear view mirror. In fact, it looks like Amos has come through to make it up into that chase group lead, so he's just ahead of Armstrong. Tim Dickens lost out quite a few places in the early corner. There he's in number 44 just behind, and he's got Jake Swan now right on his tail. We've got another driver out, that's Mike Evans, who we missed out yesterday because he was at a wedding, unfortunately, so he's come back back today. It's his first race for him, so he'll have some tyre advantage in there, but he's been out there a couple of times, hasn't he? I think we've seen his car onto the dirt there.
Yep, certainly was. Angus McLean was the car just behind by the looks of it, so he is still trying to make his way through in this race, but just struggling now to get on terms with these cars ahead because they are continuing to dice and change positions. But out front, we're going to be 3 wide almost, down off the Bentley straight once again, and on this occasion it'll be Sam Smith who just sneaks back ahead of Will Smith. This is the chasing pack which is fighting, still has at the minute by the looks of it Justin Armstrong at the head of it, and fighting his way through now is going to be the 43 car, so great moves being made there from someone who started again from the back of the field. Richard Amos, 19th place on the grid. He now finds himself up into 7th place.
Yeah, so we saw him have a problem. He was right in that lead battle yesterday until he had that issue, and has already managed to fight his way up into that 6th place. But he's got 8th place. But he's still got a lot of cars up in front of him, and he's still ensconced in that battle. But also Carl Jones, good to see him fully involved in that battle as we go 3 wide once more for our lead. Thompson down the middle, down the inside then. Sam Smith looking up the inside of Will Smith. Will Smith's going to lose a bit of momentum. He's going to try and chop across Donkey, and he does manage to just about get his car in front to protect that, but then that gives a position for Harry Senior around the outside, and we've seen that around the outside of here, if you can hang on, means you get the inside for the left of Palmer, so that's going to be Harry Senior moving himself up from 5th to 3rd.
Yeah, it looks like this leading pack now getting quite desperate to either make places or not lose too many, so everyone now squabbling once again as they work their way through Palmer, and why not? Lewis Thompson used a little bit of the pit lane exit there just to try and get the best run he could to take the lead back away from Sam Smith, which he does again through Agostini. So Thompson leads Smith, that's Sam Smith. 3rd place then for Harry Senior, 4th place going to be that of Will Smith, and Paul Donkin, just hanging on towards the rear. Changes once again out front as Sam Smith goes back ahead of Lewis Thompson, but they are all still bunched together, which is fantastic to see. Still just got under 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and that move is not one, we talked about it a couple of laps ago, you don't normally make it into Hamilton because it just concertinas everything up when you've got the Bentley straight just on the next on the horizon, so Thompson won't be too upset by that. He's got now the super toe as he comes down the Bentley straight. They've got a bit of a rear wind, so the wind is behind them as they head down, but it's now Harry Senior looking to see whether he can go right down the inside of 2 of them, and he can, so Thompson's going to give that position up to our AM leader then. He takes the lead of this race. He is a championship winner in the Caterham graduate side of things. He's got plenty of Caterham experience, and he's coming in here ready to see what he can do, and can he make it to the top step of the podium? That would be pretty impressive.
Yeah, classified as an AM for this year is Harry Senior, and he just doesn't want to make the mistake he did yesterday when he was in that kind of podium positions. Oh, we've got a red flag as well, which has just come up on your screen, and we can see outside on the gantry as well. So red flag for some reason, but all the drivers will be ushered to hopefully a complete stop on the start finish line, and some of them not quite stopping as quick as others, but that's a shame. And again, we're not too sure the reason for the red flag, but hopefully we can pick up on the cameras something that has happened around the circuit. But that's such a shame, Chris, because we're having a great tussle there for the top 5.
Yeah, you can see a fantastic battle out here. We've got a car on its roof there, so, and that is looking like it's the Brundle Nelson complex. Yeah, so there looks like there's 2 cars have tangled coming out of the Brundle Nelson complex, and we've seen that before, and it can happen when you entangle your wheels. It looks like there's a bit of these drivers stopped at the end of the straight. They might be asked to go around for a complete lap, but we've still got 6 minutes of this race to go, so obviously the marshals will be tending to that driver, and I don't know if it was Finley Cooper.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, Finley Cooper. So we'll just let the marshals do their thing, tend to those 2 drivers, and then we'll look to see what we can do about getting this last 6 minutes done.
Yeah, it looks like the other driver involved was straight out in the car to try and help Finley Cooper come out of that car as safely as possible. Of course, quite hard to let the driver release their seatbelts and then try and scramble out through the roll cage. So Finley Cooper, we're hearing word he's all good, which is fantastic. So look at that quick work from the marshals and recovery team. The car back on 4 wheels. Finley is out in the car, and a nice cheer from the spectators down there at Nelson as well. So Finley Cooper will, as a precaution, as always, be taken to the medical centre, but good to see that he is out in the car and on his way to the medical centre.
Yeah, they're tough beasts, these Caterhams. They're built for racing in mind, and they have full roll cage, all the sort of safety equipment that we make our drivers don, including all the hands devices, their helmets. You get the extra padding around all the roll cage areas, plus we run arm restraints, so everything we can do to make these cars as safe as possible, we do that. And it's great to see another driver off going towards the medical centre and looking more angry than hurt, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, probably be a little bit dizzy, won't he, for being upside down for a couple of minutes there whilst the team got to him and just made sure he got out the car safely. But now we're going to have the recovery of the one car, I think, Finley Cooper. There might be some damage on the car which possibly was involved as well, so we'll try and get those two recovered as quick as possible. But as Chris said, the cars have just waved their way through past the start-finish line, so they'll either have to go back round or be pushed back into position. So here's a few highlights of the race so far. There was a bit of contact early on, which unfortunately saw off the road Ben Simmons. He will get a little bit of relief from this race if he does get the green flag once again, but he will be from the back of the field. This was a squabble out front in the early stages. Will Smith making his way through. Sam Smith just trying to get through on Lewis Thompson, but Lewis managing to carry the speed right round the outside to hold on to second place. And Lewis has been there or thereabouts. The winner from yesterday has kind of been in first, second or third place. He used the pit lane exit just to try and squeeze past on Will Smith on that occasion, but Lewis Thompson hasn't been too far back from the top three places and looking for a double, possibly a hat-trick by the end of the weekend once we see the third race completed. But he's had his work cut out in this one, not as easy as it was yesterday, just breaking the toe and winning by over a second. And then this was the move that Harry Senior got himself back into the lead through Brundle and Nelson, and that's when we saw the red flag. Unfortunately for Harry, he was doing a grand job, but if we do get back underway, he's going to have to do it all again.
For some of them, especially in that lead group, they're going to be gutted that they couldn't complete that race, and they'll be in two minds as to they want to get it back up and running, because with them being in that lead over the line with Will Smith there and Sam Smith and Thompson in third place as we went over, and Donkin down there in that fourth place, but they've got all the cars behind them now to contend with, and they will be right back in it, and they'll be licking their lips to see what can they make up in this last 6 minutes. It's a significant portion of this 20-minute race, so there's still plenty of racing to go, and they've got to get through a whole new start procedure to get before they get back to that green flag. So yeah, and we saw how dynamic it was in that first start with a little bit of contact and so a few wings going flying, and Ben Simmons on the receiving end or certainly on the rough end of that. Yeah, there's lots to happen still in this race, but let's get these cars back, let's get everything sorted. We've still got cars to sort of feed around the circuit, I think, rather than pushing them backwards. So yeah, depends on our timetable and all sorts as to how much time and whether they will restart. This is still an opportunity that they won't restart it, but with 6 minutes to go, they might well do.
Yeah, so Richard Amos, as you said, will be one man who's going to be loving this if we do get back underway, because he's going to find himself right there. And of course, that big gap that they had between themselves and the top five of near enough 6 seconds has now been eroded if we get a restart. But that's the question, if we do. So the recovery is now underway for the number 14 machine. So that's going to be recovered, and whether it gets back out later on today, we'll have to wait and see what the extent of the damage is for Finley Cooper. But that car now on the flatbed. Not too sure still who the other car was involved in there, because we haven't yet seen a shot of the car, but we'll try and work out who was involved in it. There's a bit of fluid which has been dropped as well, so the marshals just treating that down on the circuit, making sure that that's all good and soaked up for when we get further racing underway today. But Finley Cooper, his car is recovered. The other one I think has gone as well, so it won't be too much longer. Just now waiting for the call from race control, what happened with the rest of this race. As you said, we're not quite at 3/4 race distance, which would be called as a result. We're just under that at the minute, so if we don't go the full distance, then I don't think full points would be awarded either, would they?
No, there's rules and regulations all around the percentage you've completed then compared to what the points are. So it'll be a maximum of half points, but it could even be less than that. So in a series where we do drop the 3 scores, so you take your championship points based on all of your points, but you drop your lowest scoring 3 rounds. And so if you do get half points, usually that ends up being one of your dropped scores. You can see them laying that concrete dust speedy dry, just doing their best to get rid of any fluids that have leaked out of that car as it was sat upside down. They're doing a great job, and it's going to be interesting. Remember, they're on slick tyres, and slick tyres do pick up and get affected by the kind of liquids and fluids on track way more than just the sort of standard road tyre might. So they'll have to deal with that as they head through the bomb hole on this lap through. You can see there Matt Dyer, and alongside him his RS Team Motorsport teammate Mike Evans, who's here with us for the first time this race. He missed out yesterday due to that wedding, and he was having an exciting time bouncing over the grass every now and again. But the two having a chat away as they're figuring out what's going on.
Certainly are, yeah. So nice chance for them just to catch up, talk about how the race was going, what the plans might be for the rest of this race if it gets back underway, if they can try and work together. But just having a nice little mothers meeting down there on the grid. Can just see the marshals now trying to work with the rest of the front runners to possibly either tell them what's going on or maybe push those cars back to the grid.
I can see the steward there, chief steward, and Simon Lambert chatting to just discuss what is going to happen. So Simon Lambert, chief motorsport director at Caterham Motorsport, is just heading to the front, the very front of the field, in front of what we can see on our screen, and just will be having a chat to tell them what the plan is. I'm sure they'll have made that plan, but we are still under that red flag conditions. But as we wait for these cars, remember there's plenty more Caterham action here. We've got 7 races in total, including this one, throughout the course of this day, and if the action of the actual racing has been superb, so make sure you do keep with us all day through all the championships and all the racing we've got on offer, because there's going to be some gems of action. Looking at Justin Armstrong there, making some really good progress up into 7th place, and he started down in 13th, so making really solid progress. Unfortunately, he got faced with that empty air in the middle of the field, didn't he? So he couldn't make any more further progress, but this safety car, or this red flag period, means that he probably can now make some more progress, and he'll be keen to do that. Jake Swan just to his left, and then we've got these two drivers sat there chatting to each other, Matt Dyer and Mike Evans. And it's great at the beginning of the season to see how shiny and new. Mike Evans sporting a new livery this year. Someone did say that it reminded them of the Jamaican bobsleigh sort of livery, which I think will going to stick around the paddock now. But there's Mike in his number 93. Great to see him here. Started racing way back in 2012 in his academy season. I think he started with Matt Dyer as well in that same season. So those two have been racing together for well over a decade now. It's great to see.
Certainly is. Just talking about this year and what's coming up for this championship, slightly different to the rest of the Caterham championships we have here this weekend, but a wonderful calendar, because next up for the championship, we're off to Zandvoort on the Grand Prix circuit there on the first weekend of May. And they're also supporting the British GT Championship at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit towards the end of that month as well. They've got a round back with the British Touring Car Championship, which was a welcome addition last year at Silverstone. They're back with the touring cars at Alton Park this year, so that'll be a wonderful place to go in June. They've got the Knockhill Super Header, which is racing in both directions, one day one direction, the other day second direction. That'll be in the beginning of August. Brands Hatch Indy is going to be towards the end of that month and the beginning of September, and then of course they're back with the Caterham Racing Festival at Donington Park in October. So once again, Chris, the calendar is fantastic, some really high profile events that they are going to be going to, and of course the away day at Zandvoort.
Yeah, Zandvoort is a fantastic circuit. We've been racing there for quite a few years now, and I've been there sort of 3 or 4 times. I absolutely love the place, and I know lots of the drivers out there do as well. But yeah, exciting to be joining the British GT at Donington Park, and then Alton Park for the BTCC support round. And as you said, we had such a good time last time at Silverstone National, but I think Alton Park really will show off these Caterham 420Rs, the 7 Championship UK spec machine to their best. So yeah, I know all the drivers will be looking forward to that. And Knockhill, the racing in both directions, pretty unique in motorsport. I think I don't think there's another championship that runs forward on one day and then reverse on the others. Obviously, over testing and all the build-up, you have to get to learn 2 versions of the track, really. And Knockhill is a superb place to watch a Caterham race. And if you've never been up into Dunfermline, north of Edinburgh, then I recommend you take the trip to that circuit, because it is beautiful, as long as the weather's nice anyway. It is a beautiful place to be, and spectacular racing often ensues.
We certainly can. So the car's now heading off onto the pit lane, and I think we're going to have some interviews from some things we did earlier on this weekend. So we're going to now catch up with some of the drivers from earlier in the weekend. So while we get things sorted here at Snetterton, here's what's happened so far today at Snetterton.
Come up through Road Sports 270R and 310R.
Yesterday's race was an absolute corker. If you haven't seen it, do go back and watch it. But Sam Gonnell took the win under heavy pressure from that man in the pink there, Harry Hickton. Cracking race. This man here, James Black, coming from 8th on the grid to finish 3rd. Very emotional. We've got Jamie Keats here, who was putting James under an awful lot of pressure yesterday, trying to get that 3rd. It wasn't quite to be for you yesterday, but today's a different day, isn't it?
Yeah, today's a different day, fresh mentality, see if we can go forward.
It's going to be slightly different conditions because it's cold this morning, isn't it?
Yeah,
so track temperature's going to be a bit chilly out there. How's that going to affect things for you?
Just longer to get the tyres in, but thankfully we have a setup that brings them in quite fast, so it's not really a concern for us.
Can you get the podium? There's work to do, but you can get it, can't you?
The car has the pace, it's just if everything works out and it goes our way.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, Jamie. We really appreciate it. Let's go have a chat. So we've got Harvey over here. Let's just wonder if we can grab him very quickly. Harvey, can we grab you very quickly? Let's just jump in here. Sorry, mate. We need to have a quick chat. Come on, over we come. Now near the sharp end. This is going to be an exciting race, isn't it? But it's cold this morning.
Yeah, it's a very cold morning. So see how the track is. A few people around this morning, so hope for the best. Hope it goes well.
What's your expectation for this season?
If we stay in the top 5 throughout the season, I think we've got a chance of winning, but it's a close grid this year, so hope for the best.
It's tight racing, isn't it? What's the best thing about the mini challenge?
Well, it's very competitive. There's not a lot between all the cars, so it's all down to raw talent, really.
Raw talent, that's what I like. Best of luck, mate. Really appreciate you talking to us. If you come with us a little bit, let's just move up a little bit. We're not going to chat to these guys here, but of course, yesterday, look at them 2, they look ready, teammates as well. We might be talking to them later, so let's just leave them alone, for a little bit, shall we? Spoke to Ashley Gregory yesterday as well, so let's just move along, shall we? See who else we can find to have a quick chat. We've got Ben Taylor over here as well. Let's just quickly grab a chat with Ben, shall we? Ben, how we doing? How we feeling this morning? A bit nippy though, isn't it?
A bit chilly this morning, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
What can you do from here?
I don't know, I think we're probably quicker than the position in the end yesterday, but if we can get a better start, then we'll try and drive towards the top 10.
So you're the man to watch. Ben Taylor, the man to watch in this, right? I don't put any extra pressure on you, right?
We'll wait and see.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Let's just grab Frankie very quickly as well, because what a cracking livery this is. Frankie, love the design, absolutely love it. Where did the idea come from?
To be honest with you, I've always loved my colours, so we kind of played around with a bit of colours for a bit, and then we found these colours and just chucked as much patterns and made it as much layering as we possibly could, and it works and it's lovely.
What are we going to see from you in this race?
Oh, this race I'm going at it. I'm ready for this race. I've never been more ready for a race, so this one will be the one.
I can see it in his eyes. He's ready. Best of luck, mate. I really appreciate it. Right, so time to get going. Second race of the weekend for the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy. It is going to be a cracker. A lot of drivers are on it this morning. Here we go, Matt. Over to you.
Here's yesterday's winner and the reigning champion, Lewis Thompson, in number 1. He's actually 5th in the queue.
Thanks, Ian. I didn't realise that was live, but Ian was very much live down there in the assembly area, ready for the next of our races, which I don't think will be coming up just yet, because by the looks of what we have on the grid, the Caterhams have been lined back up in order that they were before the red flag, and we have the safety car at the head of it, so it looks like it will be a safety car restart. We're still waiting for word from race control. We've still got 20 minutes on our timing screen, so I reckon that will eradicate to pretty much nothing with 5 or 6 minutes left. But this is good in terms of racing getting back underway, Chris.
Yeah, you say after that first start, we saw the dynamic nature of these starts with these slick tyres. I think a safety car again is a fair way to restart this race after the front group had broken away. They'll be pretty pleased that they can manage that process for themselves, but obviously with this headwind going up the start-finish straight, that is going to be hard for them to manage. We did see Carl Jones in the pit lane with a damaged front right-hand corner of his car, and I'm wondering whether he was the other car involved in that accident with Finley Cooper, which has caused this red flag. Glad to say that Finley Cooper is out the car. His car has been returned back to Parc Fermé, and we will get this racing underway just as soon as we can. We saw there was quite a lot of fluid down through the Brundle-Nelson complex just ahead of the bomb hole, so they need to clear that up, and they were doing as best they could with the dust, but the safety car does now move away. You can see the cleanup you see the white patch there on the right of your screen, just that is where they were tiding away, but I can see all the cars are now moving off behind the safety car. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that clock on the timing sort of get going as we go round the course of this lap. You can see all the drivers now having to weave to clean and get temperature back into their Avon slick tyres. They're jinking left and right, just really hard to try and get that time in. You can see the safety cars taking off quite slow at the moment, but they will gather speed as we progress around this lap. So yeah, we're just still waiting to see how long exactly this race will be, but our timing screens will kick in. As you see the sunny conditions out here at Snetterton, but it is brisker than it was yesterday. Maybe 5 degrees or so later will be lower in overall temperature, which for a car makes a big difference in the temperature of the air going in. You can see Harry Senior has been pushed to the lead of that group there over Sam Smith, then Paul Donkin, then Will Smith, then we've got Lewis Thompson. So they will have maybe gone back a lap to the classification the lap before, which you've seen how many times that changed over the course of a race. That's for some of them they'll have won and lost just on that regrid.
So we'll have, and you can see the A11 in the background. We'll all be heading home on that hopefully later on today, ready to get back home and enjoy the rest of the weekend. But so the order as it looks is Harry Senior is the man at the front of it, so he'll be leading them off under this restart. We're going to have also in there as well, in fact the cars are going to be waved off the circuit by the looks of it. So yeah, we have now got the new next race on our screen, haven't we? So all the cars, we were anticipating a restart, Chris. That would have been lovely, but unfortunately with time and timetable restrictions, the cars are being taken off the track.
Does that mean then that Harry Senior has taken that win, and is it a second place for Sam Smith and Paul Duncan? We'll have to just have that confirmed to us, exactly what the deal is there about who's going to get given what. But yeah, what a shame for the first race of the Caterhams, but with the timetables, we've got so much action out here that yeah, it's we've got to get this moving forward, and unfortunately that means we're going to lose the last 5 minutes of that race, which was building to an absolutely brilliant crescendo.
I've just heard from Sam though, potentially we are going to start this race after the minis, so we are going to possibly get a rescheduled race in for the Caterhams. Sam is down there hopefully hovering, and hopefully she'll be able to catch up with some drivers, but they might be very quickly sent back down to the assembly area ready to get their race back underway. So just to halt delays and make sure that we are not holding up the next of our competitors which have been waiting in the assembly area, we are going to move on with the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. So we're not going to give you a race result just yet, because we are anticipating a restart for this race in due course, but we'll keep you updated as soon as we get any information on the resumption of the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK. So from Caterhams we now turn our attention very quickly to minis, because it is now time for their second race of the weekend, and we'll take you through how they're going to line up then for this second 15-minute race. The Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy will line up with this reverse grid, slightly new format for this year, because race 1 grid was determined by second fastest times in qualifying. Race 3 will be the fastest times in qualifying, and the middle race of the weekend is the reversal of 6 to 10 cars. So it does mean that number 62, Alex Keynes for Grave Motorsport, finds himself on pole position. Alongside him will be number 17, which is Reece Lycett. The second row of the grid lines up with number 11, which is going to be Gabe Fairbrother. He'll be joined by number 12, Alex Solly. The third row then has Harvey Ryby with Ronnie Smith, the rookie driver, making his debut this weekend. Did a great job yesterday to get himself inside the top 5. The fourth row then sees Jamie Keats in car number 33. He'll be joined by number 53, which is James Black. The fifth row going to see number 64, Harry Hipton, and 96, yesterday's winner, Sam Gornall. So the full complement of 10 cars, the maximum we can reverse, have been reversed for this second race of the weekend. Further back on row number 6 we have the number 81 machine of Luca Marinoni Osborne. He'll be joined by the 22 car of Ashley Gregory. Then further back on row number 7 you'll see that of Joshua Wilby, and Callum Eason in car number 26 will be alongside. The 8th row then has Reese Hurd with Stephen Chandler on his outside. Row 9 headed by Leo Purchase and number 86 Ben Taylor. To round out your top 20 is going to be Paul Manning and Frankie Taylor on row number 10, and then the final few cars we have towards the back of the field will be John Castle on row number 11. He'll be joined by Katia Loggy. The 12th row then has number 43, which is Cameron Wood, the 610 machine of Lewis Fleet on row number 12, and the final car on the grid should be Tommy Watson, but we had word yesterday that Tommy unfortunately went to hospital with an injured knee, so I don't reckon he'll be on the back of the grid, but he would have been there with the Accelerate Motorsport team. But good complement of cars once again this year for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. I've got another great calendar with mixed events, the likes of again TOCA meetings with the British Touring Car Championship. They'll also be supporting the British Truck Racing Championship at a couple of events as well, so a wonderful year in store for the Minis. Yesterday was a good race for the top two because they managed to pull themselves away. They got a massive gap over the rest of the field and came home in good formation, with Sam Gornall taking the first win of the year. Harry Hickton was right on his tail, pushed him all the way to the end, but just couldn't quite use a little bit more power to get through, so he had to settle for second place. And then the chasing pack were a good fair way back, with James Black getting the final step on the podium, with Jamie Keats, Ronnie Smith your top 5, Harvey Ryby, Alex Soddy, Gay Fairbrother, Reece Lysett and Alex Keens rounding out your top 10, and that's why Alex Keens finds himself on the front row of the grid, and more importantly on pole position, which he'll be relishing the opportunity to get in this race underway, which hopefully won't be too much longer. Just got a slight pause before we get everything clear of the circuit. It has just taken a little bit of time to get all this cleared up, but we now have the green flag, so they all head off onto the formation lap to get as much tyre temperature as they possibly can into their tyres that they run. As we said, a little bit of a chilly morning here, so that will replicate into the track temperature as well. Now this is the Cooper class of the Mini Challenge. It's the first rung on the ladder for anyone who wants to move into Mini Challenge, with the possibility of building a car to go racing for as little as £12,500. So if you're a youngster who's moving from karting, or you just want a little bit of a different challenge, then this is the perfect way to head. It's a perfect route to touring cars as well, because nowadays Mini Challenge have got the perfect ladder to move yourself up from this into the main JCW class, all at an affordable budget. And as we said, one day you could be looking at the heights of the British Touring Car Championship, which many of these youngsters will aspire to do in due course. It's low build, it's low entry, and it's great running cost, which ensure that the series benefits from large grids with highly competitive racing across the field as well. And for this opening round, to see 25 cars on the grid is absolutely fantastic as well. We did say that they'll be supporting the British Touring Car Championship at a couple of events this season. That will give them once again large trackside audiences and the prime time slot on ITV4 with the live TV coverage that they'll benefit from as well. So as the 130 brake horsepower 1.6 litre normally aspirated Minis work their way around the 3-mile Snetterton circuit. From here they'll head to Pembrey in May, so around about a month before they've got their next meeting over there in Wales. They'll be supporting the British Truck Racing Championship on that occasion. They then support the TOCA support bill at Thruxton on the 8th and 9th of June. That's going to be a tremendous meeting for them. A very fast circuit is Thruxton, so they'll enjoy that, I'm sure, as they did last season. Donington Park once again with the British Touring Car Championship in August on the Grand Prix circuit. It will be that weekend at Donington, and then further rounds to come at Croft. Back with the touring cars at Silverstone, and they support the British Truck Racing Championship at Brands Hatch to end the year on the 2nd and 3rd of November. So a really good season ahead for the Minis. Yesterday we did have a new lap record set that was beaten from last year by Harry Hickton, 2:19.447, and if I remember rightly, I think he did also set the quickest lap yesterday. Just getting the results up for you, and can confirm that Harry Hickton did beat his lap record from last year, 2:19.068, so went near enough 0.4 of a second quicker. So he'll be looking to try and do the same today with near on perfect conditions. As we said, they've got the headwind down the centre straight, the main straight here at Snetterton. They've got the tailwind down the back straight, the Bentley straight, so that will give them a little bit more speed in towards the braking zone, in towards Brundle and Nelson. Last year at this circuit it was Westport Motorsport who took the most wins, because they had 2 wins for Max Hall. Nicky Taylor took the first win of the weekend back last year. So far this weekend it has been Westport Motorsport who have taken the one victory that we have given out in the one race we've so far had. It was a Westport Motorsport 1-2 with Sam finishing ahead of Harry, and it was the Graves Motorsport team with James Black who got themselves on the final step of the podium. So looking forward to this one as always. Let's see if the chasing pack can stay with the leaders this time round, but with this reverse grid it's going to be more of a case of can Alex Keens keep himself up front and make sure that those charging guys and girls from behind do not get through. It's a 15-minute race, so short and sharp for the Minis, always leaves you wanting more, and they'll probably get around 6, possibly 7 laps around the circuit with the lap times that they set yesterday. So we'll see what they can all come up with, but sun shines down on those magnificent Minis, and the colour liveries we have this year as well are once again magnificent. We can see the returning Alex Solly for this year, so he finds himself there on the outside of the second row. So 1 by 1 staggered grid for the Mini, so they are not on effectively the same line for the front few rows. They are all staggered, so they've got a little bit of an advantage if you find yourself ahead of your competitor. We're all ready to go though. The 5-second board has been held aloft once again. We are looking forward to 15 minutes. Red lights come on now, and can Alex Keynes get the best of the starts? The lights go out now, and Alex Keynes gets himself away nicely. Bit of smoke there from Reece Lysett, which means straight away he's going to lose the position to Gabe Fairbrother on the run up towards Richie's corner. Alex Solly's made a fairly good start, straight away towards the inside and gets himself into third position. So I think that Reece Lysett, with that slow start, is dropping down the order, not massively, but he has lost out to the first 3 places by the time they exit Richie's corner and head up towards the Wilson hairpin. For the first time, someone shoots out the screen there and will just stop before the field. Maybe not, because they are now buried deep in that. It's quite close to the circuit. There is the field, which grows things over the course of the season, but not quite high enough this year so far. But that car hopefully will recover if they can get that car dug out of the field. But out front, good start, as we said, for Alex Keynes in that dark green and yellow livery as he works his way down towards Agostini. Third place, you can see the car of Alex Solly, and in amongst them is going to be the number 11 machine of Gabe Fairbrother. Hopefully they'll find a breaking point through Agostini, which they do, and keep an eye on those further back. As we said, the likes of Sam Gornall in Carnival 96, yesterday's winner, we're trying to make up a few positions. Harry Hickton will try and finish ahead of him and as high as possible as he can in car number 64, and I think he's made up actually 4 positions already as Harry. He's the bright pink and blue car which works his way through in what looked to be 5th position, so good start for Harry Hickton. Where is that of Sam Gornall? He runs the grey colours, so we'll see if he is kind of tailgating him through. In fact, no, it was Sam Gornall who's got a problem, so Sam is out the race. Yesterday's race winner has pulled off through the back door at Agostini, so not good news for Westport Motorsport with the victory they had yesterday. So now they're going to hang their hopes on to that of Harry Hickton, and sideways for the race leader. Alex Keynes has lost it through Brundle and Nelson. He loses the front bumper. He just had no control whatsoever of that car as he hit the brakes in towards Brundle, and all of a sudden the back end stepped away. He couldn't quite control it, and what a shame for Alex, with now damage to the front of the car. He'll rejoin, and it will be pretty much plumb last, bar one I think. So Alex Keynes unfortunately did that all on his own accord there, because he was out front by a good few tenths of a second and he didn't really have any pressure from behind. So he drops to the rear of the pack, which means now that we're going to have a new race leader at the end of the first lap. It's going to be number 11 Gabe Fairbrother to come through. Second, is it going to be Reece Lysett or Alex Solly? I think it's Alex Solly, isn't it, up now into second place. Harry Hickton gains further positions, now inside the top 3 at the end of that first lap, and they're both going to challenge the race leader in towards Richie's corner. Alex Solly can't get the job done, but Harry Hickton sneaks one to the inside, so a wonderful move there from yesterday's second place man. He goes now up into the place ahead of Alex Solly, and Alex Solly all of a sudden drops not 1, not 2, but possibly 3 positions by the time they get down towards the Wilson hairpin, and Harry Hickton is challenging for the lead. He's going to be forced out wide though by Gabe Fairbrother. He's going to have to look in his mirrors as well now, because into the mix comes the 196 machine of Ronnie Smith, similar colour to that of the race leader. He's got the green rear end and the all white front end of Ronnie Smith, and Ronnie's a rookie for this year as well, so having his first races within the Manny Challenge Trophy. We've got drama in the background as well. We can just pick up one car spinning to the outside of Palmer, another one I think spun to the inside of Palmer, almost back onto the track at Oggies, which is a few corners up the road from where that has all unfolded. So we've got a couple more that we have lost. We're going to run side by side through Hamilton, which you rarely do here at Snetterton, but it has worked for Ronnie Smith and also for Gabe Fairbrother. And it means that Ronnie Smith on the outside is still trying to take the place away to get himself into second position. He's got to be careful not to leave the door open, because it looks like coming through there will be a man who finished up the order yesterday. That's going to be the number 53 machine of Jamie Black. So he tries to squeeze his way through. All of this is just allowing the race leader to build a gap over the rest of the field. So slowly but surely, Harry Hickton, who couldn't get the job done yesterday on Sam Gornall, is now well clear of the rest of the battling pack. And as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he could be good for the victory. With just over 10 minutes to go, almost 3 wide in towards Brundle, and then the right flick in towards Nelson. and they're all shaking themselves off nicely here. It's the 53 machine of James Black, who's trying to get down the inside of number 17, which is Reese Lycett. He's going to be mugged on the inside, but he won't let Ronnie Smith through on the outside there. So 1 place lost for Reese Lycett, and James Black has now, I think, just about gone through. They're going to be side by side through the corner, and unfortunately for James Black, he will on the outside for this left-hander at Murray's, which means Reese Lycett will just eke him out wide. He won't quite have the momentum though on towards the centre straight here, as more dust is being kicked up in the background, but it's all allowing Harry Hickton out front just to pull away. Great squabbling pack for 3rd place now. This is the final step on the podium, and it's going to be James Black, I think, through in 3rd. 4th place is Ronnie Smith. 5th place is going to be the car of Jamie Keats, and Reese Lycett is just about hanging on in 6th position there in the all black car. Alex Solly is next through in the fluorescent yellow machine in 7th place, and 8th place will be that of Harvey Ryby in the number 71 machine. So great ding-dong battle we have once again. 3 wide in this contact. Alex Solly makes a little bit of a brief touch to the rear of Jamie Keats, so that now pushes him down the order. A little bit wide in the background there as well. I think that was the car of Josh Wilby, car number 95, who just ran slightly wide at the Wilson hairpin. So as ever, the Mini Challenge Trophy definitely delivering. They had a little bit of a calm race yesterday, but as the weekend draws on, things do start to get a little bit more ramped up, and last year's returning highest championship contender, Alex Solly, not really been on form so far this weekend. He's just found himself outside the top 5 places. Yesterday he came home in what was 7th place in the end, so possibly a few tweaks to that car have been done, but Alex Solly still at the minute runs outside the top 5 and not really in contention for a podium position at the minute. Arms and elbows out once again there. That was Josh Wilby fighting his way back through, so Josh Wilby gets himself now into 11th or 12th position. As Harry Hickton, the race leader, works his way down the back straight. At the end of that previous lap, he led by 2 seconds. Keep an eye on Gabe Fairbrother to see if he can start to get that fishing rod out and reel in the race leader, but it's going to be a hard challenge, especially with a gap over 2 seconds. Not really going to be picking up too much of a tow there, and he's got no one to help him from behind as well, because Gabe Fairbrother now has broken away from Ronnie Smith in his rookie campaign with the Mini Challenge Trophy. Did a grand job yesterday to get inside the top 5, was challenging for most of the race on the podium, and Ronnie Smith now just starting to eke that gap out over the number 53 machine, which is James Black. He was one of the men on the podium yesterday. He's about to be passed here by the 33 machine of Jamie Keats. So Jamie, will he go around the outside in towards Murray's? No, he gets back in line. He's going to try now to fend from Alex Solly as they work their way up towards the completion of lap number 3. Onto lap number 4 goes Harry Hickton. This time through he leads by an extended margin, just under 2.5 seconds between himself and Gabe Fairbrother, and Harry has done now the quickest lap of the race, 2:19.460. Not quite as quick as he went yesterday, but he's getting closer and closer as that car starts to ramp up. Another sideways moment through Richie's corner, which is held very nicely indeed there for Callum Eason in the number 26 machine. So all of a sudden that was looking quite disastrous, but he managed to floor the throttle, got out the other side unharmed. He has lost a couple of positions, has Callum, but he has survived another day, which is good. So carries on in what will be probably about 15th place now. I think he lost the places to Luca Marinoni Osborne, and also drops behind the 35 machine of Brian Chandler. But Callum Eason, the main thing for now, remains within this race, which has just under 7 minutes left on the clock, and it's Harry Hickton out front. 2nd place for Gabe Fairbrother, 3rd place then for Ronnie Smith. 4th place is now going to be the car of, I think, Jamie Keats. I think he has got through, hasn't he, on James Black. Just wait for the cars to go through. No, James Black is still ahead of Jamie Keats, so that has not changed on this lap. Alex Solly is the car that you can see, the bright coloured car, in now 6th position, and 7th place will be behind him Reese Lycett. So Reese has held on well actually. He started on the front row of the grid, finished yesterday in 9th position, but he's hanging on now nicely to the rear of Alex Solly. So Reese definitely one to watch out for. Further back inside the top 10 we've got Harvey Ryby, followed by the number 59 machine of Reese Hurd. He's made good progress from 15th on the grid, and to round out your top 10 at the end of that previous lap, it was the number 95 machine, which again has been a good job by Josh Wilby to move up from 13th inside the top 10. In towards Nelson then goes our battle for 3rd place, I'm just wondering now if they're starting to catch back onto the tail of Gabe Fairbrother, because at the line it was 1.4 seconds. Through the first sector, Ronnie Smith was quicker than Gabe Fairbrother. Through the second sector, he was quicker than Gabe Fairbrother. So Ronnie Smith, slowly but surely, is bringing this gap now down to the second place man to less than a second. And considering this is his first weekend with the Mini Challenge Trophy, Ronnie Smith is looking good here to possibly progress further up the podium positions, because third place he currently sits in, second place is his target, and Ronnie Smith is going great guns at the minute as he brings the gap now down to 0.627 of a second. But it's the car behind to watch out for, because James Black has just gone and done the new quickest lap of the race, and it's a new lap record actually at 2:18.784, which surpasses what Harry Higton did in yesterday's race. So James Black, the man in fourth place, looking to get onto the tail of Ronnie Smith, who in turn is now right on the tail of our second place driver Gabe Fairbrother. So it's action stations once again, second, third, fourth and fifth all together. It's the number 33 machine of Jamie Keats, who just sits on the rear tail at the minute. So again, if anything goes wrong ahead of him, he'll be the first man to pick up all those pieces and get himself higher up the order. Reece Lycett is now past Alex Solly as well. You can just see in the background. So Alex Solly has lost a further position, and those two now have lost a little bit of ground to the quartet, which are battling ahead. There's confirmation of the lap times between Gabe Fairbrother and Ronnie Smith, and the gap that's come from 1.6 seconds at the end of lap number 2 to 0.6 second at the end of lap number 4, and it's pretty much 0.06 of a second now as they work their way down towards Oggy. So Ronnie Smith, he can't hesitate here. He needs to get on with the job in hand. He needs to get through. He doesn't want to be delayed, because he knows that two cars further back are looking to take those places away from him as well. So Ronnie Smith now needs to act as hard as possible. This is the fight for what's going to be now 7th position between Reece Lycett and Alex Solly. Correct, that's 6th position, and it's Reece Lycett who has found his way through on Alex Solly. Harvey Ryby and also Reece Hurd are in that mix as well. But it's the battle for second place, which is the one that's starting to hot up, and we're going to have to watch out here for Ronnie Smith, because he's coming under pressure from the car behind, which is going to be James Black. Can he get through in towards Nelson? No, they'll keep it clean, which is good. So no real contact between these four cars as they turn their way now down towards the bomb hole for the 5th time of asking. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. I think Harry Higton, with the pace he is currently showing, will squeeze through with 2 more laps to go. So it's going to be the start of the penultimate lap this time for Harry Higton. Turns his way in towards the left-hander of Murray's. Now built the gap to well over 3 seconds. And of course, with these 4 cars squabbling, it's going to be a little bit more by the end of this lap as well. Great job that he did yesterday with Sam Gornall to pull the gap out to almost 10 seconds in the end between the second and third place battle. Maybe looking to do the same on his own today as well. As in towards Ritchie's we go once again. Then just under 3 minutes left on the clock. This is the battle further back. This is the likes of Reece Hurd. We've got also Josh Wilby in there, Harvey Ryby, doing a tremendous job to keep themselves inside the top 10. But now things are starting to change, because the man who now makes the move is the number 33 machine of Jamie Keats, but he's going to be on the wrong line in towards Palmer. We've got a yellow flag possibly on the run down towards Palmer, but can't see any incident that is concerning any of the drivers, as out wide goes Ronnie Smith there briefly. It's going to be side by side for now 4th position. It's going to be inside line for James Black, Jamie Keats on the outside, and who's going to be the last of the late breakers are still side by side through the corner. So fantastic mini action as always. Oh, and the elbows got well and truly out there, didn't they, because James Black was not allowing Jamie Keats to take any of that corner, so he runs very wide. He manages just to keep on the back now of the 53 machine, but all of a sudden you can see now that those 2 cars have lost ground to the 2nd and 3rd place cars, and have been caught very quickly by both Reece Lycett and Alex Solly, who are closer to them now than they are to the cars up the road. And Reece Lycett there just making a slight mistake, runs wide on towards the Bentley straight. That was all kind of unfolding as they turn their way in towards Williams. So Reece Lycett and Alex Solly, that battle continues. We've now got kind of Noah's Ark style 2x2x2, haven't we? A battle for 2nd, a battle for 4th, which is side by side and almost sideways. I think he was there, just manages to catch it, does James Black. So that means that round the outside goes Jamie Keats, and after being pushed wide at Agostini, he says thank you very much, I'll now take that place away and try and get away from you and try and catch back up with these 2 cars ahead, which are fighting over the last 2 places on the podium as it stands, because somewhere out there Harry Higton has almost a 4-second lead as he turns his way there through Murray's for the penultimate time. He'll work his way to the line with just under 60 seconds to go, so we're going to be heading on to the last lap of the race now. And what's going to be happening between Gabe Fairbrother and Ronnie Smith? Are they going to be nose to tail across the line? In fact, they're going to be side by side across the line here. So Ronnie Smith is now going to try and make his move up towards the first corner. Can Ronnie on this last lap try and take away second place from Gabe Fairbrother? They're still going to be side by side into the entrance of Ritchie's, but what's going to happen on the exit? Ronnie's going to try and get the cut back for sure, but I'm sure Gabe Fairbrother will do the defensive move in towards the Wilson hairpin. As always, though, that puts you on a compromised line into and also out of the corner, and all of a sudden the two cars that we had lost, Jamie Keats and James Black, have caught up once again. I wouldn't put it past both Reece Lycett and Alex Solly coming into the mix here to make it a 6-car train for 2 steps on the podium, but as it stands, Gabe Fairbrother has done a tremendous job of holding on to this second place as Reece Lycett and Alex Solly again run side by side through the corner. It's going to be Reece for the inside line. Alex Solly will try and hold on the outside, and there's contact between Ronnie Smith and Gabe Fairbrother as they turn their way in towards Agostini. Ronnie now just starting to get a little bit flummoxed with this car ahead. He can't quite get the job done, and there's damage. The left front, I think, of Ronnie Smith has got some damage, so he slows on the exit of the corner, and what was looking like a tremendous result for the second time this weekend. I think Ronnie Smith has somehow got some damage to that car, unless he just missed a gear on the exit of the corner. All looks pretty good now as he turns his way through Oggies and on towards Williams for the final time. But Ronnie Smith, for the second race in a row, is going to find himself off the podium, unfortunately, after doing a grand job to try and fight his way through on Gabe Fairbrother. That comes to nothing by the time they get towards the end of this lap, because the checker flag is standing by. Harry Hickton turns himself through Brundle and Nelson for the final time. What's that done for second, third and fourth? Well, Gabe Fairbrother is still just about there somehow. He's held on very well in these closing stages. Third place is going to be the 33 machine of Jamie Keats, so he's done well to get back up into a podium position. And then behind them, the man who did finish on the podium yesterday is going to be James Black, but it looks like at this stage he's going to be the man that misses out by just a few tenths of a second as they work their way through Coram down towards Murray's for the final time. Harry Hickton is already through there. He charges his way up the centre straight for the final time as the battle for second place continues, and will continue all the way to the checker flag. But it will be a first win of the year for Harry Hickton in car number 64. He missed out by a small margin yesterday to Sam Gornall, but he picks up the honours today. For second place, it's going to be a drag to the line, and it will just about be the number 33 machine by the looks of it. So Jamie Keats, does he get to the line first? No, it doesn't look like he does actually. Gabe Fairbrother hangs on by 6 thousandths of a second. I think that was all down to where the transponder was placed on that car, because Gabe Fairbrother was, by the looks of it, on our screens behind Jamie Keats. But Fairbrother is classified in second, Jamie Keats gets third, James Black will get fourth, and it looks like it's going to be Ronnie Smith who recovers to fifth position. But what could have been for the rookie driver, because he was on for a fantastic result, but just that slight bit of contact with Gabe in towards Agostini on the last lap dropped him down the order. Don't know what the problem was. The car just kind of turned to one side, and he just didn't really have control of it, unfortunately. But he does make it all the way to the end of the race. So Harry Hickton takes his first win of the year, as we said. He wins in the end by 5.5 seconds, not quite the 8 seconds that they had yesterday over the fight for third place. Second place goes the way of Jamie Keats, then third place the way of Gabe Fairbrother. 3 different teams on the podium as well there: Westbourne Performance Tech Racing and Accelerate Motorsport, which is good to see. James Black just misses out, and he finishes off the podium today in 4th place. 5th place goes the way of Ronnie Smith, who was also our rookie winner as well. 6th place the way of Alex Solly. 7th place went the way of Reece Lycett, and then behind them we had Luca Marinoni Osborne in 8th. 9th place, number 32, was that of Frankie Taylor. 10th place was Josh Wilby, and finished second within the rookie class. Behind them in what's going to be 11th place was the 22 machine of Ashley Gregory. Reese Hurd was in 12th, 13th for Stephen Chandler, and 14th in Callum Easom. And just to round off the other class winners, we had Harry Hickton, who picked up the graduate win, and the director's win went the way, by the looks of it, of the number 63 machine. So that was John Castle, who came from 21st on the grid up inside the top 15 and took the director's class win as well. So that's the second race of the weekend done for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge. We'll have more from them a little bit later on this afternoon. Caterham's to look forward to in just a few minutes, but Ian Waterhouse is back on the parole. He's down there in the Parc Fermé area, and he's now talking to our top 3 after that second race of the weekend.
Oh, I don't know about you. I love these minis. Now, Harry, cracking race there. Second yesterday, first today. Now, you had to fight for that, didn't you? A couple of opening laps, but then when you got in the lead, no looking back from you, was there?
Yeah, we had the plan from the beginning of the race. Just get it through, get our head down, keep our nose clean. And again, like yesterday, the plan was executed pretty much perfectly. And when I got in the lead, there was no looking back.
You said it's been a long time coming, that.
It has, it really has. It's been, I had last one at the end of 2022. So last year, it was a couple wins on the cards, but my luck was just awful last year. So to come here, I know there's been a ton of hard work over the winter. I really can't thank everyone enough. But yeah, it's just been a long time coming and it feels amazing.
It was a bit of a relief. It's not often you get a bit of a gap in these minis, is it? You're sort of looking in your wing mirror and you sort of you don't really see anything behind you. You must have felt. So where is everybody? What's going on?
Yeah, I was surprised, but I was as soon as I got that couple car length gap, there was absolutely no looking back. There was no thinking of what happened behind us. It was just get these qualifying laps in. It's just treat it like testing. That was my thought, and then that's what I did, and it worked.
Go enjoy it, Harry. You've got to do it again later, though, so don't enjoy it too much. We've got to... Also, we're going through photos, so we'll grab Gabe very shortly as well. Actually, according to our results at the end, over the line, it was neck and neck, wasn't it? However, I've got Jamie Keats is in second and Gabe in third. Gabe, my word, I mean, I don't know how you're still breathing after all that. You must need to catch your breath. That was insane, wasn't it?
Race. I mean, we tried our best. That's all I can say. I mean, Hickton, he checked out. I tried my best to keep with him. Pat behind me, toe in, caught me up, and I just had to defend from there. It was so close, it was battling, loads of bumper to bumper racing, but we came third. What more can we complain with the first round?
Yeah, I mean, look, you and Jamie over the line, it was literally neck and neck. At one point, I actually had you at second, then it changed over. So, I mean, that's how tight it was. You've got to do it all again, though, a little bit later.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, because of quali, we messed up a little bit, so we start in like P11, but I'm quite confident that we can come through, so let's bring it on.
Watch this man in race 3 later. Gabe, thank you so much. I wonder if we can grab Jamie as well. Jamie, I'm just going to jump in. We spoke, didn't we, in assembly? I mean, that was sensational, wasn't it? Second in the end as well. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, thrilled, especially with calibre of the driving that Harry's doing, to get second from 7th on the grid. Can't ask for anything else.
I mean, how do you guys... You've got everything going on around you. There's so many cars around you. You don't have a moment to breathe. I bet that 15 minutes feels like it's like 2.
Yeah, it feels like 30 seconds. It's just everything's hectic and you don't get a second to think.
Well, congratulations, Jamie. Second place. You've got to do all again, though, a little bit later. One more race coming up this weekend for the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy. Always going to be an absolute corker, isn't it? We've been treated. We really, really have. A lot more action still to come today, though. Caterham's up next, and then we go into that 50-minute Britcar Trophy race, the first one of the day. So I'm going to hand back to Matt, and we're going to get ready for the next race.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, I did think Jamie Keats was across the line first. They're ahead of Gabe, but the timing screen gave us something different. So nice to get that clarified with our top 3 down there in Parc Ferme. So we were thinking that Caterham 7 UK were going to be back out, but I think they've now decided they're not going to run their restarted race. So we're going to move straight on to the timetable we did initially have, which is for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, which kicks us off the first day of action, our first race of the weekend. And we're going to take you through what is going to be a mammoth grid for this one, because we've got 40 plus cars on that grid, and it's going to be the finishing results of race number 1 which determine how they line up. So it will be number 28 Nick Bryan on pole position. Alongside him will be Ratuj Patki. Then on this second row we'll see the number 26 machine, which is Daniel Neal. He was one of the Academy champions from last year, did really well yesterday to get onto the podium. Alongside him will be number 9, which is going to be Daniel Hope. Then back to row number 3, our highest returning championship contender from last year, number 45 is going to be David Rook, and James Empson finds himself on the outside. The fourth row then sees number 3, which is Toby Ballard. He'll be joined by Brian Wilby. Row 5 headed by Stephen Merritt, and Lionel Tolomarsh lines up on the outside. That completes your top 10. The 6th row will then see Rob Kennelly in his number 14 machine alongside number 24, which is Alistair Davidson. Then on to row number 7, you'll see number 33, which is Zach Lower. He'll be joined by number 77, which is Harvey Lawrence. Then on to the 8th row, we'll see the number 10 machine of Gareth Lucas. Alongside him will be Simon Sabin. And then on to the ninth row of the grid, we will find that of Toby Boys and Craig Story in the number 56 machine. Row 10, to complete the top 20, we're going to have number 93, which is Craig Boyle. Rob Lowe completes that top 20 in car number 44. Then moving back to the 11th row, the row that consists of the second half of the field, effectively, is going to be number 68, Darren Butler. 86 is going to be Scott Graham. Then to the 12th row, we've got number 66, which is Oliver Kibblewhite. Alongside him, number 65 is Solomon Rogers. The 13th row, number 42, is going to see Neil Warnock. He'll be joined by Giles Perry. Row 14 then sees Louise Deesam and Gary Cross on her outside. The 15th row, Andrew Bailey and Benja Headley complete the top 30. And then on to the 16th row of the grid, where we'll find Graham Finlayson with number 12, Oliver Knight, alongside him. The 17th row, number 59, is going to be Ian Summers, joined by number 5, Tony Jenner. The 18th row, number 80, is going to be Mikey Clark with Andy Palmer on his outside. The 19th row is number 4, Luke Waitman and James McCullough in the number 6 machine. The 20th row, number 8, Ben Timmons, and 94, Megan Bruce. And the final place on the grid should be taken by that of number 21, Mike Waitman. We did have an incident yesterday, unfortunately, in the 270R Championship race, as you can see the final place on the grid there taken by Mike Waitman, with an incident between Ben Timmons and Megan Bruce. They are the two cars we find at the back of the grid. We do understand that the number 5 machine of Tony Jenner has withdrawn, but it is very kind of him to give his car to Ben Timmons. What of Megan Bruce, I'm not too sure. Hopefully Chris can clarify.
Yeah, didn't see Megan coming up on that classification, so I'm imagining that they couldn't repair that. It was certainly quite a significant damage to the front of that machine, but what camaraderie in the paddock then for Tony Jenner to give up his car to his his buddy there, Ben Timmons. Ben Timmons got an awful lot ahead of him in that DPR car. They're working all yesterday to put all his setup on it, get it as nice as they can make it towards what he likes and what he's used to. But he has got 40 cars ahead of him in this grid. I know he's been working with Darren Burke, performance driver coach there, to get his mentality in the right place. And I guess it's about how much time can you make up whilst also just managing the whole situation of so many cars. On any other grid, you'd be faced maybe with half this number, but he has got an awful lot of cars in front of him. He's going to be therefore, you can see him there in that sort of dark red maroon coloured car, second to last on our sort of screens as he heads through. But what a journey he's got. So we've definitely got to do a Ben Timmons watch and a check-in as he makes his way up through the field. And like I say, big shout out to Tony Jenner for giving up his car so that Ben Timmons can continue that racing. We look forward to seeing him back out on our grid later in the year.
Yeah, I'm sure Tony Jenner will be cheering on his car and the driver aboard it as well, but very nice for Tony to do that. And of course Ben Timmons, who is the reigning road sport champion, now moves up to this 270R championship. On his way to that championship he took 8 wins, so if anyone can do it then Ben Timmons can definitely do it. But as you said, the task is not going to be easy. With 40 cars, you're going to have to be careful not to make contact. You want to put the car in the right place, you want to hope that you get through, you want to pick up as much of a tow as you can on those straights as well. So he can probably make good progress, but whether he can get to the front, that is going to be definitely a challenge, isn't it?
I think the front guys are carrying so much speed as well that it's going to be tricky. There's likely to be gaps as they go through the field. I think if he can get back to top 10, then he's had a heroic race, right? So I think let's keep an eye on that anyway as we watch him through. There he is in that maroon colour, dark red coloured car as he heads around. But it was Nick Bryant who took that win yesterday ahead of Roger Pack, who just got in front of Dan Neal just over the line. I know Dan Neal was pretty gutted that he'd lost that second place, but Nick Bryant really is turning things on at the beginning of this 270R season 2024, and he finds himself in that pole position for our race, given that he won it yesterday. And David Rook and James Ensign were all involved in that battle at the front before then the safety car sort of shortened our race and shortened our sort of enjoyment of what was building up to be a spectacular spectacle. So looking forward to getting this race underway. Let's see it to the full 20 minutes and let's see what these 270R drivers can do for us.
Yeah, those two that find themselves towards the front, both Nick Bryant and Daniel Hope, last year finished just inside the top 10 of the Road Sport Championship. Nick was 10th and Daniel Hope was 9th, but they found themselves right towards the head of this field for this season, which is great to see. But we've got some really quick pilots coming through. As we said, David Rook, who is one of the highest returning championship contenders from last year, finds himself there on the third row of the grid. And also keep an eye on Toby Ballard, who also goes well in a Caterham in car number 3. So some good people from the front to try and make progress, and also those from the back as well. Ben Timmons, we're used to seeing him at least this year in that kind of purple coloured car, but as we said, with the change of car for this race, he'll be in a red car, which we'll be looking forward to from the back of the field, or the maroon coloured car of Ben Timmons. So work to do from 39th on the grid. The first of those rows that we have in this race have now been formed up on our grids. The last few cars just coming through Murray's now. They'll all find their respective places on that grid, and then they'll be heading off for what's going to be their second of 3 races this weekend, which will be over 20 minutes. So lots to look forward to. Chris, who do you reckon is going to go for it?
Yeah, I think Rog Patke is going to be in a really good position there on that front row. He made good progress through in his pink machine there, you can see on the right of your screen, but Nick Bryant was certainly looking comfortable out front at times in his blue with the fluoro yellow on his roll cage, so you definitely can't discount those two. I think they're certainly going to figure as we go through, but Dan Neal in his blue machinery and then Dan Hope alongside him there on that second row is definitely, you know, they were there or thereabouts the whole race through for the racing that we saw, but at 20 minutes it's going to develop itself a bit more, and David Rook with his experience there, and Ryan Wilby, Toby Ballard, and Tolmarsh as well. Keep an eye out for Tolmarsh coming through. He was deep in the field after qualifying, and he's made his way all the way up into sort of the top 10, so he's going to be a guy on the move. He drives in a black car that's got a gold sort of livery over the top of it, so keep an eye out there.
I think the field has pretty much formed now. It's taken quite a while, as you can expect with 40 cars plus on the grid. The 5-second board has gone up and down. The red lights are on and the race gets underway now here at Snetterton in a very competitive field for this season. It's a good start from Nick Bryant from pole position. Not the best of starts there for Roger Patke. He's going to be under attack from that of Daniel Neal, not by the looks of it, because I think Daniel Neal has found himself a little bit further down in the field as well. They're not the best of starts for car number 26. We've got one off wide as well. That's the number 11 machine, which has gone for a tumble through the first corner and hopefully will rejoin towards the back of the pack.
Yeah, Steve Merritt facing the wrong way. He's going to have to get it all facing back the right way, but it is Bryant that leads over Rod Patke as we see them going 4 wide around this hairpin. Opportunities to make up moves around the outside as we see them all heading around and to make it out, and once we get the other driver facing the right way, we'll be all facing forward with these 40 drivers. So let's keep an eye out then for this deep in the field. I can see Harvey Lawrence there fighting mid-pack as well with Boyle and various others, but it's Brian who still leads as Patke. Then it's got in that third place, that's from Neil, followed by Wilby, you can see in the middle of our screen there, just having battles in the end of the top 10, but Bryant's sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, I thought Daniel made a bad start, but I think he's still there in that third position as it stands, so we'll try and pick up where everyone else finds themselves as they work their way down in towards the right-hander of Oggies. On towards Williams they go very shortly, but you can just see all the way down the back of the field there is lots to look out for, and we're going to try and keep the progress of Ben Timmons in that number 8 machine. There he is, bang smack in the middle of your screen. He's already made up 6 or 7 positions. He's going to get a nice run on towards the right-hander of Williams. He'll pick up a nice toe down there. As we know, it's a tailwind today along the Bentley Straight once again, so by the end of this lap, let's see if we can get him firstly inside the top 30, and let's see how much further progress he can make within this race as Roger Patke goes for the lead of the race. So a lovely move round the outside of Nick Bryant. That now sees him ahead of that second place car. Dan Neal, is that still him there in third position? We'll get confirmation as they come through. I think that might be Toby Ballard's car possibly.
Yeah, I think we have our front row starter, I think he's slipped back slightly, or say second row starter slipped back slightly. Hard in the sunlight to catch the numbers as they're heading around, especially as they changed his livery, but I think it was Toby Ballard, let's say, as we come through. But we'll be able to catch them as they go over the line this time. But what is certain is the pink car of Roger Patke is out in front as they head over the line then to complete lap 1. Who follows him up then is Patke, followed by Bryant, and then we've got Hope, Rook, Ballard, Empson, Wilby, Kennelly, Davidson as they went across that line. As they fan out, as they go into turn 1 once more, Bryant still leading the pack and has managed to do that. Number 3 going through of Ballard, so he's in that 5th place, and it's actually Hope, the car that we misidentified. They've got another car out wide there, can't see in the dust who that was, but they have recovered back, but that's going to cause a bit of confusion. That's Giles straight into the side. We saw it yesterday. We've had another one losing under the braking, and that's Empson, I think, in the number 20 car being taken out by the 2. Again, braking issues into Wilson hairpin.
That's exactly the same accident we saw yesterday, isn't it? So again, the car just out of control, just caught the the grass as they worked their way up towards the Wilson hairpin and went straight into the side, unfortunately, of an unawares James Empson. So he is now out of this race as the pack turns their way through the left-hander of Agostini. We've had the change for the lead once again, so Nick Bryan back ahead of the 29 machine of Rog Patke, and the car that I was getting confused with, in fact, as you said, is Dan Hope in car number 9, and the one that we lost, Dan Neal, has gone all the way down to what's going to be 19th place. So horrendous first lap for Dan Neal for some reason. Things haven't gone his way whatsoever.
Yeah, we didn't catch exactly what that, but he didn't get off the line well, and it's caused himself problems overall. So like Giles Perry, and so we'll see. We've got the green flag obviously showing in the background there after the issue. We did see someone going out onto the gravel and dust, and I said it might cause some confusion. I don't know whether that was a bit further behind that accident, but anyway, let's hope they can clear those 2 cars away tidy. We got 3 wide though in the meantime for our leader. Is still Rog Patke with Hope round the outside. Then we've got another car off. It's that Boyle. It looked like Craig Boyle's kind of colour scheme. That's a weird place to be out. We've got a safety car, and I wonder whether he went out wide to avoid other cars who were checking up because they'd seen the safety car board.
Yeah, a lot of leery moments within this race, but as you expect with a grid 40 plus, it does mean that there's lots going on out there. The other car that was involved, I think the one that caught James Empson, was in fact number 10 Gareth Lucas. So that car has lost possibly the left front. That's sitting down on the left front. Both drivers are out of the car, which is always great to see. So well done to the recovery team and the marshals for getting to the scene quickly and making sure that both drivers are out of that car. But again, a very similar incident to what we saw yesterday between Megan Bruce and Ben Timmons. The medical car there as a precaution, as always, just to check the drivers over. But yeah, it was almost the same. And again, we said yesterday about your braking point. If you just miss it by 1 or 2 metres, that has an aggressive look in towards the next corner. And with a hairpin, you're always heading for the scene of an accident, aren't you? So not good whatsoever. This is a replay of the first lap. So a few problems there for the number 11 machine of Stephen Merritt. So he went for a rotation, found his gear and got back on his way. It does mean that he'll be helped by this safety car to punch back up. That was the move for the lead, to see Rog Patke ahead of Nick Bryan, but Nick Bryan has since taken that back, and then it's changed once again because at the end of this lap Rog Patke is back out front. Is this the incident that we saw for the number 20 machine getting hit quite vigorously there by Gareth Lucas? Again, nothing you can really do. Once you hit that grass, you have no real way of stopping.
No, it's very slick on that grass, and that's what's caused this safety car. I know all the drivers, including the 2 involved, going to be absolutely gutted they couldn't get this race to full distance, but we'll see how long it takes to tidy up today. You see the 2 cars are still waiting to be manoeuvred away from that position, and obviously their first and primary aim is to check that the drivers are okay. Obviously that's a significant contact into the side of Empson's car there, so hopefully all okay, but that is where the focus will be, and then we'll be getting the truck around to get rid of these 2 cars, and then we can get that racing underway. Did see that single lap blast yesterday, so are we going to be seeing maybe more of the same? What it does mean is that it's not giving Timmons any further chance to get higher up, and he's only made it up to 28th so far. I mean, that's good progress, but it's he needs as many laps racing as possible to get through, and at the moment that's not going to be, so disappointing for him as well. And everyone down there looking to see, and everyone up here sort of seeing how far he can get through. But it is currently Patke who led over that line. Hope in that second place, just stealing over the top of Bryant as the safety car was deployed, and Rook still holding on there in that 4th, Ballard in 5th. Ryan will be making better progress than yesterday, up into 6th place, and then Kennelly finds himself 7th, Tolmarsh 8th. He's made 2 places up since he started this race, so again, watch for him, but he's running out of racing laps as we sit here. And then Davidson and Lower, so that's Zach Lower, that's the brother of Charlie Lower, who was the runner-up in the 270 class last year, racing with Freddie Chiddix, so he's looking to see what he can do, and made it into the top 10.
Yeah, so as you said, Chris, we only got the one racing lap at the end of yesterday's safety car for this category. Still waiting for the flatbed to make its way to the cars. You can see the marshals gesticulating what they want. That's a flatbed, effectively, or a lift. And you can see the 2 drivers there, which is absolutely brilliant to see. So it was a big hit for, as we said, the 20 machine, but Gareth Lucas and also that of James Empson are out the car. They are looking good. They're having a quick chat, but I'm sure they're going to be thinking in their head this is going to be quite a hefty repair bill.
Yeah, certainly. You know, we watch on TV, and you know, sometimes we get excited when all the action kicks off and you see bodywork going, and obviously a big contact like that. It's not just the disappointment that we can't have the race, but there is a repair bill to pay at the end. So good to see that neither of them are in headlocks as they came back onto our screen. But yeah, the rest of this field all eagerly anticipating the restart, and it's a sort of similar timescale to yesterday. So will we get that single lap flash before the checkered flag this time through? You can see there's 40 odd cars in this field, and it's a spectacular sight, especially early in the season when all the cars have still got all their kind of matching nose cones and bodywork. As the season goes on, the spares truck only carries black, and therefore they do tend to sort of change shades as the season goes on. But yeah, good to see this 270, and I'm disappointed for all of our drivers out there that they're not going to get to do their full race distance. But you can see 2 flatbeds are up in attendance, and therefore we should be able to manoeuvre them yesterday. And they were very quick to get that track, the flatbed, out of the way as the race was just restarting 3 corners back yesterday. So props to all our marshals, and it's worth saying thank you ever so much to all the marshals out there today. Brought the sun for you, so hopefully it's not too cold. But yeah, on behalf of all the drivers here, thank you to the marshals and everyone who let us learn and race and do what we love to do.
Yeah, there is a gap in the Armco just past the Wilson hairpin where the access road is for these vehicles. So once they are lifted up and put safely and securely onto those flatbeds, they will hopefully get the race back underway. I think the safety car has come a little bit earlier than what we had yesterday, so there's a little bit more time to play with. But as we know, Team and Race Control will, as ever, want to get this race back underway to give all the competitors plenty of time to go green flag racing once again. And Roger Patke, although he'll be happy out front, I'm sure he'll still want to battle with those around to try and take the win convincingly and of his own merit, rather than just being under this safety car. So Roger Patke sits under the safety car as your lead up. Second place at the minute for the number 9 machine of Daniel Hope. Third place then for number 28 is the man who started from pole position, which is Nick Bryan. Fourth place is number 45, so David Rook has come from 5th to 4th so far in this one. Fifth place under this safety car is Toby Ballard, another man who's made up 2 positions since the race got underway. 6th place at the minute is Ryan Wilby, another man who's made up 2 positions as well from when the lights went out at the original start. 7th place for number 14 is Rob Kennelly, so he's come from outside the top 10, now inside the top 10. Just behind him is the number 2 machine of Lionel Tolomarsh, and then 9th and 10th to round out your top 10 is firstly the number 24 machine of Alistair Davidson, and there the number 33 car as well, Zach Lower, who's come from 13th on the grid as well. So that's how the top 10 looks. We are now into the second half of the race under this safety car with 9.5 minutes to go. And Chris, for anyone watching at home thinking this is good racing, this is something I want to get involved in, it's quite cost effective, isn't it? Because where most people start in Caterham's is the Academy, and it's a car that can be adapted to move up the Caterham ladder. Yeah, the Academy aren't with us. They're the only series that aren't with us this weekend. They had their first event last weekend at Kerbera, but it's basically the Academy package is you buy a Caterham car, and with it comes with a full season worth of your racing, including all of your getting your race license, getting on test days, track days, and then going through into a sprint race, which they did last weekend, and then they will have their first ever circuit race for all of the drivers, because you can't enter the Academy if you've ever held a race license or a karting license before. So they will go onto circuit. They're going up to Croft for their first event, and we can't wait to see how they all get on. But as soon as you finish your Academy year, your journey is not over. If you want to, you can either take that car, take it as your road car, and disappear off onto the horizon. But many, in fact most, come into the road sport season. So they strap the new the Toyo AAA R tyres on, and they turn their car from an Academy car into a road sport car. And then beyond the road sport season, things do not stop there either. We have this as the next rung of the ladder, which is the 270R class, the class that you're seeing there. So most of these drivers would have started, say, 2 seasons ago in their Academy. And they take the windscreen off, they add different wide track front suspension and stiffer dampers and springs all around. They give themselves a little bit of a power boost, and that's what we call the Caterham 270R. So this is no longer road legal in racing form, but you can quickly add a number plate and a windscreen back on if you want, and off you go back onto the road. There is Ben Timmons as he goes round. But you can still use your same car that you used through the Academy for one more season beyond this. So all these drivers could look to go up into the 310R Championship next year, and you get the delights of a limited slip rear differential,
plus some extra power to play with, and what is a fantastic a ladder of motorsport. And then if you want to go on beyond that, you can go to the 7 Championship UK class, and it looks like we got a green flag actually. It looks like we're going racing, so let's get back into the racing action.
Yep, Rog Patke, the man who leads them away, he's already lost the lead though to Daniel Hope on the run up towards Richie's corner, so not really quick on his heels there, was he? Was Rog, but Daniel Hope definitely was, so holding back not whatsoever. Still yellow flags briefly in towards the Wilson hairpin, so hopefully they have all seen that. There's a big lock up from some of the drivers just trying to be aware of all of that, so not too sure if the recovery vehicles are still just trying to reverse off the circuit into the Armco barrier, so just making sure, yeah, they're now all clear, which is good. So green flag down towards Palmer, but we have had the change for the lead. Daniel Hope leads Rog Patke, and Nick Bryant still there in 3rd place.
Yep, good restart from him. Rog Patke obviously losing that initial place from Hope, but nevertheless he's I'd say would be satisfied with that restart, given that we've still got plenty of time in this race then, nearly 7 minutes, so that's an awful lot of time to get passes and whatever done in for the tail end of this race. But Nick Bryant, so biggest loser at the front there, so he was sitting pretty out in the lead, just got swamped as we went under safety car procedures, and it's Dan Hope that is now out in front and looking good in his new liveried car with Rog Patke and his sort of adjusted livery there as well. So there's, again, all these drivers sort of taking the opportunity to stamp their personality on their race cars as they come up into this 270R. We call it the coming of age championship, and for rightly too, they do feel like racing drivers at this time. So we see Butler going through, and then the number 26 there was our other near the front, then Dan Neal standing on the 2nd row of the grid. But we've got that battle out front then. Hope coming down the inside, and we've got Patke round the outside then, takes and sweeps his car around that Brundle and Nelson complex to make that manoeuvre up. We've seen that plenty of times this weekend, and I don't think it's going to be the last time either.
Not at all. Yep, David Rook is there as well in that all-red machine. He sits currently in 4th position, and then Toby Ballard and also the 88 car just off the tail there as well, which is Ryan Wilby. Still keeping an eye on the progress from the back of the grid for Ben Timmons. We'll see how further up he can get within this race. Yet to get inside the top 25, but after a good restart, hopefully he'll make his way back through. But a nice leading pack at the minute, 8 or so cars in there as they work their way up towards the line with 5.5 minutes just under left on the clock. Haven't really had a full completed racing lap yet, because the fastest lap up until this point was a 2:33. Now we're into the 2:13s for the race leaders as they work their way in towards the first turn. 2 wide, briefly 3 as they turned in towards Richie's corner, but it's going to be Nick Bryant who takes it back from Daniel Hope. Rog Patke sits there still in 3rd place, and David Rook now trying to hold on ahead of Toby Ballard.
And Timmins did make it into the top 25 as he just crossed that line. In fact, he's just been pushed back, I think, as a transponder comes in. But anyway, he's made several places up from 28th from that restart, so not bad for 1 lap, and he needs to keep that progress going to see whether he can get towards that top 10, and that'll be his starting position then for race 3, which we've got later on. So let's keep all our fingers crossed for him as we watch this lead group, and it is Brian back out front, so he's pushed his car right back to where he wants it. He's got a little bit of a gap now over Hope. Patke's dropped down to 4th place because Rook, and we've got a car off in the background again, 2 cars probably going off 1 wide, so we'll keep an eye on who that is, but they're recovering back to the circuit from by the looks of things. But no, Rook is the man on the move. He might even take 2nd place here as we go to the left king of Hamilton, so it's going to be, indeed it is, in fact no, sorry, Hope did manage to hold on around the outside, but Rook is the man on the move. Patke is the man who's dropping back.
Yeah, thought better of that move through Hamilton. As we said, it's quite tricky to get that done, so he just backed out a bit in through the left-hander, but will be in a good position, will David Rook, as he works his way again on towards the Bentley Straight on this occasion. The way they cross the line as well is going to give us this lap and 2 more by the looks of it, so we've got plenty of time for Ben Timmons to make up positions in this race a little bit further. 25th, as Chris said, at the end of that previous lap, and now he's working his way through nicely on the number 65 machine, so he should be inside the top 20 by the time we complete this 6th lap of the race. So making good progress is Ben Timmons, as still out front for now is Nick Bryant with Dan Hope and Rog Patke your top 3. David Rook still just about defending from Toby Ballard, but all of a sudden we've now got 10 cars for the lead once again, so brilliant stuff. 1 out wide there, that's the 11th place car, possibly of number 50, so Toby Boys bounces across the grass, I think that may possibly be, who rejoins the circuit now and works his way through. In fact, it possibly was Harvey Lawrence, but we'll get confirmation on this time round.
Yeah, Harvey Lawrence still not where he wants to be. He's down midfield and maybe even lower after, if that was him disappearing off the circuit, but it is still Bryant heading over the line this time through. Hope and Patke were going side by side. In fact, you can see them coming up towards the camera now with Bryant down the inside, Rook around the outside, but can't make that stick, and behind them we've got Ballard, and then Ryan will be making good progress. I think he started sort of 10th place on the grid, so he's making some good progress. There's Butler as he heads in his battle and in sort of towards the 15th position with Harvey Lawrence, or it was the last time through. Harvey Lawrence crossed the line in 14th, so still about where he was before. So I think it might have been some other driver who did go off wide. Will be round the outside. Was that of Rook as he made that position up? Things changing really quickly. Yeah, in fact, Rook's dropped all the way back. So what happened to him as he went round the Wilson hairpin that time?
Yeah, there's so many in this lead pack. It's just hard to keep up with what's happening, isn't it? But Roger Packy now trying to make a move down the inside for second place, but not quite on the inside on this occasion, as David Rook does get hung out to dry on the outside on the exit of the corner, and again he'll be on the probably not the prime position in towards the left-hander of Hamilton there. So starting to lose positions is David Rook. Just to confirm, it was actually Simon Sabin who ran wide at Caterham. He's the one who dropped quite a few places at the end of that previous lap. So Simon Sabin in car number 70, now down in 19th position, but he's just up the road from Ben Timmons, who in fact only made one further position on that previous lap, so he's now up into 24th place. But a great lead battle as it stands. We've got the top 10 by the looks of it crossing the line that time through, separated by just under 3 seconds.
Yeah, and that man Tolmarsh in 7th place and looking like he's now in a position where he can start making positions. You can see him a bit back in the background in the black and gold car as Nick Bryant and Hope take those positions in first, second, and Roger Packy still in that 3rd place. Still it's Ballard in that 4th place, and then yeah, not too far back is that Tolmarsh car, and I was expecting it to make moves forwards, but the gaps at the front meant that he couldn't in the first half of this race, but he's certainly looking involved. Now we got one car, that's Bryant, just something happened. He just went out wide round Caterham. You'd never go out there unless he had an issue, but that's no, he's got a car problem. That's what a shame for Brian that he's having to pull off onto the outside of Caterham. What a shame for him. He was doing so well after winning yesterday, and he will look to anyway. We've got 1 minute of this race to go. The drivers will forget quickly that he's there as we got side by side Roger Packy taking that lead over Hope as we go into then what will be the final lap.
Yep, so we're going to be up towards the first corner with Roger Packy trying to make a move. Also David Rook trying to get himself back into the mix onto the podium as he goes for the outside line. All you need to do now is take the car numbers of these top 10, chuck them in the air, pick one, and hopefully they will win for you. But that's how it's going to be as they come through the final corner in around about 2 minutes time. So Nick Bryant unfortunately has been lost. Yesterday's winner, after that possible mechanical problem through Caterham, he's pulled off the circuit and will bring himself to a DNF for this second race of the weekend. But who can it be to take the honours? So we're going to have 2 different winners from the 2 races we've had so far. And out front, Toby Ballard is the man defending, because Roger Packy is on the attack as they work their way down towards Agostini. Rook is through on Daniel Hope as well. That gets him onto the podium briefly. Whether that will last at the end of the lap, we'll have to wait and see. And Toby Ballard's run wide in the race lead, so Roger Packy's going to try and get back through. But maybe he won't. He might want to just sit there for the time being, because as we know in Caterham, you don't really want to be leading the last lap.
As we spoke about and saw several times yesterday, the man coming in second place as they went through the last corner was the person who crossed the line in first place. Rog will be well aware of that, given that he took the second place just over the line, and Ballard will be hoping against anything that he can hold on. It does depend if you get all your gear changes and everything right, but with this headwind that's down the start-finish straight today, we are going to see more changes. Currently, Ballard leads the way then. Roger Packy goes to the outside. Is he looking to get past? He's squeezing him to the inside. He is already through, so he is taking the lead of this race. We said yesterday the gamble that Hugo Bush took in the 310R race. Is this the right move for Packy? Well, they're going to have to find out in the sort of latter couple of quarters of this race then. Ballard in second place, maybe in the best seat of the house, and then we've got a Rook and Hope behind. In fact, Rook's dropped back because Wilby's there.
Yeah, top 2 yesterday covered by 0.8 of a second. I think it's going to be a little bit closer this time round as they work their way down towards the final corner. It's going to be Roger Packy who leads them through, but can he hold it all the way towards the checker flag? It looks good, the gap is there, and believe it or not, last time we were here at Snetterton last year in race number 2 for the 270Rs, it was Roger Packy who took the win. He's going to take the victory in race number 2 as well. Deja vu for Rog, who comes through as your winner. Toby Ballard finishes in second. Daniel Hope comes through in third place. Fourth place goes the way of Wilby, just because he was being targeted all the way to the line by David Rook, and then behind that we had just thousandths of a second covering 6th and 7th place as Lionel Tolmarsh got through ahead of the number 33 machine, which came through in the hands of Zach Lower. So a fantastic 4 battle out front. This time though, Chris, the gap between the top 2 was half what it was yesterday, just under 4/10.
Very comfortable out front there. So, yeah. However, I just saw Rook as he went across the line. He actually clipped the rear end of I guess it was Wilby's car there, so there was contact as they went across the line. Looked really a bit dodgy as they went over there, but nevertheless they all end up facing in the right direction, and the rest of this humongous field pushed themselves through and crossed that line, and here's then confirmation of the race result.
So Rush Patke, again, second race winner in terms of the races here at Snetterton. He took one win last year, that was here at Snetterton. He's done it again in that second race. He wins by just under 0.4 of a second from Toby Ballard. Third place on the podium goes the way of Daniel Hope. That will be his first podium after missing out just slightly yesterday of the year. Fourth place then to Ryan Wilby, with David Rook after that slight contact up towards the line. Lionel Tullemarsh finishes in 6th place. Zach Lower goes for 7th. Rob Kennelly, Alistair Davidson and Craig Boyle round out your top 10, and then Craig Story, Harvey Lawrence, followed by that of Toby Boys and Darren Butler down in 14th place. Quickest lap of the race went the way of Ben Timmons, no surprise after picking up the pace, but considering he's in a different car, he still does the quickest lap of a 2:11.356. So tremendous work there from Ben Timmons, and that will be, I believe, a new lap record here at Snetterton. Yeah, beats Stephen Lyle from 3 years ago. So well done to Ben. We love a story across the course of a weekend, and if Ben Timmons can get himself back to the top 10 or possibly a podium in the final race of the weekend, that would be absolutely fantastic, and we'll find out how that all unfolds in the third and final race of the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship later on today. For now though, I think we are ready to go down to Parc Fermé, because Sam is standing by and she's going to have a word as ever with our top 3 race winners, or top 3 podium finishers after that second race of the weekend.
There we go. What a great race. Shame for Nick Bryan. I don't know what happened on that last lap, but yes, great race for these guys. I know Rog Patke is absolutely over the moon, so I'm going to go and grab a word with him very quickly. Has he got something particular to say? Rog, congratulations on the win. That's fantastic. Had you positioned yourself correctly on that last lap? Because obviously you were behind, weren't you? But you don't necessarily want to be in front on the last lap.
To be honest, after the safety car, the order was shuffling so much behind, and there were so many new kind of cars that I was seeing coming through. It's one of those. It's a little bit of luck of the draw, and it's a little bit of trying to position yourself well. With the tow, sometimes a car gets past, sometimes 3 get past, so it really depends. But I think a bit of luck, bit of skill, more skill hopefully. Yeah, it's fantastic to be on the top step again. It's really good.
Have you got something you have to say on camera then?
No.
Are they winding you up?
My team are winding me up. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, well done. Congratulations.
Thanks,
right, where's there's Dan. Let me there you go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was fantastic. Almost the win, wasn't it?
Yeah, you'd have thought he'd have, as my teammate, he would have just let me have my first win, but no, it was good. Really good race, though.
Yeah, so you look like you enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
And let's go and speak to Dan Hope, just down here. Dan, can we have a quick word? And we got Matt Larby as well. Dan, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
What a fantastic race.
Amazing race, really good. Unfortunate safety car again. It's not nice to see, but yeah, really enjoyed it. Had a good fight with Roger, and then Toby came up. From me, it was like from nowhere. But it was really good. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was a great battle, wasn't it?
Really good battle. Yeah, Roger's a great driver, and there was some other boys playing around as well. Nick, obviously, and yeah. Just a bit flustered, to be honest. It was quite intense.
Now you can digest everything.
Get it all in, and it was good. Led the race for a little while, and it was quite a long headwind, so it was quite difficult to sort of make the passes where you needed to. But it was good. It was a great race. Excellent. Really enjoyed it.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, we'll hand back to the guys in the comments box for the next race.
Thanks, Sam. Yep, and it's going to be more Caterhams once again. So if you're a driver within 270R, you do a couple of seasons and want to progress up the order, this is where you head next normally, the Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship. And we've got another good grid of cars lining up, ready to go for the second race of the weekend. 20 minutes is going to be, once again, 3 races across the course of a weekend for the Caterhams, apart from the road sports, who just have the 2 at most meetings. So the grid then lines up once again with finishing results from yesterday's first race. So we'll see Hugo Bush start from pole position, alongside him Harry Cook in the number 9 machine. The second row then sees that of number 11, which is Taylor O'Flanagan. He'll be joined by yesterday's quickest in terms of a fastest lap, Ben Lopez Appleton. The third row, the man who started on the front row yesterday, that's going to be Philip Bianchi. He'll be joined by Lars Hoffman, who returns once again for more Caterham action this year. Fourth row of the grid will then see Tom Willis. He lines up in the 81 machine with number 2 Mark Jones alongside. The fifth row is then going to see David Yates with Duncan Mallet alongside. Further back on row number 6 we'll see number 28, which is going to be Ryan Lovett. He'll be joined by Harry Eyre in the number 55 machine. The 7th row then sees number 66, which is Freddie Chiddicks. He moves up as well after being crowned last year's 270R champion. He was kind of chucked into the deep end yesterday, but still 13th place is a solid result on his first outing in the 310s. Alongside him, Graham McDonald in car number 19. Row 8 then sees Jeff Price, joined by Steve Metcalf. The 9th row is going to be Rob Bullen with Chris Welsh alongside. The 10th row, William Wood and Stephen Lancaster. And the final place on the grid should be taken by that of number 17, which is going to be Alex Vincent, as the cars now head off onto the formation lap, ready for, as we said, a 20-minute race. So again, Chris, good racing yesterday. It was really nothing to choose between the top two. Hugo Bush just getting the advantage over Harry Cook by the time they got to the checker flag.
Yeah, he played it very calm, very cool, the coolest man in the house, and he placed his bet that the second place was where he wanted to be coming out the last corner, and it absolutely was. So he did that to perfection with 38 thousandths of a second comfortable lead over there. But Hugo Bush, the DPR man, ahead of Harry Cook there. He's from the Williams team, and then we've got Taylor O'Flanagan, who runs mostly self-supported, but he's with LFP as well. So 3 different teams all up at the front there as well. So it's great to see the different teams that we've got up and down the paddock here supporting these Caterham Motorsport events. As we see this 310R, like you say, the 4th season of your Caterham Motorsport career, or it could be further on if you've hung around in the 270 class before. And we do see plenty of top quality drivers up here, so they've all proved themselves, and Hugo Bush has been around now for a few years in this class, and he's looking to see whether he can string it all together. Jack Sales was our winner last year, but he's moved on to other things, may come back and do some guesting later in the year, but he's busy getting married and things like that, so it's what his job is this year. And then Harry Cook doing some great performance yesterday, leading for so much of it and fighting with Hugo Bush alongside Taylor O'Flanagan, and Ben Lopez-Appleton coming through with Philip Bianchi hanging around there. Lars Hoffman dropping away just a bit at the end, and he'll be disappointed to finish in that 6th place. Tom Willis never quite made it back through, and he's going to be looking forward to this race because the gap that was in front of him yesterday has now disappeared, and he can go fighting on with Mark Jones, David Yates, Duncan Mallet, who had a fantastic battle through the mid part of that race. But we have got 20 minutes then for the Motul Caterham 7th 310R Championship, the second of 3 races for them this weekend. They get their tyres up to speed. You can hear them scrubbing across the tarmac there as they head onto the Bentley Straight on their green flag lap. But another exciting proposition in order for the next bit of Caterham action today.
Yeah, most of the drivers on the field, as you said, are returning this year to this championship. I think in yesterday's race, the top 10, only 2 of them were kind of new to the championship this year. I think Mark Jones and Duncan Mallet inside the top 10, only ones that joined the championship this season. The rest of them had been here last year at some point. So we've got a strong contingent towards the head of the order. And again, we're going to be looking towards all of those actually on the first few roads with Hugo Bush and Harry Cook. Both of those finished with inside the top 5 of the championship last year. Taylor O'Flanagan was the man who was runner-up to Jack Sales, who has now moved on to other things, but Taylor O'Flanagan getting a good podium yesterday just ahead of Ben Lopez-Appleton, and that was a good fight as well for 3rd place, although they were a couple of seconds back from the leaders. They were only separated by a couple of tenths by the time they got to the flag as well.
Yeah, and that 2-second gap only kind of appeared late on. They were fully ensconced in that battle for the majority of that opening race. But yeah, can Hugo Bush do it again then? Will Harry Cook get the better of him this time through? Can Taylor O'Flanagan move those couple of places that he desperately wants? Can Ben Lopez-Appleton continue the progress that he made yesterday? And can Lars Hoffman recover those positions? All these are going to get answered in the coming up to 20 minutes of racing action. It was a fantastic race yesterday, and I'm looking forward to more of the same. You can see them all trying to get back to their grid spots. It's not often easy to exactly find where you need to get back to. But they are lining up now. You can see Hugo Bush then in the grey and orange machine on the left of your screen. Sort of black and gold, great new livery that Harry Cook's got on his machine. The yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan. And then it's the kind of grey machinery of Ben Lopez-Appleton on the right there, as the rest of the field line up. Bianchi in the Matt Blythe Motorsport colours, and then we've got the Motul sponsored to match the series sponsor there of Lars Hoffman. But a smaller field for the 310R, so it's going to be quicker to get them off this line, but the quality is no less, and I'm looking forward to this one.
Certainly are. Yet the sun still shines here at Snetterton. Still breezy. A few clouds now starting to overhang the circuit as well, but almost perfect conditions for the drivers as they look towards the lighting gantry, which very shortly will go red because the 5-second board has been held up for the drivers to get themselves ready and poised to head off towards the first corner. Red lights come on now, and who can make the best of the starts from the front row, or can it be further back? We wait and see as the lights go out. It's a good start by both of the front row men, but a good start from Taylor O'Flanagan from the second row, but can he find a gap to get his way through? It's going to be Hugo Bush who's pushed towards the first corner in the lead of the race. Harry Cook's got to be on the outside line and will possibly lose the position in that black and gold car. Nope, he's going to try and hang on as best as he possibly can, and they might actually be 3 wide by the time they get down towards the Wilson hairpin on this opening lap. There's a bollard that's gone missing as well at the first corner, and round the outside Taylor O'Flanagan still trying to get second place away from our pole sitter Hugo Bush, but it's going to be Harry Cook who leads the way down towards the left-hander of Palmer for the first time of asking, but nothing to choose between these leaders, and Taylor O'Flanagan just finally get himself past Hugo Bush in towards Palmer.
Yeah, it looks like they're still side by side though. It doesn't look like this is over, but he will have the inside line. A little bit of a tyre rub there. Maybe Jeff Price at the back of that field. It's 3 wide as we go in. Someone's locked up their tyres. Who's that? Is that Bianchi dropping back now? I think it's another car, so we'll keep an eye on that. In fact, that was Graham McDonald in the blue and white machinery there. The sunlight just makes it hard to see, but it is Cook in that lead then over the top of Hugo Bush. He's finished his squabble with Taylor O'Flanagan, and he's come out actually on top of that. Lars Hoffman making up a couple of places. Ben Lopez-Appleton and Bianchi losing out. Tom Willis still about where he started. So a bit of a shuffle at the front there, but it is still the 2 out front that we saw yesterday who've resumed their battle. And we also just quickly caught a bit of Freddie Chiddicks. Remember, he won the 270R championship in a fantastic battle. He was a bit further back in this grid than he would like to be. Started 13th, and I think he's still just about where he started this race.
So the weaving starts, so that means they're all trying to break the toe from the competitors behind, and although that Taylor O'Flanagan was looking for second place in the early stage of this race, he's now under pressure from that 4th place car as Taylor O'Flanagan runs wide, so he just gets back on track in time at the bomb hole as they turn their way through the right-hander, and Lars Alexander Hoffman cannot find his way through, but he's putting plenty of pressure on the rear of that yellow car at the minute as they turn their way through Coram for the first time of asking. Ben Lopez-Appleton is there or thereabouts as well in that grey machine, sits in 5th position, and we've got the rest of the field now all starting to back up behind the final step on the podium at the minute. But Harry Cook out front doing a grand job just to try and pull the gap over Hugo Bush, but you can be assured that Hugo will get back on the case of Harry before too much longer. He picks up a nice toe down the centre straight, and the gap is going to be almost nothing by the time they hit Ritchie's for the second time of asking.
Yeah, that headwind that we talked about yesterday is still there as we see Hoffman therefore demoting O'Flanagan. We're going to see swapping into turn 1 every single lap as their cars just get that benefit of that toe. One of the cars out there, I think that's Duncan Mallet, well out wide there, sort of on the grass. We saw that once yesterday from him as well. It's not a comfortable place to be. You can see the experience of these drivers as they go through that Wilson hairpin, knowing they can hang on round the outside and tuck to the inside. Tom Willis just chopping the nose of Graham McDonald. Graham McDonald looking like he's making progress. Bianchi round the outside then of Ben Lopez-Appleton, who continues to slip slightly back down the field in the early part of this race, but out front it is still those 2, and they are going wheelbarrow racing 2 by 2. We've got out front, we've got Cook and Bush, and then we've got Hoffman and Taylor O'Flanagan, but it's not too far back here to Bianchi and Ben Lopez-Appleton.
Yeah, Lopez-Appleton trying to get to the inside of Bianchi, which he should be able to do, but we know it's quite brave to go through on the inside of Hamilton, but Ben Lopez-Appleton has just backed out of that one, so allows Philip Bianchi to stay ahead for the time being. Quite interesting to see as well, Chris, that now they've had their first race ticked off of the weekend, they're getting a little bit more confident. The cars are running a little bit more wide, using a bit more of the track as well, so trying to do the track limits as best as they possibly can without losing time by running on the grass.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're all getting used to the new Toyo AAAR tyres. There's a bit of dust in the background you saw around Hamilton there, and so yeah, that's something else. They don't really know how that was going to act and react over the course of a race when you really are calling on them to do everything for you, get the car stopped, accelerate, turn, and around Coram all of that and the braking into the next corner as well. So it really is hard on these tyres, and it's learning the characteristics and how they hang on for that full 20 minutes. But Bianchi and Taylor O'Flanagan finding themselves dropping back down. Still Hoffman breaking clear of them now in that 3rd place. He's going to be seeing what he can do, but his setup yesterday looked like it did sort of slightly go off as the race went on. But Tom Willis is still in that battle, and we see him regularly at the front of fields in Caterham Motorsport. He's been there for many years, and we'll see what he can do in his aluminium colour car.
Yeah, top 10 haven't separated too much, which is good to see, as it looks like there's going to be a change for the lead here before too much longer, because Hugo Bush, who had got back in front briefly, now sees Harry Cook to the head of the field once more. So no real surprise there to see these two battling, but they may not be battling, they may actually be working together to build this gap as we saw in previous Caterham races. So they're not losing time, because if you just back off, you let the car go past and you can get into that toe very quickly as well. So off they go now in towards the right-hander of the Wilson hairpin, and we'll see now if there's going to be any change between the top two, and we can see what they can do as they work their way down to the end of that lap. We've got Hugo Bush, who was leading. Harry Cook, of course, went back up in towards Ritchie's. Third place was Lars Hoffmann, ahead of Philip Bianchi and Tom Willis. Ben Lopez Appleton came through in 6th place. 7th place was then the number 19 machine of Graham McDonald, and then it was rounded down by the 8th place machine, number 15, which sat there just doing a good job actually from further down in the field. David Yates making good progress. 9th place was the number 2 machine, which was Mark Jones, and to round out your top 10 it was then the number 4 car across the line of Duncan Mallett. So that's how things looked as they worked their way through, and as they work their way now on this third lap of the race. Let's see again if anything can change amongst our front runners. The quickest lap of the race, by the way, has gone the way of Lars Hoffmann, a 2:08.609. So we're getting closer to the fastest lap of the race, which still hangs in the balance because it has not been beaten by Taylor O'Flanagan, which was set back last year, 2:07.097. So that was the quickest lap set by him, and as I say, it wasn't beaten yesterday and wasn't beaten today so far either. But they're all charging on hard. We are just trying to sort things out in the commentary box at the minute. We have lost our pictures, so we are unawares of what is going on, unfortunately, but we'll endeavour that they are changing positions, and hopefully nothing too major is going on for the time being. But great race we were having between Hugo Bush and Harry Cook as they work their way towards the completion of another lap very shortly. We'll see if we can pick up the tracking of the drivers as they work their way through now across the line. Actually, there they go. So a change for the lead once more, because it's going to be on the outside Harry Cook to go back ahead of Hugo Bush, and there's not much to choose between them once again as they work their way in towards Ritchie's corner. It's Cook now ahead of Bush. Hoffmann and Bianchi has stayed in 3rd and 4th place, and then for 5th position Lopez Appleton with Graham McDonald, and Tom Willis was the man who lost positions on that lap. Actually, he's gone from 5th down to 7th place.
Yeah, we obviously can't see what's happened. I think maybe you're seeing the pictures that we're not at the moment, but anyway, yes, Cook coming across the line ahead of Bush, then Hoffmann in that 3rd, Bianchi and Lopez Appleton. As pictures do come back in our commentary box, so we can see what's happening out there, and we rejoin it as Hugo Bush is now back in the lead, but Hoffmann was the man on the move, and you can see that he has completed his job, which was to come across that gap. He's going to the outside then as they head into Agostini, or outside around Cook's machinery, but that doesn't often work out. Cook might well manoeuvre him onto that curb, and in fact they sort each other out before that, and it's still that Bianchi car then who's come across the gap with Hoffmann, so he's done well to manoeuvre himself back through after losing positions with Hoffmann early on, and it is Lopez Appleton and Graham McDonald getting involved as well, and you can see that the field is still there or thereabouts with 12 minutes of this race still to go, over half May still to go, and as the cars make their way then onto the Bentley Straight.
Certainly do, yep. It was a championship last year actually, which was evenly spread in terms of the wins. I think Jack Sales, Taylor O'Flanagan, Lars Hoffmann, and also Dominic Mansberger, who's not back this year, all had a few wins amongst them. So it was a very even championship all the way through. Down in towards Brundle and Nelson now we have our top 4, because the one that's joined them once again now is the 92 machine. So Philip Bianchi, who had a bit of a slow day yesterday, is now back with our lead in pack, and it is a quartet for the lead, because off the back has gone Ben Lopez Appleton, Graham McDonald and Tom Willis. Now that they've been squabbling, have found themselves down in 5th, 6th and 7th place, but more or less 2 seconds back from the 4 out front. But this is hotting up nicely. We've still got over half the race to go, 11.5 minutes on the clock.
And Chiddick's in the 66 car then, still not quite where he wants to be and not making progress, so he's not clicked yet with this 270R machine. We'll see how he gets on, but over the line this time through then Cook. In fact, it was Bush over Cook as they went through this time through. Hoffmann, Bianchi, Lopez Appleton, Willis, Yates is your top 7. McDonald, Mallett and Jones make up the top 10. You can see the cars are going by just as quick as you like, but it is that front quartet who have broken clear, and they will be seeing in their rearview mirror that they are pulling a gap over Tom Willis and Ben Lopez Appleton, who are trying to chase them down. Cook going down the inside of Hugo Bush, they're making a sort of just standard overtake manoeuvre down around there as a kind of a normal one, and again I think Hugo Bush maybe have just facilitated that, knowing that really they just want to be getting off down the road and securing their podium positions and good championship scores early in their season.
but it is the driver at the back who is doing the quickest of the laps so far. So Philip Bianchi, that time through, a 2:08.162. So he is now the quickest man in this leading quartet as they turn their way through. The left-hander of Agostini once again. Just keep an eye on what's happening for 5th place, because that gap actually might be coming down just briefly through the first sector. It definitely has, and on that previous lap they were actually quicker than most of the leaders. So Ben Lopez Appleton is leading a nice train here in 5th position. We might have 10 or so cars back for the lead of the race by the time we get into the second half of this second race of the weekend. But for now, it is just the top 4 as Ben Lopez Appleton leads the rest of the pack onto the back straight. Still Tom Willis in there with David Yates. We've got Graham McDonald, and we've got some smoke in the background as well there. So hopefully that's nothing too much to worry about. And we've got a little bit of a nose cone damage there as well.
Yeah, that's going to be an air brake in the air there for what I think was probably Harry Eyre, yes, in that British Racing green coloured car. So that's not going to be ideal as he heads on down the Bentley Straight. But as you can see, Tom Willis and Graham McDonald, there's David Yates having a fierce battle. They had a battle with Duncan Mallet in his machinery there, sort of following on behind. But they had a race-long battle yesterday. It looks like that's going to continue today as this lead quartet then head in with the chasing pack of 2 who do look like they are closing in. So as they keep shuffling at the front, it does look like those following 2 will get there. And then can that following quartet all close together by the end of this race as we fan out over the start-finish line? It's Cook's turn to lead as they go over the line this time with Bush, Hoffman, Bianchi, Willis.
Yeah, I was just going to say as well, Tom Willis was back ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton, and that was confirmed across the line. But has now Ben got back through in towards Richie's? Yes, he has. So Ben back into 5th place. There's going to be a change for the lead here possibly as well, because who's going to come through in the lead? Well, Harry Cook slightly wide, but that might just leave the door open for Lars Hoffman, who briefly thinks about drawing alongside and taking the place away. And all of a sudden, Hugo Bush has dropped to the tail of this one as they work their way through Parma side by side. Philip Bianchi is on the outside. This is a really good run for him actually. After the disappointment of yesterday where he finished down in 5th position, he is now looking to get himself on the podium and possibly challenge the top 2 once again.
Yeah, he was front row starter I think, wasn't he? So he started from the front, dropped back to that 5th place by the end of the race, but has firmly put himself up there. Hugo Bush was the big loser there, wasn't he? Coming across the line in 2nd, but now ending up in that 4th place as we watch those chasing groups try and get back on terms. It is Cook though who has taken that lead again. How long can he hold it on for, especially with a progressing Hoffman there in that red machinery? He is moving up through this pack. He sort of cleanly chased across the gap that was in front of him, and now he is pushed forward. So whatever his setup issue was yesterday that sort of caused him to go back, he's maybe made a correction on that and now finds himself towards the front of that group. Can he lead as we head into what will be coming on to their 6th lap?
Yeah, the gap between 4th and 5th, by the way, did come down by a second last time through. So really good charge is being done by both Tom Willis and Ben Lopez Appleton, and you can just about see they are almost now with the lead 4 once again. So it's going to be 6 for the lead at the completion of this lap, which is lap number 6. And can we get any more into the equation as well? Graham McDonald, who's a returning man from last year's championship, sits there in 7th position as it runs, and David Yates inside the top 8 as well. But out front, we thought they were trying to work together. They've now been battling a little bit too hard because Tom Willis and that of Ben Lopez Appleton are well and truly there. So 6 for the lead, but I wouldn't count the next 4, Chris, being able to catch before the end as well.
No, absolutely, and I think it's Hoffman who is in the lead as they cross the line, but I don't think he's going to hold on to it as they fan 4 wide over the line this time. Bianchi looks like he's going to take his turn at the front. Cook down the inside though. They're going to have a disagreement on who is going to be there. It looks like they're going to go Hoffman shoving his car down the inside, clipping the dust as he did it, but he was down the inside of Hugo Bush, so he held on. Willis now firmly ensconced in that battle, so he has caught across that gap, as you say, and now he is involved. You can see the aluminium car now down the inside of Hugo Bush's car. It's just sliding around there in the grey and orange there. His car sort of sliding away. Tom Willis has lost his rear right mudguard, but that's a kind of standard thing, won't cause him any issues at all as he heads around. He didn't get past Hugo Bush that time, but they are firmly back in that battle with Duncan Mallet looking like he wants to bring Graham McDonald across that line. David Yates not too far back either.
Yeah, just trying to work out who had wins last year. Well, Hugo Cook had a win, Lars Hoffman had wins, Philip Bianchi didn't have a win, so this could be his first one of the year and one for quite a while. Hugo Bush did win, Tom Willis did take 1 win at Thruxton, Ben Lopez Appleton didn't. So there's a couple there who haven't had a win for a couple of seasons, if not ever before, in this championship of 310R. So they are all vying for the top spot in this one. It is now 6, as we said, for the lead with just under 6 minutes to go. The next 3 now that it is aren't quite there yet, and that train is being led by the number 4 machine of Duncan Mallet. So we'll keep an eye, as we said, on them and what they can do, but currently just over a second adrift as they work their way onto the Bentley straight, but they'll be picking up a nice tow from all those cars ahead, as into the lead goes Philip Bianchi once again, Harry Cook second, and Lars Hoffman back down to third.
Yep, it's all changed every single time we come both sides of the circuit, and they often reverse it again by the time they get back, but it's Ben Lopez Appleton now slipping behind Tom Willis once more, as this lead now sextet chased down by Duncan Mallet and David Yates. There's Freddie Chiddick's there in the boss car there. He's come across that gap very quickly to the rear of Graham McDonald's car, so he was looking like he was in the mire of just another sort of waiting and for the next race really, but actually he came across that gap super quick, so something's clicked in that car as they head over then to complete their 6th lap, going into their 7th lap, as Cook then heads up the field. Bianchi looking to see whether he can go, but he's got nowhere to go because Hoffman's going to go around the outside of him. Hugo Bush looking to see whether he can pick up the pieces from these two going side by side. He's going to see whether down the inside's going to work for him. They're going to get squeezed. He's going to go switch to the outside. The outside line can work if you can brake late, and he's done that. Can he hold on around the outside? No, he's just a few metres too late on the brake, so it didn't work out for him overall. And Tom Willis is then now side by side with Ben Lopez Appleton. Ben Lopez Appleton absolutely chopped across him then, said absolutely no way you're coming through here, and he had to get out of the accelerator.
Yeah, Hugo Bush just getting hung out to dry on a few of the corners now, so he's just languishing down in 4th place, so he might just be a little bit worried that he's not able to get through in these scenarios. And with time ticking away, just 4 minutes left on the clock, he's going to have this one and 2 more to go before we get the checkered flag, so he won't be too worried just yet, but not being able to get through might just put him a little bit down on his merits at the minute. But he's there on the back of Lars Hoffman. Philip Bianchi still second, Harry Cook still leads the way. Tom Willis and Ben Lopez Appleton, now that they have actually caught, they haven't been able to make any moves since then either, so 5 and 6 are ones to watch. Still keep an eye on the battle further back as well for 7th place, which is Duncan Mallet. And as you said, Freddie Chiddick's kind of the first race in this championship yesterday. He's now got used to everything. He's picked up the tricks of the trade, and nice to see him progressing well inside the top 10.
He often doesn't get to do much testing ahead of qualifying. Normally qualifying is his first session of the weekend, so maybe that's also something. He's just learning this new car and learning how the limited slip differential that they get this year and the extra power can be used. But he's Duncan Mallet there, you can see, with David Yates. Duncan Mallet owned Academy a couple of years back. He's taken the kind of couple of steps on and moved up into this championship. David Yates has been racing since 2013 since I started as well, so he started alongside me. Graham McDonald just a few years later, the ex-CEO of Caterham Cars, still absolutely loves this product and therefore still sticks around in this field, and he loves his racing more than most. But as we come up then, starting with crossing the line sort of 2:44, I think we're still going to get a couple more laps out of this race as they're sort of jinking side by side. Harry Cook losing out therefore to Hoffman this time through as they come up 4 clumped in together. Bianchi around the outside. Can Hugo Bush come down the inside? He's trying hard to hold on, using a bit of the dust as well to help him along the way. He's going to have the inside for Wilson then this time through. That front group of 4 may become 5 as Ben Lopez Appleton looks to rejoin the fray.
We haven't broken the lap record for this class just yet, but I can tell you that Freddie Chiddick's in 10th place has just gone and set the quickest lap of this race, so he's definitely one to watch in the closing stages. Not probably for the lead battle, but definitely to get himself to the head of his battle, which would be for 7th place. So Freddie has done a 2:08.107. He's the car towards the back of that second train, the black and red machine, just working his way in towards the picture now, as we're going to have a change and possibly a problem for Philip Bianchi, who runs wide through Agostini. He was again another man hung out to dry, and once he got out there couldn't quite get back in, so he comes back into the fray. He drops down to 5th place, just ahead of, by the looks of it, Ben Lopez Appleton. So it means that Tom Willis has gone through. Up to 3rd place has gone Hugo Bush, 2nd place is Harry Cook, and it's Lars Hoffman who takes over the lead of the race for another man to lead this race as it stands. And we are going to have one more to go at the end of this one, and again that trio out front just starting to break away now, so the 3 behind just got to be wary, just try and keep with them as best as they can and hope that they start battling out front.
Yeah, that headwind up the start-finish straight I think we'll bring them back together, as Hugo Bush just couldn't decide which side he wanted to go then, and ends up sort of swinging from one side to the other. That's going to cost him out. It does mean he still sticks in that 3rd place, but he couldn't work out which way round Hoffman he wanted to make his way. Hoffman can often make his car very wide there in that red motor sponsored machinery, as they head round Coram. This endless right-hander where you're asking the car to accelerate, turn, then as we get towards the end of it, turn and then brake, ready for the left-hander out of the final corner. And it's really tricky for the car to do it, really tricky for the drivers to balance it all, and they all manage it spectacularly well at the front. They have still got 30 seconds on that clock as they cross the line this time. Therefore, they will be heading into their last lap. Hugo Bush was the calmest man in the house yesterday. Can he continue that as he looks to the inside of Harry Cook then coming up here? Is he going to be in that second place? The position he wants to be, that was millimetres between. Is he going to get 2 places into 1? I think he is. Hoffman hanging out to dry as he did that. There was nothing between those 2 cars then.
Nothing at all, and it was a dress rehearsal across the line as they go 3 wide in towards the Wilson hairpin. It's Hugo Bush who comes out in the lead, Hoffman to second, and Harry Cook now just about fighting his way back through there as he tries to keep at bay the car of Tom Willis. That was very close, running very much to the edge of the track and almost onto the grass as well, but Harry Cook and Tom Willis both survive another day. Dress rehearsal across the line. They were separated, Hoffman and Cook, by just 20 thousandths of a second, so if that was the last lap then it would be Hoffman, but Cook just trying to see if he could get the run up from Murray's towards the checkered flag. You're going to have to go some now to get back towards the head of the field, because he's dropped a little bit to the second place car of Hugo Bush, who is in the lead, and also to that second place car of Lars Hoffman, who was a little bit wide there, so he's now lost ground to the leader, but it should all constant back together, as we know, onto the back straight for the final time.
Willis manoeuvring himself, couldn't get past Cook, and Cook absolutely resisting by shoving him down the inside and saying you can cope to the grass or you can have an accident. Willis though in that 4th place, although he didn't get a good exit onto the start finish straight. That's going to leave him. I thought he was going to make some more progress forward, but it doesn't look like it after that. He's going to be fighting off Ben Lopez Appleton from behind. Here come then the front 3 with Hugo Bush on the outside. Hoffman and Cook go side by side as they swing through the left-hander of Brundle, then go into Nelson. So Hugo Bush is in those seats. It's not where he was yesterday. Slides the car off onto the curb but keeps it within track limits. Cook is there. Is he going to do to Hugo what Hugo did to him yesterday? Let's find out as they go through Coram for the last time.
Yeah, I think it will be between the top 3, because Tom Willis, Ben Lopez Appleton and Philip Bianchi have just fallen slightly back now in towards the final corner. So can Hugo Bush make it a double here at Snetterton in the Caterham 310R Championship? Can Harry Cook do what he did to him yesterday in terms of Hugo Bush, or can it be the man from the back, Lars Hoffman, to come through to take his first win of the season? Let's find out. It's the drag to the line, lots of weaving going on, and the win will go the way of, it's going to be close, Harry Cook, I think, just got it across the line. Hugo Bush was outdone by just 35 thousandths of a second. So there you go, Hugo. What you can do to Harry, Harry can do to you.
Yeah, take that. It was a very tit for tat, wasn't it? It was just absolutely going one way then the other. As the rest of this field comes through, we see Harry Air, love it, and Jeff Price going across the line there. There's Harry Air with his nose cone. There's all sorts of in wrong directions. What a race then between that front 4. It was really not clear who was going to get what, but it was Cook who came across that line just ahead, 35 thousandths of a second. Hoffman 3/10 back, and then we've got then Willis, Lopez, Appleton, Bianchi, more battling as they cross the line. Then there's the Dutch Barn vodka car of Lancaster, making good progress from the back of the field there. You can see him in the turquoise machinery, and little war wounds in those cars, but fantastic racing by all our 310R grid, and enjoyed that one.
Certainly did. Yep. Yesterday the top 4 were separated by 3 seconds. Today it was the top 9 covered by 3 seconds. So very much all in the game towards that last lap of the race. So the results then of that second 310R Championship race of the weekend: Harry Cook take the spoils this time through by 35 thousandths of a second. Second went the way of Hugo Bush, so roles reversed for today's second race. Lars Hoffman finished down in 3rd place, which is his first podium of the year after a 6th place finish. 4th place goes the way of Tom Willis, a good recovery drive for him to get on to that lead pack once again. Ben Lopez Appleton and Phil Bianchi, your top 6. Duncan Mallett and David Yates and Freddie Chiddicks all made sure they were in that lead battle right towards the end, and good to see Freddie making progress towards the end of the race as well. Graham McDonald finishes in 10th place, and then an 11-second gap back to 11th, where we saw Jeff Price. Harry Air finished in 12th, Ryan Lovett was 13th, and Steve Metcalf was in 14th position. And just to clarify, Freddie Chiddicks got the quickest lap of the race. He did that on the last lap, in fact, on a 2:07.902. So Freddie Chiddicks showing plenty of promise as we head into the final race of the weekend a little bit later on today. In the meantime, Sam has got herself down there. She is ready to talk to our top 3 after that second race of the day. Let's hand down to Sam Parker.
Well, what a great race that was at the end. The top 6 had a fantastic battle. We didn't really know who was going to cross the line in first place. Lots of cars just coming behind us with dislodged wings, nose cones, but yeah, quite good. Right, let's go and have a chat to Harry, our winner. Harry, let's have a quick word. Congratulations, fantastic. That was like, I don't think we knew who was going to cross the line first in the end. It was, a lot of changing up there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was constantly changing, and then I was third on the last lap, and I thought I'll have to be second to give myself a run down here. So went for quite a good move, I think I'll say, but past Lars, and then they managed to give me the run on Hugo. So sort of the opposite way around of yesterday, but I'm glad I won. So yeah.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. You've got to be delighted, haven't you, this weekend so far?
Yeah, really happy. Just need to keep it consistent, and hopefully later's a good result. Yeah.
Excellent, can't wait. Thank you. Let's have a word with Hugo. A great race again, Hugo. Lots of battling up there. The top 6, just, you broke away on your own, the 6 of you, but there was no one out front really, because, you all hung together, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I was in 4th for most of the race and started getting uncomfortable because I could see 5 and 6 behind me, and then got through Phil, and then leading with a lap to go, and then 1-1 with Harry is probably a fair result.
yeah, that's not bad, is it? Another race later on.
Yeah, autoplay, decider later.
Decider, yes. Oh well, wish you all the best for that one. Well done, Hugo. And Lars, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great race. Just saying to the guys, really great battle, the top 6.
Yeah, it was crazy, very tough.
Yeah. And how were the tyres out there? How do you find them?
Could be better. Nothing to say about the tires.
No, it's good. And how about the wind? Because it's not quite as windy as it was yesterday.
It was very windy.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, on the back. Yeah. So, but was good fun there, and first step on the podium.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations. Right, Britcar is up next, so I'll hand back to Matt and Chris.
Harry won today by 0.035, so it's definitely 1-1. You've got the biggest winning margin of the year then? Well, I have, yeah, true, yeah, good point, yeah. That's such a sense, Harry, a win in a second apiece, so it looks as though the two.
So we've still got a busy afternoon here at Snetterton to look forward to. Thanks very much to Sam for catching up with our 3 drivers from down there in the Caterham paddock. A little bit of a break now for Caterhams. They're not back with us until after the lunch break, because we've got the Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship to look forward to after lunch. Before lunch we have the first of our 2 Britcar Trophy races today. 50 minutes to look forward to, and another great grid on hand with some good racing to look forward to after what we saw at Donington Park a couple of weeks ago. More Caterhams, as we said, after the road sports. It will be the final race for the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK just after 2 o'clock. We've got the final mini race, the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy at 2:40. The final race for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship at 3:10, and then 2 races to round out the day. 50-minute second race for Britcar Trophy, and of course the final race of the day will be the Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship at around about 5 o'clock. So lots to look forward to, as we said, here at Snetterton. In the meantime, we're going to pop down once again into the paddock, because Ian Waterhouse is standing by ready to talk to some more drivers for us.
10 and 7, fifth row 68 and 88, 68 and 88. 6 row is 1 and 96, 6, 46.
Yes, everybody, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. The first race of the day here for the Britcar Trophy Championship. 3rd race of the season. Just a little reminder of what happened at Donington Park. Race 1, Seb de Bois picking up the outright win. In race 2, it's Chris Biden and Simon Mason. They raced yesterday as well in the British Endurance Championship. They're out today as well. We just move into a weekend that didn't go particularly well at Donington Park was for Jeff Steele Racing. Lee Goldtip's behind the wheel of the car here. I've heard that perhaps might be down on Powell. He's going to have us a little chat. Thanks for saying good morning. Things didn't quite go to plan at Donington, but hey, this is a new weekend.
Yeah,
right?
That's exactly. A new week and new wheel. So let's try and get it going.
Is everything okay? Because I've heard you might not be quite at full speed.
No, I had qualifying didn't go as well as I wanted to. We fitted some new brake discs this morning and new tyres, and I think the whole thing wasn't bedded in, so I had a bit of understeer.
Yeah.
I think 50 minutes should get it bedded in, so it's all to play for.
Big things and even bigger things in race 2 later as well then, yeah?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm hoping for.
You're my one to watch. There you go, Tom. Best of luck. There we go. Car's going to be heading out on track very soon. Let's just make our way back down the garages, shall we, and just have a little look. We don't get a lot of time normally on the grid walk, so we thought we'd pop down. We've got Reece Lloyd here, of course, champion last year. Reece, you're sitting out the first stint. Harry's taking it for you, isn't he? But big things expected this season from the defending champions.
Yeah, no pressure, no pressure. Yeah,
you know me, I don't like to.
No. It's been good. It was a really good first meeting. To be fair, it's so competitive, and again, times are swapped back and forth in qualifying, so there's nothing in it, to be honest. So it's just going to be who's got the best strategy, who's going to keep it the cleanest on the track, who's going to not pick a penalty, and
well, there's 1/10 of a second. You're second in the Clio. That's where you're going to line up. You're 0.1 of a second behind Maurice Henry here. So
yeah, I mean, I think we had a time deleted. Maurice had a time deleted with track limits as well. So we're on the edge. So
keep an eye on the Clio section, right? Because it's exciting. It's tight as well.
I think I'm obviously biased, but obviously it is the best class and most competitive class. And it's good to see two teams so close. And that's what you want. That's what you want for the championship.
Top man, there is Harry Reynolds. Look, he looks ready. Oh, we could just stick the microphone in. Harry, you ready? Feeling good? Nice. Look at his helmet, by the way. What a design that is. How did that come about?
Oh, well, it's a mix of Guy Smith from Greenlight Management and Dan Tickton. So yeah, I think it looks pretty cool.
It looks absolutely awesome. I've got to say, look, you've got the responsibility of starting the race, but you know how to do that. Talk us about the technicalities of Snetterton 300.
Yeah, I'm starting, so nerves are obviously here a bit, but I can't wait. It's a very technical track, a long lap. Yeah. So it's all about keeping the tyres in and getting through my stint.
It's a fast first corner as well here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very fast, fourth gear for us, so little break and
get on the inside, yeah.
Yeah.
Top man Harry, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. We'll just move back very slowly here. Rest, of course, with the Dragon Sport team. Good luck, guys. Let's just move down a little bit further. Cars are starting to fire up now. We're going to be going out very soon. There's Mark Jones and Rob Ellick there in the TT. Looks absolutely. But let's just grab a quick chat with Mark, shall we? Mark, you've got a second stint today. Are you glad about that?
Not really, I don't mind.
Just so cool, calm and collected. Beautiful day, perfect conditions for racing, right?
Beautiful, yeah. Be a bit warm in the car, but that's life.
Well, we saw that for the British Endurance Championship race yesterday. It was sweltering. However, going out now isn't too bad. It was probably going to be hotter in race 2.
Yeah, I think so. It was really hot. We were at Brands Hatch yesterday. That was really hot as well, so it was really warm there.
Top man. Best of luck. Yeah, see you later. Right, let's keep moving down. We've got Brian Branson and Jess. Oh, there's Jess. Just thought you'd disappear. I know Brian's doing the first stint, isn't he? But we had a little chat earlier. Yesterday, of course, in the British Endurance Championship, a couple of penalties, shall we say, for speeding down the pit lane. We're not going to have that today, are we?
No, we won't. Not today. Hopefully not, no.
What is the expectation for the race for you guys?
Well, we talked about a little bit of a vibration this morning. So the rims were bent, so we've changed the rims on it now, so hopefully it should be okay.
Top man, just best of luck. Yeah, I really appreciate you talking to us. Cars are heading out on track, as you can see. Look, out they go. We're going to make our way actually onto the grid if we get a chance as well. We don't often get long on the grid walk for the Britcar Trophy Championship, which is why we've decided to come down and have a little chat with some of the drivers now. Just beside me, actually, I think we've got Chris Murphy in the car. I think he's about to go out though, isn't he? Just jump in with Chris. Busy day yesterday for you, Chris, but you're sharing the spoils today.
Yeah, we're having a share with Callum Bates today. He's a professional driver, so he should be able to show me how to do it.
Won't be quite as hot then today as it was yesterday, because it was sweltering in that 2 hours, wasn't it?
It was indeed. I've only got 20 minutes to do today.
Yeah. Well, congratulations for yesterday as well, and good luck today as well. Chris Murphy there picking up a couple of awards yesterday too for the British Endurance Championship. Let's just move down a little bit. We've got the High Road Motorsport Clios as well. Keep an eye out for them. Maurice Henry is the man on pole with Hadley Simpson. In fact, there they go now. Actually, here's Maurice Henry behind the wheel of that one. That starts on pole in the Clio class there. Right, let's make our way up. So overall on pole is Century Motorsport, Stephen Fresel and Ben Green. At Donington, they had a 4th and 5th overall. Just waiting to see if the car's about to head out. Don't want to get my toes run over. And we're going to make our way on track, so stay with us. I didn't want to get my toes run over. Right, let's make our way up, shall we? See if we get on track. Stay with us, why not? We've got time. It's going to be a cracking race, this one. So Century Motorsport, Stephen Fresel, Ben Green on pole position. position. Ben Green taking the first stint for Century Motorsport, lining up in second place. Data Motorsport, Maurizio Siglio, we know him very well, a very regular podium. Where are you? There you are. A very regular podium visitor for the Britcar Trophy Championship. Third round of the season. The fourth race coming up a little bit later this afternoon. And actually, the Britcar Trophy Championship go to Brands Hatch next month as well, the 4th and 5th of May. So that will be exciting too. Let's make our way round a little bit. I wonder if Claire Headley will have a little chat with us. She's the big boss, of course. I wonder if we can just jump in. I wonder if we can have a quick chat. Claire, can we have a quick chat? Yes, of course. Can we? Cracking grid, beautiful sunshine. There's nowhere else in the world we'd rather be right now, is there?
Oh, it's amazing. We can't say fairer than this weather. Absolutely amazed with it, so can't complain.
Now, we're going to have two fantastic... We saw it at Donington Park, didn't we, actually? The competition is so close between classes 1. We've got the Clios as well. What's your expectation for this race? Who's your dark horse for this one?
No favouritism, but I think everyone's going for the championship, which is a great feeling for us. We've worked hard to get the championship to where it is. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a close race. Everyone's out there to win. Absolutely. So, loving it.
Right, we've got some cars. We're going to go have a look at some cars. Thank you very much, Claire Headley there. Let's move down. There's Lee Goldsmith. We've just spoken to him, haven't we, coming down. We won't have long, so let's just move around a little bit. If you didn't tune in yesterday, we did a little grid walk for the British Endurance Championship as well. Matt Suckley, the commentator, he's in that building just behind. I don't know if you can see it there. Probably won't be able to see us, won't be able to give us a wave. Mark Werrell's just there as well. I wonder, Mark, can we please just have a quick chat? You're doing such a good job up there in the commentary box here. Tell me, what's been your highlights so far this weekend?
I mean, the Caterham racing, as ever. You know, we've just seen a race there that was secured by 33 thousandths of a second. The same race yesterday was secured by 38 thousandths of a second. It's just
it's less than the width of a piece of paper, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just that the toe round here is so significant in a Caterham, so you're always going to get close racing, and that's why I like Snetterton. That's why I like Caterhams.
Top man, look, I'm going to let you do your job. Sorry for disturbing you there, Mike. Right, just here is Maurizio Siglio as well. We've got Marco Anastasi just over there as well. So Siglio lining up in second place. We've got Axel Van Nederveen down here as well. Let's just, I wonder if we can have a chat. I wonder if these boys will let us. Can we have a chat? Are we all right to have a chat? Or are we, are we not? No? Okay, let's move down. Let's go. Oh, look, Axel's door's open, so I wonder if we can can I just quickly open the door and have a quick chat with Axel? Is that all right? Let's do it anyway. Axel, it's great to see you again. How are we feeling?
I don't know. We'll see in 50 minutes time.
Yeah, a man of many words, Axel Van Nederveen. But let me tell you something, I know this man very quick indeed. Snetterton's a quick circuit as well.
Yeah, no, it is very quick. It's a lot quicker than Friday. There's a lot of rubber down, so I think it's going to be nice.
It's going to get quicker as well, isn't it? Certainly for race 2 later in the day.
Yeah.
Top man, Axel, thank you. Best of luck. Yeah, I'll see you later. There we go, Axel Van Nederveen. There we go, got a door out. These guys as well here, actually. We've got Simon Mason and Chris Byland. Of course, they won race 2, didn't they, at Donington Park as well. They are lining up in third place. It should be Simon behind the wheel of the car. Let's see if we can have a very quick chat with Simon. Is it Simon? Right, you've been a busy man, Simon, haven't you? Yesterday, now back on it today, and of course, Donington Park went very well for you guys. More of the same this weekend.
Hope so. It's not really an ideal circuit for a front-wheel drive car, but we're doing all right. So we'll see. 2 50-minute races, good team, good strategy. Let's see. We'll see.
Top man, Simon, I'll let you go because I know we're going to have to get off the grid very, very shortly indeed. Keep your eye on this one, by the way. It is lightning quick as well. Here's Marco Anastasi down here. We spoke to a couple of cars. We start to move into the Clio Cup cars as well. Maurice Henry, the man on pole position, so just stick with us. We're going to be booted off any second. I'm just waiting for the hooter. Let's just... Max Coates here as well, big boss for Hyro, on pole position for the Clios with Maurice and Simpson. Pretty good, eh?
Yeah, another pole, which is really, really good. Ben and James did a great job. We're just a tenth off the back of one of the Dragon cars, so yeah, today's going all right so far.
Excellent, Max. I'll let you crack on because we're about to be booted off here, aren't we? Let's get ourselves around. Look at this. Have a look at that. This identifies as a Golf as well. It's definitely not a Golf. Let's make our way down. We are being kicked off now. It is time to go racing here. The first race of the weekend for the Britcar Trophy Championship, third race of the season. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Matt, who's going to take you through the action. I'll see you in the pits.
You might also be able to hear an engine in the background, and that that is Brian Branson in the BMW. The car is in the garage. It's up on a trolley jack at the moment with Kev Clark and other mechanics peering underneath it. So something is not going to plan for the number 40 BMW.
Okay, that's the first significant gap on the grid. That should be on the third row of the grid, the 6th spot on the grid. So
We went through, and that will set the grid for race number 1, and then we'll have, of course, a different grid for race number 2, all depending on where they finish in this one. So, as the klaxon sounds, the countdown is on for the formation lap to get underway. We'll take you through the grid we have, and then we'll give you the starting drivers for those that do need them as well. So the front row of the grid will be the number 43 machine from Century Motorsport. Alongside them, number 47 is the Dayton Motorsport car of Maurizio Sciglio. The second row then sees number 23, which is the Sim Dynamics Racing with Jabba Sport. Alongside them is going to be the Triple One machine from Dayton Motorsport as well, of Axel van Niederveen. The third row then sees number 4, which is Dayton Motorsport again in La Ginetta, Marco Anastasi, with alongside them number 40, who were in the BEC race yesterday, Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson for Intersport. The fourth row then sees number 10, which is Lee Goldsmith for the Jeff Steele Racing team. Alongside them, number 7 is the TSR car of Jones and Ellick. That now becomes an Audi TT rather than an Audi A3, which was originally entered for this weekend. Further back, Team Brit in car number 68. Alongside them, number 88 is the High Road Motorsport team. The sixth row then sees number 1, which is Dragon Sport. That's going to be Reynolds and Lloyd in their Renault Clio, alongside number 96, which is a Dragon Sport Clio as well. Then back onto the 7th row, number 12 is going to be a Dragon Sport Clio. They enter the majority of the cars we have within that class. Alongside them, number 89 is the High Road Motorsport Clio. The 7th row sees that, sorry, the 8th row sees number 55, which is Ben Colburn. He is an additional runner for this weekend. Nice to see Ben in his Renault Clio. 22 is Westbourne Motors. They sit there on the outside of row number 8. Row 9 then sees 721, which is the Whitebridge machine, with number 38 Team Brit on their outside. And the 10th row of the grid will then have number 75, which is Jez Sussex, and alongside that the number 73 machine of Stephen Moore. The final row of the grid should then be number 69, which is Paul Murphy, and he'll be starting alongside the Spires Motorsport number 14 Renault Clio as well. So that's how the grid lines up. We'll very quickly take you through the starting drivers of the cars. So for car number 23, it'll be Simon Mason. They had problems yesterday, unfortunately, in that Cupra, another car which was entered in the British Endurance Championship, but with that race not being their main focus this weekend, they decided to retire the car, get the issue sorted, and try and go for a second victory of the year, because they took one of those wins at Donington Park last time out. So Simon Mason goes first in car number 23. Brian Branson will start car number 40, which was another car which entered the British Endurance Championship race yesterday. Jasper Sapra was being blamed quite a lot by his teammate Brian Branson, but Jasper hoping not to get too many penalties today in this race. Car number 43, that is the Ginetta G56. That will be started by Ben Green. We then move down to the number 7 machine, which finds itself in class 2. That one's going to be started by Rob Ellick, and that is the change of car from an Audi A3 to the Audi TT. We then have the number 68 class 2 car of Asher Silva. He'll start the BMW from Team Brit. Further down we have Chris Murphy with a new teammate for this weekend. Callum Bates was entered as a solo, but they've now paired together, so Chris Murphy starts car 72. In the Clio class it's going to be number 1 started by Harry Reynolds, the number 12 machine started by Travis Coy. We also have the number 14 car of Andreas Giorgio, the number 88 machine started by Maurice Henry, the number 89 machine started by James Harrison, and number 96 started by Jack James. So that gives you all the starting drivers for this first race for the Britcar Trophy Championship. It is a rolling start, so the cars now get in good formation. The safety car heads off into the pit lane, and from the front row of the grid, what can the number 43 machine do in the hands of Ben Green? Him and Steve Fressel are the ones who will be piloting that car across the course of this 50-minute encounter as they work their way towards the lighting gantry. The red lights are on, and Century Motorsport will lead them away from the number 47 machine of Maurizio Sciglio. It's the all orange or yellow Ginetta on the outside as the lights go out, and the first race of the day for the Britcar Trophy does burst into life. That's Zach Cooper, which sits there in third place. As I said, a winner from Donington Park, already trying to get the move done down the inside of Maurizio Sciglio. Let's see how that all plays out on the exit of the corner. Does the Cupra manage to get itself ahead in the hands of Simon Mason? We wait with bated breath, and yes it does. So the Cupra has gone through. Maurizio is down now into third place. Lee Goldsmith in his orange BMW is up into 4th position in car number 10. That's another car which goes solo for this 50-minute race, and in fact he's trying to defend here from the 111 machine of Axel van Niederveen. So all of a sudden Axel started to pick up the pace in the Ginetta as they work their way down the short straight in towards the left-hander of Agostini, and eventually Lee Goldsmith has to give way to Axel van Niederveen, who takes himself right around the outside line to get the place away. And before too much longer, Lee Goldsmith's going to be looking in those mirrors once again, because the Data Motorsport trio, who want to find themselves ahead, the next one on the attack is going to be Marco Anastasi in that number 4 Ginetta, the black and yellow one, which turns its way through. There's the Team Brits BMW, started as we said in the number 68 machine by Asher Silva, and Asher Silva's maybe going to lose a place here to Rob Ellick in the number 7 Audi TT. So although they were hoping to get the A3 out for this weekend, it's still the Audi TT which they ran at Donington Park, but it seems to be pretty quick in a straight line, does that of Rob Ellick. So off the back straight they come for the first time of asking. Some good battles will be going on within the Clio class as well. Already no Satal as they turn their way off through Brundle and Nelson. It's going to be the 88 car of James Harrison which leads the way, sorry, the 88 of Henry Morris who leads the way in that one. Under attack though from the number 1 machine of Harry Reynolds, so they go hammer and tong in towards the right hander of Coram for the first time of asking, as the leaders work their way through Murray's and up towards the start finish line to complete that number 1. There's Lee Goldsmith, still for now just ahead of Marco Anastasi in the Data Motorsport Ginetta, but how long can Lee Goldsmith hold this position? Ginetta should be pretty quick in a straight line. The BMW's pretty quick in a straight line as well, so they are fairly evenly matched, although the BMW just gets the legs towards the end of the straight. The Clio's continue to battle as well in towards the first corner, and is the number 88 machine still ahead? Yes it is, so holding the position for now is Maurice Henry. Harry Reynolds trying to get through as they dart their way in towards the Wilson hairpin. That Team Britcar is still holding off the Audi TT, and I did notice as they work their way up towards the first corner, I think the passenger side window is just starting to flail a little bit as well, so it's not quite popped itself in, so that might cause a little bit of concern up towards the pit window for Team Brit. Hopefully get it on the next shot as they work their way down. You can just see the passenger side window just starting to come away from where it should be. It shouldn't be causing the driver too much problem at the minute. So Asher Silva continues on, although Rob Ellick is going to try and have a little bit of a run down towards Hamilton. But as we've seen in previous races so far today, you don't really want to be making moves there, but the BMW is a little bit tail happy at the minute. Team Brit, who ran the McLaren yesterday in the British Endurance Championship, and now with this BMW in this first Britcar Trophy race, and there goes the move for Marco Anastasi, so he gets himself through on Lee Goldsmith. That was kind of a matter of time before that one was going to happen. But let's see now if Lee Goldsmith can keep himself on the tail of Marco Anastasi. This is the fight for third place, so Maurizio Sciglio, after losing the position to Simon Mason on the first lap, is now trying to defend from Axel van Niederveen in the 111 machine as they head through the bomb hole on towards the right hander of Coram for the second time of asking. The man out front though, Steve Fressel, is continuing to build his lead. There he goes through, a little bit sideways on the exit of the corner. Simon Mason comes through in second, and then Maurizio Sciglio and Axel van Niederveen are your top four as we come up towards the line with almost 5 minutes completed. And the pit window in this race opens 20 minutes in, closes 20 minutes before the end of the race, so it is a 10-minute pit window that we'll have to serve for the drivers, whether it be to change drivers or whether they just have to come in and do what they need to do and hand over to another driver or stay in the car, whatever they need to do. The pit window is a 10-minute window for them to do. Here comes the Rob Ellick Audi TT then, looking for the inside line on the Asher Silva BMW. Gets very close in towards the Wilson hairpin, and again the Audi TT will find its way through. So it's broke the back of the BMW in terms of letting it through, but that BMW again is very tail happy on the exit of the Wilson hairpin. So Asher Silva just struggling to keep that one in a straight line for the time being. He has now, as we said, lost that place to Rob Ellick within this race. And there's Lee Goldsmith, he's back ahead, isn't he, of Marco Anastasi. So Marco is having a good little ding-dong with this BMW at the minute. We'll talk more about that battle in due course, but for now we're going to head down to the pit lane because Ian Waterhouse is standing by with some news for us.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits. High drama at the start of this race. Got Travis Chapman here, Spires Motorsport at number 14. This isn't good when it's been wheeled in. What's the issue?
Well, we had a fuel issue the last couple of days. Found it to be a contamination in the fuel, bit of diesel. But yeah, now we think it's still in the fuel area, but we can't figure out what it is.
Okay, so now it's diagnosed. Let's see if we can get something out from this. Right?
Yeah, it's just set up for race 2, really. I guess try to see what we can salvage there.
Yeah, well, commiserations, Travis. I hope to definitely see you in race 2. Just stay with us a little bit as well, because we did see Brian Branson and Jas Sapra having a couple of issues. I just wonder, Jas is looking a little bit nervous here. What was the issue? Something wrong with their left rear?
I think so.
Vibration.
Sure. Yeah. Vibration, yeah, but hopefully we've sorted it now, so find out. He hasn't said anything on the radio yet.
He hasn't, no. That's good, right.
So, might be good news.
Top man, thanks, Jas. I really appreciate it. Just keep going with us a little bit longer as well. You see 69, Jeanetta's just come in. That's heading out as well. We've seen an issue with the Dragon Sport Clio as well. That is right here. I believe it's a fuel pump issue with that one. They were trying to bump starting in the pit lane. Hasn't happened, unfortunately. So, Matt, that's an update of what's been happening in the pits early stages. Full of drama down here at Snetterton. Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, always good to get the updates from the pit lane and keeps us informed of what's going on with some of the cars out there at the minute. But bad news, unfortunately, for those who have found themselves in to the pits in these early stages. And with a 15-minute race seeming quite a long time, of course, it's not enough time really to get things repaired and get back out and try and make up some positions, unless people around you start to have problems as well. So it's all about now trying to prepare those cars for the second race of the day. So this is the fight then that's going on for third place. Still nothing has really changed between Maurizio Sciglio and that of Axel van Niederveen as they work their way down towards Oggies. They are still about the same distance away from Simon Mason as well, so that keeper up in second position is just kind of holding its position for the time being, holding the gap as well between itself and the two chasing Jeanettas. But up front they can't quite catch the race leader, can they? Because Stephen Fressel is 6.5 seconds down the road and he's got some work to do to try and keep that gap extended, but at the minute it's looking very comfortable for our race leader. And now the Clio class, which it has in the Britcar Trophy, is having a great dice out there for the time being. These two have been glued together since this race got underway around about 8 minutes ago, so nothing to choose between both of them as they work their way through the right hander of Williams. This is the 88 machine which still leads the class at the minute, so doing a grand job is Maurice Henry, and right behind him is Harry Reynolds. So we've got this titanic battle currently unfolding as they work their way down now towards Brundle and Nelson. They've got the Ginetta just up the road as well. That is possibly going to go a lap down before too much longer. Up onto 3, possibly 2 wheels as they work their way through Nelson, but great job that Maurice Henry is currently doing, just a tenth or so up the road from Harry Reynolds. The next two cars in that battle, which have their own battle but in the same class effectively, are in 3rd and 4th position in the Clio. So that was going to be the 89 machine, isn't it, which is James Harrison, and then the one behind that of course is going to be number 12, which is going to be Travis Coyne behind the wheel for the time being. So they are the next two through. Change for the lead in the Clio's then, so that Ginetta just getting slightly in the way as they come up towards the line, but the number 1 machine now has worked its way through as they go through. Again, nothing to choose between them, but it's going to be Harry Reynolds who takes the place away from Maurice Henry. Will he sit and be patient, or will he want to get the job back done and get himself into the lead of the Clio class once again, because the pit window is around about 10 minutes away, so they're going to be fighting for at least 10 minutes, depends when they come in, towards the beginning or the end. If they come in between the end, we're going to have this battle for at least another 20 minutes in this race, which is absolutely fantastic. And again, a good run there from Maurice Henry, tries to go around the outside of Harry Reynolds in towards Palmer, but Harry not leaving too much room on the outside of the corner there, so he goes through the middle of the circuit. He keeps that line nice and tight as best as he possibly can. Of course, with these cars being very evenly matched in terms of their power, there's only little things they can do to the setup which can change the ability to get things done, whether it be on straights or through corners. And all the way around the outside again tries to go Maurice Henry, but that is not going to work. Harry Reynolds doing a grand job to keep the other Clio at bay as they turn their way through the left-hander of Oggies. Both of these cars being run by Dragon Sport for the leading car at the minute, and now the number 88 machine which sits there in second, run by that of High Road Motorsport. And they're going to be side by side again on towards the right-hander, and it's going to be a change of the lead once more. So Maurice Henry is not content with sitting in second place within the class, so he goes back ahead of the number 1 machine. So Harry Reynolds had that for around about a minute. Let's see if he can get it back in a strong part of the circuit for him as they work their way under the bridge. He's stuck right behind him is the number 1 machine of Harry Reynolds. He picks up a lovely toe, but then eventually has to pull out and tries to go for the move in towards the right-hander of Nelson. Just wondering if these two now are starting to be delayed, because behind we can just about see the 89 machine, which is broken away of James Harrison. He has left at bay Travis Coyne, and it does look like the gap's coming down between 2nd and 3rd, so we'll keep an eye on that across the line. It was 3.5 seconds a lap ago. Already on this lap there's been almost a second taken out through sector 1, half a second through sector 2, so yeah, it's going to be almost nothing by the time they cross the line this time through. There's 1st and 2nd in the Clios, 3rd place in the distance, just lost a little bit by the looks of it through Murray's, did unfortunately the 89 machine, so that means that James Harrison was looking to close the gap, but what was the extent of 1.5 seconds being brought down? In the end it came down by just under a second, so 2.6 now between 2nd and 3rd, and again around the outside tries to go the number 1 machine of Harry Reynolds, but Maurice Henry just opened up the steering lock as much as he possibly could without being too unfair, but it does mean that Maurice Henry still keeps himself ahead as they work their way now down towards the left-hander of Palmer. These two had a pretty titanic battle at Donington Park as well. In the first race they finished 1st and 2nd in the opposite order to what they run at the minute, and it was a gap of just over 10 seconds in the first race. When we got to the second race it was advantage number 88, because Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson were the ones who took the victory for High Road Motorsport. So they have shared victory so far this year, and nice to see them battling for honours here at Snetterton in race number 1 of the weekend, round number 3 of the season so far. Unfortunately for the number 1 machine at Donington Park, they had a penalty to serve, so they dropped down the order in the closing stages, unfortunately. But this is what we want. We want a great little battle out front in terms of the Clios. Just to let you know that Steve Fressel is still your race leader. He is up the road ahead of this Cupra by now just over 12 seconds. And then towards the front, this is the other closest battle we have on the track at the minute. Maurizio Sciglio and Axel van Niederveen. Neither of them have had a win so far this year. It was the Ginetta of Seb Dubois under TMC, the Matt Sherrington team, who had the win at Donington Park, and of course it was the Cupra for the first time in a long time that a non-Ginetta car has won a Britcar Trophy race. So spoils shared at Donington, but Seb Dubois not here this weekend, and the other one went the way of the Cupra of Simon Mason and Chris Byland. But as it stands, Steve Fressel is the man who is out front, with Simon Mason continuing to catch. Still that buffer between 2nd and 3rd, 2 seconds between him and Maurizio Sciglio, and Axel van Niederveen still holding on to the back of that 3rd place car. Here's the other battle we need to keep an eye on as well, because Lee Goldsmith, after losing the place to Marco Anastasi, was then back through, and he's going to be under attack here from Rob Ellick in the Audi TT, who went all over the grass to try and get through on that Ginetta. But Rob Ellick now having a great run in that Audi TT as he works his way down towards Hamilton. Lee Goldsmith is continuing to hold on ahead of the Ginetta as they turn their way through in towards Oggies, and as they work their way on towards the back straight, it's now Rob Ellick, who unfortunately has just lost a little bit of ground to these two, but if he caught up in the first place he's going to catch up again, and there goes Marco Anastasi down the inside of Lee Goldsmith. But we know that the BMW is pretty quick in a straight line, as it picks up a nice toe as well. Along with the tailwind, it might be able to get itself back ahead as they work their way down in towards Brundle and Nelson. It's going to be side by side in towards the corner, but it's going to be just about Marco Anastasi who hangs on to the place. But this is a brilliant battle between 5th and 6th. A little bit of a Larry moment on the rear there for Marco, and Lee Goldsmith might have the chance to get back through as they head in towards the bomb hole. But as we said, the orange BMW is pretty quick in a straight line, so it might be up the centre straight that he gets back in front, as Rob Ellick now in that Audi TT has just dropped back. We've got the great Clio battle going on further back as well, so the likes of Harry Reynolds and Maurice Henry after that battling have now been caught, because the next two in line are there as well. So James Harrison is with them, 3rd in Clios, and also number 12 Travis Coyne, who is behind the wheel, is the man who is chasing them down as well. So a great little battle between these Clios, and it's nice to see now that we have 4 as the defensive move comes from Harry Reynolds. He's going to be again under attack from the outside and the inside. There's a bit of contact between the two of them, and in fact with that move Maurice Henry might lose second place here to the number 89 machine of James Harrison, who has to take avoiding action, just goes up on the grass on the inside of the bomb hole. And after that move, after being attacked, it now looks like that Maurice Henry is once again showing all of his cards to try and get past Harry Reynolds once again. So down in towards Murray's they turn. A little bit of a lock up from the 4th of those Clios, which is Travis Coyne. So they accelerate up towards the line. This Clio battle is quite a way off the overall lead battle, but of course the disparity in speed is a lot different between the Genesis and the Clios, and it doesn't really matter where you are in the field as long as we get some good racing, which we truly are getting here today in race number 1 of the Britcar Trophy. This is what we want to see. So brilliant scrapping between these 4 cars. Who's going to take the place away on this occasion up towards the Wilson hairpin? Well, it looks like that Travis Coyne has now just about squeezed ahead of the number 89 machine of James Harrison. All of a sudden that car might be the race leader in terms of the Clios, because he goes right round the outside, and it's going to be up front now a Dragon Sport 1-2. So the yellow and white Clios now in first and second, and then we have the high road motorsport cars next up in third and fourth place, the red and white livery that they carry within this race as well. So change all around in the Clios. It is still going to be Harry Reynolds that leads the way. Second place now for Travis Coyne, but for how much longer? Because coming back once again down the inside line is Maurice Henry. He leaves his braking very, very late indeed, but he does get the car turned in. He gets himself back up into second place, and that is a brilliant battle, which hopefully will go all the way to the checker flag. We have the pit stop window, which is opening in around about 3 minutes time, but we are going to have to leave this battle just briefly because I think Ian is standing by. He is down there in the pit lane, and he's got some more news to bring us for this race. So let's go down to the pits and find out what the news is from Ian.
Welcome down to the pit lane. I'm here just outside Century Motorsport, so I'm going to probably completely ruin their race now because all seems to be going well at the minute, doesn't it? Let's head down. I'm just going to grab a very quick Steve, just before you pop your helmet on very quickly, we know Ben's out in the car at the minute. Dare I say, all good so far?
Good for Ben, yeah, he's doing a great job.
Yeah, but you're next in. We know you're capable. I've seen it at Donington. This is going to be a good end to the race, isn't it?
I hope so. It's just we had a bad weekend so far. We're a bit on the back foot. I'm definitely off the pace here. I'm just going out there to drive and try and get some times in, get some seat time, and we'll just see how it turns out. But Ben's a star. He's a star.
He is quick. I'll let you get your helmet. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Just stay with us a second as well, just before we do head off, because in second place in the race overall right now is these guys as well. Simon Mason currently behind the car. There is Chris Byland there. We're not going to disturb him now. They're getting themselves ready. Pit window is almost open. We're going to have a lot of cars coming in here very, very soon. Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. So we left the Clio battle and we're back straight with it again because there is nothing that's really changed. They're all still tied together as they work their way on the exit of the Wilson hairpin. The number 12 machine on this occasion gets pushed wide, so a great job there that Travis Coyne is just about doing to hang on to this place as they turn their way through the left-hander. And we've got the High Road Motorsport car now back up into second position. So we do want the pit window to open, but we don't really, because we want all these cars to remain out there having this titanic battle, which has kept us going for near on 20 minutes now. So brilliant stuff. Round the outside there goes number 89, so that means that James Harrison is going to take third place away, or is he? That's the question we're going to ask ourselves. Yes, he does. He just about gets through Hamilton before the chasing car of number 12 Travis Coyne. So brilliant little Clio battle as they turn their way in towards Oggies. Just to correct myself as well, I have been saying that Steve Fressel is in the car. Of course he's not, isn't he? Ben Green, his teammate for this year. So Ben is in that car, in the lead car, and that was confirmed with Ian down there in the pit lane, who spoke to him, and he got his race helmet on and all of his gear ready to go for his stint within that car very, very soon indeed, because the pit lane window will be opening in about 30 seconds at time. So Steve Fressel is very much standing ready to go. Here we go once again. So it's now Dragon ahead of High Row ahead of Dragon for third and fourth as well. So we've got a nice split amongst the two teams as they turn their way in towards the bomb hole. Still the number 1 machine of Harry Reynolds in that car. He'll be handing that over to Reece Lloyd for the second stint. Second place car in that battle at the minute is going to be 88, which is Maurice Henry. So Maurice will hand the car over to what's going to be Hadley Simpson. So they're all standing by within their respective garages at the minute. Bit of a lock up there down towards Murray's, but no time lost for the second place cars. They head now across the line with the pit window starting to open. So any of these cars, if they wish to, they can bring them in and start to get their driver changes completed. And all of them, in fact, will have driver changes to do, because we've got all 2 driver pairings in the top 4 of our Clios at the minute. I don't think any of these will want to leave the circuit either, will they? They'll want to carry on out there as much as they possibly can to try and continue these battles. They're having a wonderful time as the 89 machine leaves its braking very late indeed. Hopefully it can get it stopped, which it does. So James Harrison just briefly had the number 12 machine of Travis Coyne ahead, but then on the run down towards Palmer, the 89 High Road Motorsport car will have the inside line. So will it? No, because around the outside goes Travis Coyne there. So a brave move for the Dragon Motorsport car, and there might be a change for the lead once again in Clios, because it was a good run through the corner for Maurice Henry. It now means that the number 1 car of Harry Reynolds has to go defensive down towards Agostini. And again, there's going to be another change for third, and a bit of contact between the 2 in Clios up front for the lead, and it's going to be Maurice Henry who effectively barges his way through there. I think the car was 3/4, if not a little bit more, alongside. It was just on the exit of the corner that the bump came on the front of Harry Reynolds' Renault, and then on the rear of that of Maurice Henry. But nonetheless, the car has gone through. And it's High Road Motorsport now from Dragon Motorsport ahead of High Road Motorsport ahead of Dragon Motorsport. So it's all very equal in terms of how the placings look for the time being. But now down the back straight, Maurice Henry is going to start the slipstreaming once again, isn't it? Because Harry Reynolds back in the tow. He wants to pull out the early opportunity to try and go all the way around the outside in towards the left-hander of Brundle. And as they continue to do that, they're very shortly to be lapped by the race leader, because Ben Green, 32 minutes into this race, is about to get his Clio traffic dealt with effectively. So Ben Green heads on through. He's still got a 20+ second lead now, so that has grown time and time again. Over a lap, he's probably putting about 3 or so seconds between himself and that of the chasing car of Simon Mason. So these Clio drivers now are going to have to be wary. They know that Ben Green is coming, I'm sure. The blue flags will be out. Ben Green will, in a straight line, blast past these Clios and should be clear of them by the time they get up towards Richie's corner. So no harm, no foul for Ben Green. Hasn't decided to come in on this occasion, but one of the Clios has, because number 89 is now into the pit lane. So James Harrison is the first of our quartet in that leading Clio battle to come in, and he's going to push that car now into the hands of Ben Jenkins as the fight for the lead continues in Clios, and it's a High Road Motorsport car again that forces its way through. So Maurice Henry was not letting Harry Reynolds or Travis Coyne come through there, and he's getting quite feisty, isn't he, in this race, is Maurice Henry, but he's doing all he can to make sure he can hand this car over to his teammate of Hadley Simpson in the lead of the class by the time that car pits. He's only going to have a couple more laps out there, because there's only just under 7 minutes of this race now still to go as they work their way in towards Agostini. 1, 2, 3 in Clios. Just up the road there you can still see Ben Green. 24 seconds now clear of what's going to be Simon Mason, who'll hand his car over to Chris Byland. And we've had a spin, unfortunately, for the number 69 Janetta, because it looks like Paul Murphy has had a rotation. He sits now on the outside of the circuit for a few seconds. He finds a gap in the traffic, and the number 69 machine now heads back on his way. So down in 19th place for that car. So having a little bit of an exploratory run today is Paul Murphy, and the Janetta G40, as we said, back on his way. So we're going to now head back down into the pit lane, because we had a tremendous Clio battle out there on circuit with James Harrison involved. He was the first one to dive out of that battle and get himself into the pit lane. He has now handed that car over to his teammate, which is Ben Jenkins, but James Harrison is standing by down there in the pit lane with Ian.
Yeah, down here with James Harrison. You just had a handshake off the boss after that, haven't you? That was sensational. The 4 Clios going toe to toe. This is what we like to see. Your driving is sensational.
Yeah, thanks very much. I mean, all the boys did really well out there. It was really respectful, a lot of fun. and yeah, I can't wait to do it all again in a couple of hours, to be honest with you.
I mean, you think 50 minutes of racing like that is incredible, isn't it? To keep the concentration, of the heat as well that goes on out there. But you've done your stint, you've handed over now, take it home, right?
Absolutely. I mean, hopefully Ben goes out there, gives it 100%. That's all you can ever ask, isn't it? But I mean, it's just so much fun. Just thanks to all 4 drivers that were in there, really, because we all kept it really clean but hard. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, I'm just on an absolute high, to be honest with you. It's incredible. Incredible. I need to sit down.
Go on, go sit down, relax. Look, we've got Hadley Simpson here. Let's just have a quick chat. About to go out. You're ready, right? You look ready because there's a big battle going on, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a really big battle, but respectful by the looks of it. It looks fun, so I can't wait to get out there.
This is why you go racing, isn't it? For days like this.
This is exactly. It's like a sprint race, but for 50 minutes long, and yeah, I can't ask for anything more than that.
Tom, mate, look, I better get back in the pits. Good luck for your stint.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, so pit window open, as we said, for another 4 or so minutes. All of them will have to serve 132 seconds, a bit like the British Endurance Championship yesterday. They don't carry any success penalties because this is the first race of the weekend. It's only the second race of a weekend that the success penalties get applied due to where you finish in the previous race. So 132 seconds line to line for everyone. Here's a replay. We had a great little battle going on further down the field. This is the Ginetta battle by the looks of it, and I think there was a move down the inside. Was there a bit of contact at the same time as well? Possibly, yeah. There was a car which spun in the background there and went off to one side. It was again the 69 machine, so unfortunately for Paul Murphy, he's had a spin down at Oggies. He's added another one to that list now over at Agostini. That was as he was trying to keep himself on the tail of the other 2 Ginettas that we have within this race as well, the 2 Ginetta G40s, that is. We have plenty more in terms of the G56s. So yeah, just as I was saying, 132 seconds line to line for all of the competitors, apart from 3. Those 3 Ginetta G40s of Paul Murphy in car number 69. We've got Stephen Moore in car number 73 and Jez Sussex in car number 75. All of those only have to do 72 seconds, so they get a benefit of 60 seconds according to the regulation, so a little bit shorter for them. There is a pit stop for the 47 machine, so Maurizio Sciglio is a solo driver once again this weekend, so he in the Data Motorsport team has served his pit stop and he's headed back out onto the circuit just behind one of the more modern Renault Clios. Here's this Clio battle which continues. These 2 yet to make their pit stop by the looks of it, so continuing on out on circuit are Maurice Henry and Harry Reynolds. They are leaving it till the last possible minute to head into the pit lane. It will have to be at the end of this lap because we've got 2 minutes 40 left on the clock. Lap times that they are currently doing in the Clio class is 2 minutes 12. So yeah, by the time they get back round the next time, they'll be outside the pit stop window. So all important that the message gets through to both of these drivers to head in as soon as they can at the end of this lap. But as it stands, the honours for now in the first half of this race will go the way of number 1 because Harry Reynolds is still just keeping himself in the order as they work their way down towards Oggies. The other 2 have now left the track and done their pit stop. So Travis Coyne has headed in. That means that now that car will be handed over to Alex Neville in car number 12, and for number 89 it's going to be that of Ben Jenkins, who takes over for the second stint. So that's how things are looking. We've got a busy pit lane at the minute because we've got Simon Mason in this Cupra. We've got Daxel van Niederveen in his Ginetta. We've got Marco Anastasi in his Ginetta. We've got Lee Goldsmith in his BMW, and we've also got the second place within class, the number 7 machine, the Robenek Audi TT, and that will be handed over to Mark Jones under the TSR Motorsport banner for the second half. So all of them pretty much leaving it till the latter stages of the pit window, with now only a minute left on the clock before the window closes. All of them will have to come in very sharply indeed, so if they are not in this time then they would have missed the pit window, unfortunately. So we should be seeing Maurice Henry and Harry Reynolds, the 2 Clios, will be heading their way down the lane this time. There's Harry Reynolds, and yeah, there's Maurice Henry as well, so they're both into the pit lane. We'll see how everything all shakes up once this is being completed. Ben Green's done a tremendous job to pull out a 25-second plus lead over the rest of the field. It'll now be up to Steve Fressel to make sure that he can keep that gap, if not extend it over the rest of those behind. So we'll see what happens. There goes back onto the circuit Marco Anastasi, so he is done and dusted for his one and only stop within this race. Here's a good battle coming up towards the line now to the Ginetta G40s, and this is actually for a battle on circuit between the 75 and the 73 machine, so both of them run within Class 3, and currently it's Jez Sussex who finds himself ahead of Stephen Moore. So it's Sussex in the white machine, it's Moore in the more coloured car effectively behind, so that's the orange and blue car, and those two, as we said, are fighting within G40s and in Class 3. And where is this overall in terms of the race? From 16th and 17th place, it's for 4th and 5th within Class 3 as well. They are a lap or so back from the race leader, and they have made that pit stop. So I think now everybody pretty much who still runs within this race has served their first and only pit stop within the race, which is good. So everyone now is ticked off. They can all go to the end, and that is lucky because the pit window has now just closed with just under 20 minutes left within this race. The two Ginettas head their way still with this tremendous battle. So we've had Renault battles, we've had Ginetta battles, we're going to have, I'm sure, a Ginetta battle towards the heads of the G56s. But once again, wherever we look within this Britcar Trophy field, there is a brilliant fight going on between most of the competitors, and luckily they're all within their own classes as well. So we've got some overall battles going on, but the majority are all happening within their own respective classes on track. We're going to keep an eye on the two Clios because they're going to be heading back onto the circuit very shortly, waiting for the Maurice Henry driven car, which is now going to be taken over by Hadley Simpson. And also we're going to look out for the number 1 machine, which was driven by Harry Reynolds, now by Reece Lloyd. And they are, by the looks of it, out of my window, just about to leave the exit of the pit lane. So they head back onto the circuit, and they are nose to tail. So as they came into the pit lane, they were nose to tail. As they head back out, they're going to be nose to tail as well. The question is, where are the other two from these respective teams? The Dragon Sport and High Road Motorsport sister cars effectively are just a little bit further back on the straight, so they should be able to catch up here. They'll have a little bit more momentum. These cars will have to get back up to speed with new drivers aboard as well, so we'll see how long it takes them to get back into that rhythm. But you can be assured that the two cars now behind are going to be driven, of course, by Alex Neville in car number 12, and then the number 89 machine is going to be driven by Ben Jenkins. Those two will be the chasing cars to try and give us another 4-way fight within the Clio category we have here in Britcar Trophy. That was Team Brit, the BMW heading back onto the circuit, so that will be the final one, I think, to leave the pit lane, and that car was leading the class as it came in, but Ashley Silver has now handed over to Noah Cosby. And they will just about, I think, remain ahead of the number 7 machine. It's going to be close because we know that Rob Ellick was going really quick. Now handed over to Mark Jones in the Audi TT. Starting to stretch his legs now is the leading Clio in class. So off the road goes Reece Lloyd, just now putting a second and a half or so between him and his nearest competitor. The Ginetta G40 dives well out of the way as the lights are flashing there for the Clio to go through, so Ginetta doesn't want to be any part of that whatsoever. Here's the fight that's going on now for second place. So this one has resumed on circuit, a little bit closer than what it was, and now with Chris Byland behind the wheel, it means he's going to have to try and keep behind him Maurizio Sciglio in this fight for second place. He had a tremendous run at Donington to pick up the race victory in race number 2, but are they going to be able to hold on to a podium position here, because both Maurizio Sciglio and also Axel van Niederveen are starting to close the gap down. So 3rd, 4th and 5th, or sorry, 2nd, 3rd and 4th is the battle we're currently looking at as it works its way up towards the line. Completion of lap number 15 for them. They are at the minute 47 seconds it was behind the race leader, now down to 30 seconds. So again, we'll keep an eye on that in terms of pace from Steve Fressel. But he's just rejoined the circuit out after his out lap, so it's going to take him a lap or so to get back up to speed. And what can Maurizio Sciglio do? Well, nothing at the minute because he's under attack here from Axel van Niederveen. So down in towards the right hand they go. It's the Ginettas that are fighting rather than them trying to fight against the Cupra, who's now working its way nicely through the traffic. So no delay whatsoever. The Ginettas are getting hampered a little bit more as they work their way down towards Palmer. We'll come back to this battle in just a short while because I think Ian has found someone else down there in the pit lane. We've just had Asher Silva, who has dived out of the Team Brit BMW. He is now standing by with that driver, who is I'm sure a little bit relieved to be outside of that car.
Another driver. I've got
Right, everybody, I've come down to the garages here. I'm at Team Brit right now, and I just want to grab a quick word with Asher. Look, she's been smoking too much. Sorry, Paul. Come on, get out of the way, Paul. Come on. Asher, great to see you. You said the start was a little bit sketchy, though.
It was a bit sketchy, yeah. You get amongst the drama. But the orange BM literally created space for me, so I was like, yeah, I'm taking it. So I was foot down because I was holding onto his bumper as much as I could. But the clear on the side of me was like, I'm having it. So I was like, no, you're not. So I managed to create a little bit of space going into turn one, and then yeah, I had the TT behind me. So yeah, I managed to create some space for myself at the beginning.
Look, we can actually hear ourselves on the telly right next to us as well. Look, before we let you go, Asher, I know you've got family watching in Sri Lanka. You want to give them a shout out. Then give them a shout out.
Hey, Mum and Dad, I hope you're enjoying watching the action as it's happening. Much love. Can't wait to see you soon.
Being a superstar, absolute superstar. Thanks, Asher. Matt, back to you.
Well done, Asher. Yep, great job she did in that car, and now it's going to be up to teammate to Asher. That's going to be Noah Cosby, to bring the Team Brit BMW home in a good position. Runs within Class 2 this weekend once again, and the number 68 machine currently sits within the order in 7th position, and it is first within Class 2, so doing a tremendous job. They are 7.5 seconds up the road from Mark Jones, but Mark is slightly quicker at the minute, but let's see what Noah Cosby can do to try and hold that car at bay. We'll pick up on that in a little while. Meantime, we've still got this battle going on for 3rd place, which is still at the minute Maurizio Sciglio in the yellow Ginetta. I think that window has also come away from the car, hasn't it? Yeah, so it's just starting to flap on the left-hand side as they work their way down towards Parma, so that might just be a little bit of a concern for Maurizio within the car, but he won't let it put him off too much, and it hasn't really. He's steamed through the left-hander at Parma and now finds himself on the back of Chris Byland. Can he get the speed down the straight? The Cupra seems to have it. It's just through the corners where the Ginetta then starts to close up, so a great three-way battle here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Just on the tail now, as we said, is Axel van Niederveen. So Axel looking for a solid result for his 2nd outing of the season. He got a 2nd place at Donington Park and was unfortunately in the awards in race number 1 with a non-finish, so he's only finished one of the 2 races we've had so far, but this is now starting to bring itself into a lovely battle on circuit with Axel van Niederveen just for now off the tail of the 2 ahead, which are the 2 final places on the podium, and the leader is off down at Nelson, because that is Steve Fressel, who has gone off for a spin after the tremendous job that Ben Green did in the first stint. Steve Fressel is off the circuit. He's going to rejoin, I think, just in front of the 2nd place battle, which comes through the corner now. So Steve Fressel gets himself back into the race. 2nd place comes through in towards Nelson. Steve will have to scrub those tyres to make sure there's all the dirt off, and we're going to have 4th for the lead now as they work their way down in towards Coram. So it's going to be Fressel that leads Byland, that leads Sciglio, that leads Van Niederveen, and they're all going to work their way down towards Murray's to complete what's going to be lap number 17. 12.5 minutes left on the clock. Steve is now well aware who that is behind him, and is he going to be diving for the pit lane, or does he stay out? I think he's heading for the pit lane, so there might be a slight issue with that car that has caused him to have a spin, but we'll find out all the details in due course. But it does now mean we have a new race leader. Chris Byland is there in the race lead. 2nd place for Maurizio Sciglio and 3rd place for Axel van Niederveen. Now that door, or that window that I thought it was, I think it's actually a door that has come undone on Maurizio Sciglio's car, but it doesn't matter because it's on the other side, because the other side is a white Ginetta which gets through of Axel van Niederveen. So Van Niederveen now drags all the way down towards Parma to try and get the place away for 2nd on Maurizio, but I think this problem for him on his car is getting a little bit more wary now, and it could also catch the attention of race control, who will probably want to bring that car in to get it taped up and make sure it doesn't cause concern from everyone else. Yeah, it's definitely the door, isn't it, that's pulled away from the number 47 machine. So Maurizio is on the other side of the car, so he can't really do anything about it. He can't shut it, he can't try and mend it whilst he's driving. So again, he's going to have to hope that it comes off with a bit of contact with someone else, or it blows off on itself, or as I said, it could be a little bit of a concern which race control might want to have a little word about. We'll keep an eye out for the black and orange flag, which hasn't come up just yet on the screen. As running wide there, Axel van Niederveen just getting past Maurizio Sciglio has now gone down to 3rd place once again. So briefly up into 2nd was Axel van Niederveen. Now he's back down to 3rd, and of course with these 2 Ginettas battling over 2nd place, it's just allowing Chris Byland to pull away out front. So this is looking very nice for the Cupra team. Jabba Sport, who took their 1st win of the season in race 2 at Donington, could they possibly take a back-to-back win in as many races? We'll find out shortly. We've got 10.5 minutes to go. Sciglio still dealing with this drama on the left-hand side of the car. He hasn't let Axel van Niederveen back through though, so these two continue to fight as they work their way down towards Murray's. Across the line they're going to be separated by, I reckon, less than 2 seconds. Cooper will have a little bit of a straight line advantage as they work their way up towards the end of this lap. 205.5 that time through. Quickest lap of the race has gone the way of Steve Fressel and Ben Green, 201.133. That car briefly found itself in the pit lane, but it's gone back out. So whatever dramas they had, it was a brief pull into the pit lane. Have now headed back onto the circuit and have rejoined in 5th position, just ahead of the orange BMW of Lee Goldsmith. What is Steve Fressel's pace going to be like though once he rejoins? Well, he's on his out lap. He has yet to complete this lap, and we'll find out how far back he is from the overall race leader. He goes through now, just under 40 seconds adrift, and that was an out lap, so we're not going to get a true indication of what his time was doing. So we'll see next time through what happens. But yeah, all the leaders doing around about 2:05, 2:07 for the two Gianettas that we can see on your screen right now. So those two, as they've been battling, have lost a couple of seconds to the race leader of Chris Byland. Across the line there comes the Chris Murphy BMW by the looks of it, the Z4, that turns its way in towards Ritchie's, now driven of course by Callum Bates. That's an additional driver for this weekend. So Chris Murphy down there in the pit lane watching what Callum Bates is doing. There is your BMW, which sits in first place in class, 7th place overall. So that was the car we saw Asher Silver in first off. Noah Cosby has now taken it over, and they're still maintaining this margin, aren't they, over the number 7 Audi TT. In fact, that's a gap that's grown because Mark Jones has lost considerable time over the last few laps. So the Audi now sits 21 seconds back from the class leading 2 car of the Team Brit BMW, which is just trying to put a lap on this BMW Z4 ahead of it. But a great job that Noah Cosby is currently doing. This is your leader within the Clio class. So Maurice Henry was the man in the car earlier on. Now with Hadley Simpson behind the wheel, just going to have to contend with this Ginetta, which is a little bit quicker. It's one of the leading cars, so it works its way through, puts a lap on the Clio. So Marco Anastasi, who currently runs that number 4 machine in 4th position, 20 odd seconds back from those ahead. I'm just wondering if he's going to be caught by Steve Fressel within this race. Again, we haven't got a true indication of what Steve's pace now is this time through as Marco Anastasi crosses the line. His lap time is a 2:06.8, and somewhere in the distance, just coming in towards Murray's, we should see what the lap time of Steve Fressel is, but we'll see if that gap comes down anytime soon. There's a slightly smoky Clio. That is one of the High Road Motorsport machines. Hopefully it's not the leading one. Don't think it is. I think one of the Dragon Sport Clios has got some bodywork just dragging off the back of it as well as it hits across the line. And into the pit comes our class leading 3 car, I think. Yeah, it was class leading. That is the number 38 machine, which is now dropping down the order. So for Callum McDuff for Team Brit, they've got the BMW 1 Series. That car is into the pit lane as well for some reason. So we'll try and get to the bottom of what the problem is for that car. It was, as we said, leading its class 3, but that has now dropped considerably down the order. It's quite close actually in class 3 because the leader now, Ben Colburn, who was a late addition for this weekend, heads the field. We've got Darren Flock, who is second within class 3. He's about 3 seconds adrift, and then the 721 machine of Chris Murphy and Callum Bates sits in 3rd position in that BMW Z4. So that's fairly close in class 3. Nothing really changing as of much, but it was just the problem for Caleb McDuff, which has seen him now enter into the pit lane for a real problem. But as I said, we'll try and get to the bottom of that in due course. So the race leader continues on his way. It's Chris Byland and Simon Mason who continue to head the field. They've still got a second or second and a half over Maurizio Sciglio, and we've also got that car into the pit lane as well. So our second place car has decided to dive in for some reason, so it's getting very busy down there in the pit lane. Hopefully Ian has got some news for us. He's going to update us on what's happening, because we've had over the last few laps Caleb McDuff in, who has rejoined the circuit, and we've also now got the second place Ginetta into the pit lane as well. So Maurizio Sciglio with some issues. We'll try and get to the bottom of all of that as we head you down into the pit lane. Ian Waterhouse hopefully has some updates for us.
Yeah, there's been plenty of late drama in the pit lane here. I'm here with Paul Fullock, and we've just had Caleb come into the pits. What's the issue there?
We don't know. He came in with literally no notice, a misfire on the car. I think they've done a reset and sent it back out, so you know as much as I do at the moment. He was in P1 doing an amazing job. It's like his second time out. He's an absolute lovely lad. Yeah, he's an amazing little driver. I just want to see him finish the race.
Well, I hope so. Let's not too long to go, Paul. Thanks for talking to us.
All our fingers are crossed.
They certainly are. Just a quick note as well, just see Maurizio Sciglio come into pits. We saw his door hanging loose a little bit as well. He's been into the pits, back out now. This is going to be a dramatic end to the race. It's been a cracker, hasn't it? Matt, back to you.
Yeah, I forgot about that door, so that would have been the prime reason why he came in. So there's been so much going on within this race, just to let that slip through my head briefly. But yeah, Maurizio Sciglio in for a repair of the door. That means that Axel van Niederveen, who now runs wide at Nelson, I was just going to say, has some clear air to try and catch up with the race leader, but he's now just gone and thrown all of that work he's done away off the track. So Axel van Niederveen is definitely pushing in this one at the minute as they work their way through Coram, and already we're down to the last 5 minutes. It's absolutely flown by, this Britcar Trophy race. There's been so much going on, some really good battles out there as well. We've had the race leader in with some problems, Steve Fressel and Ben Green, who have now rejoined. Steve's still behind the wheel, and they have dropped down to 7th place actually, so the times for Steve Fressel are not looking too good. He's down into the 2:13s, which are a long way off where he was in the early part of his stint, but that car is now with some sort of issue starting to drop further down the order. But it's the battle for the race lead that we are keeping our eyes on. It ebbs and flows in terms of the gap. That time through 1.7 seconds separate the top two, but Axel van Niederveen now with the clear air again will try and bring back down the leader into his sights, that of Chris Byland. So we'll see what happens in the closing two laps. That's all we have left now with the time left on the clock as well. We've got a lot more battles going on as well. We've got the battle for Class 2, which is still being led by Noah Cosby for the time being. I think that one is going to be secured because the Audi TT cannot quite catch up in the hands of Mark Jones. These two Clios working their way down towards the bomb hole. That's the number 22 machine. That car currently sits a little bit further down the order, I think. It sits in 14th place, isn't it? Second now within Class 3, and in fact has it just got past Ben Colburn for the lead of that class as well. They were trying to let the BMW of Team Brit through, which Ben Colburn did, but in the process he also let Dara Flock through as well. So not too sure if that was meant to happen, but Ben Colburn pulling definitely to one side there to let the number 22 machine through, and if they are team cars then maybe Ben's just pulling aside to let the other car through, which is more of a championship contender effectively. So 22 now heads 55. That is in Class 3, so we've had a change there in Class 3. The Clio class is still being led at the minute by the number 88 machine, which of course had Maurice Henry to start. Now Hadley Simpson within that car, so that is the Clio battle. Class 2, as we said, is being led by Noah Cosby in Team Brit, and then for the race lead overall it's still just about Chris Byland, because Axel van Niederveen again is close towards the end of this lap. We're going to have just under 2 minutes left on the clock. We've got the race leaders coming up to start the last lap of the race, and can Chris Byland and Simon Mason hold on for a second victory of the season? Slightly different conditions today compared to Donington Park, a little bit warmer, a little bit sunnier as well, but he's got the big matter of a Ginetta starting to close down in his rear view mirror. It's quite a big Ginetta. It's quite a low Ginetta as well, so we might not be able to see it as Axel van Niederveen sends one to the inside line. The back end steps out and Axel just about collects it. That's the second moment he's had in I think 3 laps now. He had the moment on the exit of Nelson, he's had the moment there on the exit of the Wilson hairpin. That might now just allow this man in this car to take a second victory, because it's been made a lot easier on this last lap after a slight mistake. Axel van Niederveen, to be fair to him, had to go for it, didn't he? He had to make the move, he had to try and come from a long way back, but in the process the brakes weren't quite there for him and the back end was almost around. But Axel, the pro driver he certainly is, managed to hold on to that one, and now, although it's going to be second place by the looks of it, let's see if he can do anything to close the gap on this last lap, or last half a lap now it will be, onto the Jabba Motorsport Cupra of Chris Byron. Turns his way through Williams, and I don't think that's quite going to be achievable now for Axel van Niederveen. Been lots of drama in this race with certain cars heading for the pit lane. There's been spins for race leaders, there's been spins and drama for class leaders as well. We are going to get to the end of this first race of the day for Britcar Trophy, and it's going to be a second win for this Jabba Sport Cupra, and it will take them to the top of the championship by the looks of it. It's going to be close actually, because Darragh Flock, who leads his class, is in fact the championship leader after the 2 races at Donington Park, so it's going to get them closer to the top of the championship. But of course, with your respective classes scoring maximum points, it does mean that it's a little bit harder to try and overhaul someone who continuously has been winning that class so far this year. Chris Byron wide into the final corner, so if Axel van Niederveen was a little bit closer, there might have been an opportunity, but the checker flag is at the ready, and the first Britcar Trophy race of the day here at Snetterton is going to be won by Chris Byron and Simon Mason, who pick up their second victory of the season in Britcar Trophy. Second goes the way of Axel van Niederveen. In the end, he was 1.7 seconds adrift. Third place should be that of the second of our Ginettas of Marco Anastasi. That'll be through a little bit later on. It's quite a way down the road at the minute, so we wait for Marco Anastasi to appear. I think he's working his way through the final corner now at Murray's. Up towards the line he comes, and Marco Anastasi gets himself on to the podium for what's going to be the second time this year. He had a podium in race 1 at Donington, and it's the podium in race 1 here at Snetterton as well. For 4th place, we're going to look out for Maurizio Sciglio. He'll be the next man through after that drama with the door. That was rectified quickly, and he was sent back on his way to come across the line in 4th place. Lee Goldsmith has had a pretty quiet race actually. He's kept himself out of troubles, but will be coming home in that orange BMW in 5th position. We've got some of the class winners across the line already as well. There goes the Clio class winner of Maurice Henry and his teammates for today, which is Hadley Simpson. They pick up the honours within Clio, down in 9th place overall. 2nd place goes the way of the number 1 machine in the Clio class. That is Harry Reynolds and Reece Lloyd. And then the rest of the overall order comes through now. Lee Goldsmith has completed the race in 5th. We're waiting for the class winning 2 car, which is going to be Noah Cosby and Asher Silver by the looks of it. So the Team Brit BMW about to head towards the line. That goes through and picks up class 2 honours. 7th place just behind them was the early race leader in the hands of Ben Green, and briefly with Steve Fressel as well. That comes through in 7th position, and then we just wait for the Audi TT to come through as well in the hands of what's going to be Mark Jones, after it was Rob Ellick who started that Audi TT. So that's going to be the last of the cars, I think, to cross the line, and then once it does, we can get a full classification of that first race for Britcar Trophy today here at Snetterton. I think the Audi's going to appear sometime soon. It's almost a lap back, if not a little bit more, from the race leader, so he'll be working his way towards the line very shortly indeed. You can already see the celebrations down there in Parc Fermé. A nice chat between Axel van Niederveen and Chris Byron. We'll find out their thoughts very shortly on how they managed to get through that race without too many dramas, but a good battle towards the end of the race they had, and one hopefully we can continue in race number 2 with a few more added to the mix if they don't have their problems like they did in race number 1. So that brings the action this morning to a close. We'll get you through the results of that Britcar Trophy race, with the victory going the way of Simon Mason and Chris Byron. They won in the end by just 1.7 seconds, so a really close fought race between them and Axel van Niederveen in the leading Ginetta in the end. 3rd place goes the way of Marco Anastasi. He gets himself to a podium for the 2nd time this year, as we said. Maurizio Sciglio with that brief pit stop with the drama to be rectified. He come back out and finished the race in 4th place. Lee Goldsmith comes through in 5th. 6th place in class winners, Class B, is Asher Silver and Noah Cosby. 7th place goes the way of Steve Fressel and that of Ben Green. Behind them was the Rob Ellick and Mark Jones Audi TT. Further back from them in 9th place was the class leading Clio. That was Maurice Henry and his teammate, that of Hadley Simpson. Then it was Reynolds and Lloyd in what's going to be 10th place, 11th place for Coyne and Neville, and 12th place for Harrison and Jenkins in 4th of the Clio class. 13th place for Darragh Flock, he picks up class 3 honours, and Ben Colburn finished just behind him in 14th place overall. Quickest lap went the way of the early race leading Ginetta of Steve Fressel and Ben Green, 2:01.13, set back on lap number 6. So that's the action done for this morning. As we said, we've got lunch break coming up, but before that we're going to head down to the Parc Fermé area, where the drivers are already standing by ready to talk to Ian Waterhouse after a fun fought 50 minutes race.
Right, Chris, now you've deserved that water, I'll tell you something. This is why we love motorsport, this is why we love racing. It was, wow, what a finish.
That was a tough one. I mean, the two guys hunting me down were so cool, and I'm just lucky they were fighting each other for the last 3 quarters. And then when 111 got past him, I'm thinking, oh my God, you know, there's 5 minutes to go, he'll get me, but he made a couple of mistakes. And on the hairpins, I just managed to squeeze him, and that was it.
Coming over the line, it was half a second going into that final lap. The lap before was about 1.7, so it was tight, wasn't it?
I could see him catching me, like growing loomer hard, you know, bigger and bigger in my mirrors, and I'm thinking, he's driving so bloody well. And if he gets me, hats off. But I've just got to stay in the front and try and fight hard.
Well,
we were
hard
lucky.
you did,
Lucky.
and fairly as well. Brilliant stuff. That's back-to-back wins now as well. I think Mark wants to have a chat with you, Chris, so you go and have a chat over there. Stay with us, everybody. We're going straight into the lunch break, so we've got a little bit of time now, actually. We can maybe grab a quick word with Marco over here as well, shall we? Let's see. We've got Maurizio Siglio's here as well. I wonder if we can have a quick chat with the boys. Marco, very, very quick chat if we can. And Maurizio, you're here as well. Of course, a bit of an issue with a door, which wasn't ideal. Thank you. Marco just saved my life there, Maurizio.
Not sure what happened there. Just I felt more air coming in, and the door was kind of open. So.
Well, at least it helped cool you down a little bit.
That was pleasant for a while until it wasn't.
Marco, 3rd place.
Yeah, not bad. Good fun. The start of the race was very eventful. A lot of back and forth with the orange BMW. But yeah, it was good fun. It was good, clean racing. So that's what we're here for, right?
Well, it was great racing, actually, Marco. Thank you so much. Congratulations as well. Let's move around a bit. Let's have a quick chat with Lee, because that's better, isn't it? That's better. That's more like
fresh air now. Yeah.
Quite hot out there. Of course, you're doing it all by yourself as well.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. It was great. I mean, the first 20 minutes were a lot more exciting than the rest, but it was really good fun. Yeah, back on the pace. Found it now.
So you've got to do it all again later. So what have you learned from this one that you're going to take into race 2?
Well, I think it's tyres really. It's very easy to overheat them, particularly in this weather, which I don't think I've driven this car in this sort of temperature before. So, you know, first time was September last year. So I think it's, you know, you really have to be a bit more gentle with them.
He's going to get hotter as well. Look, go celebrate. Thank you, Lee. There, watch yourself, Matt. We've got cars coming around. I'm going to get out of the way before I get run over as well. I did really want to find, if I could, Hadley, because they won the Clios. So let's go have a quick chat with Alex Neville. Oh, Mark, how was it? All right.
Get my card in.
No, go. Yeah, don't do that. You've got to get your cards in, otherwise you get in a lot of trouble. We've got Alex Neville over here. Let's have a chat with him. Let's just bring him in. Here he is. So Alex, don't go too far. How was it out there? All right, it was pretty dramatic between the Clios, wasn't it?
It was in the first half, wasn't it? Yeah, we kind of spread out a little bit more in the second half. The way it worked out in the pit stops, I could see Ben was a little way back, and I could see the front two were quite far forward, so it was just drove to a number and made sure I kept the third, to be honest, at that point. But yeah, great result for us. It's been a difficult start to the season, but credit to the boys, they're not giving up, and we won't either.
Something to build up on race 2. That's a good thing, isn't it? You get 2 chances.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll go again this afternoon, and can't wait for it.
Top man, Alex, thank you so much. Who I really wanted to speak to, I said I wanted to speak to Hadley Simpson, and I believe he's just here as well, actually. So let's grab him. Come on, mate. Over you come. Oh, there's Maurice as well. Can we get Maurice? Maurice, can you come round? Can you come round? Or you jump over?
You won't be allowed in.
Are you not allowed in? Right, let's have a quick chat. First stint from you, Maurice. Oh my word, that was exceptional racing between 4 Clios there.
I know it was a tough race to manage, because at the end of the day, we're racing as a team.
Yeah.
But we want to put each other in the best position for when we hand over the car, and I just had to get the elbows out, you know. But I can't complain. The team did a really good job. Hadley did an amazing job when you switched over and got the lead. All I did was put him in a good position, and
I think you're selling yourself a bit short there. Come on, it was a 4 abreast at one point.
Yeah, I know. No, to be fair, I enjoyed it. I love racing close. Yeah, exactly. I enjoyed it, and from my point of view, all we did was just do our best, get our elbows out, and just hope for the best, really. But I think it's going to be more of this throughout the year, to be fair.
Well, I'm glad. Let's hope so, Maurice. Congratulations, and Hadley put you in a great position, didn't he, to get you over the line?
No, he put me in an amazing position, and from there it was just all you know, put out the consistent laps. It was a good move under the bridge, and then yeah, from there it was just head down, don't look back, and yeah, that's what we did.
Right, I think you guys need to go. I think everybody's getting told they've got to hand in cards and bits and bobs. Don't disappear just yet, actually. Let's just have a quick chat. We've got time. It is the lunch break now, so we're in no particular rush. Coming up, though, we've still got more Caterham races. We've got another race as well for the Britcar Trophy Championship a little bit later this afternoon, and the third and final race of the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy as well. If you didn't see the earlier race, go back and watch it. Honestly, if you're watching on Bark TV as well, on YouTube, don't forget live chat is open. Have a chat with us. Let us know where in the world are you watching from. We want to hear from you guys, and if you are watching as well, please just hit that little subscribe button. Just watch yourself there, Matt, as well. You've got an Audi TT about to run over your toes there, so cheers, Mark. There's Mark Jones there. Yeah, do hit that little subscribe button. It's completely free for you to watch all of the BARC racing, so it really helps us out. Just hit that little subscribe button. Makes a big difference for us. Actually, I'll be back in a sec, guys. I just want to run up here because we've got Noah up here as well. Let's just have a quick chat with him as well. I kept promising I was going to talk. No, don't disappear, mate. Don't disappear. Dramatic racing out there, wasn't it? But what a team you two are.
Yeah, honestly, Ash and I, we're so lucky to have each other as a team. Ash absolutely smashed it in the beginning and gave me a big old gap, so I just had to sit back and not really do much, to be honest.
I'll give over. I'm not having that. Come on, you've always got to work hard. And of course, what have you guys learned from race 1 that you're going to bring into race 2? Let's start with you, Noah, first.
Honestly, I just need to bring my game up a little bit. But I think, yeah, just consistency is so important in these races, and just keeping clean lines and the car happy, really.
Perfect advice, Asha, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for me, if I take away anything, it's try and stick to my lines, because that's the best way to get good time. Yeah. But it's very much about being a little bit more confident through T5, I think it was. But yeah, so far so good. So let's hope it goes well for the next one.
Fantastic, so far so good. Thanks, guys. Congratulations. Let's just move along. Let's just have a quick chat over here. I can see Chris Murphy walking around, but let's see if I can get it. There he is. Look, he's trying to walk away from me. Chris, are you looking for me, or you're not looking for me, are you?
No, I wasn't. No, but I'm always happy to talk to you. Don't worry about that.
How was it out there?
It's good fun, yeah. Very different to yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, yesterday, for those who don't know, of course, you took part in the British Endurance Championship as solo driver for 2 hours, but you shared it today, didn't you?
Yeah, well, Callum, we weren't going to share, but Callum broke his car at Brands Hatch yesterday, so I very kindly offered mine so he can share with me for a bit of fun today. So I'm a bit worn out, to be honest with you. I'm getting too old for doing 2 days in a row.
Well, it's lunchtime. Go get some lunch. Go on, get off. Cheers, Chris. Thank you very much. Let's just jump in with some of the boys as well, just chilling out. An exciting race, guys. It's pretty exciting out there. Well, certainly for our point of view, watching. How's it for you?
Yeah, awesome. Really good. Really good fun. We had some good racing.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah, really good. Really good fun.
Very hot.
Hot. Release is dry. Sun's out. What's not to like?
You know, it's April, right? What are we going to be like when it gets to July?
But yeah, we've been here before when there's rain everywhere, like everywhere.
Well, you know, I was chatting. Isn't it unusual to have 3 dry days at Snetterton? It just doesn't happen, does it?
It's been great. Yeah.
No, good racing, good crack.
Yeah, good fun.
Can't complain.
Good news, you've got to do it again later, guys.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Top stuff. Right, I'm going to head off very shortly, but don't worry because we're into the lunch break here at Snetterton with the BARC. We've got a very special feature coming up for you very shortly as well. Yesterday, me and Sam took a trip around the Caterham hospitality. We're rating who's got the best hospitality here. Is it Caterham or is it the British Endurance Championship? I'm going to go for a very short break. When I come back, me and Sam will be testing out all the goodies down with the British Endurance Championship and Britcar. It's going to be a little bit of fun before we get into more of the racing action here at Snetterton. Matt, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, so we are now into the lunch break. As Ian said, they're off to some hospitality very shortly, like they did yesterday, to rate which one is best. As long as they get some free food, I'm sure they'll be happy. Anyway, what's coming up for the rest of the day here at Snetterton? Well, in around about half an hour's time, we'll build up to the Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship. That will be their second race of the weekend. That'll be a 20-minute encounter for them. We then look forward to more Caterhams. It's all about Caterhams pretty much this weekend. The Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK have delivered in droves as always, the top rung on the Caterham ladder. They'll be back out for their final race at around about 2:05 this afternoon. Then it's the third and final race for the Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy. They'll have a 15-minute encounter just after 2:30. Then we look forward to our penultimate motorsport or penultimate Caterham race of the day. That comes from the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship just after 3 o'clock. At 3:55 it will be the second race for the competition we just saw for the Britcar Trophy Championship. See who can do battle to come out in top on that 50-minute encounter, and the final race of the day is scheduled for 5 o'clock, which is the Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship, which is the perfect way to bring down the curtain on this BARC weekend. So lots still to look forward to. Hopefully you're going to stay with us for all of the afternoon, and look forward to the Caterhams, the Minis and the Britcar Trophy. As we said, Sam and Ian are on their way to hospitality to see what they can find down there, and hopefully talk to some of the drivers. We'll then start to build you up to our Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship race down in the assembly area with Sam, and then we're going to kick off with racing at 1:30. So join us back here in a short while.
Right, Sam, I've just legged it down from Parc Fermé to come down here because I'm hungry. All right, okay. It's been a long day so far. Look, let's just talk about the morning's action so far, shall we? Lots of Caterham action. How's it been?
It's been really good actually. Lots of changing at the front. Lots of. I think the headwind is actually causing a bit of issue for people, particularly down the back straight. But fairly, you know, only a safety car in two of the races. Yeah, good racing. I can't wait for this afternoon.
Caterham's always serve up a treat, and also the minis as well this morning. Oh my word, that was sensational. And we've just seen a Britcar race to remember as well. Simon Mason and Chris Barnum picking up their second win of this season. Now, we are here though at the Britcar / the British Endurance Championship hospitality, because yesterday we nipped up to Caterham, didn't we, for a little bit of food, and it's hospitality wars. Now, 10 points each. We had I had a cherry bakewell, you had a flapjack, didn't you? I scored it 8 out of 10. Now, there's a reason I scored it 8 out of 10, Sam, and it's because there were larger slices that Sam could have served me. Instead, she gave me an itty-bitty little one, so you've cost Caterham a point there.
Well, I didn't realise you were going on size, thought you were going on quality. But I did give Darryl, our cameraman, a bigger slice, and he rated it 9 out of 10.
Well, I went 8, you went 9. So last night, there I was in the hotel. I put the numbers through the supercomputer, and it came out to 17 out of 20. So that was the score for Caterham. Now, let's go in. Now, we're going in now because it's going to get very, very busy soon in here because, as I just said, the Britcar Trophy Championship race is just finished. So we're in now before it gets super busy. Now, let's see what's on the menu today, shall we? Now, look, oh my god, you can't smell it, but oh my word, that smells good, doesn't it? So we've got chicken breast and cream white. Yeah, can we have a look? Oh, look at those potatoes. Oh my goodness, look at that. This is, Sam, come on, you've got to be honest, this looks good.
It does look very good, actually, yeah.
Let's keep moving down. Oh yeah, no. Let's keep moving down.
No for the greens.
Right, chickpea cauliflower curry. That looks good.
Oh yeah, good choice.
It smells really good. Look at this. Oh, garlic bread. I can't have garlic bread because I've got to interview people, so my breath will get a little bit pongy. And then we come.
Oh,
look at
good sized slices here of cheesecake. What have we got? Lemon mascarpone cheesecake, carrot cake, tray bake, peanut butter brownie.
Do you know what would you choose? We're going to have one soon, but which I think for me it would be the cheesecake. That does look good, but I'm not a massive fan of peanut butter.
Minnie, are we allowed to choose the same dessert? Because I would go for the lemon cheesecake as well.
Well, should we just get one? Should we just share one so we don't like take away from everybody? And well, obviously different forks, of course. You go first.
Got to get a bit of the biscuit as well, haven't you? That's really good.
Alright, my turn. 10 out of 10 that. 10 out of 10.
Oh.
It's 10.
It is 10.
It is 10. So there we go, it is officially established that the British Endurance Championship have a better hospitality. I'm really sorry.
But you haven't seen what we've got in hospitality in Caterham today. We've got lemon drizzle cake.
No, I don't think it's going to top it. Just come over here a second for the overall winners for the for the Britcar Trophy champions. This is the trophy that's going to be picked up at the end of the season. An absolute cracker. As I said before, Brands Hatch next for the Britcar Trophy Championship. We do have another race coming up later this afternoon. If it's anything like race 1 today, oh my word, we are in for an absolute treat. Sam, we're going to let you go very soon because you've got another Caterham race coming up next, haven't you?
We have indeed, yes. So we've got another action-packed afternoon. Can't wait. Road Sports are up next. So another big grid of 42 cars.
Well, I'm going to bring another mini race, and I've also got the second Britcar Trophy race. It is going to be an absolute corker. We're going to head off and finish off our cakes. We've just left it rudely on the table, haven't we? So we're going to head off there. But congratulations to Britcar. You have the best hospitality. That is official. Although Caterham, it was very good too. Matt, back to you.
More race to come here at Snetterton on day 1 of this BARC meeting, and we now look forward to the first of 2 races this weekend for the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. The way the grid lines up then, after qualifying this morning, it will see Monty Hind on pole position. He did the job by a couple of tenths of a second over Jonathan Emery, who'll start alongside. The second row then sees Paul Goldstein with Isfan Demis alongside on the outside of row 2. Row 3 headed by Neil Bell, and Adam Keane is there in 6th position. Ollie Brown heads up row number 4 with Henry Morris 6 on the outside, and row 5 is going to be that of Django Jones and Ben Stewart, who complete the top 10. Further back in the 11th position, row number 6 for Robert Cowan. He'll be joined by the number 4 machine of Neville Sykes. Then on to the 7th row of the grid, we're going to see number 26, which is Tim Payne. On the outside of him will be the number 10 car of Harvey Ashmore. The 8th row then sees Jack English in car number 13 with Barry Haniff alongside. 17th place on the grid for Gutha DC with 89 Patrick Cunningham alongside. The 10th row then sees number 19, which is Lee James, and to round out your top 20, Joel Mayer Potts. Further back onto the 11th row of the grid we go with Andrew Miles. Alongside him is going to be Miles Enan. The 12th row, number 20, is going to see Will Jarvis with 37 Henry Speaks on the outside. The 13th row is headed by Orlando Morris, and Andrew Potter sits there in 26th position. The 14th row is going to be Arif Haniff with Norman Jeeves in 28th position. Row 15 is going to see then Giles Hansen with Chris Coates on the outside. Further back, the row and the cars keep coming. Row 16 for number 6, which is Anthony Nichols. 71 is going to be Stephen Trinder. The 17th row then sees David Jarvis with Dean Pollen alongside. The 18th row, Brian Joyce with Andrew Mickey. Then further back we've got Graham Handy and Howard Ashmore, and row number 20 is going to see Reuben Hunter with Craig Jarvis on the outside. And then the final place at the back of the grid, row 21, all alone in 41st place, but great to see Anne Hall there ready to go for what's going to be a challenging race once again for this Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship. Just the 2 races for them, as we said, this weekend, but they get the prime spot at the end of the day where most of the rubber has been laid down, and they're going to be giving us once again, Chris, some good action. 40 plus cars on the grid. This is going to be another frantic one, I feel.
Yeah, I mean the grid, when you get to the 20th position, you're only halfway through, you know you're in for a good one. So 41 cars, like you say, lining up in this Caterham Motorsport grid. Say the Academy graduates from last year, plus a few extras added in as well. They also get these nice atmospheric shots as the sun goes down. It does make our job in the commentary box extremely hard, especially with 41 cars, with cars also new liveries. But this is the second stage of the motorsport ladder for Caterham Motorsport. So like I say, all of these drivers, bar a few additions, are Academy graduates. We have 2 Academy grids each year because we can't fit them all onto one, and they get combined then into the Road Sport for their second year. They get to strap on also the Toyo AAAR tyres, and that's their main change of performance, but it gives them 1 to 2 seconds a lap performance over the sort of standard Academy tyre. So they also get these 2 races of a race weekend, so that's new for them, and that's kind of a different thing where you have to bring yourself up to the first race and then let yourself calm down before then having your second race on the second day. So a much more busy race weekend, and heading towards next year, if they go up to the 270R, they'll get 3 races per race weekend. We can see this huge field heading down then underneath the straight, or down the Bentley Straight under the bridge and into this Brundle Nelson complex, and let's hope they can get that all under control. They can work out who and where they all are, and let's get another great race in the books.
Yeah, it takes them quite a while to get round, and it will take them quite a while to line up on the grid, with 40 plus to line up in the 20 plus rows we have as well. Chris spoke about the Academy, which most of the drivers have moved from into this year for the Road Sport Championship. The champion, though, from one of those Academy groups, Nick Hyton, is not here, but the man who ran in very close to that championship is indeed here on the grid, and that's going to be one to watch out for. Jonathan Emery in the number 43 machine, but great influx of drivers this year, because most of the top runners from last season have now moved on to 270R. They include the likes of Ben Timmons, who we saw race a little bit earlier on. Lionel Tolomarsh, who finished runner-up last year in the Road Sport, has moved on, and Toby Ballard has also moved to the 270Rs as well. So it kind of opens the door, as we said, Chris, for a lot of new people to come in, and also retain some of the drivers from last season as well.
Road Sport's one of the only you can't stay in Road Sport, so actually they have to move on. But we have got some new additions to the grid. So these are the drivers who have they don't qualify for the Academy. You cannot drive the Academy Championship if you've held a karting license or a motorsport license previously. So the only people you can enter into Road Sports are people who don't have any race experience previously, or who have held a kart license and therefore can't join the Academy but have never raced in a full-size car. And one person I want to shout out is Ben Stewart, who comes in here having only ever driven, he bought his Academy car, upgraded it to Road Sport, he's driven it once at the Nürburgring, and he's headed to here with no testing and no practice, and he ended up in 10th place on the grid, and that is a pretty spectacular start to his road sport career. And what a car. So straight from the Nürburgring straight up into Snetterton. As you see this everlasting grid, they're going to almost be round the curve at the back of this grid.
Nürburgring to Snetterton, that's pretty easy, isn't it, really, when you come from a circuit like that to somewhere like this? But yeah, well done to him indeed to qualify the car inside the top 10, so many congratulations. Let's see how the race goes for him, because there's a lot of people around him in front and also behind. We've got a yellow flag further down on the grid, but that's just to slow, I think, everyone into position. And then we'll look once again all the way down towards the back. Can't quite see it really, can we? But there'll be somewhere there a green flag. When that does wave, we'll then all look towards the gantry where we can see the 5-second board. And for the final time today, we will be racing for Caterhams in what's going to be the first of two Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship action to kickstart the 2024 season. The board is up and down, the red lights are now on, and the race will get underway with on the front row Monty Hind and Jonathan Emery. The race gets underway, and it's a good start for the purple car there of Jonathan Emery in car number 43. So Monty Hind didn't get the best of starts, so he might be flooded up towards that first corner. Already he's going to try and pick up the toe to stay in second place, and he will just about do that by the looks of it. But it will be the number 43 machine of Jonathan Emery who gets through. We've been unscathed so far through Ritchie's. The number 4 car runs slightly wide of Neville Sykes, but apart from that, I think again they've all just about well behaved themselves through the first corner, and now it's going to be the funnel neck in towards the Wilson hairpin.
Can they all get on the anchors? And it does look like there are a few lockups, but nothing too dramatic there as we head around this. Some of the drivers taking that very wide line, but that can work early doors as it gives you a little slingshot up here and out into Palmer's, the left-hander. It's all change out front again though. In fact, it's Emery who's disappearing off down the road. Monty Hind's just lost a position to Goldstein. Goldstein's already been out with the Caterham graduates this year, so he's not race rusty. He's had a little bit more to get himself warmed up for this, as we see some cars jinking out of the slipstream very late and a few squeals of tyres into the Agostini hairpin, but they all just about get it under control. We've got one car pulling onto the grass on the right side. It looks like he's indicating off, so I think that might be the end of his or her race as we head on then up through Hamilton and out onto the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, a lot of brake squealing there, but that's of course everyone being bunched up, just not quite hitting that braking point where it could be at full racing speed. And of course with lots of people around you, you're just eager to get on those brakes and not run into the car in front of you. But someone who will not be doing that is Jonathan Emery, because he's got some nice clear track ahead of him, as the number 4 machine, who's been in strife already on this opening lap, was slightly wide on towards the Bentley straight. But Neville Sykes has continued to keep himself in this race, just down in the lower half of the top 40, but out front looking good at the minute for the race leader, with Paul Goldstein there in second place. And then third place, is that still the car of Polster to Monty Hind?
Yeah, Monty Hind still held on to that third place, so they're going to be coming on through as the chase pack also see what they can do to try and recover some of that back. So that's Henry Morris, so they're also looking bit of bodywork on the outside of the track there. That's not an uncommon sight as we head on in late in the day in a Caterham Motorsport weekend. But it is Emery in his purple machinery then. He's going to come across that line for the first time to complete that lap 1.
Yep, certainly is. We're looking around about 2:15, 2:14. Maybe we might break some of those lap records again here in the Caterham Motorsport Championship race. But top 3 already head and shoulders above everybody else as they complete the first lap. Top 3 separated by less than a second. Then there's going to be a gap of just over 2.5 seconds back to our 4th place car, which currently sits in the hands of Neil Bell. But he's made progress from where he started 5th on the grid. And then the car behind, car number 5, which sits there in 5th position, Henry Morris, has started in 8th position. So good progress being made by both of those, as a few of those now start to drop down. In fact, the pole sitter Monty Hind has dropped down to 6th position, and the one making the progress up into 3rd is going to be Istvan Demes, who sits there in 3rd from 4th on the grid.
Yeah, Istvan Demes. And talking about progress, there are some spectacular progress happening further down. One of the Hanif brothers is up 16 positions from his qualifying position to find himself in 11th. We've got a top 10 for Nichols. He's moved up 10 positions, 12 positions made up by Handy. So there's some really big manoeuvres happening further back, but out front the lead 3 do have a nice gap, but Monty Hind is definitely dropping back down the field and not looking happy. So he was a sort of top 10 finisher in the white group last year, so wonder if he's got a bit of car problems. He didn't get off the line particularly well, and he's been dropping a bit like a stone ever since. You can see him there in front of this next angry pack of drivers looking to take his position away.
Yeah, did get a sluggish start, didn't he? So he's kind of just been hampered by that over the first couple of laps, so Monty Hind with work to do to try and get himself back into the mix, but he's in that battle from 4th downwards, so he is in kind of contention for a top 10, as we're going to have Monty Hind possibly with, has he got some damage on the right hand side? No, that's normal, that's where the tread mark is outside the car, but he's going to go for the inside line is Monty Hind to try and take the place away from the number 88 machine. In fact, I think he's under attack here for that 6th position as he runs out wide. It's not really the place to be for Monty Hind, so he's going to drop further back here.
Welcome back, and sorry for cutting that road sport race short, but we are live in the assembly area for the second road sport race of the weekend, so we thought we'd bring you to this for now. So we'll go around and start speaking to some of these guys whilst they're all waiting in assembly. There are still a few parking up here. Obviously there are 42 cars to try and park up, so it's quite tricky, but let's go around and speak to Adam Keane. We haven't spoken to Adam yet this weekend. Hello Adam, how are you?
Hi Sam, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you finding it moving up to the road sports from Academy last year?
Good, although the other group are quick, and so where a regular podium was possible, it's less possible now. But no, it's good. The car feels a lot better. The tyres are incredible. So yeah, it's definitely an improvement for the vehicle for sure.
That's the thing, it's one change, isn't it? And that it can make a huge difference.
Yeah, these tyres are way more forgiving. Like a little mistake last year and you'd spin, whereas you can get away with it a little bit more this year, I think. Yeah. How are you finding Academy?
Well, yeah, I've had Cobra so far. It's great. I love the car. It's so much fun to drive. But new tyres for us as well this year with the Toyos. So again, that's a learning curve.
Yeah. Well, as we know, you're good at going sideways. I'm looking forward to seeing how quick you are going round a track in a circle.
Yeah, I need to rein in the sideways because it's not quick.
No, was there a bit of sideways action at Cobra?
Yes, quite a bit.
Well, it's your natural place, you know.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I just need to try and, it's my default mode, so I need to try and steer away from that and learn a new skill of track driving.
Straight line it, just straight line it, yeah. No, today's going to be good, beautiful weather, we're super lucky. I've got family here for the first time, Theo's here, so and my wife Bella's here, family, everyone, mother-in-law and the whole shebang, so yeah, very grateful. Hopefully have a good race.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Thank you, Adam. Right, let's have a I'll tell you what, I'm going to quickly go over and speak to Anne Hall actually. They are starting their engines, but I think they've got a few more minutes yet. I think one starts their engines and then they all think they have to. Hello Anne, how's your weekend going?
Not too badly. I'm always at the back, but actually today I'm managing to start a little bit further up the grid, so we'll see how I get on. I'm sure everyone will come flying past me very early on, but I've enjoyed it a lot. Had a spin yesterday, but that dropped me back a little bit, but otherwise no, I'm very happy, enjoying it, and we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. Well, that's the main thing, you've got to enjoy it, haven't you? It's while you're here.
So yes, it's definitely fun, and it's a great bunch of guys. So yeah, with sun shining, so what more could we ask for?
Perfect conditions. Excellent. Thanks, Anne. Right, let's move over and have a quick word with Ollie Brown. He was next to Adams. He starts 7th. Hello, Ollie.
Hiya.
How's your weekend going?
Really well, really well. Last year this was a track that I really struggled at, and then somehow this year I've just managed to get it together. 7th is my best starting and my best finish place. Dropped to 10th in race 1 and then back up to 7th. I'm over the moon with that result. So if I can just hold position again now, I'll be more than happy.
Yeah. And it's such a big grid as well. It's there's a lot to think about.
Yeah, it's a massive grid. It was a worry of mine being in the mid pack because that was sort of where I roughly placed last year in Academy. So to be up this end, you get to see the red lights at the start a bit better, so you know when to drop the clutch and get moving, which is a good positive.
Yeah, that's it. Oh well, wish you all the best. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ollie. Right, let's Ben. I'm going to speak to Ben quickly. Now, this is Ben's first ever race weekend. So he didn't do Academy last year because he has raced karts in the past, so he wasn't allowed to do Academy. So here we are. I'll let you concentrate and do your belts and everything first, because I know how time consuming that is, getting all your belts, your wrist restraints. It's quite a method to doing it all, and obviously when you've got time against you, like they're be going out in a few minutes, so I won't. 2 minutes, we've got 2 minutes left. You've got 2 minutes, Ben. Yeah. I'll let you do that and I'll come back to you. Right. I don't want to distract him and not get his kit on properly, so let's have a word with Jack English here. Hello Jack, how's your weekend going?
Yeah, good, thank you. All good.
Excellent. You enjoying the track?
Definitely, yeah, it's nice out there.
Yeah, lovely. It's quite consistent conditions this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, no rain or anything, so it's been nice.
Yeah.
Not getting wet.
No, it's not nice sitting here, is it, in the wet?
Yeah, I can imagine, yeah. Be terrible, wouldn't it?
Yeah. How are you finding the road sports?
Good, yeah. So, yeah, a lot better than the Academy for grip and stuff like that. So, yeah, nicer to drive.
Excellent. Good. Well, enjoy the race. And let's have a word with Django Jones in his purple car. Hello, Django.
Hello,
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Good as ever. Excited.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. A little nervous. But if you say you're not nervous, you're lying.
I agree, and I do sort of now, with me being in the academy this year, I do it concerns me that obviously I'm coming up to people with a microphone, and I know what you must be going through, and you probably don't want me coming up to you to interview you right now.
Well, I've never been interviewed before, so first time for everything, which means it's first time for a win as well, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So, got a bit of a way to go up that field, but we'll be alright.
That's it.
And yeah, hopefully see you on the other side.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, have a good race. Right, let's move on round. Let's have a quick word with Will Jarvis. Hello, Will.
Hello.
How's your weekend going?
It's going pretty well, to be fair. I started 23rd yesterday and then finished 13th, so I'm pretty happy. So hopefully I can make up some more places today. Maybe get in the top 10, but we'll see how everyone else is driving today. We've got some competition.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Have a good race. Enjoy. Let's move on round. I think they will be going out in a moment. We've got a few minutes. Let's have a... no, everyone's revving their engines, making me think that they're going out, but they're not yet. Harvey, hello. We spoke to you yesterday, didn't we, before your first race? So how was the race for you?
A little bit chaotic. It was a lot back and forth and a lot of avoidance of spinners, and I was just quite relieved to bring the car home actually at the end of that one. But yeah, we'll see what today brings, and hopefully a bit better.
And what about your dad? I was going to try and make my way round to him. How did he get on? But just in case I don't get time, we'll see what he says.
Well, I think he was doing well, but we did have to have a brief session of remembering flags last night, as he was slowing down a bit too much for every yellow that he passed. That was...
But that's quite something that you know, with it being your first race weekend, how are you supposed to... I suppose you just judge it by everybody else's speed, do you?
Yes, no, it's just a steep learning curve. He's got so much to take on board so quickly, and he's doing really well, so it's very impressive. I'm proud of him.
There is so much to learn though and take in, isn't there, with your first race?
Yeah. It's like jumping off at the deep end. You just don't know what you've let yourself in for, and how you'll deal with the nerves or everything. And just to get round, I think was a real relief for him. So it was good.
That's it. You get that first race out of the way, then you feel like you can relax a little bit, can't you?
Yeah, he's now officially a race driver.
Yeah.
It's all good.
We'll see if we can go and have a quick word with him.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Harvey. Let's find him. He's same colour car as Howard. And there he is. He's right over there by the start. So that's probably a good place to position ourselves when all these cars make their way out onto track. It's so good looking at all the different liveries, though. Some fantastic colour schemes. He's probably seen me and thought, oh no, don't come over to me. Hello, Howard.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, well, well done. You are now a racing driver and you've completed your first ever race. So now you're... tell me how it was for you.
Well, the first race I was probably overly cautious and I didn't really do as well as I'd hoped. So I'm hoping for better things in race 2. Albeit, I'm still terrified.
Yeah, that's natural. Deep breath when you're out there.
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping one day I shall see my son at the other end of the grid.
Well, I wish you all the best for this one. I'll let you concentrate and enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
See you later. Right, they are heading out onto the grid now, so we'll hand back to Chris and Matt.
Thank you, Sam. Great job as always down there in the assembly area to catch up with the drivers, and nice words there from Harvey to his dad about what he needs to do to improve. But this is the thing, you come into racing for the first time, you learn a lot of things before you go racing, and you learn a lot of things while you continue racing as well. So good luck to Howard, who's down towards the rear of the field but looking to make progress within this second race for the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. Let's take you through then how the grid lines up. It is once again based on finishing position positions of race number 1, and it's a big grid to get through. So let's start with the front row. That is going to be the pole sitter number 43, Jonathan Emery. He'll be joined by number 12, which is Paul Goldstein. The second row then sees Isfan Demis with alongside him number 5, Henry Morris. The third row headed by number 76, Monty Hind, who was the pole sitter after qualifying in yesterday's race, and alongside him number 88 is Adam Keane. The fourth row then sees number 18 Ollie Brown joined by 31, which is Ben Stewart. The fifth row Patrick Cunningham and Jack English to round out your top 10. Then we move back to row number 6, where you'll find Tim Payne. He'll be joined by Django Jones, one of those who we heard from down in the assembly area. Row 7 headed by number 20, which is Will Jarvis, and alongside him Neil Bell. The 8th row is going to be Guthedge Ducey with Harvey Ashmore alongside on row number 8. The 9th row then sees Lee James and Barry Haniff on his outside. The 10th row headed by Andrew Miles with Norman Jeeves in 20th place. The 11th row is then going to see Henry Speaks. He'll be joined by Giles Hanson. The 12th row then going to be that of Andrew Porter, joined by Stephen Trinder. The 13th row, number 34, is going to see Robert Cowan. Alongside him, number 65 is Andrew Mackey. The 14th row, number 15, is Mal Ainan with 25, Chris Coates on his outside. The 15th row, number 40, Dean Pollum, and 73, Brian Joyce. The 16th row of the grid, we have got quite a few, as we said. That's going to be Anthony Nichols, joined by Neville Sykes, who had some off-track moments yesterday, but we felt there might be a problem for that number 4 car. The 17th row is going to be Reuben Hunter with Orlando Morris on his outside. The 18th row, that of Craig Jarvis with Howard Ashmore, who we heard from lastly there down in the assembly area. Looking forward to his improved race number 2 of the weekend. The 19th row is going to be Anne Hall, joined by Arif Hanif on the outside of row 19. Row 20 then David Jarvis and Graham Handy, and the final place on this grid should be that of Joel Mayer Potts to round out our 41 starters for this second Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship race. Just the 2 races for them. All the other Caterham contests this weekend have 3 races, but looking forward to this second one. We ended the day yesterday with it. It was a cracking race. We saw a few highlights during that lunch break of how it all kicked off, but again, welcome back Chris Hutchinson, who joins us once again for the Caterham races this afternoon. Sun's still shining, some good race action looking forward to, Chris, and once again a complement of 40 plus Caterhams on the grid.
Yeah, what a fantastic sight, and all their bright and colourful liveries that Sam was sort of taking us round in the assembly area as well. So great to hear from all our drivers ahead of this, and like I say, getting a microphone shoved in your mouth just before you're getting onto the grid is not necessarily what everyone wants, but you can hear them all really excited to get their season underway, having most of them graduated from the academy and moving on into the Road Sport, their second series. So such is the popularity of the academy. We run 2 completely parallel grids, but when we join them in Road Sport, they combine all together, and you can see what happens. There's a grid of 40 as they just pull away then on their green flag lap, an opportunity for them to see what conditions are like today. They last turned a wheel in anger yesterday evening. We're now at lunchtime, so maybe a bit warmer, but also the wind's changing direction a little bit again, so they have to work out what's going on. But they've certainly got a bit more sun in the sky this afternoon for their race. So you see them all still streaming over that start-finish line. What a great sight. Some of them choosing to weave to just sort of get to make sure their tyres are ready underneath them and get a bit of temperature in there, also clean them off. These Toyos that they're running, the Toyo AAA, are the biggest upgrade from the Academy car. So the only cars this weekend running with a windscreen, fully road legal, so they have a number plate there. It doesn't necessarily need to be a road number plate, but many of them are, and they can drive them home. Some drivers do choose to do so. So yeah, fantastic opportunity for them. And let's see how they handle this, the second race of their road sport career in 40 cars. Is not an easy thing to manage.
And if they are driving them home, just have to be well behaved on the racetrack, don't they, to make sure there's no damage done, to make sure they can make it home at the end of the weekend. But off they now go on to their formation lap. Yesterday, this grid, as we said, formed by the finishing position, so they're all kind of where they finished in yesterday's race, which meant Jonathan Emery came home with the first win of the season. He won by a comfortable 7 seconds in the end, just ahead of the fight for second place, which involved Paul Goldstein, Isfan Demis and Henry Morris, and it was those two that got to the podium, and Henry Morris unfortunately just missing out. But he's in a good, strong starting position for this second race. There's some other quick drivers who may have just made a few tweaks to their cars after that first race. As we said, Monty Hind went in qualifying, but the race just kind of fell away from him, so he finished in 5th position. And again, lower down we might see some of those who have made further changes to try and work their way up into the order. And of course, Chris, there are a few changes that can be made. What are the more frequent ones that drivers tend to do?
Yeah, tyre pressures is a big one. They have a rear anti-roll bar in when they come up to road sport as well, so they can adjust that. I think there's 4 different settings they can have, and that could just affect how the front and rear of the car balance together, really. There's no major updates. They're all kind of limited on things like camber, and rake even has a limitation on it, so you usually find with a road sport you don't really make any big changes, but you've also got a front anti-roll bar that you can change, so you can affect sort of some of the things that will give you a bit more front grip or a bit more rear grip depending on how your car handled the race the day before. Obviously they've got things like the weather to contend with, and the fact that the weather's different today means that the car will be handling. Great to see all the spectators up there on the banks all cheering on their own friends and family. It really is a family atmosphere in the paddock, and you heard from some of our drivers they've got all their friends watching, and it's important for them to perform in front of them all. But it was Jonathan Emery who was the top of the field yesterday. We heard from Adam Keane ending up in 6th place in assembly, and he was saying how they're combining these grids together, and they're finding the other drivers in the other grid were quite quick, and they're having to deal with them now. And he was 16 seconds back from the lead, but he was in a sort of group with Monty Hind and Ollie Brown, so he's going to be seeing what he can do. And then we heard very briefly from Ben Stewart, who's getting himself strapped in, so Sam didn't want to disrupt him, but he's jumped into his car, had his first ever race, didn't have any practice or qualifying, practice ahead of qualifying, and he finished in 8th place in that race, so spectacular stuff from him.
Yeah, and as you said, he came from the Nürburgring, didn't he, after a race, and comes here to Snetterton. Started yesterday in 10th place, so he made up a couple of positions to get onto the 4th row of the grid, so good for Ben. He's heading in the right direction, which is good to see. But the main focus now for all of those behind Jonathan Emery is just to make sure he doesn't get away to the tune that he did yesterday. So yes, they can fight, but make sure they can do it with Jonathan Emery behind them. He starts there on pole position in that lovely looking purple machine with the white roll hoop over the car. We've got the car alongside of Paul Goldstein. It looks quite brown on your picture, but in the sunshine that does glint very gold indeed. So the car suits the name for Paul Goldstein. And then the second row with Isvan Demis is the blue with the white nose front, and then alongside him it's the grey with the green roll cage of that Henry Morris. So that's how the first couple of rows line up. Again, taking a little bit of time to get everyone in formation, but we have now the majority of the field where they should be, and this afternoon's action here at Snetterton, organised by the BARC, is about to get underway. Just waiting for the normal procedure to take place, which it now has. So all the drivers look towards the lights, which very shortly will go red. They'll be on between 2 and 5 seconds, and as soon as they go out, we'll be racing here at Snetterton this afternoon. The lights come on and away we go. Who can make the best of the start? It is a good start from Paul Goldstein by the looks of it, so it's the outside of the front row that gets the initial start. Jonathan Emery, how bad a start has he made? Not too much of a bad start. He's there in 2nd position, so he's holding on ahead of Henry Morris, who gets himself ahead of Isvan Demis on the run down towards the first corner. A few run wide, but it's fairly dry out there, so they should just be able to hold the car in a straight line and finally turn through Ritchie's and get back into some form of forward motion. But out front, Paul Goldstein leads the way, with 2nd place being that of our pole sitter Jonathan Emery, and it looked like there briefly Isvan Demis was trying to fight back on the move he lost to Henry Morris.
Yeah, Morris made a great start off the line, really catapulted his car forward, but it's Goldstein who is out front in his gold car, Emery in 2nd, and then we've got the Isvan Demis in that 3rd place. But Morris definitely got a great start, but unfortunately got shuffled out wide a little bit, not as wide as some of the drivers were taking it. But here's our first stop into Agostini hairpin of this road sport race. Everyone managing that situation very nicely. Goldstein already raced with the graduates a couple of races, so he's really got a bit of momentum. There's one of the drivers out wide there that will be triggering the track limit sensor, and as you can see, the absolute squabble of them heading up towards Hamilton this time through. The actual lead group seems to be the calmest of all.
Certainly does, yep. So still out front at the minute is going to be that of Paul Goldstein. There's some good moves being made further back as Jonathan Emery now finds himself into the lead of the race. So a very short straight from what's going to be Oggies in towards Williams, but it was some good drive there for our pole sitter. We saw Jonathan back ahead, so a lovely move from him. Keep an eye on Adam Keane. I think he's made a place up from the start as well, so looking to move higher up inside the top 5 as the leaders now start to fan out down towards the Rundle and Nelson complex for the first time. Paul Goldstein trying to get back ahead of Jonathan Emery, briefly onto the rear of his car, but wasn't able to squeeze his car through to get the gap open, as this Van Demis now sits there in third. Fourth place is the hard charging Adam Keane, and then on the tail of them looks to be the car of Henry Morris on his recovery to the top few places.
Yeah, Keane making great progress up then, a couple of places early on from 6 on the grid, now into that 4th place in his green machinery, and looking like he's ready to take the fight to them. He said that the other group were quick, and he's certainly showing that he's got some pace in that car as well. Swapping between Emery and Goldstein early on, so Emery not getting that break that he got early in the race last time through, but it's Emery, Goldstein, Demes, Keane, Morris slipping that position back down to 5th, Hind also losing a position, English up his 3 places into 7th, then we got Stewart, Cunningham and Ashmore rounding out that top 10. As the rest of this field, this field of 40 cars streaming through. There was a telltale sort of puff of dust, wasn't there, between Oggies and Williams the last time through, to show him maybe that's where Goldstein lost the lead just as he put a wheel onto that gravel. Driver well out wide there. That's a green car off at the Wilson hairpin. He's going to be able to rejoin facing in the right direction. But here's that battle then near the front of the field between Morris Monty and Monty Hind, and the English just following on behind them. So everything's stuck together a little bit closer than it did yesterday, although currently Emery has taken that lead, and there is just the semblance, the crack of light of the gap of back to Goldstein already, but he's going to be concentrating on not letting that stretch any further. With Demes though, it's a moment, it's a kind of a rerun of what we saw yesterday.
Certainly is, yep. So lots going on. Quite a few drivers again tending to run wide now on the edge of the circuit, but all pretty much safely making it through on the first part of the first lap. Second lap now they are on to, and I was just going to say that the leading group were kind of keeping together, but all of a sudden Emery's stretched out the gap to Goldstein. Goldstein's just trying to keep away from his Van Demis, and Demis now is really pulled away by the looks of it from the 88 machine. So things just starting to spread out once again over the course of this next lap. Try and work out who we lost up towards Wilson with that brief spin very shortly. But yeah, all of a sudden Keane has dropped back, hasn't he, by a dramatic margin. So the 88 machine in fact is going to lose a place here to Henry Morris potentially, who went for the outside line into Nelson, but looks like Keane has fought back there, so he holds on to it for the time being. But now that the 3 have got away out in front, it's going to be this mammoth battle going on for 4th place.
Yeah, action replay, isn't it? Those top 3 just breaking clear this early on, but this chase pack were a bit like this yesterday as well, so let's see how they all manage that situation. We've still got that Ben Stewart in that middle of that as well, and remember he's really in his racing career, as they head up then with 15 minutes as they complete their 2nd lap of this Caterham Motorsport. So Goldstein came over the line in the 1st place that time, over the top of Emery, then Demis, then we had that small gap of about 3 seconds back to Keane, Morris, English, Hind and Stewart falling back down to, stayed in the 8th place with Cunningham just beyond that. We kind of flying in too wide. This is why they are losing that speed and the gap to the leaders, because they are squabbling continuously around all these corners, whereas the leaders are kind of sorting themselves out in a fairly straightforward manner. But where Emery did look like he had a little gap, that has all been brought back home together again as this battle pack just continue on in the fight for the rear end of the top 10.
Yeah, Jack English is having a fairly good race there. That's the blue car on the outside in towards Palmer. It's Monty Hind who's just gone back ahead of him, so Jack English from 10th on the grid now finds himself by the looks of it up into 7th place, so just lost that further position to Monty Hind. But the top 3 work their way down towards Agostini. Slight lock up there for the race leader of Paul Goldstein, so just fractionally making a mistake, which brings Emery and Demis back onto his tail. So 3 definitely now for the lead. This titanic mammoth battle continues on for 4th place, which for now, by the looks of it, has the number 88 machine of Adam Keane, but Henry Morris is looking quite racy in that battle as well. Monty Hind and Jack English onto the tail in 7th place, and that one going all the way down to somewhere in the region of probably 15th on backwards. So really good scrap at the minute, but they are, as we said, losing plenty of time to those top 3 out front.
Yep, everyone has their stories as they go in through their racing, and they're having a great battle deep in that field. So watch them going down the Bentley Straight. The leaders just making their way through Brundle and Nelson, so Emery in the lead over the top of Goldstein. And just really can see them balancing that car as they're learning the new grip levels as they flick it to the right round this the final part of that complex before the bomb hole. And it's just about balancing the rear end of the car, and you can really see them dancing with the steering wheel when you look behind there. So a lot of them run the side doors, so it can be quite tricky to see, but you can see with the attitude of the car, they're working hard to keep those cars facing in the right direction. We've heard from Sam and then the drivers ahead of time how important it is to keep everything pointing in the right direction to keep forward momentum, and they're doing it all very well and well under control through this final corner. Heading over then to start their fourth lap.
Yeah, through they go. Paul Goldstein looking to take the race lead back away from Jonathan Emery as they make the charge up towards Ritchie's corner, and Paul Goldstein will take the outside line in towards Ritchie, so that is job done for him. And it looks like Monty Hind has made his way to the head of the chasing pack, so he now goes up into fourth position as Henry Morris goes down, and also Adam Keane as well. 3 wide for the lead. It's going to be a retaliation for Jonathan Emery, who gets back ahead of Paul Goldstein. It's Van Demme's losing one of the bollards on the outside of the circuit by the looks of it, so lots of chopping and changing between the top 3, but I'm sure Paul Goldstein and Isvan Demis will be more than happy to be today with Jonathan Emery. But what they now need to remember is not battle amongst themselves, because if they start doing that very quickly, Jonathan Emery will try and pull away.
Yeah, they need you in their ear, don't they, because that didn't look very friendly at all, did it, with a bollard going flying. But nevertheless, Goldstein back up with Emery as they head down into Agostini in this chase pack with 3 wide coming down in here. That's very well controlled. And that is the 89 there of Cunningham, so he's racing around Stewart and Payne there, just in their little battle for to sort of maintain that top 10 position they've got at the moment. It's looking all fun and friendly at the moment at the front, but there was a little sort of first sign that things are going to get a bit fruitier towards the end. But Emery finds himself back out, and he again finds himself with a very slight gap. But as soon as Monty Hind got to the front of that chase group, he has broken away from them and is pulling a little bit clear, and that shows he's got some pace in that car. Keane is, after that early couple of places he made up, he's struggling a little bit on base speed, I think, but as they come down towards us once more.
Monty Hind definitely has got the pace. He's just gone and done the quickest lap of the race with a 2:15.4, which is fairly quick, almost to the tune of 7/10 quicker than the 3 ahead. So as we said, yes, they're okay to battle, but if they continue to battle and lose time, then it won't take too long before Hind, Morris, Keane and English all start to catch up as well. So we've got to be wary of all of this, because through the first sector Monty Hind has closed a further half a second. Through the second sector he's done the best of anyone through there, which again is half a second quicker. So all of a sudden this gap between third and fourth is starting to be eradicated, and with Monty Hind and now by the looks of it Henry Morris working really well together, they are starting to make some inroads into the top 3. So what we saw a lap ago up towards the Wilson hairpin, 3 wide and a little bit of contact between those 3 cars, all of a sudden they are going to have to watch what they do, because the 2 behind are starting to make, as we said, a lot of progress on them up the road.
Yeah, it's one of the differences between when you watch the academy racing early in their racing career. Their grids tend to spread out quite quickly, but in road sport people have worked it out and they get it all under control and they know what they've got to do, and it means that any mistakes you make are sort of harshly penalised, because so many cars can get past you if you just lose the track surface or spin, or just even make a lock-up. Sometimes it can be enough to push you out the train of cars, and it's hard then to get back in and facing it in the right direction. But Emery finds himself still looking at the rear panel of that Goldstein, and by this stage of your race yesterday he was already fairly comfortably with a gap to back to those drivers, but it is still that Monty Hind to keep an eye on in that gap, and he is dragging Morris with him. So I think it was Keane that was the sort of cork in that bottle, holding everyone back there a little bit, and now they've dispatched of him. They've all spread themselves out. Coming out of Agostini, most of them keeping within track limits. There is a track limit sensor down there which will capture a picture of them should they transgress.
Yeah, saw a few penalties yesterday, not too many actually, considering how many cars we got on the grid. They've all pretty much well behaved themselves across the course of the races, but it is the opening rounds of the Caterham Championship, so as the year goes on they'll all probably get a little bit more lax and start to make a few mistakes and run wide, but doing the best they possibly can at the minute. So onto the back straight we go here. It's another good battle to keep an eye on. That's just down from the top 5 actually, so that's 6th, 7th and 8th with Keane, English and also the number 31 machine to watch out for as well, which is making good progress. Ben Stewart he pretty much runs where he started at the minute, but considering this is his first weekend in a car, as out wide there goes the car. Is that Keane? Yes, it is. So Adam Keane is out wide, so he has to get back in line. And considering he was wide at Nelson, he hasn't lost any places, and in fact he might have just gained a little bit of time there.
Yeah, it's not the usual way to gain time, but that is one of the reasons why track limits is in enforced, to make sure the drivers don't take any kind of advantage. Normally you'd expect to lose some time, but such as the dry conditions underfoot this weekend, that actually that's no problem. And like I say, yeah, Stewart doing very well to hold on to that 8th place, and looking very racy he was last time down the Bentley straight. But it's Emery over the line this time, in the lead ahead of Goldstein, Demes, Hind, Morris, Keane. Stewart does make a place up over the top of English just as they went up to the line that time. Cunningham losing out a little bit yeah, great to see the road sports all getting this under control. Oh, that's very late on the brakes for Goldstein, is it? Is he going to get that all hauled up? He did, so it was just a bit of an optical illusion there, but yeah, everyone else hauled up as well. But I just thought when he came into picture, he looked like he was carrying so much more speed than the other drivers, and he must have overtaken Emery on the exit of turn 1.
He got some good slipstream down the centre straight, carried all that through Ritchie's and up towards the Wilson hairpin. So Paul Goldstein is back in front over the pole sitter Jonathan Emery. I thought Istvan Demis was losing a bit of time, but again it just shows that if you're in that tow, you can really gain some good crucial time across the course of not just a lap but also a straight or a corner. So Istvan Demis now back with them, and Monty Hind has continued his progress as well, because last time through he was 8/10 quicker than the car ahead, half a second quicker than the race leader. So Monty Hind is all but there. He's got another second to try and find, but of course on this occasion he's closer as they work their way on towards the Bentley straight. He'll pick up a bigger tow, and he'll have hopefully the help from behind as well with the number 5 machine of Henry Morris.
Yeah, he's well within the tow range now. You certainly start to feel the tow, maybe 3 to 5 seconds behind, so he will be well and truly feeling some of the benefits of that. You can see the cars are all closing up, and yeah, he is the quickest car out on track in that sort of space, coming back across the gap. Can he make it before this race runs out its clock? I think he's going to make it to the rear of that field. I was just looking at the flags and the windsock, and actually the wind's dropped compared to earlier on in the day. It's still a headwind as we go up the start-finish straight, but actually it's going to be less of an issue. However, with these road sports and carrying the windscreen, they are still a bit of a wind, you know, they really do give a good tow. All the cars spun out there through that Brundle and Nelson. It's number 30 car, so who's that? That's Juicy, who's managed to spin it. That's not a comfortable place to spin, but at least he's out of the way of the firing line as the cars come through.
Yeah, looks for a place in the traffic to rejoin, which he does. So back on his way goes the number 30 machine as they work their way down towards the bomb hole. The leader's now through to complete another lap. So on to lap number 7 we go for Jonathan Emery, who's in the lead this time through. He headed the field by just over 1/10 of a second, so nothing to choose between them at the minute. And again, Monty Hind has continued to bring the gap down, and with it, he's just gone and done a new quickest lap of the race, 2:14.742. So a blistering lap there for Monty Hind, which means now he's only half a second back from Istvan Demis. So they are all starting to close up, although Istvan has lost a little bit of time to the 2 ahead, so he now needs a bit of help from behind as the leaders turn their way down towards Palmer. This is the battle further back, which still involves Adam Keane. We've got the number 13 machine in there as well, which is Jack English. So all of these have continued that battle, all trying to remain inside the top 10.
It was actually Morris who set that lap time through over the top of Monty Hind, and they're the two that are coming across that gap together, so they're using each other's slipstream as well with addition to their speed. But you can see they're all coming together now. That front trio are now going to be a quintet as they head around this for the 5 minutes to go. It's all coming to a head, and it's currently headed by Goldstein with Emery in that second place. Then we've still got Demes, but it's now Hind and Morris. You can see Hind on your screen now joining that party to see what they can do. Can they make it through that battle pack? It's then Ben Stewart, who we talked about. He's made a couple of places up now into 6th place, so he is the next person on this grid. Who's that spinning this time? Another purple car. I don't think it's the number 30 from before, but we'll keep an eye out who that was.
Yep, so again a few lacklustre moves coming into this race, and Monty Hind, again it's a bit of an optical illusion, but he is much closer, and he's going to go for 3rd place actually on Istvan Demis. So I thought he was challenging for the lead by the looks of the camera, but in fact he's challenging for 3rd place. But all of a sudden Monty Hind, as we thought might be the case, has started to catch up with the top 3. They've been battling over the course of this race, and all of a sudden with just 4 minutes to go, it does mean that there's going to be a bit of drama. It was Juicy, wasn't it, who went again in the car number 30, so we saw that from, I think it was the number 4 machine in yesterday's race, Neville Sykes, a couple of moments, and number 30 machine has had a couple in the space of a lap or so.
I wonder whether they pick up dust on their tyres, pretty easily, and I wonder whether that affects the grip more than they're maybe used to with the Academy tyres for them from last year. But yeah, it certainly looks to be once one spins once, you've lost your head and maybe lost a bit of grip as well. But here comes Emery then towards us, 3 wide, little bits there with Goldstein ahead of. Oh, that's tight there on the inside. We've seen a couple of the drivers, Demes and Hind there, just absolutely side by side, but using every single last inch of this circuit. And he's still going to be the number 55 of Demes in that 3rd place, but he had to do everything in his power to hold off Monty Hind, who's lost a bit of speed. Has he lost anything else in the car, or was that just a misgear? I think it might have just been a misgear.
They're all starting to trip over each other now, though, aren't they? And that has allowed, once again, Jonathan Emery to build a slight gap in the lead of this race. So things looking pretty similar to yesterday, where Jonathan won by over 7 seconds. Not quite to that extent just yet, but with just a couple of laps to go, all of them now need to get back in line, just kind of calm things down and make sure they can work together to still have a chance of possibly winning this second Caterham Motorsport race of the weekend, as they turn now down towards Hamilton. There is Jonathan Emery going through shots. 2nd place is Paul Goldstein, still under attack from the car behind, which is the number 5 machine of Henry Morris. So he's definitely now come into the equation after sitting on the back of Monty Hind for a good few laps. He now finds himself ahead of Monty, who is also behind Istvan Demis as well. So we've got 2.5 minutes to go. By the time they get back round, we will be starting the last lap.
Spotted it a couple of times, but the rear of his car is very loose, and he is hanging onto it on the rear of every single corner. I don't know whether that's just the tyres now getting quite hot and angry as this summer afternoon, or the spring afternoon, starts to build temperature, but he's finding himself up there in that 3rd place. And yeah, he was, like I say, whether we can keep that all under control as we watch that chase battle, who have just sort of drifted backwards slowly as the course of the race, still headed by Keane. You can see they're still battling all the way through. Does definitely seem like he's a bit of, he won't appreciate me saying it, but that cork in the bottle holding everyone else back, and he's doing well to hold this chase pack on, and that's looking like it's building to their crescendo as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and if he can hold on for one more lap, then Adam Keane will pick up a nice 6th position, which is where he started this race some 20 minutes ago. But he's still got a hungry pack behind him, which involves 5 cars for the time being. But the leaders through for the completion of lap number 8. They go now onto their last lap with less than a lap time remaining within this race. And Jonathan Emery, at the conclusion of that one, is now 1.6 seconds clear. So it might all be done for Jonathan. It all depends on how they behave behind, because it looks like they're still going to battle as Paul Goldstein goes for a defensive line down towards the Wilson hairpin. Can Istvan Demis go through on the outside? No, but he doesn't leave the door open for Henry Morris to come through either, so they all remain in their respective places. And Monty Hind now just started to drop back in 5th place. So again, as you said, Chris, maybe just worn out his tyres a bit too much as he started to catch up.
Or spooked himself with what was quite a scary little position there. But Jonathan Emery got himself a bit of clean air and set the quickest lap of the race so far on that last time through. So that's why he's got that 1.6 second gap. So it's taken him until the last lap, and there's that 55 is out of control there. The rear of that car stepped out quite significantly. That's why he was troubled. That's Demes losing control of the rear, and he's lost a place now to Morris then, who finds himself in that 3rd place over the top of Demes. And then we've got Monty Hind, who's recovered back to them. That gives now Goldstein a bit of breathing space. So Morris has come right back through and usurped both of the drivers in front of him, including Monty Hind, his sort of towing partner as they went through the middle part of this race. But it does look like at the moment Emery might have got this sealed, and Goldstein's got quite a comfortable 2nd place.
Yeah, Morris just missed out on the podium positions yesterday, came home in 4th position, but as it stands, if he can just keep at bay those 2 behind, he should be on for a 1st podium of the year. But things looking good for Jonathan Emery. We thought he had a bit of tough work to do this time round, but all in all it has come down to these last few laps. We've just started to move away from the chasing pack, and all of a sudden he's got a healthy couple of seconds lead over them as they come down towards the bomb hole. Still got Paul Goldstein in 2nd, Henry Morris in 3rd, 4th place for Istvan Demis, on the tail trying to get onto the podium, Monty Hind.
Yeah, we can see whether there's going to be any toes up to the start finish line. Again, like I say, the wind's dropped a little bit, but I think we'll still have an opportunity for positions to change. But looking very comfortable now for Emery as he heads up to the start finish line. Goldstein also got a little bit of a gap. Can anyone overhaul? Goldstein lost the rear of the tyres a bit. Let's watch as they come up to the line.
Yeah, he was a little bit loose there, wasn't he? Paul Goldstein in 2nd place. It's going to be a commanding win in the end for Jonathan Emery, who wins 2 out of 2 here at Snetterton. It's going to be side by side, is it, for 2nd? Not quite, because Paul Goldstein just manages to get a 2nd burst out of Murray's corner, so he goes 2nd. Istvan Demis goes 3rd, Morris goes 4th, and then for 5th place it's going going to be that of Monty Hind. There is a change further back across the line because 6th place then goes the way of the number 31 machine, so that's going to be Ben Stewart, who makes up 2 positions on that last lap. So great drive from him from 10th to 8th in race number 1, 8th to 6th in race number 2. So brilliant drive from that lad. 7th place then to the number 13 machine of Jack English. Adam Keane couldn't keep all of them at bay. He let 2 through towards the closing stages, so he finishes in 8th position. 9th place goes the way of number 89, which is Patrick Cunningham, and 10th place for the number 8 machine of Django James. So another cracking race, and again, Chris, the Academy drivers moving up to Roadsport, giving us a great show.
Yeah, and what we've got another 6 race weekends for them throughout the course of this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing them. So a lot of them over in Zandvoort. What an opportunity for them, their first European race as well on the 4th, 5th of May. So they've got a whole season ahead of them around some of the UK's best tracks, and with this many cars and that kind of driving performance, then I'm really looking forward to watching them and see what they do.
Exactly, and from Snetterton later in the year they go to the very tight and twisty Cadwell Park, which is always going to be a great place to watch Caterham racing as well. The results then for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship, that weekend is now done, and the victory for the second time this weekend goes the way of Jonathan Emery. He wins by just over 2.5 seconds from Paul Goldstein. 3rd place then goes the way of Henry Morris in the number 5 car. 4th place, just missing out on a podium today, is Isfan Demis. 5th place for the number 76 machine of Monty Hind. 6th place then goes the way of Ben Stewart. 7th was Jack English, ahead of Adam Keane in 8th position. 9th place then went the way of Tim Payne. He didn't finish in 9th and 10th place. That's just a bit of a transponder issue. It would be nice if he got double points for all of those. It was actually Patrick Cunningham who came through in 10th position. 11th place goes the way of number 8, which is Django James. 12th place for number 11, which is Barry Haniff, and then 13th Ollie Brown, 14th Will Jarvis, and the fastest lap in that race was Jonathan Emery, 2:14.695, which doesn't quite break the lap record for the 300 Snetterton circuit, because that still is held by Taylor O'Flanagan from 3 years ago on a 2:13.7. But lovely weekend for Jonathan Emery. I'm sure he's going to be a happy man down there in Park Ferme. He is standing by along with Paul Goldstein and Henry Morris, who come home in 2nd and 3rd place. We can now hand down to Sam Parker, who is there as well to celebrate with those 3 drivers.
Gosh, what a finish that was. 3rd place, there was a little bit of confusion over 3rd, but TSL just updated and Henry Morris actually got 3rd place by 0.04 of a second. So we're just having a bit of a shuffle round for 3rd place. But whilst they do that, I will come through and speak to Jono.
Hey!
2 wins out of 2. Fantastic. And fastest lap again.
Oh, really? Oh, Nickel, love that. And Barry. Don't forget Barry. But yeah, I'm well chuffed. First double. So it's been a brilliant weekend, and I love fighting with Paul and Esteban come the end. I could see the pack catching, and I just got that little break from him, and then obviously he started defending a bit more, so it gave me a bit of time. I got really lucky come the end, but I was fairly consistent. I got fastest lap, so I'm well chuffed with that.
Yeah, you managed to pull away a tiny bit towards the end, didn't it? A bit of clean air.
Yeah, that's what it was. Just try to smooth my driving out. Tyres are going off a bit. Just, try not to look in your rearview mirror too much, because it's all too easy to do. And just do what you do. And that was it. Yeah, well chuffed.
Oh, well done. Fantastic weekend for you. Let's have a word with Paul. Paul, congratulations, another second. You must be happy with that.
Really happy. Yeah, second P2. Really happy. Yeah, great start to the Caterham Motor season.
And Jono was saying a great battle with you as well.
Oh yeah, really great. I mean, we were super close several times, respectful, gave each other space, constantly changing places, especially down the main straight. I kept overtaking him, back straight he kept overtaking me, which was really great. Yeah.
Excellent. Great weekend for you guys.
Absolutely,
yeah, nice.
Thank you.
Thanks. Right, let's go and have a word with Henry. Oh, Henry. Well, you know what? Yes, we think it's Henry. Okay. But,
Thank you.
Well, Istvan, come in on this as well, because that was towards the end, that was a fantastic battle, wasn't it, with all of you?
Yeah, it was good. He was ahead on the last penultimate lap, I think, and then I got ahead on the last lap, and then to the line there were like 3 or 4 cars all in a row, so it was seriously close, which was nice. It was a good race though.
Yeah.
Yeah, hot and sweaty, but good race.
Yeah, it was lovely, clean battles out there.
Absolutely, and it was a continuation of what we were doing the last race, because Henry was battling me for the entire race last race, and now he's caught up again on the second half, and we were just constantly on each other's neck throughout the whole thing, and then Henry just, you just took me, I'm not even sure which corner, but I think the hairpin, because I used to mess that up. Yep, I messed up the hairpin once more, he took the opportunity, and then he didn't relent until the finish straight. But it was a really great
battle.
Well, hopefully that's your third place,
Yes,
which you must be really happy with.
Very happy with that. It's nice to have a podium at the start of the season. We've got a couple of guys who aren't here this weekend who are off and up there, so it's good to get some good results before they turn up next time. So yeah, really nice.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. Right, so the 7 UK cars are up next, so we'll head back to Matt and Chris.
Henry did an awesome job as well. He made sure that when I messed
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, always nice to get a head start over the competition, especially when not here over the opening weekend. But well done to our top three. Another close fought race within the Motorsport Championship. They are now done, as we said, for the weekend. I look forward to their next races at a wonderful Zandvoort towards the beginning of May. So just a couple of weeks before they head out there for their next championship rounds. So we now move on, as Sam said, with our next action of the day. This is the final race for the Vertex Caterham 7 Championship UK, which now head off onto their formation laps. So let's run you through the grid. This is again based on finishing results of the earlier race. Row 1 then sees our pole sitter Will Smith. He has the advantage for this one over Lewis Thompson. The second row then sees Paul Donkin. He will start with on his outside Harry Senior, who will also lead the AM class away as well. Sam Smith comes next on row number 3. He'll be joined by Richard Amos, who came from the back up to 6th place in that earlier race. So one to watch in the number 43 car. Justin Armstrong, former British GT racer, lines up next with Cole Jones alongside, and then Tim Dickens and Jake Swan complete row number 5. They make it inside the top 10 for this final race. Row 6 then sees number 50, which is going to be Wesley Payne. He'll be joined on that row by the 93 machine of Mike Evans. Further back, row number 7, where you'll find Matt Dyer. He'll have on his outside Angus McLean, another one who came pretty much from the back of the grid up to where he starts this one from, and then he'll be followed by row number 8, which is Chris Fraser and Ollie Smith. The 9th row is headed by Gary Curtis and 49 Ben Simmons. The 10th row will see that of Finley Cooper, but may not be there after that incident in race number 2. He was the car that we had upside down, which brought out the red flag. Ian Payne, number 32, was also, I think, involved in that, so he will be on the outside if he is there. And Tom Eden should complete the grid in car number 64. So that's how they all line up then for this one. It was a slightly shortened race number 2 of the weekend, the one we saw earlier on. Hopefully you were with us for that. At the time of the red flag, it did have Harry Senior at the head of the field. He pretty much lost his podium yesterday after making a mistake on the final lap. He was in the lead at the time of the red flag, but of course we go back to the last completed full lap, so that does mean he drops off the podium. So Chris, this weekend for Harry Senior, he's tried everything, but it just hasn't quite worked yet.
It hasn't. He's still taken 2 AM victories, but yes, he wants to counter that the top flight podium. One name you will see missing there from a result, if you were looking at it earlier, is Sam Smith, who got a time penalty, a 5-second time penalty. So he was going to be lining up alongside Will Smith on the front row, but that actually moved him down into that 5th place. So he's got a bit of work to do to come back to that group. But we've seen from the racing earlier that they are certainly going to be stuck together in a lead pack. Will Smith taking, I think it'd be fair to say a fairly lucky win, but equally he was there or thereabouts and challenging for that win throughout that race. He was sharing the sort of number of times he went over first over the start finish line with Lewis Thompson. Lewis Thompson again though pretty unstoppable at the front of this field. It's hard to deny him, and he made it all the way back to 2nd, so he's going to be pretty happy with that. It was a bit of a roll of the dice, wasn't it, as to when that red flag went back to. Paul Donkin would be happy with that 3rd place as well, just to see his championship continue on an upward spiral. So for the 5th place in the first race to now take that 3rd place. And Harry Senior, like you say, looking to see what he can do in his blue machinery, but he has certainly inserted himself in the front group and made his presence felt.
Certainly has, yeah. It was a real shame to see that red flag because things were hotting up nicely towards the front of the field. We had a 5-way battle for the lead, but it was all shortened, unfortunately, due to that incident just on the exit of Nelson Corner. And as I said, it was the car unfortunately involved, which was a non-finisher in the end of Finley Cooper. But we are looking forward to this final 20-minute race of the weekend. Can we have a 3rd different winner? We have the 2 winners so far this weekend, starting on the front row of the grid, Will Smith and Lewis Thompson. Row 2 with Paul Donkin and Harry Senior, as we said, looking to try and get at least a podium from this weekend. He showed tremendous speed, but just not kind of been in the right place at the right time. So we'll see what he can do. But as Chris rightly said, he has had 2 AM class wins so far this weekend. So that's the main priority for him this year in terms of his own separate championship. And as we also mentioned as well, watch out for the car of Richard Amos, because from the back of the grid up inside the top 6, he's going to be an absolute pocket rocket off the line and should be one of those to contend with those towards the front of the field as well. But here we go then, the 20-minute race is very shortly to get underway. The countdown has begun, the red lights come on, and who can get the getaway from the front of the grid? A little bit of creep in there from Will Smith, but we do get underway, and it's a slow start from Harry Senior on the second row, so he's going to be mugged by a couple of cars on the run down towards Richie's corner. Be lucky to stay inside the top 6 here by the looks of it, as Will Smith goes round the outside to hold on to his race lead. He got the optimum line in towards the corner, and Lewis Thompson has to settle down into second place. Harry Senior kicks up the dust round the first corner there, so it's a slow start. It's also kicking up dust. There's someone out wide there as well, which possibly is Angus McLean, as they work their way through Wilson Hairpin for the first time. And bizarrely, although Harry Senior's had a bad start and also been off on the grass at Ritchie's, he's already still trying to get back places on the inside of Paul Donkin, and will only be, by the looks of it, in 5th place by the time they get down towards Agostini.
Yeah, really tricky to get these cars off the line with the slick tyres. It depends on how much temperature you've got into them, how much they're going to slip, and sometimes they shock you about how much they grip, and that can bog the car down, and once it's bogged down you get eaten by the rest of the field. Mike Evans making a lightning fast start to make his way up. We're just behind Tim Dickens there, so he was in 12th. I think he's moved up quite a number of places there. It is still Thompson out leaders, side by side between Dickens and Evans that time through, as Simmons fighting his way through as well. We saw Simmons spinning off early in the race one, so he's got a bit of work to do to fight his way back through this field, but it looks like he's underway and dispatched with the first couple of players.
Certainly has, so out front at the minute is going to be that of Lewis Thompson, but Will Smith looking to fight back in the early stages. He gets the inside line and gets the place away, which is nice, and Harry Senior, has he locked up and gone wide? Oh, he might have done. Not too sure if there's some bodywork trading from that car as well, but he seems to be slow out the corner, which almost gave Paul Donkin the place back as well. But Harry Senior is a little bit messy on these opening few corners and this opening lap. He just needs to get his head down, needs to get back into a rhythm, and more importantly make sure that the top 3 don't break away to give him a chance of trying to get a podium in this final race.
Yeah, Sam Smith's the big loser in the early part of this lap, though. He's drifted right back down to maybe the end of the top 10, so something went on for him in the early part of this lap. But as they come across the line, then it is Will Smith who takes that lead over the line ahead of Thompson. Amos moving up 3 places to get himself into 3rd, Senior in 4th. Then it's Donkin losing a couple of places back to 5th as he went across the line. Jones up 2 places in the 6th place. He's going to be delighted with that. Then Armstrong following along as the field, still people using the dust and dirt on the outside, and there's Amos running wide with Thompson. That's going to give Will Smith back the lead, so they went too deep onto the brakes into the Wilson hairpin that time. That gave Thompson nowhere to go. Thompson's not very happy with Amos, I don't think, for that manoeuvre. He's angrily trying to get back past as quick as he can, because he can see Will Smith disappearing off a little bit off the front of this field.
What a great race this is turning into, though, for Richard Amos, who squeezes Lewis Thompson right towards the edge of the track. Onto the grass he goes on the inside, so Richard Amos is using arms, elbows and everything he can to defend that position from yesterday's winner Lewis Thompson. Paul Donkin was wide of the corner there as well, as he kicked up the dust on the exit of Agostini. But yeah, you're right, Lewis Thompson will not want to be behind Richard Amos for too much longer, because all of a sudden Will Smith now starting to steal a march in the lead of this race. But all of a sudden those that weren't there are now back with the lead in trio, because you've got Harry Senior, you've got Paul Donkin, you've got the likes of also coming through there Justin Armstrong by the looks of it. So a real now gaggle starting to close up behind. So Will Smith might be gone for a minute, but let's see if they can all work together to close him down.
Yeah, almost certainly, again with the toe and the amount of ground being picked up again side by side, not leaving him any more than an inch. But Thompson is absolutely going to say, no, heck, I am taking this place back, and he did that. He asserted himself around the outside, the long way round, which you can do as long as you get that slingshot, and there's clearly grip on the outside of that bit of the track this weekend. As we've moving into the second day of this, we've moved some of the dust that can be there. But yeah, that was definitely a little bit of stake your claim to that piece of tarmac, because I'm coming through. Will Smith, though, hasn't disappeared off after all that, and in fact that slingshot around the outside seems to have caught him up.
Yeah, Lewis Thompson fought really hard for that place, didn't he? And he was not going to go down without a fight. And now he's going to take the lead back from Will Smith as well. They're going to be side by side in towards the first corner. Who's going to be the bravest on the brakes? It will be Lewis Thompson with the preferred line. And Harry Senior goes through as well. So a fantastic move for Harry, who's been just off the podium in both of the races so far. He comfortably leads for now the AM category, with Justin Armstrong and Cole Jones a little bit further down the order inside the top 10. But all of a sudden, the whole field is back together. So we've got no breaks whatsoever between first and last as they work their way down towards the left-hander at Palmer, but it's Harry Senior making the most of the moves this time through, and it'll be Will Smith to try and stick with him to make sure that Lewis Thompson doesn't steal the break out front as they side by side down in towards Agostini once more, but Will Smith thinks better of that and gets back in behind the second place man.
Yeah, he's got to keep looking in his mirrors, hasn't he? They've all got that problem at the moment because they are still all nose to tail. All these teams and drivers out there have worked out the setup they want for this Snetterton track this afternoon, and you can see the experience there. They are really cutting those margins fine though, so they really do have to concentrate to keep this action as close as it is, and hopefully they will continue to do that without making contact. Sam Smith recovering some of that ground that he was losing out with earlier on, and he finds himself right on the rear of Donkin, who is behind Amos, and that Amos car has definitely looked like it's got some attitude, you know, pushing cars to the edge of the track and you know, saying I am ready to be here and I am willing to fight you for it. Will Smith looking down the inside of Thompson there, but Thompson's going to carry that speed around the outside. Bit of dust in the background there, so someone has kicked up off the edge of the Bentley Straight. We've seen that a couple of times, and it does look like it's remained the same out front, but the rest of this field are absolutely nose to tail all the way down here to the that was Simmons jumping over that curb just as we come around the Brundle Nelson.
Yeah, trying his hardest just to remain on the rear of the field as he tries to catch back up with the car ahead of him, as Harry Senior now brings himself as the race leader down towards Murray's with Lewis Thompson, Will Smith, the likes of Paul Donkin on the tail as well. They're all kind of bunched up together as they work their way across the line once more. Got Richard Amos in there as well, who just sits ahead of Paul Donkin in fourth position. Two occasions this weekend so far we have beaten the lap record previously set by what was Stephen Lyle. Harry Senior beat it yesterday, and Paul Donkin went even quicker earlier today to put another few tenths of a second between himself and that lap record. So far in this race it is going to be the number 50 car of Payne, a 159.155, as everything now shuffles up towards the front of the order, and Harry Senior, who was leading in towards Richie's corner, all of a sudden drops behind Amos, drops behind Donkin, drops behind Will Smith, and Lewis Thompson seems to be a few car lengths up the road once again.
Yeah, Amos again shoved it down the inside as they went into the Wilson hairpin that time. That pushed him out of the line and he couldn't get back in time. He lost a tiny bit of momentum, and as tiny bit of momentum's all you need to lose to be pushed back from the lead into fourth, so it really is shuffling around, and you've got to be careful it doesn't go back too much further because you'll end up in the rear end of the top 15 there, as Gary Curtis still trailing along there in just about on just clinging on in there, but this field looking fantastic. The top flight of Caterham UK Motorsport, the drivers going for the title of British Caterham champion, and a spectacular sight they're making around this, and a spectacular season's racing they've got ahead of them as well. So let's take them down the Bentley Straight again as they go in this 180 horsepower 6-speed sequential box. They'll all be slipstreaming as hard as they can, be about 130 miles an hour, 140 miles an hour as they come down into the Brundle Nelson, as they get on the brakes, call it to the left as they brake up as far as they can down to second gear for the right-hander here at Nelson, and off they go for a round towards Bomhole and Coram, but they really are absolutely nose to tail as they were at the start of this race.
Certainly are, so great things to look forward to in the second half of this race. Still got 12 minutes left on the clock here. We are doing just sub 2 minute lap times for the time being, and it's Lewis Thompson who brings them back down to the final corner to complete another lap with the chasing train all behind. I think we've only lost 3 now off the tail, so 16 all together as they complete this next lap. Thompson ahead of Richard Amos, Paul Donkin's up there with Will Smith. Harry Senior now down to 5th place once again, but you might be 5th in towards turn 1. You then will try and find yourself up to the lead by the time you get to turn 2, and that's exactly what Richard Amos is trying to do, round the outside of Lewis Thompson, who has to again go defensive, and it's going to be side by side for first, side by side for fourth, side by side for third as well, but it's still going to be Lewis Thompson who leads them through the corner. Amos still second, Paul Donkin still third, Will Smith is now fourth, and it's Harry Senior who loses out that time because it's the 42 machine of Sam Smith who moves himself ahead.
Top 10 covered by 2.5 seconds over the line the last time. Oh, Tim Dickens caught the edge of the curb, contacted, I think that might have been was that Swan. I think the two cars come together, and that looks like that's going to be he's certainly lost his rear wheel arch, so it was a bit of contact off the edge of the curb, and that sent him off into the deep into the field. He's going to drop all those positions, so he was making good progress through, and now his car's looking a little bit sorry for himself. Hopefully Jake Swan also was able to rejoin there. That did shuffle everyone a little bit, but they're all back nose to tail again as we look at them going round back onto the Bentley Straight. It's Thompson out front, then Amos, then we've got Donkin now up to 3rd place, Will Smith, then we've got Sam Smith just behind him, followed by Harry Senior. So let's have a little bit of a look at that again. It's the Tim Dickens in the grey machine just coming into your screen now. He's on the edge of that curb. Swan is on the track, and just as he rejoined there was a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact that could could have been an awful lot worse. Hopefully, like I say, Jake Swan got back in that field as well, but he got sent off deep into the infield.
Yeah, what a shame, because they were running highly inside the top 10 there, so it just broke the pack up behind the top 6 or so as they head towards the end of the lap once again. Richard Amos back towards the head of it in car number 43 with Lewis Thompson, Will Smith and Paul Donkin in tow. Sam Smith still there ahead of Harry Senior by the looks of it, and although that Harry Senior has dropped now down to 6th position, he is again still the AM leader. Although saying that, I think Justin Armstrong is now just behind him with the demise of Dickens and Swan, so Armstrong is going to be on the tail of Harry Senior before too much longer, and this is the closest that Armstrong has been this weekend to try and make a challenge to him.
Yeah, look at that, it's the top 5, and then it's a big AM battle all the way from Senior, Armstrong, Jones, McLean, Dyer, Payne, all of them sort of relatively close to each other. You can see that he still has a little bit of a gap over Armstrong at the moment, but they are coming, and it looks like they're going to be chasing down. There is Thompson again ahead of Will Smith, who's in a couple of corners has managed to make it way back up to 2nd. He's really recovered back to the front. Each time he's dropped back, he's shown that he can push this car straight back to the positions of that are going to be paying the pots and the trophies today, and that's a good sign. Amos again still there or thereabouts, with Sam Smith recovering all those positions he had lost, now firmly back with this lead battle.
Yeah, Sam Smith just keeping an eye on his track limits. That's what he received the 5-second penalty for in the earlier race, so making sure he keeps all those 4 wheels as much as possible inside of the white line as Lewis Thompson brings himself as the race leader down towards Oggies. Richard Amos makes a move there on Will Smith to get himself back up into 2nd place, and again we just need to remind the drivers that they don't want to battle too hard, because as soon as you start doing that you start to lose ground to the cars in front, and that's exactly what's happened for the time being with Harry Senior, Paul Donkin and Sam Smith by the looks of it. But again, if the top 3 starts squabbling, which they might well do now, they'll be back into it once again. But Richard Amos wants to go for the lead on this occasion. Lewis Thompson doesn't want to drop back further than 2nd place, so he holds at bay Will Smith, the 2 winners so far this weekend, in 2nd and 3rd place now. And again, we're starting to get this train nicely back together.
Yeah, there's the Jake Swan, so he did recover back after that contact. A little bit of a misaligned front wheel arch, but it doesn't look like it's rubbing, and it does look like everything's pointing in about the right direction. So Amos now leads us into the final corner and up over to the start-finish straight. 8 minutes still left to go, so plenty of action remains and plenty of time on the clock to get that action done. Jake Swan was a bit rear-end happy there, so hopefully he hasn't damaged anything at the rear of that car. We're going to fan out 3 wide, this time into turn 1. Will Smith on the inside, Thompson, they both get around Amos, so that toe and the wind direction is still sufficient that it does cause an extra speed difference going up that start-finish straight. Whether it's enough to get over the start-finish line ahead this time, they'll be all judging that. Will Smith, though, does control that ahead of Thompson. Amos now back down to 3rd with Donkin fighting with Senior. Then we got Sam Smith following along.
Yeah, 10,000ths of a second separated Amos and Thompson as they cross the line. So again, we're hoping for a very close finish by the time we get to the end of this race in just over 7 minutes time. But for now it's 3 for the lead. Can almost make that 6, because the top 3 now, on the brakes, will definitely close back in. So 6 for the lead once more. It's going to be Will Smith on this occasion through the Agostini hairpin that leads the way. Lewis Thompson again hasn't fallen too far back from either 1st or 2nd place, so he's sticking right there towards the head of this lead pack for the time being. And again, with a little bit of dust being kicked up on the exit of Hamilton, Lewis Thompson looking quite racy to get back down the inside line there. He wants to be attacking as best as he possibly can, but he's now got the attentions of Richard Amos to try and keep at bay, who got past him a lap ago for the lead. Can he get past him on this time to get up into 2nd place?
Yeah, they're absolutely pushing each other down the straight there, weren't they? Again, nothing between these 2 cars. They really are cutting the margins to absolute 0. Will Smith, though, he's going to lose out to both of them. I think that toe did work down the back straight, and a little bit of contact there with Lewis Thompson, sends him off the grass. He's going to come back across in front of everyone. He's going to hold on to it. He's got to get back up to speed. Will Will Smith be able to sweep round the outside? There was definite nose to tail contact as they went through the middle of the Brundle Nelson complex, and he did well to get that all back under control. Sam Smith might deny him one more. He didn't have to do any of this battling really last year. It was all he's kind of disappeared off into the distance quite a few times, so he is really showing that he's having to fight, and the drivers around him there never giving him absolutely no margin.
Yeah, all of them up their game for 2024, which is good to see. So a challenge for Lewis Thompson, and there was a slight nudge by the looks of it in towards the left-hander. Whether it came initially and then he just carried too much speed in to try and get the braking, which he missed, but all of a sudden Lewis Thompson is back to the lead. So he had a bit of dirt on his tyres. He just then was delayed slightly towards the end of the lap, but all of a sudden he's picked up a lovely toe and finds himself briefly into the lead. Not for long though, because Amos and Sam Smith are through on the inside line. Lewis Thompson will try and hang it on the outside. outside, which becomes a little bit bumpy as he runs out of road, but again he's now going to have to defend all the way down towards Palmer because Will Smith is on his outside, but he should just be able to keep himself in third place. But as you can see now, all of them getting very racy towards the end of this one with 5 minutes left on the clock. They're all desperate to be towards the head of this train, which was 3, is now 6, make that almost 10 again because they've all started to catch back up.
I think they're closer now than they were even on the first lap coming round, so it's all definitely building to a crescendo as we come into that last 5 minutes. Then Harry Senior back involved as again just behind Will Smith there, who does hold on to that 4th place, but that's the lowest he's been for a little while. That Carl Jones is moving up as well, is that? Yeah, so he's well up on his still where he started in qualifying. He's going to be very happy with how things have gone up through the field. But yeah, Amos and Will Smith showing that they are ready to race in this championship and ready to sort of put their cars where you don't expect them to be. As we go 3 wide then into Brundle and Nelson, this is where the contact was last time. Can Thompson sweep round the outside this time as they head in through to ready for the right-hander, and can they get it all stopped up? Still side by side between Will Smith and Thompson. Thompson's going to come through the middle of bomb hole and go out ahead of everybody else with Sam Smith and then Amos behind him.
It's been really feisty, hasn't it, between all of these leading drivers at the minute, but they are by some consent keeping it very, very clean indeed, which is brilliant to see. Some top class Caterham racing here this weekend at Snetterton. And again, look at that line of cars. We are now almost 16 minutes just over into this race, and we've got the top 15 probably covered by less than 3 seconds as they all drift away across the line. It's Sam Smith who leads on this occasion. He does a 1:59.2 as his best lap, just over 2 minutes on that occasion. But look at this, a great squabble at the minute. Harry Senior still just about hanging on to the lead within AMS, but on his tail now is the number 11 machine, as you mentioned, of Carl Jones, so he is back into the equation. Sam Smith leads into the Wilson hairpin. Richard Amos goes second. Will Smith is just about in third place with Lewis Thompson and Harry Senior in tow. Yeah, it's now the top 12 that are covered by 2.5 seconds, and like you say, the top 13, 14 covered by 3 seconds. So really as close as they have been all throughout this race, and let's hope that they do keep these. When you're racing this close and the margin's so tight, it is not easy. It takes an awful lot of trust, concentration and skill, so let's just hope they can keep that going because this is fantastic racing that we've got going on here. And you can see that just one mistake is going to push you out this train, and you desperately don't want that, because if you get out this train you're going to lose all of the places right back to the rear of that 14-15 car sort of nose to tail. I don't know how many wheels that is, but it's an awful lot of Caterhams that we can fit into a short space of time. Sam Smith though is leading that group ahead of Amos, then it's Will Smith, and then comes the green of Thompson. We're not used to seeing him so far back down the order. We certainly aren't. So onto the back straight they go once again, just 2.5 minutes to go. By the time they get back round, there'll be about 2 minutes left on the clock, which should be the start of the last lap. But it's one of those races where we need to nick the checkered flag and just hide it somewhere where no one can get it, because it's been an absolutely tremendous race, this Caterham 7 Championship UK encounter, which comes now down towards the bomb hole. It's Lewis Thompson, a winner so far this weekend, who sits in 4th place. Will Smith, who has also been a winner, now sits in 2nd place. Sam Smith, who leads this one, and Richard Amos have yet to have a win so far this weekend. Can we have 3 different winners from 3 different races? It looks very much likely at the minute as they all turn their way on towards Murray's. Up towards the line they come to start the last lap of this race, and it's going to be Sam Smith who heads the field, but will he be there at the end of this lap?
3 miles to decide, 5 kilometres around this Snetterton 300 circuit. Will Smith finds himself back out in front though as he stow into riches for this time through. Thompson finds himself a couple of places up, and Sam Smith drops those couple of places. Donkin's still there or thereabouts, has been throughout this whole race weekend, just there or there watching everyone in front of him and making a podium last time out, so that's good for him. But yeah, not too many corners left to go, and again the decisions about staying out in front, going behind and going left, right and I think that's all going to be made for you by the racing scenario that they're presented with. So really not too many tactics other than just keep your foot to the floor. Will Smith has got a little bit of breathing room, but that's not going to be enough to hold back Amos. You've seen that Amos has been sort of almost bump drafting other drivers down into the Brundle Nelson complex. Sam Smith back in front of Thompson, then Thompson still in that 4th place with Harry Senior in his rear view mirrors ahead then of the other cars. So just absolutely nose to tail all the way down to that Dutch Barn Vodka's in about 15th place.
Yeah, you want to be neat, tidy and quick on this last lap. That should do the trick, but at the minute Will Smith has this one under control, with the chasing pack continuing to put all the pressure they possibly can onto the race leader. He's got a little bit of a gap onto the Bentley straight, but again you can be assured with a little bit of a tailwind down there today that could close back up, with 2nd, 3rd and 4th all working together to try and keep Will Smith at bay and try and catch up with him at the same time. He's trying to weave around briefly, but that's not going to last too much longer as they work their way down towards Brundle and Nelson for the final time. Richard Amos is back with him in second position. Lewis Thompson sits third. Fourth place for that of Sam Smith. Could he be the potential to come from fourth to first up towards the centre straight and the checker flag? We're about to find out.
Yeah, Will Smith, local boy, can he make it 2 races to victories this weekend? He would love that, so would his friends and family around it. But Amos is certainly looking to see what he can do, and he's in that drafting position. Will Smith did protect down the inside, he had just enough room. Has he got enough time to stay ahead of Amos as we go at the start-finish straight for the last time?
He's lined this up almost perfectly as he comes towards the checker flag, the last race for them of the weekend. Across the line they go. It's going to be a second victory for Will Smith. He crosses the line first. He wins ahead of Richard Amos by 0.179 of a second. So if he was a little bit closer, he might just have been there, but in the end it's going to go the way of Will Smith for the second time this weekend. Final step on the podium goes the way of our one-time winner this weekend, Lewis Thompson, and then Sam Smith, Paul Donkin, Harry Senior along with Matt Dyer, and then we had Cole Jones with Wesley Payne, and it looks like Ollie Smith round out your top 10.
We're going to have some very tired drivers out there. They would have had to work extremely hard out here, and they'll be quite thankful for the lower ambient temperatures, because what a race that was. And here's that unofficial result so far.
Angus McLean had a problem towards the end of that race as well, just dropped down at Murray's on that final lap for some reason. I think he might have had a potential spin. But it's Will Smith with 2 victories this weekend in the Caterham 7 Championship UK. He wins by 0.17 of a second. Richard Amos comes through in second. Sterling drive from him from the back of the grid earlier on in the weekend to get a nice podium to round out the weekend for him. Lewis Thompson, the number 1 on his card, reigning champion from last year, gets 3rd place in race number 3. Sam Smith finishes in 4th. Paul Donkin in 5th. They are your top 5 in Pro-Am as well. Then comes a brace of AM competitors with Harry Senior picking up 3 race victories this weekend within class. 6th place overall that time. Matt Dyer next up in 7th. 8th place is Cole Jones with Wesley Payne and Ollie Smith down in 10th. Tom Eden next up in 11th, and the rest of the order unfortunately goes away because we are very quickly moving on with our next race, which will not be too far away for the minis. In the meantime, we're going to head down to Sam, who is down there once again with 3 very happy drivers. They've been hard-working drivers this weekend, but let's find out their thoughts after that final race of the weekend.
What a fantastic eventful race. Normally on these races, someone will break free at the front because there's people battling, but not today. They all stuck together. Let's have a move on through and speak to Will. Congratulations! That's your second win then today.
Yeah, well, the first one was a bit of technicality because it was a red flag, so I really wanted to have a strong 3rd race, and I couldn't ask for any more.
No, that was perfect. You all stuck together, and we didn't really know who was going to cross the line first.
Neither did I. No, it was just about trying to be in front at the right time. I thought I'd gone too early, so I had to sort of do like a qualifying last lap to try and build a gap. Luckily, it was just enough. I think if the start line was about 50 metres further up the road, I'd be second. So, yeah, great result.
Fantastic weekend. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's move through and speak to Richard. Got to be happier than when I spoke to you this morning.
Yeah, a lot happier, yeah. Consider I started last in the first race today, and I'll finish second overall today.
Yeah, fantastic achievement.
Really, really good. Yeah, I'm really happy. Thank you very much to Matt Blight for racing. They've done a mega job with the car, and especially Stephen Lyles helping with my driving all weekend. So, yeah, mega.
Yeah, excellent. Happy days. Good way to end the day.
Cheers, thank you.
And right, where's Lewis? Where's Lewis? Oh, he's behind me. I'll move on through. I do like Lewis's new green on his car. It's very nice. Lewis, that was a hard battle, I think, wasn't it? Did you have a bit of a moment on one of the corners? Did you get tapped, or when it was a bit of a grass moment?
Yeah, some new boys to the championship think it's fun to bum draft down the back straight, and I braked and they didn't, sent me straight off, so not very happy about that. But yeah, obviously you can see at the back of the car, it's brand new back panel. It's now damaged, we're going to have to get that repaired, so I thought it was non-contact, but here we are. So anyway, good results. Look forward to Zandvoort.
Yeah, still a podium, so well done.
Thank
you
you.
did great. There we go. We have got the AM drivers as well, but I think we had to head out for the next race. Speak to you in a bit.
Thanks, Sam. Yep, so we're going to look forward to the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge very shortly, their final race of the weekend. But before we get on and look at the grid, let's find out what the drivers thought before the race as Ian Waterhouse caught up with some of them.
Right, everybody, yes, it's the final race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. The season is now well underway. We have had 2 races that have been absolute thrillers so far. You are in for a treat, trust me. on this one. I was going to find Stephen. Where's Stephen gone? Is he just... Where is he? There he is. Come over here. So, making a beeline especially for you, and you've just run away from me. What's going on here? How's it been so far this week, mate?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mixed weekend, really. Just getting back into, obviously, done endurance racing for a long time, and it's just moving back into that sprint racing sort of form. Starting to find pace, and then last race was going really well, and unfortunately just another car decided he didn't want to be a proper racing driver, and we fell backwards. But the pace is there, we're getting there slowly. It's just, don't like being this far down the grid, really.
Yeah, but you being this far down the grid is a bit of a treat for us watching, because we're expecting things from you, right?
Yeah, hopefully good things. I mean, I spoke to the our clerk of the course, Luke, at the beginning of the weekend. I've known him for a little while, and he said, "Good to see you back out." And I said, "Yeah, and as bad as it sounds, hopefully I don't have to see you too much on the weekend." So, but no, look, I'm enjoying it so far. It's good. We've got 5 cars out as a team as well. The whole team gets along really well, and we've got cars all up and down the grid, and it's just a nice atmosphere, throughout the whole team. And hopefully everyone can progress and see us all fighting up the front soon.
Well, I want to say a big thank you to Chandler Motorsport, because you guys always make us feel welcome as well. So thank you. And look, best of luck for the race. Really appreciate you chatting to us, taking the time out and running away from me.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Right, final race of the weekend. Going to get underway. Here we go for the final time. The Virtu Mini Challenge Trophy here at Snetterton. Let's go racing. Come on.
Thanks, Ian. He's very excited about this race, and I don't think we can blame him, because it's been 2 cracking races so far for the Virtu Motors Mini Challenge. This is the trophy class which we have this weekend to kickstart their 2024 season, and the way the grid lines up then for this final race was the times they set in qualifying yesterday, the fastest of those times. That is how the new format works for this year. So Sam Gornall, who was a retirement from race number 2, unfortunately, not too sure what happened to him, but he is there on the grid for this one and starts at the front of the field for Westport Motorsport. Alongside him is going to be the Graves Motorsport car of Alex Solly, who hasn't really made too much forward progress so far this weekend, so looking forward to seeing what he can do from the front row on this occasion. Row 2 then sees one-time winner this weekend, Harry Hipton, to go with Jamie Keats alongside him. The third row then sees number 17, Reece Lycett, who had a good race number 2. He starts from 5th position with the rookie alongside him of Ronnie Smith. The 4th row then lines up with Alex Keens, who found himself on pole position for race 2. Unfortunately had a moment down at the end of that first lap at Brundle and Nelson, so that car repaired and starts with Harvey Ryby alongside. The 10th row then going to be Luca Marinoni Osborne with James Black to round out the top 10. The 6th row then sees number 32, which is Frankie Taylor. He'll be joined by number 11, Gabe Fairbrother, at the back of row number 6. Row 7 then sees number 59, which is going to be Reese Hurd. He'll be joined by 22, Ashley Gregory. The 8th row lines up with Leo Purchase and number 95, Josh Wilby, alongside. He's had a good run as well so far this weekend. Work to do from the 16th place of this grid. Paul Manning next up on row number 9 with Steve Chandler alongside him. Row 10 then sees John Castle with Callum Eason for company. The 11th row is going to be number 86, which is Ben Taylor, and number 5, Katia Loggy. The 12th row, number 610, which is Louis Fleet. He'll be joined by number 7, which is Tommy Watson, and 43, Cameron Wood. We'll complete the grid with our 25 starters, hopefully, for this 3rd and final race for the Virtu Motors Mini Challenge. Just looking back to the earlier race, and we had 24 starters, so the one that we didn't have was that of Tommy Watson, because again, as we said in that earlier race, he was a man who went to hospital yesterday with an injured knee, so he has taken no further part in this weekend, unfortunately. As we move into this 3rd and final race, we'll get to that in a minute. There's a replay of someone who had a moment there by the looks of it on this formation lap. Look down towards the back of the field, and that car in fact has lost a bumper as well, so that's a very weird incident to happen, and I think that was from 20th place on the grid, so that would have been possibly Callum Eason, who was in strife in the earlier race as well. So Callum had a little bit of a spin. I think that was him. We'll get confirmation. There'll be a car without a front bumper, and that will be the one at the moment on this green flag lap. Just about to tell you how the championship looks after just 2 races so far this year. It now sees Harry Higton on 100 points. He's picked up a nice points haul in race number 1. He got the second place and also the 6 points that go with fastest lap. So 50 points from race 1, 50 points for the race 2 victory. He didn't get a fastest lap for that, so it's 100 points for Harry Higton. James Black sits in second place now for the Grays Motorsport team. He is on 83 points. Jamie Keats finds himself after 2 solid performances in third place on 81, and then Gay Fairbrother on 68, along with Ronnie Smith on his rookie campaign, first year within Mini Challenge Trophy, and already this weekend he's joint 5th or joint 4th, it would be, won't it, in the championship on 68 points. The car of Sam Gornall, he finds himself 7th in the championship. He has just 56 points. That came after the win in race number 1, and also the 6 points that went with it for claiming pole position in that one as well. So that is how the championship looks, with still a long way to go this year, but we've got a very close contest towards the head of the order, and with Sam Gornall back at the front of the field for this third and final race, we'll see if he can make up some further points and jump himself up in the championship order even further on this occasion. We're about to go for 15 minutes of mini action once again. It is the opening round of the trophy, and it's the third and final race, which gets underway now for 15 minutes. Can Sam Gornall get the good start? Yes, he can. Can Alex Solly go with him? Doesn't look like he can from that initial point, because it's a good start from the second row, and that of Harry Higton. So Harry and Sam, are they going to do battle once again in this third race? And it's going to be Harry who leads the way, actually. So initially it was a good start for Sam Gornall, but all of a sudden from third place on the grid, it's a staggered grid as well. He's done a tremendous job as Harry Higton to come through. He's got one bouncing out wide through Richie's on the first time of asking. They do just about find their way through the gloom and head back to the circuit and do not lose too much time, but that will be places dropped for the wide excursion through the first corner. So down towards Palmer they go. Alex Solly continuing to lose places, actually, because he's now going to be on the outside of the number 33 machine of Jamie Keats, whilst up front Harry Higton is starting to pull away, just like he did in that earlier race. And after he talked to Ian after that second race victory, he was just concentrating on getting away, pulling the gap and making sure that no one could hassle him. So all of a sudden it's a deja vu moment, because he's now out front, those behind already starting to battle on this opening lap, and although Alex Solly has made his way back into second place, there's already going to be a second, if not more, between the top 2 cars as they work their way down in towards Oggies. Squabbling further back as well there, side by side between what's going to be the car, by the looks of it, of Luca Marinoni Osborne. He's trying to keep himself in this 7th position as they turn their way on towards the Bentley straight. Again, another one out wide there, so it's a bumping across the exit curb, which means you're going to lose a little bit of momentum as you head your way on towards the Bentley straight for the first time of asking. But bodywork goes flying in the background. Hopefully they can all avoid that as they weave their way down the back straight for the first time of asking. In towards Brundle and Nelson they go, and again in this mid-pack we're still side by side at the minute, so doing well to avoid contact, as the number 32 machine there of Frankie Taylor was the one just bouncing its way on the exit curb through Nelson. There is the car with the missing front bumper, so that was in fact, by the looks of it, Ben Taylor, I think, in the number 86 machine. So that's the one who had the excursion on the green flag lap. So Ben Taylor with no front bumper on the car at the minute as they work their way then to the completion of lap number 1. 12.5 minutes to go. Out front is Harry Higton, and Harry now has a lead of what's going to be 1.2 seconds over Alex Solly. So Alex has recovered fairly well. The one unfortunately that has lost now is going to be that of Sam Gornall, who's now down in 5th place. He might be down to 6th actually, because he's going to get swamped on the inside and on the outside as the number 32 machine makes its way through. So Frankie Taylor goes to the inside. I think 53 as well was involved in that, which was the car of James Black, which just squeezed through at the same time as they turn in towards the right-hander of Wilson. Just wondering if Sam Gornall has some recurring issues from that race to non-finish, where he just pulled off the circuit at the end of the slight straight which we're coming on to now, in towards the back paddock gate at Agostini, and just wondering if Sam Gornall just isn't quite on all 4 cylinders at the minute. So this is a bit of a worry for Sam after taking race 1 victory. Can't quite keep with the leading pack and can't quite keep those at bay as well. So Sam Gornall stays to the outside, and I think this could be a race where it's not going to be another finish, because he drops down now to about 10th position as they make the run in towards Hamilton. Sam Gornall just corner by corner losing place after place to those around him here, so not really the second half of the weekend he would have wanted. In towards the right-hander they go. There he is, Sam Gornall. He's about to be passed here by Alex Keynes as well. So Alex, who was down 7th on the grid, completed that first lap in 10th position. So this is where Sam Gornall is now about to lose that position to Alex Keynes as they run their way down the Bentley Straight. Harry Higton out front, pick him up once again in the lead of the race. Looks quite comfortable, but Alex Solly, with the likes of the help from behind with Jamie Keats and also that of Ronnie Smith, might start to be closing back in on the race leader here. So Harry Higton can't rest on his laurels just yet. A bit more dust being kicked up there for the car of Frankie Taylor by the looks of it, number 32, who sits second in no class effectively as it is, because the likes of Alex Solly and Frankie Taylor and Luca Marinoni Osborne do not get classified in either a rookie, a graduate or a director's class. So they run within the overall mini challenge trophy class as it stands. Up towards the line then with just over 10 minutes to go. Harry Higton through once more, and the gap between him and that of Alex Solly is down to 1.1 seconds, so it closes by just 1/10 of a second, but it's heading in the right direction in terms of those three that are chasing down Harry Higton. So with Harry being out front, he's got no one to break the air in front of him, so he's got a wall of air to go through, whereas the likes of Solly has a little bit of slipstream to pick up from the car ahead. So does the number 33 machine of Jamie Keats, and also now trying to make a move is Ronnie Smith, who again has had some good luck this weekend, but he's also had his bad luck along the way. He's been running inside the top 3 places in both races, but unfortunately they've just kind of fallen away in the latter stages. So if he can get things right now in this final race, he might be able to get himself onto the podium for the final time of asking this weekend. And bear in mind, this is Ronnie Smith's opening weekend in the Mini Challenge Trophy. He's done a tremendous job and does another great job there to get to the inside of Jamie Keats. So Ronnie goes through in now to 3rd position. 4th place drops down that of Jamie Keats. 5th place across the line was that of Frankie Taylor. So Frankie's had a good run from what was initially 11th on the grid, as another one runs wide on the exit of Agostini. Reece Lycett across the line was in 6th. 7th place for that of James Black. 8th place for Luca Marinoni Osborne, and then Sam Gornall and Alex Keynes round out the top 10 at the end of that second lap of the race. Quickest lap has gone to Frankie Taylor, 2:20.277. We needed to be down to the 2:19s to beat that of Harry Higton. He set that in the earlier race this weekend. And in fact, James Black went slightly better in race number 2. He did a 2:18.784, so we're quite a way off that at the minute from Frankie Taylor. A second or so he needs to find to try and get on terms of that time of James Black in the earlier race today. Here's a good little fight coming through now in towards the right-hander of the bomb hole. This is the 26 machine of Callum Eason, making progress through the field. And just behind him now has got the number 22 machine of Ashley Gregory. By the looks of it, there's some flailing bodywork as well on the rear bumper of one of those cars that we just focused on. So Callum Eason possibly with the damage, or is it the car ahead of him, which would be Brian Chandler in the number 35 machine, but one of them has some bodywork just flailing. Let's try and have a little look out the commentary box window. Yeah, it is number 35 actually, so I can confirm that for you. Brian Chandler has the bodywork, which is just off the back of the car coming into shot now. So Brian turns in, there's Callum Eason. He is now with number 22 on his tail, so that is still the car of Ashley Gregory. You've got also the number 11 machine in there as well, Gabe Fairbrother. So Gabe's had a little bit of a poor race here, hasn't he? Because Gabe was up there in race number 2. Where did Gabe come through to finish in the end? It was in 8th position, so dropped down towards the end. So that was race number 1, 8th position. Race number 2 was a podium finish for the number 11 machine, and Gabe now finds himself all the way down in what's going to be 14th position. So a little bit of a poor start to this one. We're now into the second half with just under 7 minutes to go. Harry Higton still leads, but the gap has come down even further. 3/4 of a second now between the top 2. So on a mission, Alex Solly to put his weekend right as much as possible after the disappointment it has been really for Alex, because as I said, a returning runner within the Mini Challenge Trophy. You'd expect him to be right there towards the front of the field, but unfortunately for Alex this weekend, his best result has been that of a 6th place. It was 7th in race number 1, 6th place in race number 2, but this one looking much better for Alex Solly, who now gets himself right onto the tail of Harry Hickton, so the gap is continuing to come down and down across the course of this lap. 6 minutes left on the clock, and is it just going to be a two-way battle for the race lead and the win possibly at the end of this 15-minute encounter? We'll find out. Let's see if Jamie Keats can keep himself in contention. You've got Ronnie Smith as well, not too far back in 4th place, and then also now starting to join into the mix is Reece Lysett in car number 17. So are we going to get a bit of Caterham action in terms of these gaps starting to come down in the closing stages? We'll find out in due course as they all turn their way now through the bomb hole on towards the right-hander of Coram. And don't really count out those further back as well. You've got James Black there in car number 53. Frankie Taylor's having a good run, and also Luca Marinoni Osborne, who works their way now in towards Murray's. In terms of the classes we have this year, once again, the rookie, the graduates and the directors. Rookies are for those who are making their first foray into Mini Challenge action for this year. The directors is for those who are over a certain age, they have their own class, and the graduates are for those returning drivers for a second season. So we've got 3 different classes to keep an eye on. Harry Hickton, who returns, runs within the graduate class, so he leads that one as it stands. The rookie class is being led by Ronnie Smith, and for the directors, that is currently going the way of Paul Manning, who's down there in 18th position. So he is classified as the leader within directors as it stands. Down towards Palmer then go our leading pack once again. Gap between 1st and 2nd is down to less than half a second. Gap between 2nd and 3rd is pretty much half a second as well. So equidistant between the top 3 as they work their way down towards Agostini, and there's more and more now starting to join this charge as we look towards the race leader. Harry Hickton comes into a debris zone effectively. There's the yellow and red stripe flag, which just indicates to the drivers there's some fluid or some possible debris on the circuit, and that's just as they work their way in towards Agostini, and they've all cleared that. It's off the racing line, to be fair, so not going to worry the drivers too much. Turn their way now down in towards Oggy. So all of a sudden that battle between 2nd and 3rd has closed in. So what was Alex Solly closing on Harry Hickton is now going to have to watch what happens from behind, because Jamie Keats has managed to close the gap down and is going to put lots of pressure on him in the last couple of laps of this race. So we'll keep an eye on 2nd and 3rd. Here are the leaders once again then. So Hickton to Solly, Solly to Keats, Keats to Smith, and you can also put Smith to Lysett as well. They are your top 5. Oh, and there's contact further back there. That's the 32 machine of Frankie Taylor, and I think that car has been accosted by the Luca Marinoni Osborne car, which has different colours for this year. So the white and red machine leaves the scene of the crime, and unfortunately Frankie Taylor is left there maybe with some damage, but hopefully Frankie can recover within this race. But that was turned into a brilliant race for Frankie Taylor, but unfortunately it's all gone horribly wrong after Luca Marinoni Osborne made contact in towards the second part of the old S's, so down towards Nelson. You can just see coming into shot here. Oh yeah, it was a jump over the curb, wasn't it? So Luca Marinoni Osborne took a big leap over the sausage curb we have down there on the apex of Nelson, and with all 4 wheels off the circuit, there was no way for Luca to stop, which meant that accosted from behind was that, unfortunately, of Frankie Taylor. So Frankie is now all the way down outside the top 20, and as we have 2.5 minutes to go, it does mean we have this lap and 1 more remaining in this final Mini Challenge Trophy race of the weekend. Harry Hickton for now still holds on, but to the tune of just 0.3 of a second. 0.3 back from them is going to be the car of Jamie Keats. Still 4th place is Ronnie Smith, and just about hanging on ahead of Reece Lysett, and now James Black has caught up. So it's a 6-way train for the lead of the race. The next train is being led by Sam Gornall. So Sam Gornall's recovered well actually after a sluggish slow start with some possible issue with that car. Sam Gornall is going to be on for some good points in 7th place. Alex Keane sits there in 8th position. 9th place is Ashley Gregory, and Gabe Fairbrother now has made his way up into the top 10 as we start the penultimate lap of the race. Down through Oggies, hardly any air whatsoever between second and third on this occasion. Harry Higton still holding the lead here, so he's not been able to get away like he did in race number 2. He got away in race number 1 thanks to the help of Sam Gornall, who was also in that lead battle as they worked their way to first and second earlier this weekend. A bit more debris down the Bentley Straight, which hopefully they'll all avoid, which I think they have done, and this is some more drama on the exit of Agostini. 2 cars involved there, one of those being Stephen Chandler, the other one possibly number 26, which is going to be Callum Eason, and there's drama towards the head of the field because unfortunately Jamie Keats has been involved in an incident with the car of James Black's. So those 2 earlier this weekend have found themselves on the podium. Jamie Keats in race number 2, James Black in race number 1, but both of them have come to grief at the same point that we saw contact between Luca Marinoni Osborne and Frankie Taylor. But unfortunately for Jamie Keats, it means that he's not going to continue with some left rear damage. I think the suspension has gone on that car with the wheel pointing in a funny direction, so Jamie Keats is going to be out, which means it's going to be the change towards the head of the field. Here's a replay of what happened then. So again, down towards Nelson, this has been the problematic corner so far, and it looked like Jamie Keats was already sideways, so that had happened on his own potentially, and then James Black just had nowhere to go in that momentum with the corner coming up, and with probably being blindsided in towards the right-hander of Nelson. It does mean that there's some big drama for both of those cars, which have now dropped down the order along with the likes of Frankie Taylor. Luca Marinoni Osborne is in the pit. Frankie Taylor has come into the pit as well. James Black is into the pit lane, and if Jamie Keats can get going, I think that car will be into the pit lane before too much longer as well. So it has just broke up the order slightly towards the head of the order, but Harry Higton has now just one person to worry about. That's going to be Alex Solly as they turn for the final time down in towards the left-hander of Agostini. They're going to go through the yellow flag zone now, so yellow flags, no overtaking for the drivers. Once they get to the green flag, they can overtake once again. You've got Alex Keynes there, you can just see going slightly off line there. That's due to some debris being on the circuit, so all of them just making sure they avoid that on this last lap, just to pick up a puncher. But Harry Higton is looking good as he works his way down through the right-hander of Williams on towards the Bentley Straight. They go for the final time, and I don't think Alex Solly can quite keep with Harry in the lead of this race, so it's going to be the best result of the weekend for Alex Solly, but Harry Higton is looking good for another victory this weekend. Third place might go the way here of Reece Lycett. I think this is going to be his best performance of the weekend. He's gradually made his way through the order. It was 9th place in race number 1. He got himself up into 7th place in race number 2. And he's going to be on for a podium by the looks of things as it stands. If you can keep Ronnie Smith at bay. You've got Alex Keynes and Sam Gornall having a good battle here as well. There's the battle further back of Ashley Gregory and Gabe Fairbrother. They are fighting over 7th position, but this has been a race where Sam Gornall hasn't really featured, but with all the problems that have happened ahead of him, he's going to be on for what's going to be, I reckon, a top 6 finish as he works his way down towards Murray's. He might just be able to get Alex Keynes done and dusted before the end of this race as well. The checker flag is out though, and it's going to be a second victory of the weekend for Harry Higton. He comes through to take the honours just ahead of Alex Solly. Third place then to Reece Lycett, who gets his best performance of the weekend and a first podium of the year as well. Ronnie Smith, another man who's tried to get himself onto the podium, but it's not quite happened, but he will pick up what's going to be the rookie class honours for the 3rd time this weekend. Alex Keynes just about hangs on by a couple of tenths of a second ahead of race 1 winner, which is Sam Gornall. Next across the line in what's going to be 7th position, I think, although there has been a change for Ronnie Smith. He has picked up a 5-second penalty towards the end of this race, so your graphic there just changing once everyone comes across the line. So Ronnie Smith with a 5-second penalty for track limits, I imagine, drops from 4th place down to 6th, which means Alex Keynes and Sam Gornall are both promoted up the order. So Smith then is classified in 6th, Gregory goes to 7th, Gabe Fairbrother gets 8th, 9th place goes the way of the number 95 machine. That's going to be Josh Wilby, who made good progress from 16th up to 9th, and to round out your top 10 is going to be that of Leo Purchase. Let's get full classification then of that race with after 15 minutes of racing, Harry Higton picking up his 2nd victory of the weekend. 7 laps completed, and he wins by just over half a second from Alex Solly. Third place goes the way of Reece Lycett, picking up his first podium of the weekend for Chandler Motorsport, and then the Graves Motorsport car of Alex Keynes comes through in fourth place. Fifth place goes the way of Sam Gornall. Sixth place then that of Ronnie Smith, and picks up rookie class honours for the third time. Although he got that 5-second penalty, he was still the rookie class winner. Ashley Gregory next up in 7th. 8th place for Gabe Fairbrother. 9th for Josh Wilby, and 10th for Leo Purchase. Harvey Ryby is there in 11th. Cassian Loggy in 12th, ahead of Paul Manning, and Louis Fleet to complete the 14 there on page number 1. The quickest lap of the race went the way of James Black, 2:18.97. He finished down in the end in the pit lane after that contact with, unfortunately, Jamie Key. So there you go, your finishers from the final Virtue Mini Challenge race of the weekend. The trophy class kicking their season off in style, I think it's fair to say. And we're going to have, again, I'm sure, 3 very happy drivers down there in Parc Ferme, because Ian's standing by, and hopefully we can catch up with all of them down there with him after a very eventful 15-minute race.
They never disappoint, do they? They just never disappoint, and this man never disappoints either. Oh, sorry, I think we're having to do official photos. We are live though. Harry, get your photo done, and then you've got to have a chat with us. I tell you what, let's just jump it. We'll be 2 seconds. We'll go very quickly jump. Sorry, Harry, we are live, so we have to do it. Yeah, what a weekend it's been for you, eh? 2 wins in a second. Come on, mate. This is almost perfect, right?
Yeah, I mean, really can't ask for any better. And in the first race where I came second, I got fastest lap as well. Yep. So that's 50 points. So, you know, almost a full house of points this weekend. I mean, it's really ideal. You know, it's been a really competitive, strong weekend for us, and we come in with full confidence over a load of hard work over the winter. And you know, we've got the results to show for it. I thought at one point it was going to be like race 2, where you got yourself to the front, got a lead, and held it. But Alex just wouldn't let go, would he? No, you know, it's good to see Alex back up here. You know, he's struggled this weekend, and he's a very quick driver, as we all know from previous years he's been in this. So I think, you know, it's a preview for what we're going to be seeing throughout the whole season. So yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Harry, well done. Yes, I really hope it is what we're going to see for the rest of the season. Let's just, he's still talking. Let's see if we can grab Reece, actually. Reece, can we have a quick word with you, buddy? Well done, mate. 3rd place, but you were made to work for it at the end there, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, it was definitely a challenge trying to get this car up here. We've had a couple of issues over the weekend that we've had to kind of make work and other things like that.
That's not supposed to be that. Or is that the paintwork?
That's actually from race 2. This race I didn't actually hit anyone, so yeah, I mean, yeah. But as I say, yeah, big thank you to Setter Tools, obviously, for getting me here, and all my other sponsors that are on the car as well. As I say, just happy to end the weekend on a high.
Top man, Reece, well done. Congratulations, great racing. Come on, Alex, over you come, mate. I mean,
escape.
No, well, you can't go. You can't go because listen, that was a great drive. It looked like Harry was going to run away like he did in race 2, but you weren't going to let that happen, were you? And you didn't.
No, well, yeah, like I said, he's been pretty far up the road, so to be with him is it's quite a nice end to the weekend. But yeah, managing car troubles all weekend has been really tough. But you know, you've got to work with what you've got, and we did just that. I mean, pace has been there all weekend. It's just piecing it all together and getting that position in the track is quite important. So luckily we've done it.
You've ended it on a high though, Alex. It's good to see you again, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the season. Really is. Right, that is it this weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. They have thrown up 3 excellent races, but it's Harry Hickton who has stolen the show. 2 wins and a 2nd place for him. He will be absolutely thrilled. There's still more racing action to come. No, we've got 3 more Caterham races, and of course the final Britcar Trophy Championship race of the weekend as well. I'm going to hand you over to Matt to tell you what's up next.
Just the 2 races for Caterham to look forward to, but there's been plenty this weekend that have kept us entertained. We've got 3 races in total still to come. As I said, 2 of those are going to be handed over to Caterham's, with Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R to look forward to next. They'll have their 3rd and final 20-minute race. Then we're back to Britcar Trophy action for their 2nd 50-minute endurance race, and then the final race of the weekend will be that of the Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship. A little bit of recovery work to be done, and also some repair work by the looks of it to the barriers, so we're going to have a little bit of a delay before we get the next of our races underway, but hopefully we can head down to the assembly area where Sam will be standing by, maybe with some drivers to talk to before they fire their engines into life and get themselves onto the circuit ready for their third and final race of the weekend. There's plenty down there to try and have a word with, because we've got an over 40 entry for this weekend, over 40 cars on the grid for their first races of the weekend, so lots to look forward to from them for Mission Motorsport and the Caterham 270R Championship. Thanks very much to Matt Salisbury from Mini. Just to clarify things in that previous race, the reason that Sam Gornall was a retiree from race number 2 is due to some clutch issues. That was then replaced for race number 3, but I think they were still bedding in a few things, or might not still have been on song for Sam, but still came home really well and keeps him in the hunt for the championship even at this early stages. You want to try and recover as many points as you possibly can, so yeah, just waiting for the recovery to be done. So there are your 3 races still to come here at Snetterton today. As we said, we'll be on with our next one in due course. We are a little bit ahead of schedule, which is always good. We finished 20 minutes ahead of things yesterday, which is due to things working well on circuit, everyone behaving themselves, race control making sure things were kept on time, and of course the marshals working very hard as well to make sure things that had happened were cleared up with good time as well. So always a big thank you to our marshals, who do a tremendous job out there around the circuit, down in assembly, in Parc Ferme, in the pit lane, wherever they may be positioned across the course of a weekend. They do make sure that things are moved along as quickly as possible. So as ever, massive thanks to our guys and girls out there in orange, and of course if you'd like to get involved in marshalling, we can never have enough of you. It's a voluntary job, but it's one of those jobs that many people enjoy doing. You get very close to the action, always great camaraderie amongst all of the marshals as well at the end of a weekend, and in between the weekend as well with the Saturday night social. So if you'd like to find out more about that, just head to the website for marshals. So marshals.co.uk is where you can find all the details about how you can take part in becoming a marshal at a future race event, whether that be here at Snetterton or at a different circuit where you are based in the UK. So they are the 3 races still to come. As I said, hopefully we'll get some word from Sam very shortly, who may well be down there in the assembly area, ready to talk us through some of the plans that the drivers will be doing, and we'll get news of that very shortly. Chris is back with me though. He has just had a brief pause during that mini race, but still, Chris, we've got 2 races on the horizon. I think that 7 Championship UK race was absolutely phenomenal. Thoroughly enjoyed that, one of the best races of the weekend so far, but I'm sure the next 2 that we have from Caterham are going to deliver once again.
Yeah, we've got next up is the 270R Championship for the final race for them for this race weekend, and they've got a bumper grid. Already seen them once out there today, and Roger Packy coming out on top with that one. I know they're all interested and intrigued to see what's going to happen this time through. There were again sort of some battles there, and speaking to some of the drivers, some of them were saying that it was getting close and frantic out there. So we're going to see how that all figures itself out as we watch all the trucks out there. I'd like to echo your thanks to all the marshals out there on behalf of all the drivers, but additionally all the organising clubs and committees, so BARC and everything, all the staff at Caterham and everyone that goes to putting these events on, the stewards and all the officials out here letting us do what we love to do. But yeah, we've got beyond Snetterton, we head over to Zandvoort next for this 270Rs in 4th and 5th of May, and going and beyond that 15th and 16th of June we headed to Silverstone Grand Prix, followed by Cadwell Park in July, August for Knock Hill, and Brands Hatch Indy in August, September, and then we go to Donington Park National in October for our finale. So a packed and fantastic calendar ready for us ahead for all these drivers that you're seeing out there, and we've got the Academy to cram into there as well, and so they'll be coming on song in at Croft in sort of towards the end of May. And it's really good to see that they'll be out on track for the first time, and they'll be joining us at Silverstone. So we'll bring all the family together, and what a sight that will be. But some fantastic racing this weekend, and I'm looking forward to this next 270R race. But we've also got the 310s for their final race just after the Cup race.
Certainly have, yep. So the clear up has been done by the looks of it on circuit. I think the telehandler has disappeared from the scene as well, so they were happy with the Armco barrier, and not too much repair to be done down there, so it shouldn't be too much longer until we welcome the Caterham 7 270Rs onto the circuit. Just looking at the early result, there has been an amendment, just to let you know that Rog Patke, who came across the line as the leader, has been handed a 1 second penalty for safety car infringement, which does mean, Chris, that Toby Ballard picks up a win. He was hoping his teammate would let him through, and it all happened after that race with the penalty for Rog Patke. So we'll get to that in just a few minutes, but Sam has done a tremendous job to run all the way down to assembly. He's probably out of breath, but we can hand down now to Sam Parker, who's ready to talk to a few drivers down there before this next race gets underway.
Receives his winner's trophy, and then we just have one further trophy to present, and that is for the Sunoco Fastest Driver of the Weekend Award. So Richie can't quite disappear as yet.
So as there's a bit of a delay on the circuit for a few repairs, we're going to come down to the assembly for the 270R Championship, so we'll grab some interviews with some of the drivers. Someone I do want to go and speak to is Louise Deason. She's made up quite a few places in each race today, so today and yesterday. She's done really, really well, so we're going to have a chat with her. Lots of cars in here, which is fantastic to see. And well, should be on for another good race. She's probably thinking, no, don't come to me. I think that's what she said yesterday when I spoke to her after the interview. She's like, yes, it's me again, Louise. But we were just saying, you've made really good progress this weekend, haven't you? Each time you've gone out, you've moved up and up.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually not quite sure what's happened, to be honest. I just capitalised on the last start massively, and I think I picked the right side to go, basically, and I think I took about 6 cars off the start line, and then just managed to kind of take a few more as we went along. Yeah, I don't know how this has happened, to be honest. It's quite fun, but it does mean I'm kind of in the meat a bit of the Caterham sandwich, so hopefully it all goes well. I think Timo's probably going to have me off the start line and shoot away, but if I can hang on to the back of him, that's my plan for next race, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I've noticed just from like the little bit of experience that I've got now, which is pretty zero, you know, if you've got somebody who's faster, it drives you forward, doesn't it? It really, really helps.
Yeah, it really does. I think I'll probably be able to hang on to the back of him for about half a corner because he's rapid, but I'll do my best. Yeah, if you can kind of as close as you can really, and then get a little bit of a gap and have them kind of drag you around, it does help, but yeah, he's too quick for me, so I suspect he'll be gone, but yeah, I got good hope.
And what's it like? You've got other people in the championship now, so there's new people to race with, that, you know, you obviously previous years you'll get familiar, don't you, with who you're racing with, and you get to know their boundaries and how they're going to position themselves. So what's that been like this weekend?
Yeah, interesting, because I haven't really raced with much of this grid, so it is learning kind of what their little quirks are and how they like to take a corner and how much room you can give them safely without kind of having an accident, which obviously nobody wants. So I'm learning about Simon. He's got quite a lively car, so giving him a little bit of space. But we had a great race, great couple of laps tussling the last race. So yeah, looking forward to more of that, really.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Enjoy it. And as I'm next to Ben, I'll have a quick word with Ben. Made great progress in that last race. I know you started from the back, but not been your greatest weekend. But you've done super well because it's a huge grid.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not been the weekend I dreamed of. It's been a pretty expensive weekend if we work out the amount of racing laps we've had as well. But look, I'm just so grateful to be out here again. So I'd like to say a massive thank you to Tony Jenner and Quantum Electric for giving me the opportunity to drive their car. My sponsors as well, Develo and my local Bobby, I simply wouldn't be on the grid without. So I'm going to go out there, and there's a long way to those top 3 podium paces. But I think if we get all 20 minutes, I'm going to do everything I can, and yeah, just see what we can do. But like I said, just happy to be out here today after what happened yesterday.
Excellent. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for talking to us, and I wish you all the best. I'm going to have a quick word with Zach Lower as well, because he's done really well this weekend. I think he's 7th, so he's having a great weekend, and he's next to Rob Kennelly in 8th. Actually, we'll have a quick word with Rob before we move to Zach. Hello, Rob.
Hey, Sam, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you.
Jolly good. Having a good weekend so far, aren't you?
Yeah, it's not too bad actually. Qualified 14th. I'm making my way forward slowly and progressively. So see what we can do in this one. Should be good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've had a lot of safety cars and some big accidents, so we're hoping for a clean race. Definitely a clean race today would be good.
Fingers crossed. I was just talking to Louise Deason. I was asking her what's it like racing with slightly different people, aren't you? Because there's a lot of people in this championship.
Yeah, there are, to be honest. It's lots of different people that have either stayed with us, stayed in 270 from last year, or jumped up from Academy. So yeah, it's quite nice. There's a lot of us, and it feels a bit chaotic at times out there. But yeah, no, it's good. I'm sure as we go through the season, we'll get used to everyone a little bit more as well. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Right, lovely. Thank you, Rob.
All right, thanks, Sam.
We'll move round to Zach Lower. Hello, Zach. Having a great weekend, aren't you, so far?
Yeah, making steady progress. It's been good fun.
Excellent. And what's it like in the 270s then this time round? So obviously last year was your first season racing in road sports, wasn't it?
Yeah, 270s just much more aggressive cars really. It feels more like a race car, which is fun. Got a chance to drive Charlie's in Barbados. We double drove the Barbados Caribbean Cup, so I had a little bit of off-season experience in it there. But no, yeah, very fun, very new to me still, and enjoying the process and learning it.
And I think we're missing Charlie, actually, to be honest, not being here. But look, you're going out. Yeah, hopefully he'll come back. I'll let you get on. They're just moving out now, so they've obviously done their barrier repair, which is fantastic. So I'll hand back to Matt and Chris for the commentary.
Thanks, Sam. Yep, so didn't seem too out of breath whatsoever. Our Sam, young and sprightly, which is good. She got down there and got some good notes from some of the drivers as well. Just before we went to Sam, down there in the assembly area, we just let you know that Rog Patke received a 1-second penalty for a safety car infringement in that earlier race. Also, Dan Hope, who finished in 3rd place, also received a 1-second penalty as well. So both of those dropped down a position. Rog to 2nd and Daniel off the podium to 4th. So that did help Toby Ballard for the race victory in the end. So it just shows that even a second can make all the difference in Caterhams, because Rog lost out that win and Dan lost the podium as well. So not good for them, but they've still got this further race, Chris, to look forward to and see if they can recover and do what they did in race 2 without the penalty.
Yeah, it's always awkward having to give a trophy to someone else, isn't it, once you've received it on the podium, but such is it. Yeah, we do run the safety car procedures, and clearly they overtook when they shouldn't have done, didn't spot the boards, or when the boards were put out, they've overtaken subsequently. So yeah, in some ways that's it's a fair penalty. It just manoeuvres them to where they would have been had they not overtaken that, and the stewards can use some sort of their common sense, but they're just shuffling around. They're all a bit confused about exactly what alignment they need to have on this grid. It still doesn't look quite right, but the front two just about in place now, and you can see Ryan will be in that 3rd place and Hope alongside him. But yeah, another massive grid of cars to try and get lined up. This is the 270R class, the 3rd step of the motorsport ladder, but let's see how they line up today.
Yeah, hopefully they'll sort themselves out into proper formation on the green flag lap. But yeah, this is how they line up then for the final 270R race of the weekend. It's going to be Toby Ballard after that win. He inherited from Rog Patke those two on the front row of the grid. Ryan Wilby and Dan Hope then line up next on row 2. David Rook is there on row 3 with Lionel Tolomarsh on his outside. Zach Lower starts from row 4 with Rob Kennelly alongside him, and then Alistair Davidson and Craig Boyle complete the top 10, both of those on row 5. Further back onto row number 6 we'll find Craig Story. He'll be joined on that row by the 77 machine of Harvey Lawrence. Then we'll find on the 7th row number 50, which is Toby Boys. He'll have for company the 68 machine of Darren Butler. Daniel Neal next up on row number 8. Had a bit of a disappointing race number 2. He did really well in race number 1, but lower down in 15th position for this 3rd and final race. Neil Warnock will be the man on his outside. The 9th row then sees Simon Sabin. He was in the dramas in race number 2 as well. He was out wide on, I think it was Coram, in that earlier race, with Louise Deason looking to make progress in this race from 28th to 18th. She's done so far. Let's see if she can do another 10 place and get herself inside the top 10. Ben Timmond and Oliver Kibblewhite next up on row 10. And remember, Ben is in a borrowed car for this 2nd and 3rd race of the weekend, so he has done tremendously well from the back of the grid to get himself inside the top 20. Let's see if he can go a little bit further in this final race as well. Row 11 then sees Solomon Rogers with Giles Perry on his outside. Scott Graham and Robert Lowe next up on row number 12. Row 13 headed by Andrew Bailey and Benja Headley next up. Row 14 then sees Stephen Merritt with Gary Cross in 28th place. Andy Palmer and Mike Whiteman next up on row number 15. And then we continue the grid with row 16. That's where you'll find Ian Summers. He'll be joined by the number 12 machine of Oliver Knight. Row 17 then sees the car of Graham Finlayson with James McCullough next up on the outside. Row 18 headed by Mikey Clark and Nick Bryant in 36th place. 37th and row 19 for James Empson, joined by Gareth Lucas, and then Adam Waitman and Tony Jenner. Should have been there, but Tony, of course, has now given his car to that of the man who takes over the number 8, which is Ben Timmon. So we've got 39 starters for this last 270R race of the weekend. So off they all go. Final chance to get the tyre temperature up to where they need it, and make sure no changes have been made to the track since the earlier race.
Yeah, we just want to get this race through to completion without a safety car, don't we? We've had a couple of safety cars for them over the course of this race weekend, and I really want to see that that trend discontinued at this point, because it would be great to see what they can all do under full 20 minutes of this Caterham action in the 270R Championship, the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So they've got a 1.6 Ford Sigma engine in there with 100 and so it's got plenty of horsepower under there. I think it's 135 horsepower, manual 5-speed Mazda gearbox, and then off they go. They look the same from the outside as the 310Rs, but they don't have sort of some additional power that the 310Rs, and they also don't have the limited slip rear differential, but they do have all the uprated suspension all round and the wide track front suspension, as you heard Zach Lower saying from his road sports through to this 270R, how much more of a race car this feels. Indeed, it's not road legal in its race form now, because we don't have number plates, we don't have all the lights at the front of the car, and we don't have a windscreen. And so indeed this is now, you can convert it back to road, and people do between races sometimes if they want to take it out for a lap, but it's very much more race focused. You can also have team support in the 270R Championship, and they've got 3 races per race weekend. So in the road sport you get 2, in Academy you get 1, but in this 270R through the third step you get that third 20-minute race, just like you do for the other 2 categories just above them as well, which they might be looking to move into beyond the end of this season. But they've got a tremendous calendar, 7 race weekends ahead of them. Nearly completed the first one now, but we're going off to Zandvoort in Holland for our second event just at the beginning of May.
Yep, so if things go well for them this year, they'll be looking, as you said, to move up the ladder through 310R and maybe one day into the 7 UK Championship as well. But they've got the small matter to contend with the 270R Championship and some other 38 contenders and competitors around them to try and keep at bay. The lap record for this category has gone this weekend. That was held by Stephen Lyle, but that now has disappeared after earlier today Ben Timmons, in his borrowed car effectively, got to grips with it very well. He went and did a 2:11.356, so that now stands as the new lap record for the 270R Championship. And what can Ben do? As we said, we're going to keep an eye on him firmly from where he starts this race. 19th on the grid. He did that from pretty much last in the earlier race, so it gets a little bit harder the further you go up the field, but if anyone can do it, then Ben Timmons is definitely one to watch out for. So progress should be forthcoming for Ben. Do we reckon the top 10 this race?
Yeah, I think it's definitely within his capability. It would have been in the last race, but for the fact it was abbreviated by safety car, and obviously there's nothing he can do about that situation. As soon as the safety car boards come out, everything is locked into position until the racing gets back underway. So there's, again, not much you can do. So he will have that opportunity again to make up all those places, and he will be looking to do that. And we'll see whether Louise can cling onto his coattails for as long as he can, as this grid do look like they are finding their correct positions now, so they're slightly better aligned as they go. So we've got Toby Ballard on the left of your screen, a sort of yellow nose cone, blue bodied car. Then we have Roger Patke in his pink machine there, pink nose, pink side panels, and then we have Ryan Wilby in that sort of grey and luminous orange with the white nose cone and sort of dark bodied colour. I think it might be dark green of Hope as he lines up there as well. Rook just behind, you can see him in his red machinery. You can see the tail of the field is just about getting in place. You can see the yellow flags getting withdrawn as the final few rows of this huge field of 270 cars gets themselves lined up, and it won't be long before we get this final third race for them this race weekend, penultimate Caterham action to here at the Snetterton circuit. It's been brilliant, so let's see what the 270Rs can do for us this time out.
Yep, 2 different winners so far, with Nick Bryant taking race 1, Toby Ballard taking the honours earlier on today. There's going to be hungry people out there to try and take victory this time around. The red lights go out, and it's a great start from Roger Patke on the outside of that front row. So he launches into the lead on the run down towards Ritchie, straight away across in front of Toby Ballard to make sure he cannot retaliate and get the lead back. And it looks like Daniel Hope's going to make a good start on the outside of row 2 as well. Should just about scraping himself through into third position. There's a couple out wide, but not too much drama. They'll just lose a few places in the process as they try and make their way back onto the tarmac. But it is going to be briefly. Rog Patku led through turns 1 and 2. He should just about hold it in towards Palmer, because he will have the inside line for the next corner as well. But that was a blinding start for Rog. Got off the line and keeps himself up in front.
Yeah, reactions absolutely spot on there to release his car and just charge straight into the lead over the top of Toby Ballard. And it was hope that looked like he was going to get the best of the rest, but he did have to sort of give up a little bit. He did briefly have a yellow flag into that hairpin, but it's all been tucked away again. So it is now Ballard as they go through Agostini, who takes that lead ahead of Patku. Then we've got Hope, and then we've got the Ryan Wilby just tucked up behind them as well. So the rest of this field all swarm out. You can see there's dust on the edge of the track now where we have been dragging those. We saw some sort of incidents with the mini race that we've just had, so that's dragged a bit of dust and dirt onto the surface as well, so they'll all have to keep that in control. But again, the cars jinking and jiving as they work out where they are in this track. And Zach Lower's also had a good start in that yellow machinery flying. And there's Ben Timmins as well. He seems to be quite high up the field, considering he's ahead of Butler now, who started up in 15th place. So that does look hopeful that he has made a great start and has made significant progress in these early laps. We'll figure out exactly where he is when we go over the start-finish line for the first time.
Yeah, Toby Ballard is the man being chased then in these early stages of this race as they work their way through Brundle and Nelson. Roger Patku right there with the race leader, and Daniel Hope keeping himself in the mix as well. Looking towards the middle of the pack, there is number 8, so that's the man, as we said, we want to keep an eye on throughout the rest of this one. Ben Timmins trying to carve his way through the field nicely. We'll get a pick on where he may be at the end of this lap. There's the top 6 or 7, top 10, so he's probably up to about 13th place by the looks of it. So Ben Timmins already has made up 6 positions. If he gets a nice toe on towards the centre straight here, by the end of the next lap he should well and truly be inside that top 10.
Yeah, it's Patku over the line first, then Ballard losing out that one place. Hope will be Tolmarsh, then it's Zach Lower in there making up that position. Kenley and Boyle making up 2 positions, and Timmins is in 11th place, making up 8 places up as he crossed the line that time through. So spectacular start to him. Louise Deason didn't grab on, as she said she might not. We got a car well off wide. So one of the yellow cars, is that maybe Boyle? It's hard to tell from the rear panel, but we'll keep an eye on that. He's recovered back to the racing surface, but 11th place over the line that time. What a spectacular start from Timmins, and more of the same, please.
Yeah, most of the work almost done then for Ben Timmins. It now should be pretty easy to go round the outside this time in towards Palmer, so that's another one ticked off. That's past the number 24 machine, so he's now up into what's going to be 9th place as he works his way past Alistair Davidson. And for the battle in 2nd place, it's going to be Daniel Hope back down the inside there by the looks of it of Toby Ballard. So lots of great action all the way through the field. And to be fair, Ben Timmins is almost with the leading pack now, so he's done a tremendous job as Rog Patku continues to lead. Ben Timmins is going great guns as he works his way now inside that top 10, definitely.
Yeah, one of the problems with coming through such a big field is you often encounter gaps, so unless you do it quickly you then got this clean air to get across, which is really tricky. However, he is absolutely firmly on the rear of this chase, well, in fact the lead group, so therefore he has got no air gap to solve, and he will then progress up through this field. Let's see how high he can go. Wouldn't that be a fairy tale end if he could try and get to the front of this field? But at the moment the front of that field is Hope and Patku side by side as they come down into the Brundle Nelson complex. Is that Toby Ballard in that 3rd place still, so he stopped the rot as far as he dropped a couple of places, but he hasn't gone any further. Ryan Wilby follows on behind him. Then we've got Zach Lower, and then there is that Timmins car. He's still not got chase, got rid of the cars behind him, but he's in that little bit of a comfort zone now where he can sort of reset himself. He's already overtaken an awful number of cars, I think 20 odd cars already, so let's see whether he can make it even further up this field.
Just to take you back to the first corner on this lap, it was Simon Sabin who ran wide. He lost about 5 seconds through sector 1, so that's the yellow car which bounced down wide, but he's only lost a few positions as he comes back towards the end of this next lap, and it's going to be a change for the lead once again by the looks of it, because Rog Patku gets a great run on Daniel Hope as they cross the line. Toby Ballard is still in there as well, just sits in 3rd position, but he's going to be under attack from the 88 machine of Ryan Wilby, who just gets his nose cut off there, so he was brave but not quite brave enough to go through. And again, they're all trying to keep themselves on the tarmac but use as much of the curb to carry as much momentum through the corner as possible, as Toby Ballard fights back then on Daniel Hope for 2nd place. That will be achieved very nicely indeed, so Toby Ballard not allowing Rog Patku to get away just yet as they run side by side further back. And And in terms of Ben Timmins, hasn't made too much progress that time round, remains in 9th position, but he is now with this leading battle pack as he works his way on towards the short straight down towards Agostini.
Every single position now gets harder and harder as all the extra speed that he has over the drivers he's been overtaking disappears, and suddenly he's fighting people that have exactly the same kind of pace as him, and he's having to manoeuvre and see what he can do, and that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make consistent progress, but he's exactly where he needs to be. We've got some squealing tyres a bit further back. Also watch out for Tollmarsh there in that 5th, it's number 50 that we heard squealing his tyres away. That's Toby Boys, so he's not had a great start to his season, and it's got a little bit worse. Hopefully he can get that car back up and running. A little bit of a breakaway for that top 4 then as the scrapping continues, but Tollmarsh definitely having a good race up in that 5th place and battling hard against Wilby, so we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, Toby Boy's back on his way, which is good. So he got the car fired back up once again and rejoins the race down towards the tail. 3 wide is going to be for the lead, almost there, but they just sort themselves out down towards the braking zone, and it will actually be Daniel Hope briefly alongside Toby Ballard, but Toby carries the speed through the corner again, slightly wide, kicks up a bit of the dust, but carries good momentum down towards the bomb hole. As further back, there's almost a change there as well. The number 33 machine trying to make its way through of Zach Lower, but keeps himself for the time being behind Lionel Tollmarsh by the looks of it in the number 2 machine there in 5th position. So again, great battles towards the head of the order. Slight gap between 5th and 6th, but that won't last for long. And to be fair, we thought Ben Timmins and the likes of the number 24 machine of Alistair Davidson were the last one in this train, but all of a sudden you can include David Rook, you can also include the number 56 machine of Craig Story, and probably about 3 or 4 more cars behind that as well.
Yeah, and this tow up the start finish straight is causing them all to fan out wide. Roger Patke taking the lead this time through over Hope, Ballard, Wilby, Tollmarsh, and behind them Kennelly in that blue car as well. Zach Lower still follows, so it's pretty much as they were last time through. Boyle, Timmins following along. There's still that pack of cars, but yeah, the increased progress of Timmins' run has come to a halt. Oh, a little bit of a jink there, maybe a misgear from Hope, which meant Ryan Wilby had to jink out from behind him. Tollmarsh may also make that around the inside as Hope holds on around the outside. So no, I think they might still be in the same positions, but yeah, it's Rod Packey looking like he's got a little bit of an air gap out front now, hasn't he? So this squabble of cars coming into Agostini, doing very well actually. We haven't seen too many lock wheels and tyres into Agostini, and it's a tricky corner to get right.
Certainly is. I think this battle pack at the head of the field goes all the way down to 17th place, which is none other than Louise Deason. So she's made up 1 place from where she started in 18th. She is in with contention of trying to make a few more places up within this race as well. Further battles down the field there as the number 11 machine of Stephen Merritt makes his way through. That was to try and get up into 12th position, but ran a little bit wide on the exit of the corner. So what was 12th briefly, then goes back down to 13th once again. So we'll keep an eye on Stephen Merritt's progress, but they are all in this lead battle as we said. But for now, out front it's going to be Roger Patke who leads back off the Bentley straight down towards the left-hander of Brundle. In there as well is going to be the car of Toby Ballard in 2nd. 3rd place then is that of Daniel Hope, and then the rest of them all fire the way through on towards the right-hander of the bomb hole. But good battling again, as we said, just all a bit of a dress rehearsal for what's going to come towards the end of this race, but not even halfway through yet. Still 11 minutes just over to go. Yeah,
I think Hope's actually lost a couple of places. It was Wilby and then Tollmarsh, so he's gone down to the 6th place in that short space of time that we've had on since we weren't looking. But Zach Lower does come next, then it is Timmins who's made his way just ahead of, I think, maybe Davidson there as they head on up. Rooks had a bad start to this race though in his red machine. He was starting about 5th place and he's now down into 11th. Let's see if he can do any recovery drive from down there. So Timmins does find himself now in 7th, just behind Lower, but it was Patke, Ballard and Wilby, and it's now Rog running side by side with Ryan Wilby as they head up then into the Wilson hairpin for this time through. We've got another car throwing up the gravel and dust, and you can see how little the other drivers following along can see when that happens. It really does throw up a smoke screen, and you've got to be brave to keep your foot in that and keep powering on through.
Ben Timmins there just trying to make his way past Daniel Hope. So you're right, he has lost a couple of positions, but in the process Ben Timmins has picked up a couple as well. So he is into what looks to be 6th, maybe 7th. Let's have a look as they come down. He's in 6th place, isn't he? Yep, so 6th place, maybe 5th this time on Daniel Hope. He goes down the inside line. It's a nice job there for Ben Timmins. So that now sees him inside the top 5 for the first time since yesterday's first race. So brilliant job that he has done. Next on the list will be that of Lionel Tollmarsh in the number 2 machine. as more squeals of tyre go through the Agostini hairpin, but that's what it all sounds like as they're pushing really hard on the limit through the exit of the corner. But Roger Patke, the man out front, is keeping himself as likely as possible in the lead of this one, as Toby Ballard and Brian Wilby, Lionel Tollemache, and now the new 5th place Ben Timmins start to home in on his pace.
Yeah, these Toyo AAAR tyres squealing their displeasure at being tortured around this Snetterton 303-mile track around here, and it's a really good challenge for all our drivers as we go side by side into the centre, and Brundle Nelson S's. Oh, a little bit of a jink there for our number 11, I think that was. Just get Merritt sort of rear end loose as he went round that Brundle complex. But this field streaming on through, and Timmins does continue that position in 5th place. So again, he's done a lot of the hard work, but he's still got quite a lot to do. 9 minutes, just under half this race to go. As though Patke does remain that lead, and it is Ballard and Wilby following him along.
All these final races for Caterham have really delivered so far this weekend, haven't they? They've left the best till last, which is brilliant to see. We have another change of the lead by the looks of it, as now working his way past on this occasion is going to be that of Ryan Wilby. So he takes over the lead briefly, and Stephen Merritt has been recorded as the quickest man in this race, and Merritt's all the way down the order actually in what's going to be 12th place with 2:11.7 he has recorded so far, but he's still in that lead battle at the minute as they work their way in towards the Wilson hairpin. It's going to be now Wilby that leads the way, Ballard in 2nd, Roger Patke in 3rd, 4th place for Ben Timmins, so another one taken away, which means Ben Timmins has made his way past the car of Tollemache by the looks of it. So Tollemache is losing a few places now, but Ben Timmins really on the charge as we kind of expected.
Yeah, great to see him make those manoeuvres. It's really tricky though when you've made such good progress up to the front of the field and made it into that sort of top podium paying position. You then have to turn your brain into battle mode. These drivers have been battling at the front of this field for the last 10 minutes. He's now got to work out how he goes from going in passing mode to how do I get my strategy right for battling, because there's no way, well, I say no way, it's very unlikely he's going to disappear off down the road ahead of Ryan Wilby, who currently leads this. Ballard, then Patke, then comes the Timmins car, Tollemache, then Hope. So all those drivers have been in the lead of this race at some point. He's got to figure out how does he fit into that, and he desperately wants that win, doesn't he? And like I say, I think that would be a fairy tale finish for his race weekend, which started pretty terribly in that race 1, causing that or being a result of that safety car unfortunately getting taken out by another driver. As he come down then into the Brundle Nelson complex once more, seeing whether Ballard can get back down the inside of Ryan Wilby. He can't, but Patke is there. Tollemache is still fighting hard with Ben Timmins. Ben Timmins maintains that 4th place, just had to hammer that sausage curve just a little bit just to see whether he could hold on. He's now losing a position around Tollemache down through the bottom of bomb hole, and that means that he's going to lose a place again, and it looks like Hope might even be trying to demote him. You see what I mean? By changing that psychology back into battle mode, it's not going to all go your own way.
No, not at the minute. So Ben Timmins working hard to try and keep himself now inside the top 5. Just lost the position on this lap as he worked his way briefly into 4th position. But out front, the leaders cross the line with just over 6.5 minutes to go. It's going to be 3 more laps remaining, I reckon, in this race as they head their way through. Currently doing 2:12s, 2:13s, as up towards the head of the field on this occasion goes Toby Ballard. So into the lead he now takes away from the number 88 machine of Ryan Wilby. 3rd place then is going to be that of Roger Patke, with Lionel Tollemache and Ben Timmins in 5th place. So off they go in towards the Wilson hairpin once again. It's side by side for 2nd place. So they will hit the anchors, turn through the corner, and Ben Timmins has made his way back up into 4th place. But I'm just wondering, Chris, as well, this is Ben Timmins going pretty quick, but he's probably got to be wary that it's not his car. He doesn't want to do more damage to someone else's car that he might have to pay for. So it's all about, yes, he wants to be quick, but also wary about how he treats his car.
For all the drivers out there, you know, it's the same kind of dilemma. It's you know, motorsport is it can be a cruel mistress, especially if you do have an accident. But we expect the drivers, you know, when you put the race helmets on, it doesn't really come down to that. It comes down to, I just want to take that position. I want to you know, do as best I can in this race. And whilst there are times you just want to be sat back and observing, actually most of the time the best way to keep out of trouble is to get in front of your fellow competitors and be in charge of the race. So I think that's where his mindset will be. He'll be seeing that the lead of the race just up the tarmac from him, and he's got a couple of cars in the way before he can get that done. I think that's where his mindset will be. But you're right, Tony Jenner does need a good shout out because he has lent the car to Ben Timmins, and what a fantastic camaraderie and paddock spirit to give him the opportunity to fight back for these championship points. As we see us fanning out once more, Toby Ballard's maintained that lead for about the lap now, so he's done well to keep out in front, and all the other drivers are still there or thereabouts. They haven't gone anywhere, have they? So there's still nose to tail, Tolmarsh and Hope going side by side as they come through that Brundle-Nelson complex.
Well, there's a car that's pulled off to the side of the road down on the exit of Palmer on the straight just behind Tyrrell's down towards Agostini, so that car unfortunately is going to go no further.
Might be Butler, that one. It looks like a green colour just from what I can see, but that's a bit of a guess.
Yeah, so we'll try and work out who that is at the end of the lap. But yellow flag's down there for the time being. We said earlier we love a story. This would be a fantastic story for Ben Timmins on his recovery after what happened to him yesterday and what happened to his car as well. So Ben Timmins works his way through in third place, fourth place actually, by the time the transponders update themselves. This would be a recovery drive like no other, but to get a win would be even more incredible as he sits there in fourth place, turns his way now through on towards the right-hander of Ritchie's. The race leader this time through is Roger Patke. Right behind him, it looks like he's going to be in towards the Wilson hairpin, the car of ... Toby Ballard. And then third place is still there at the minute, Ryan Wilby, who's definitely on for one of his best performances of the weekend so far, which is great to see. Yeah,
Butler and Knight both dropping down the field, so it might well have been those two involved in some sort of kerfuffle, but Butler just definitely dropping down the order. As we watch our lead group then heading down to Agostini. Again, that's a sort of really kind of big wide open. There's that yellow flag, so no overtaking into Agostini this time, but they will eventually throw just take away that yellow flag once they've all had an opportunity to see. You can see the green flag on the exit, so they're back to normal racing. It's one of the skills of a racing driver is to know all the rules. In fact, they must know all the rules and regulations to understand how do they go racing safely. And the flashing boards are kind of a new thing into sort of club motorsport, and it's good to see. It's really much more obvious for the drivers out there where the incidents are on track. Roger Patke just got a little bit of a gap. In fact, the front four have got a gap now over the chasing pack of Hope and Kennelly, who's going to splintered off of their own sort of duo of cars. So we head down the Bentley Straight then once more. Roger Patke coming towards us in the lead of this. It's Toby Ballard, then it's Ryan Wilby, and still that Timmins car. Can't make his way onto the podium. He's trying to go around the outside. He has made it around the outside. What a manoeuvre that is. Like I said, no dust out there to prevent that, and it looks like he has made it stick. Ryan Wilby going down into that fourth place then. So Timmins finds himself in third.
Yep, lovely move there for Ben Timmins. He's left a little bit of a gap now to close down to the top two, but he has time left within this race. Just over 2 minutes to go. As I said, 2:12s, 2:13s is what we are currently doing, and we've just had the 5-minute board held out last time through. This time through, it will be the last lap board which gets held out to the race leader. So this is now or never for everyone. They know what time is left, they know what they need to do, and it's Roger Patke who takes the field up towards the first corner. There's probably 5 in this for the race victory. Those further back in third, fourth and fifth have got a little bit of work to do, as we said, to close the gap down. But if they can all work together, Timmins, Wilby and Hope, they might then have a hope of getting onto the podium within this final race of the weekend.
He's still within striking distance, isn't he? Holding it down the inside there to protect that line. Didn't want Ryan Wilby coming to interfere with his party. He's got Ballard just ahead of him now, and he's got a couple of straights just to make a couple of positions, having to defend a little bit there into Palmer just to make sure the cars are manoeuvred. But he would be in what could be considered Prime's position, depending if he can get one more of these cars. Second place is probably better than third place right now, but he's still got that opportunity. Can he do it? Roger Patke, we've still got that double wave yellow into Agostini, so that's one overtaking opportunity gone, but it does mean that they can all concentrate on their own line and make sure they get a good exit. This front pack though is still not clear who's going to make it to all the way to that line. Roger Patke going to see whether he can make it up from the last time, but say Ballard and Patke have been up there all race long so far.
Rob Kennelly's kind of in the mix as well here, car number 14, just in that second group of 3 cars, so he's in 6th position. But again, if they start squabbling out front, Rob Kennelly might have a little bit of a chance. Bit of dust kicked up in the background there on the outside of Oggies, but I don't think that would have delayed anyone too much as we head now with 40 seconds left in this race. We know this is the last lap as they head under the bridge. Roger Patke came onto the straight in the lead. It might not be the case as they come off it. They go 3 wide down towards the left and right flick, and it's going to be Ben Timmins who takes the lead of the race. So it is going going to be a story surely. And there's contact between Toby Ballard and Rog Patke. They interlock wheels through Brundle and Nelson. They both go off the circuit, which means they are out of podium positions. Toby Ballard is sideways. Rog Patke finds the track eventually, but both of those surely outside the top 10, which means Ben Timmins will have a huge gap down towards the final corner.
Yeah, there was millimetres between Ben Timmins as he swept back across the track a little bit to try and take that lead. He's just got to hold on from Ryan Wilby now, but it certainly looks like he's got the momentum enough to do it. What a dream end this would be, and a sad end for Patke and Ballard.
What a story this weekend. Ben Timmins taken out in race 1. He's borrowed a car. He's going to come through and win the final race of the weekend for the Caterham 270R Championship. Ben Timmins, I am sure, will almost be crying inside that car. It's been a tumultuous weekend, which has come absolutely fantastically well to him. Once again, credit to Toby Jenner. He has lent Ben the car, and he has gone on to win the final race of the weekend. Second goes the way of Ryan Wilby. Third place to Daniel Hope, gets himself on the podium once again. Hopefully this one will stick after race number 2. Fourth place goes the way of Rob Kennelly, so he managed to get inside the top 5 on that last lap, and Lionel Tolomarsh drops it into 5th place at the checker flag. But what a great way to end the weekend, not just for all of the competitors, but especially for Ben Timmins.
Oh, and I can see Snappy John, our championship snapper, just all this, watching the replay there, just millimetres to spare, and that upset Patke's car, and that's what caused that contact. I don't think Ballard realised that he was still there on the inside, but that did, you say, it was all caused by that the doubled overtake. But as I said, Snappy John running up to go and make sure he can go and get that photograph in Parc Fermé, because what a mantelpiece position that's going to take.
Here we go then, results then of the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship race. It's Ben Timmins who comes through as your victor. 9 laps completed. Who would have thought that after race 1 of the weekend yesterday? But he's done it. Absolutely tremendous drive for Ben. Second place goes the way of Ryan Wilby. Third place Daniel Hope on the podium. As I said, hopefully it sticks this time after the 1 second penalty in race number 2. Rob Kennelly does well. He goes from 8th to 4th in that race. 5th then Lionel Tolomarsh. 6th place the way of David Rook. 7th place Craig Boyle ahead of Zach Lower, Alistair Davidson and Craig Story. Rog Patke comes through then after that incident down at Nelson in 11th place. 12th place for Stephen Merritt, 13th for Solomon Rogers, and 14th place for Nick Bryant. He's also the man who gets the quickest lap of the race on a 2:11.256. Just to round out what happened as well to the other one involved in that, so of course we lost all the way down the order. Unfortunately, the man who was running toward the head of the race, and where did it actually finish down in? Can't quite find him in the minute, but unfortunately not the race that Rog Patke would have wanted. Anyway, a cracking race for the 270R Championship, and it was, Rog Patke down in 11th place, so not good for him whatsoever. But we have got Sam who is standing by, Sam Parker down there in Parc Fermé. She is going to be with, I'm sure, a very, very, very happy driver in terms of Ben Timmins, along with our other podium finishers as well.
Wow, that was a very hairy last lap, and what an incredible recovery drive for Ben Timmins from 19th on the grid to winning. Like, absolutely incredible. Let's go through and speak to him. Lots of people coming through congratulating him, and obviously some of his team as well. I'll let him. Ben, absolutely incredible. I'm so happy for you. That was such a drive, like you were a man on a mission.
Thank you. Yeah, that was, it was almost like being in a trance. That was, I mean, I've been very fortunate to be stood here several times, and that is by far the sweetest of them all. And again, just I can't say thank you enough to Tony Jenner and Quantum Electric for giving me this opportunity after what happened yesterday. You know, kind of beyond words. So, yeah, amazing experience. Everyone, it was so hard to get through the first 7 or 9. Everyone has just got so quick, and everyone's racecraft is fantastic. So kudos again to the people on the podium. But I think, you know, the top well, everyone, but the top 20 drivers are all so close. So yeah, it was a really, really hard race, but yeah, that was a sweet one.
Extremely well deserved.
Thank you, Sam.
I'm pleased for you. Well done. Ryan, congratulations. Lovely to see you on the podium. That was a great race and very crazy last lap.
Very hectic last lap, and then I didn't know what was going. When I saw Ben appear, I'm not surprised to have seen him appear from way back, but then I thought, it's going to get really hot now, and then last lap was very hectic, but amazing.
Fantastic, really good. Good to see you up here. Well done. Dan Hope, where's Dan gone? He has wandered off somewhere. Where's Dan? Let's try and find him. Now they know they're not supposed to wander off when they're on the podium. Where is he? Let me see, where's he? He might have gone down and spoken to some of his fellow drivers. We'll ask Laura. Laura, do you know where Dan's gone? He's wandered off somewhere. we'll try. We'll wander down and find him. Hello, Craig. That's serious. Sorry to interrupt, Dan. You're not supposed to wander off.
I'm sorry.
Lost in the moment.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
thanks,
That was a
Dan.
great finish.
It was a wonderful race. Really enjoyed it. Hopefully I can keep this one because last time there was a little discrepancy on the rules. And bits.
Yeah, a bit of a penalty there, wasn't it? So it's a shame to give that trophy back, but this one I feel is
I've got this one.
Yeah, you've got to keep it.
Good consistency at the weekend. 2 4th places and a 3rd, so happy with that. Good way to start the year. Look forward to Zandvoort now.
Yeah,
exciting.
Excellent. Very exciting. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks. See you later. Right, that's it for the 270R Championship. We've got some Britcar up for you next.
40 is a non-starter because of that problem they had.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yep, so delighted Ben Timmons, as we expected there, along with our other podium finishers. Just to clarify, Toby Ballard was the other one I was trying to look for, couldn't find him. 15th place he came through in the end after that contact with Rog Patke. So what's to come for the rest of the day? Well, just 2 races in fact. Next up on circuit will be the second race for the Britcar Trophy Championship. They have their second 50-minute race to look forward to, and then we'll round out the day with final Caterham action with the Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship, and they'll go for their final 20-minute encounter here at Snetterton, which has kick-started their 2024 campaign. So looking forward to the Britcar Trophy. Those cars are about to be released onto the circuit. They'll head round and get themselves sorted. They're going to have a pit stop race to look forward to, so we're going to hand down to Ian, who is once again milling himself in amongst the drivers, and hopefully he's going to have some news for us and speak to a few drivers on the grid. So we'll hand now down to Ian.
721 BMW started by Callum Bates.
Yes, hello everybody. Welcome to, believe it or not, I am actually, we are on the start finish straight here at Snetterton. Things you don't expect to see at a racetrack. The old telephone box, of course, just behind us, famous here at Snetterton. So, what have we got coming up now? It's the 50-minute Britcar Trophy Championship, race 2 of the weekend, final race for them here at Snetterton as well. What happened in race 1? Well, we saw the Sim Dynamics racing with Jabba Spot, Simon Mason and Chris Bylan take the win, their second win of the season. Axel van Nederveen was trying to chase him down in the closing stages, went right down to the wire all the way to the final lap for Dayton Motorsport, but couldn't quite get past. So it was Simon Mason and Bylan who hold on for the win. Dayton Motorsport, Marco Anastasi come home in 3rd place. Remember Maurizio Siglio, also in the Ginetta, had that issue with his door. It was open, so he had to come into the pits, and unfortunately ended any hope for him at all finishing on the podium. In the Clios, Hyro Motorsport, Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson taking the win there. Team Brit, Noah Cosby and Asher Silva took the win in Class 2, and Dara Flock took the win in Class 3 for Westbourne Motors. Right, let's go have a look, because the cars, if you just turn around actually, are just waiting to come back out on track. 50-minute race. Some of the teams have 2 drivers as well, and the drivers who started race 1 will be doing the second stint this time in race 2. So those are, so we got Chris Bylan actually starting the race for your pole sitters. That's how the grid works for race 2 as well. It's the finishing order from race 1. I am hearing as well, I don't actually think Jazz Sapper and Brian Branson in the number 40, the BMW, are going to take part in this one. I had issues in race 1, didn't I, with the left rear and getting vibrations. I just think they've called it off and said it's not quite safe to get going. Dragon Sport had their issues as well. Looks like, I believe, they're going to get that car around as well, the number 96. So car's just making their way out. Let's just watch them as they head out onto the track here at Snetterton. 350-minute race. Remember, there is a mandatory pit stop as well, so it's going to get very, very busy indeed in the pit lane. We will be there for that one. There's a 10-minute window. After about 20 minutes or so, that's when it will open. 10 minutes, that's it. Get your stop in, get back out again, see what happens. It should be an awful lot of fun. Cars are going to be coming around very shortly. We will grab a chat with some of the drivers. If you're watching on Bark TV on our YouTube channel, big thank you for tuning in as well. The live chat is open. I know a lot of you have been commenting in there as well. Let us know where you're watching from today. 2 races still to go. We want to hear from you. If you're in the UK, whereabouts in the UK, give your town, city, village a shout out. We want to know. And if you're overseas, definitely let us know where you're watching from. We really do want to hear. I know we've got people watching from Sri Lanka. Yesterday we've got Aaron Morgan's sister, she was watching in Thailand, so let us know whereabouts you are, and please do hit that little subscribe button as well. All of the coverage is completely free to watch. All we ask, you just press that little subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything at all. It just enables us to bring you even more motorsport live throughout the course of the season. Bark TV will be back next month as well at Pembrey for the British Truck Racing Championship. That is going to be an absolute corker as well. Here, let's move down, shall we, and talk to one of the Dragon Sport boys, because whilst we're just waiting for the cars to come round, this man looks like he's desperate to talk to me. You're not, are you? But look, Dragon Sport. Yeah, I know. Thanks for that, mate. Right, Dragon Sport. It has been a good day, but it hasn't been a great day for one of the cars. Are we back?
Yes and no. We've had a lot of fuel pump issues with cracks in the fuel pumps. We think we've sorted it now, but we're not 100% sure, and it's not too much of a risk to send the car out with fuel tank issues. So the boys are working hard trying to get the car out, even if they'd start from the pit lane. We'll get them out and get some points. That's all we want to do, really.
Get some points and just get a bit of track time. It's
exactly
important,
that,
isn't it? Certainly with Dragon Sport, we know with the scholarship that you've had, there's a lot of young drivers, isn't there?
Yeah. It's all about getting them out, getting them seat time and getting them experience. That's all we want to do.
Well, I'm going to leave you alone because you just don't want to talk to me, do you? Cars are coming in. Let's take a look. There's Lee Goldsmith coming up. Spoke to him quite a bit. Didn't quite work out for them at Donington Park. Would have had a much better run of it here at Snetterton. Of course, this is race 4 of the season so far. There is 2 on a week, and we had 2 at Donington Park. As I mentioned before, it was Simon Mason and Chris Byland who took the win in race 2. There's Seb Dubois taking the win in race 1. No Seb this weekend. No, there is Reece Lloyd. Look, we've spoken to him quite a bit. Let's head over to, in fact, it's so dangerous because we're going to try and cut across a live racetrack. It's probably not the most sensible thing to do, but then again, I'm not often the most sensible person in the world either. I think there's going to be a little bit of a gap, so let's jump over, shall we? Oh, it's Alex. Alex is in the car. Let's have a quick chat with Alex. I'm sure you won't mind me. Oh, look. Oh, that is service, Alex. That is. I was going to have to open your door. Right, what are you guys going to take from race 1 into race 2?
It's more of the same for us, I think. Obviously, it's been a rough day for a lot of people, so hopefully we can bring back another trophy, keep it clean, keep it consistent. I need to get 5 seconds on Ben behind me. Reece needs to keep within 5 seconds of Hadley, so hopefully we'll get a bit of teamwork going.
We saw in race 1 that fighting between the Clios was brilliant. It was fair, but it was so tight. We're going to see more of that. So you're under pressure doing the first stint this time, aren't you?
Pressure is a privilege, Ian. This is going to be great fun. It's what we're doing for.
I love it, Alex. Pressure is a privilege. Good stuff indeed. Let's just move on a little bit, shall we? Somebody I haven't spoken to is number 55, Ben Colburn. I wonder if we can jump over and have a chat with him, because I haven't actually spoken to him at all yet. So let's go, and I wonder if it's okay. I'm all right to just jump in. Is that all right? Yep, good man. Thank you very much. I was going to do it anyway. So Ben, how are we doing? So I haven't really seen you today at all. How's your day been so far?
Yeah, it's been great. Driving the new Gen 5 for the team for Western Motorsport, and it's been really good. Had a great fight with Dara all race long, and it's great to be here.
More of the same then in race 2. You're going to get him?
I'll do my best. We'll see. It's all a team game here, so Dara's obviously in the championship, and I'm trying to do my best to try and catch up, but it's always difficult. But we've both worked so hard to do this, and he's got the same pace as I have, so it'll be a good race.
Excellent. Best of luck, mate. I really appreciate that. Good stuff indeed. Let me shut the door 1 minute. Anyway, let's start making our way back up. Can we get out that way? We can get out this way. Yeah, we're going to have to make our way off now. 1 minute, and we are going to be starting the formation lap, so we better move away before we get ourselves run over. So here we go. Britcar Trophy Championship race 2 coming up here at Snetterton. Race 4 of the season for them. I'm going to hand over to Matt and make my way into the pit lane. Enjoy.
We certainly will enjoy, I'm sure, the Britcar Trophy Championship race here at Snetterton, race number 2 of the weekend to look forward to, and we'll find out now how things are going to go for these drivers. They are very shortly to head off onto the formation lap, and with that as well we're going to find out what they can do with this second 50-minute race which is coming up here at Snetterton today. The grid then, how it lines up, again we'll take you through how the grid lines up, and we'll run you through starting drivers as well. So it's the Sim Dynamics Racing with Jabbersport which head the grid in car number 23, alongside them 111, which is the Data Motorsport Ginetta. Row 2 then sees number 4, which is the Data Motorsport car of Mark Anastasi, alongside Maurizio Sciglio in the team car of that. The third row, Lee Goldsmith in his BMW. He'll be joined by the Cosby and Silver BMW from Team Brit. Then we see on the fourth row, number 43 is that of Century Motorsport with Steve Fressel and Ben Green, alongside them the Jones and Ellick TSR Audi TT. Row 5 is then going to see the Henry and Simpson High Road Row Motorsport Renault Clio with our competitors from race number 1, that of Dragon Sport, car number 1 of Reynolds and Lloyd. Further back on the 6th row of the grid, we're going to see the number 12 machine. That's going to be Dragon Sport as well. That'll be the other Renault Clio we have in the Clio class here this weekend. Alongside them, the other Clio from High Row Motorsport, car number 89, will line up on the outside of row number 6 with Harrison and Jenkins. The 7th row then sees Dara Flock. He'll be joined on that row by Ben Colburn, who is an addition for this weekend. The 8th row then has number 721, which is the Whitebridge, Murphy and Bates BMW Z4. The Sussex machine, which is driven by SVG Motorsport and Jez Sussex, he is there on row number 8. Row 9 then has the cars of Team Brit and SVG Motorsport, and then the 10th row of this grid will have 69, the SVG Motorsport team, and the number 40 car should have been there for Intersport, but unfortunately that one has withdrawn due to a prop shaft joint which they cannot rectify, so car 40 has withdrawn from race number 2. Row number 11 is the final row of the grid. Number 14 is the Chapman and Giorgio car, with Dragon Sport number 96 completing the grid. So that's how they all line up. I think it's fair to say Jazz Versapra and Brian Branson have not had the luck in Britcar Trophy this year. 4 DNFs they have now had across the course of the year, and they've only had 4 races. So one of them is going to be a non-start actually this time round, but real shame for the number 40 car. But still a good complement of machinery out there for round 4 of the Britcar Trophy. We had a brilliant battle in race number 1, didn't we, with lots going on towards the head of the order. We had some problems as well for the 43 car, which led in the early stages under the hands of Ben Green. That was then handed over to Steve Fressel, and unfortunately for Steve there was a drama for him down off the back straight in towards Nelson, which saw the car off the circuit. That then got back onto the track and had to make a pit stop, dropped down the order and finished the race in what was eventually 7th place. We then had problems as well for Maurizio Sciglio. He had some problems with the door. That car had to pit and get that rectified. That was then back on his way, managed to rejoin and finish the race in 4th place. That then let the car of Simon Mason and Chris Byland take over the race lead. They did a tremendous job to make sure that Axel van Niederveen in the Ginetta was kept at bay. He had a few issues where he ran off the track, pushing very hard to try and close down the gap and also take the lead away. But it was a second victory of the season for Chris Byland and Simon Mason. Let's see if they can do the double here at Snetterton, and can they get a hat-trick of wins so far this year. We've had very much over the last couple of seasons Ginettas dominating the way, but things are starting to take a turn this year, and I'm sure Chris Byland and Simon Mason will have nothing more to say than, yep, let's keep this going. But let's see how this 50-minute race, the second one of the day, is going to unfold. Britcar Trophy about to burst back into life here on the 300 circuit. A pit stop to look forward to in the middle 10 minutes of the race as well. But here we go, red lights on the gantry, 50 minutes of racing for Britcar Trophy gets back underway at Snetterton, and it's going to be the Cooper that leads them up towards the first corner. Let's see if in the car for this first stint is Chris Byland. Can he keep Axel at bay on this occasion? No, probably not, because Axel straight away dives to the inside line in towards Ritchie, so it's going to be the race lead for the all-white Ginetta of Axel van Niederveen. We've got different disparities in terms of power and cornering, so it's the Ginetta which is fairly good through the corner, but the Cooper has some good straight line and speed as well. So with Snetterton having 2 long straights, it might just benefit the Seat on the Bentley and the centre straight across the course of this one. There's Lee Goldsmith in his orange BMW, as Ian alluded to, not the best start to the season at Donington Park with a non-finish and a non-start, so things so far this weekend have got a little bit better. Lee Goldsmith definitely having a great first race, finishing with inside the top 5. Big lock up there for one of the Ginettas, that is the Stephen Fressel car. That is started by him as well, just locking up on the rear of the Clio. Again, there'll be different braking similarities and differences between the two of them. So Stephen Fressel just running slightly into the back of the Clio, but in the process trying to make his way through and get onto the terms of his fellow class competitors, who find themselves just a little bit further up the road after finishing in good positions earlier on. There will be a benefit for that number 43 machine, because at the end of the first race we then add success seconds in the pit stop, so an extra 15, 10 and 5 seconds for those who finish inside the top 3 of the relevant classes. So we'll allude to that as we get into the pit stop window after 20 minutes of this race. It lasts for just 10 minutes and it will close 20 minutes prior to the end of the race, so a very small window for everyone to deal with. The Ginetta is through then in the hands of Stephen Fressel, so he now gets himself ahead of of the Dragon Sport Clio. He's trying to get past the TSR Audi TT as well, which he does of Mark Jones, so that puts him up 2 more places, and the Clio is going to take advantage of this one as well as he dives down the inside line, turns his way through Caterham, and will the Clio get through? I think it will. They are in different classes, but the Clio trying to put a few cars between itself and its nearest rival, that being the High Road Motorsport machine, which sits there just behind the all-black Audi TT as they work their way on towards the completion of lap number 1. But it is going to be Axel van Niederveen that leads the way. He is out front. At the end of that first lap, he leads the pack by what's going to be just under a second between himself and the second place car of Chris Bylam. They head their way in towards the Wilson hairpin. Third place then for Marco Anastasi, so he sits there just ahead of the other Ginetta, which is in the hands of Maurizio Sciglio. It looks like the door's okay this time, for now anyway, so hopefully it'll stay shut and won't cause too much of a problem as we head into the latter stages of this second race. Behind Sciglio you'll see the orange BMW just come into shot now. That is Lee Goldsmith, and again he had quite a lonely first race, and it might at the minute be looking like another lonely one as well. He can't quite keep the leading quartet, and he's already pulled away from the Cosby BMW behind as well, so that's looking pretty good for Lee Goldsmith as he works his way down the short straight in towards Hamilton. There goes the Stephen Fressel Ginetta, so he's now ahead, but he's not actually pulling away, is he, from the Audi and also the Clio. So Steve Fressel is not quite up to speed yet. He makes a slight mistake there through the exit of Hamilton, so he puts 2 wheels over the curb, kicks up the dust as well in the process. So Steve Fressel will be hoping that this 20 minutes goes through in a flash, so we can get that car handed over to Ben Green, who is quite a bit quicker than Steve, just because Ben's a pro driver. He's done a lot of international racing as well, has Ben, so nice to have him on board for this round here at Snetterton. He was with Steve at the opening rounds at Donington, picked up a 5th place in race number 1. They came through in the second race. In what was 4th place in the end, so a 5th and a 4th from the opening rounds of the season. Right, this is the Clio battle. Have we got a battle on our hands in the early stages? Kind of. The number 12 machine just trying to catch up at the minute. So for this first stint, the starting drivers are a reversal of what we had in the first race, effectively. So for the number 12 machine this time round, it's going to be Alex Neville behind the wheel. So he is just there in 3rd, but the battle for the lead in the class is once again on between the number 1 and the 88 machine. It was the other drivers, the second drivers who had the battle in the earlier race. This time it's the co-drivers who get to battle in these early stages. So up towards the line they come, and it's going to be the number 1 machine of this time round, Reece Lloyd, which heads the field, and just behind him is the 88 machine as they turn away towards Richie's corner, and that's going to be this time round Hadley Simpson who starts the car. So that just up the road in towards Wilson. These are the other Clios. These are the class 3 Clios, which work their way now past the Z4 of what's going to be Callum Bates for the first stint. He'll hand that car over to Chris Murphy a little bit later on. And is Callum Bates going to let them through? No, not really. He's going to battle. He's going to battle hard here. So Callum Bates is going to try and keep himself alongside as they turn their way in towards the left-hander. Down towards Palmer they have gone, and they are actually in the same class, aren't they? All class 3 cars at the minute, so that Z4 of Callum Bates doesn't want to give up position to either of them. It's now currently lost out to Ben Colburn in car number 55, and the other one that's trying to get through there is the 22 machine of Dara Flock. So Dara Flock is pushing on hard. He doesn't want to let Ben Colburn get away too much down the road, so he's going to try for an inside line in towards Oggies as they turn through the right-hander on this occasion. There's Noah Cosby then, who sits very comfortably in 6th place as it stands. Asher Silva will be the second driver to jump into that car, but Team Brit have had a great day so far. Won the class in race number 1, and both of these drivers really working well together. Seems to be a great combination for Team Brit in that BMW. Leaders cross the line once again. Axel van Niederveen this time through. He is now 1.3 seconds to the good of Chris Bylam in the Cupra, but the Cupra is now starting to respond because that car has just gone and done the quickest lap of the race, 204.438. So the Cupra is absolutely on a charge. These two in 3rd and 4th. Maurizio Sciglio now up ahead of Marco Anastasia on that lap. So those two cars have gone through. third and fourth, just turning their way in towards Palmer now. And what can Maurizio do about those two ahead? Because now he's cleared Marco, it looks like already he's up the pace, hasn't he? So the gap between him and the Cooper of Chris Bylan is starting to close down. And to be fair, Chris Bylan is learning every single time he goes out there on circuit. Simon Mason is classed as the pro driver in that machine, so you would expect to see Simon going a little bit quicker. So if Chris Bylan could just keep on the coattails within 3 or 4 seconds of the race leader Axel van Niederveen, then that's going to put teammate Simon Mason be in a really good position by the time he takes that car over once he jumps in around about 15 to 20 minutes time. So whether they choose to come in at the beginning of the pit window or they leave it till the latter stages, we'll have to wait and see. But lots going on once again. The Clio battle does not disperse whatsoever, does it? It carried on from race number 1. We had it in the early stages. It did kind of disperse slightly towards the end once the second drivers had got in, but that was just due to the pit stops taking place and some drivers coming out a little bit different to where they went in. But definitely back on again here between the 1 and 88 machine. It's been these two cars that have been going hammer and tong all weekend long so far. Rhys Lloyd is just about hanging on by his fingernails to make sure that Hadley Simpson does not make his way through. So down the back straight they now head once again. There in the foreground goes the Ginetta and also the Audi. They are still running in what's going to be 7th and 8th place by the looks of it, so they are behind the Class B leader of Noah Cosby. But this is by far the closest battle on circuit for the time being. So down in towards the bomb hole they come once again. Can the 88 machine swap back to the inside in towards Coram as Hadley Simpson tries to weave all over the back of Rhys Lloyd there. Bit of a dab of the brakes through the corner, which you now need to do these days at Coram. And it's the corner that gets tighter and tighter and tighter all the way around the right hander, and all of a sudden you need to jump on the brakes and flick back to the left hander of Murray's, and then you can accelerate once again as you head up towards the line. And whilst they've been squabbling, it is now just bringing back into the mix as well the number 12 machine here, so that's good news for Alex Neville as he just starts to pick up a toe now across the line. So the second Dragon Motorsport machine is working its way closer, and on that lap, was it any quicker than the two ahead of it? It did a 2:12.3, which was its personal best lap of the race, and that was only a few hundredths quicker than the two Clios ahead. But of course, if they start to jump on the brakes a little bit earlier, then they're going to be with clear air behind, and that means that clear air is going to be used very nicely by the number 12 machine, which it can then brake a little bit later. It can start to pick up that toe, and it can just be a little bit more confident in picking up possibly a position from either of these two cars up the road. So through they go on towards the left-hander of Palmer, and down the short straight. Is there going to be a further move from the 88 machine as Hadley Simpson tries to outsmart that of Rhys Lloyd? He's going to go for the high wide into the high line, I should say, into the corner, which then might give him the cutback. But these cars are all so similarly powered, there's nothing you can do to make them any quicker. You can do slight tweaks and changes and make the setup a little bit better for you as a driver, but of course that doesn't massively give you any further straight line speed. So it's all about the cornering and where you place that car to try and get the best exit and entrance to a corner. So again, a side by side, continuously they are battling, which is ever more bringing the number 12 car into the mix here. So a great squabble this is being. Just now into the first 10 minutes of this race. So off they go down the Bentley straight once again. What will the gap be at the end of this lap? Last time through there was just under 3/10 that separated these two cars. They're going to be side by side by the looks of it down off the Bentley straight, and it will be a move here potentially for Hadley Simpson, who gets now through on the number 1 machine. So through up ahead of Rhys Lloyd he goes. Can he now hold this position all the way down towards the right-hander? We'll find out in due course, because all of a sudden battle commences once again. The High Road Motorsport machine works its way in towards the lead of the class, and it's going to be the two Dragon Motorsport machines in second and third place as they work their way in towards the left-hander of Murray. So as expected, this Clio battle continues on, and whilst that does, we're going to head down once again to Ian, who is in the paddock ready to catch up with some more stories from this race, which has unfolded very nicely in the first 10 minutes.
Well, down in the pit lane here, but I got Harry Reynolds with a teammate with Rhys Lloyd as well, and I've got to say, these Clios, they just keep giving, aren't they? They really are a wonderful, wonderful gift, and you're having a good battle out there again, aren't you?
Yeah, no, definitely. Clios is probably the best class out there. I'm maybe a bit biased, but no, no, definitely a very good race out there. Reese is doing a very good job, so yeah, I can't complain.
Because Reese is going toe-to-toe with Hadley Smith. That means you're going to go toe-to-toe with Maurice a little bit later. You're looking forward to that battle, which we think we're going to see.
Yeah, I can't wait. Hopefully we do have a battle. I mean, it would be nice to be able to pull away and take it easy, but also I'm ready to fight. Maurice is very quick. I've raced against him before in Ginetta Juniors, so I hopefully know his tricks, so yeah, we'll see.
Fighting talk indeed. This is what we love. This is why we love Motorsport. Harry, best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us, and we'll see you at the checkered flag. Matt, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, so just a replay for you of a spin we had for one of the Ginettas. Firstly, it was the Clio up on two wheels, which is pretty nice. And then in the background, we will see there the Ginetta going for a full rotation. I think that had a couple of spins in race number 1, actually. That is Paul Murphy in the number 69 machine. So he's been trying hard to stick with the other two class Ginettas, but unfortunately, that has now dropped him further back once again. So this is the car which was leading early on in race number 1. But unfortunately for Steve Fressel, he can't quite keep with those fellow class competitors at the minute. So he's got some work to do as they turn their way up in towards the right-hander of the Wilson hairpin. There is the number 47 machine, so that's Maurizio Sciglio, who is continuing to close the gap down actually on Chris Byland. So Chris Byland still doing a grand job of keeping with Axel van Niederveen and also keeping just ahead of Maurizio Sciglio in that number 47 machine. So you could say he's in a Ginetta sandwich at the minute, but you won't mind that because he's right in contention for race victory for what could be the third time this season. He's got to hand that car over to his pro driver effectively, which is Simon Mason. So we'll see how that all unfolds once the pit window opens in around about 6 minutes time, just over 6 minutes before that opens for this period of the race. 10 minutes it will be open for, and they'll have the space of that time to get themselves changed if they need to in terms of a driver. If they don't, then they can just remain in that car, but they will have to serve the extra seconds in terms of penalties, 15, 10 and 5 for all the respective classes, how they came through in race number 1. So Axel van Niederveen works his way down the back straight once again, so turns his way in towards the left-hander of Brundle. There is still Chris Byland just about hanging on. Looks like the gap has come down though. It was just over a second between him and Maurizio Sciglio, but it is getting closer and closer here. But we know that the Cooper is very quick in a straight line, so that's where he is at his best. The Ginetta now starts to work its way through the corners very nicely indeed. So those two work their way down towards the end of another completed lap. Marco Anastasi now just starting to drop back. You can see him in the distance there, the black and orange Ginetta, which sits in 4th, and then a further 8 seconds adrift of that will be the orange BMW in the hands of Lee Goldsmith. So very much having a lonely race is Lee, but we'll see if he can change things round in the second half of this race. This is still a battle ongoing here. This is the Class 3 battle that we've had pretty much since the start of the race. So we've got in there Ben Colburn. He is now in the lead of this one. The BMW you can see in the middle, the low slung BMW Z4 of Callum Bates, it's second within class, and also he gets a good run onto the Bentley straight there, so he's going to be in the tow of Ben Colburn. And then the one towards the rear of this battle is going to be Dara Flock, who sits there in the number 22 Clio. He picked up some good results at Donington Park as well. That car came through in a good position. We'll get to that in a minute because we're about to have a change here for Callum Bates, who goes round the outside of Ben Colburn. So the BMW not content to sit there behind the Clio, doesn't want to be in that sandwich, so he gets himself through and up into the lead of Class 3 as they work their way down towards the bomb hole once again. Just looking at Dara's results from Donington Park, he picked up actually, didn't he, 2 class victories in Class 3 at Donington for the Westbourne Motorsport team. So he had the help of Ben Colburn earlier on, where he got through towards the end of the race as the BMW had a little bit of a lock-up down towards Murray's, but manages it nicely as he turns his way now on towards the centre straight once again. Bit of flashing going on there from the headlights as well. Is that Dara trying to get back ahead of Ben Colburn? Is he going to try and say let me through, or is that Ben flashing to try and off-put Callum Bates up the road there? Whichever it was, there was a bit of strategic play trying to come into this equation, but a great Class 3 battle as it stands. This is all for what's going to be 12th, 13th and 14th place overall. Just up the road is that Clio battle that we've been focused on for quite a while as well. But these are your lead trio as they come now towards the completion of what's going to be lap number 8. Quickest lap last time through went the way of Axel van Niederveen, 2:03.431. So he's just starting to eke the gap out once more. did go to 2.3 seconds, but all of a sudden it looks like that gap is starting to come back down, with the top three now concertinaing together once again as they work their way to some slower traffic. Up towards the line they come. There goes Axel van Niederveen through. He does a 2:05.0. Just wondering if he made a mistake on that lap, because it was 1.1 seconds slower than Chris Byland. So the gap now down to 1.2 seconds as they turn their way through up towards Wilson. See the flashing blue light there, which just goes to the cars ahead, just to allow them to know that there are some quicker machineries coming from behind. So they now need to step aside at the most convenient point that they can, and it is up to the lead drivers in terms of the quickest to make their way around the slower traffic. So they go offline to get to the inside of the Ginettas. Will this help Axel van Niederveen in building the gap once again over Chris Byland? Well, both of them are through the first of the traffic. Now they have the second Ginetta to work their way through as well, which Axel van Niederveen is past. Hopefully Chris won't catch that on the run down towards Hamilton, which he doesn't, and hopefully Maurizio, not to delay him, will be able to get through as well, but he doesn't, so he's stuck briefly behind one of the Ginettas, and now work their way past the Clio as well, that being the number 14 machine of Travis Chapman and Andreas Giorgio. So all of the leaders pretty much through now, just Maurizio to get past one of them on towards the Bentley Straight, but not too much time lost there. I think it was probably Maurizio in that number 47 orange Ginetta which lost the most, but Chris Byland has kept himself pretty much on the tail of Axel van Niederveen and just had a little jink out there, not quite close enough to make a move, but just being a little bit of a hazard and a warning in the mirrors of the 111 machine, which turns its way through again quite deep into the corner there, but just manages to get it back to the outside of the corner as they turn away in towards the bomb hole once again. But the gap definitely coming down now. What was over 3 seconds just a lap ago, last time through it was down to 1.2 seconds, and I think Chris Byland is taking a little bit more of time out of the race leader as well. Through the first sector it was half a second quicker, through the second sector it was half a second quicker, so the gap is going to be surely less than a second on this occasion, with Maurizio now coming back into the equation in third place as well. So 1, 2, 3 all together as they cross the line, and 1.2 seconds in fact becomes 1.052 seconds this time round, so there was a bit of time taken out by Chris Byland. Didn't quite equate to that much by the time they completed the third sector, because Axel van Niederveen did the best of anyone in that third and final sector, so he clawed a little bit back on the man behind him. In towards Wilson they go once more. Marco Anastasi, just keep an eye on him as well. His lap times are currently on par with those up front, so if they do start squabbling, then Marco Anastasi will be one to try and come back into the mix by the time we get to the pit window, which is not too far away now. We've got 30 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, so that means the pit window will be opening in 30 seconds time. And as we said, whether you're a solo driver or you have a two-driver pairing, you will have to come in to serve your mandatory pit stop. Class 3 leader, still that of Callum Bates, so he's been paired with Chris Murphy for this meeting. And Chris, who drove solo yesterday in the 2-hour British Endurance Championship race in his BMW. We've got the BMW Z4 for today, but he has roped in Callum Bates for these 2 50-minute races, and have had a good run so far. And Callum Bates, I'm sure, has relished the battle he's been in with these 2 Clios, which still remain behind him for the time being. Ben Colburn in car number 55, which was a late addition for today, and also the number 22 machine, which is still that of Dara Flock, who was the double Class 3 winner from Donington Park just a couple of weeks ago. So across the line they go. They have now completed their 9th lap of the race. And the pit window is now open, so we'll see if we get any early takers in this one. Leaders are about to come through to cross the line once again, so we'll see Axel van Niederveen in his Ginetta. Hasn't decided to come to the pit lane, so he will carry on for another lap. There is Chris Byland in the Seat Cupra. He stays out on circuit, and so does that of Maurizio Sciglio. And it looks like now the whole field up to 6th place have now been lapped, so that is the extent of the pace we have from the race leaders out there, because you could just see briefly the Team Britcar which went across the line. That was the Noah Cosby machine, I think, that went a lap down, or possibly that might have been the other Team Brit's BMW, which would have been in the hands of Caleb McDuff. Yeah, I think that was actually the 1 Series, which was being put that down rather than Noah Cosby, who's very shortly to cross the line. So he is still well and truly on the lead lap as it stands in the Class 2 Team Brit BMW. Say as this race got underway, if Chris Byland could just keep himself on the tail of Axel van Niederveen to the extent of 2 or 3 seconds, then that would put Simon Mason in a very good position as we headed into the second half of this race. So with the pro driver still to jump aboard, Axel van Niederveen cannot really rest on his laurels at the minute. He's still got to push as hard as he can to try and build the gap over that second place Cupra, which is looking for a third victory of the season in what will be 4 races so far this year. A couple of cars into the pit lane. We've got the Team Brit BMW in, so that is going to be Noah Cosby, who has decided to bring that car in fairly early. There it is, and that's going to be handed over to Asher very shortly. So Asher Silver is about to jump in. We've also got the number 43 machine in, so it was a choice for Stephen Fressel to bring that in early rather than later, so it'll be the quicker pro driver of Ben Green to jump aboard. We've also had the number 7 car in, which is the second place car in Class B of Mark Jones. That will be handed now over to what's going to be Rob Ellick for the second part. And also into the pits has come the number 12, the third place Class Clio class car of number 12, and that is going to be Travis Coyne to jump aboard after taking over from Alex Neville in the first part. So they're kind of evenly spread in this race, aren't they? Because we've got 27 minutes left on the clock. You can see some tyre pressure checks being done for the number 43 machine. We'll see where that recovers up to in this race. Should have some quick laps underneath it, shouldn't it, with Ben Green behind the wheel. So Ben will be doing his bit to try and move that car back up the order. And the first race we saw earlier on, it was a great job that Ben Green did. He built that gap up to, I think it was about 20 seconds in the end. He really did have some quick laps underneath his race helmet, and I'm sure we'll be doing the same once that car gets released back onto the circuit as well. So pit stops well and truly in order now down there in the pit lane, and as ever Ian is standing by with some news for us down from the pit lane.
Right, welcome down everybody. The first car into the pits, Noah Cosby just here as well. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with him. A seamless pit stop as well, and they are current leaders in class like they were earlier today. Paul Phillips just having a quick chat with him. We will grab him very shortly. It was a cracking drive. You're holding on to the class win. I was just up there with the boys with the Audi TT. They're nervous about you.
Really? Well, yeah, I honestly don't know what to say. I'm still, in drive mode and coming out quite starry-eyed. But yeah, it was good. I find this track quite hard to be consistent on, actually. This is my first time racing it, but yeah, I'll do one sector great, and I'll come back around the next time, but it will be the worst drive I've done. So but no, I'm so glad that we are where we are. Having a great time.
Great first stint, well done, and great pit stop as well for Team Brit. Matt, back to you. A lot of action happening down here.
As ever, yet busy time within this race. There is the sister Team Brit car, which is the 1 Series, number 38. So Caleb McDuff back on his way. I think he has made a pit stop. Let's have a quick look. No, he hasn't actually. So that car is still out there, runs within Class 3. 4th place in class at the minute for that one. But a great job that Noah Cosby has done in this race so far. And I think the Audi team need to be a bit wary, because the Team Brit BMW has been very quick across the course of today so far. A bit of smoke coming from the Audi TT as well, so hopefully that's nothing too much to worry about. I think that now has been taken over after that pit stop by Rob Ellick, because it was Mark Jones who went for the first in this time round. So Rob now, the slightly quicker driver, out there to try and bring that one up the order once again. Right, so Axel van Niederveen has remained on circuit. He is not pitted. That is the white Ginetta going through shot there. There's your second place car. As a big lock up from Maurizio Sciglio, just manages to get his Ginetta stopped before he ran into the back of the Seat Cupra of Chris Byland, but none of these have decided to come into the pits just yet. So having a lengthy first stint for the 2 solo drivers in 1st and 3rd place, and a fairly long stint here as well for Chris Byland, but getting some good time under the car and doing some really good laps as well. As Chris has managed to keep the pace with the 2 Ginettas around him, and this is, as we said, going to put it in a really good position when he hands that car over to Simon Mason for stint number 2. So off he goes down the Bentley straight once again. there is the slightly smaller BMW Z4, which is in the hands of Callum Bates. But again, has that car been into the pit stop as of yet? Let's have a quick look down the order. 721 has not been in yet, no, so Callum Bates remains behind the wheel. It'll be handed over to Chris Murphy before the pit window closes. It's going to be this lap, possibly one more. A few of them will squeeze through and get another lap in if they want it before the pit window closes, but if you want to be safe, then I'd probably come in at this lap with 3 minutes to go before the pit window closes. We've got a couple more pit stoppers now as well. The number 4 machine of Marco Anastasia, there he is, just about to be pushed back onto the pit apron. In the background there, the Ben Colburn number 55 Clio is back on its way, and also into the pit lane has come the number 88 machine, which was the Clio class leader. So that means that we're going to have Hadley Simpson out of the car, and Maurice Henry will be the driver, to get back into that car to resume the race. Now we've got the top 3 in, yes we have. So Axel van Niederveen, Chris Bylan and Maurizio Sciglio have all decided to come in at the same time. So it's going to be a dash down there in the pit lane. But of course we'll know that 15 seconds extra will be added to that of Chris Bylan. So it's going to be an extra task for Simon Mason to do when he jumps in. Axel van Niederveen, as he finished that first race in what was second place, he gets an extra 10 seconds, and for Maurizio Sciglio, he was off the podium, wasn't he, so he will not have any extra apart from his 132 seconds which he needs to serve from pit in to pit out. So Maurizio should be the one to benefit here from this round of pit stops, and then it should shuffle the order just slightly towards the head. So Maurizio, we think, will come out in the lead. Axel van Niederveen should then be in second, and it's going to be Simon Mason who's going to lose the most time and drop down into third position. Unfortunately, it all depends on what Ben Green is doing out there on circuit as well, because he is in fact not back out there yet. So he's been in the pits a long time, has Ben Green. Unless this is a second visit for the number 43 machine, because it was in, and I don't know if it's been back out since then. We'll try and get an update on that one for you to see if there may be a problem for the number 43 Steve Kressel and Ben Green machine. There it is now. It's just coming onto the circuit by the looks of it, so there has been an issue for some reason, but what that is we're not too sure. But 43 now does rejoin the circuit, and we'll see what Ben Green can do as the pro driver within that car. Just got a minute or so left with the pit window before that closes, so everyone now should be headed into the pit lane if they haven't done so already. We've got the Clio headed back out as well. So here comes Maurizio Sciglio, so as expected, with not much of a penalty to be applied to him, he heads back onto the circuit. He should be joined very swiftly by Axel van Niederveen, and then behind them by about 10 seconds will be the Simon Mason Cupra. So they've got a lot of work to do if they want to get their second victory of the weekend, third of the year it would be. So that goes back onto the circuit, give or take 10 seconds. Axel van Niederveen should be back onto the track as well, which he is. But it's going to be for now Maurizio Sciglio who leads the way. Marco Anastasi, he's going to be another one to watch as well, because that car didn't have too much time, if any, to serve after race number 1. Well, it finished in third place, didn't it? So that would have got an extra 5 seconds. So it's going to be probably just off the tail of Maurizio, but it should, I think, be ahead of Axel van Niederveen, which is that car there, working his way now up the pit lane down towards Palmer. Pit window is now closed, so 20 minutes before the end of the race, that's when the pit window closes. So we're now going to have an idea of where everyone is and what the gaps will be once they complete this next lap. So we'll just wait for them to get through this next lap, and then we'll give you the gaps between the top 3 or so, and see who has lost out and who has gained within that sequence of pit stops. There's Marco Anastasia, so he is the black and gold Ginetta, which now sits by the looks of it in third place, not too far behind should be then the Simon Mason Cupra, but as I said, that's the one that's lost out the most after 15 seconds after the win it took in race number 1. The 1 Series BMW of Team Brit is now into the pit lane as well, so this is going to be Caleb McDuff. He is doing the whole race on his own, so they have now elapsed that time that needs to be set within the pit stop. And they do head back out after the pit window has closed, but that doesn't matter as long as they're in before the pit window closes. They are absolutely fine. So now they get the release, and the 1 Series heads back on its way once again. The only one now that remains is going to be the number 72 car, or the 721, which it has been renumbered for this weekend. That is the Callum Bates and Chris Murphy machine. Chris Murphy now jumping aboard to bring it to the checker flag. and it's going to be in a battle possibly with the Caleb McDuff BMW 1 Series, so that's going to be a battle potentially on that we have for Class 3, which Dara Flock and also Ben Colburn will want to be involved in by the time I get through once again. So there goes your race leader, Maurizio Sciglio, through up towards Richie's corner. He goes through with 14 laps completed. Second place there for the Ginetta of Axel van Niederveen. He is currently 7.3 seconds adrift as they work their way across the line. Third place now is the number 4 Marco Anastasia Ginetta. That is the black and gold one which we've seen, which is a further 7.4 seconds back from the car ahead. And then fourth place now is the Simon Mason driven Cupra, which again is 22 seconds back from the leader and 7 seconds adrift of the car ahead. And believe it or not, the next car in line, Lee Goldsmith, who is 29 seconds off the lead, is also 7 seconds back from the car in front. So the top 5 are very much equidistant. 7.3 between first and second, 7.4 between second and third, 7.1 between third and fourth, and 7.2 between fourth and fifth. You couldn't really make it up, could you? But it just shows you that we'll keep an eye on those gaps and see if they come any lower than 7 seconds. But the one that I'm going to keep an eye on is going to be that of Simon Mason, because I think definitely he's got the pace to close down the Ginettas ahead of him. So we'll see what he can do. Currently sits in 4th place, which is off the podium as well. He wants to try and stop the rot of the Ginettas which has been taking place over the last couple of seasons. He stopped the rot at Donington Park with a victory in race number 2, and he's done it also in the first race of the day here at Snetterton as well. Under the bridge then goes the race leader. There is your second place driver of Axel van Niederveen. There you can see the gap of 7 seconds back to Marco Anastasia, and then another 7 seconds back you should be able to see the Cupra as well, which is just coming into the background, and that will be your car which is in 4th place. So they're all kind of there or thereabouts as we work our way down towards the bomb hole once again. We're going to head back down into the pit lane because Ian's busy trying to collect drivers, trying to have a quick word about what's been going on, and we're now going to find out the story of another driver as we head down to the pits after the pit window has now closed.
It's 7.9.
Offers, hang on, we'll go again.
He's not catching.
Oh, we're back. We are back now. Andreas, I'm so sorry. I can't hear anything because of the wind. Right, Spies Motorsport. It hasn't been quite. Race 1 didn't go to plan, but here we are. Race 2, and you are smiling.
I am smiling because it's good to get out there. It feels like we're sort of catching ourselves up. The guys did great. 3 engine changes in 2 days, so they could do it in their sleep now, and a lot of help from the other teams, other clear guys. So
yeah. we're seeing the worst of motorsport when it doesn't go to plan, but the best of it as well with people helping out.
6-to-1 ratio. I won't say why, but it is.
Right, look, best of luck with the race. I really appreciate you talking to us. Stay with us because we might be able to grab Callum very quickly. Callum Bates. I haven't actually spoken to you properly yet, Callum, but nice little stint day. Happy?
Yeah, really happy with it. All went well. Very hard work to get a lap time out of there in that car. It's the first time I've ever driven the car. No ABS. It's baptism
bit of a challenge around here, certainly in the middle section here at the 300.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, there's a lot of time where you need your brakes, and it would have been nice if I had a bit of feedback from them. So, but we got on all right. We were happy. I wanted to beat the 2 Clios in front of me. So, pitted now, handed it over to Chris and see how we get on.
Top man. Thanks for talking to us, Callum. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Matt,
cheers.
Back to you. If you can hear me, back to you.
Ian, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Great stuff. Thanks very much indeed. Nice to catch up with a couple more drivers down there in the pit lane. Just under 15 minutes to go with this car on a charge at the minute. That is Simon Mason. His lap times are not doing too bad, 205.035. And if the information we got is correct, and hopefully that is Simon Mason in the car, because that's the information we were fed before the race, but the lap times don't really seem to be showing his pace at the minute. So let's just have a quick look. Yeah, I was told that Chris Bynum was the starting driver, so we'll hopefully believe that is true. Just a few things coming through as well. Car 43 was under investigation for a pit stop infringement. That car did get a stop go penalty, so that clears up the confusion of why it came back into the pit lane. So thanks very much to Race Control for that information. So the reason Ben Green had to come in for a second time was a pit stop infringement. Car number 1 was also under investigation, and that was also due to a pit infringement. So that one had to come in for a stop go penalty. So it has now dropped that car, Reynolds and Lloyd, which were one of those leading cars in race number 1, and also one of the leading cars in this second race earlier on. So that's now dropped them down to 3rd within class. They're only 12 seconds back from getting themselves into the battle once again, but have they got the pace to carry that through? We'll have to wait and see. They've just in fact done their outlap from that stop go penalty. So number 1 was under investigation. Also car number 22 is under investigation as well. So that's going to be the Dara Flock Renault Clio. That hasn't as of yet come through as a pit stop penalty, and also the other car under investigation is car number 38. That car is the Callum McDuff BMW 1 Series from Team Brit. So both of those we'll keep an eye on, but the other ones we can now clarify have had pit lane infringements and have served their pit stop penalties of car number 43 and car number 1. So Race Control just looking through things, making sure there's not anything that's untoward, but as it stands out front, it looks like Maurizio Sciglio is doing a grand job at the minute, because he's got an 8-second lead, or just over an 8.5-second lead over that of Axel van Niederveen. Axel has also extended his margin back to Marco Anastasi, not by a huge amount, just a second or so over the last couple of laps. So Axel is looking quite cool there in second place. And then for Marco Anastasi, it's 3rd place with what's going to be a 6.7 second gap back to Simon Mason, and that car now has started to pick up the pace. We've got a car off, unfortunately. That is the number 22 machine. So Dara Flock, who was under investigation, won't really be under investigation now, will he? Because he's off the circuit, and that car has fallen into mechanical issues by the looks of it. Not too sure if there is any contact or if that is just a mechanical problem with the car, but Dara has walked away from the car, which is good to see. So that sits quite close to the edge of the circuit actually, so they might be in a precarious position where they want to get a recovery vehicle to it. There is a gap there in the Armco barrier, which means that they could possibly push it back under safety car conditions if it can move on its own accord, but we'll wait to see what Race Control decide to do. Here is the number 43 machine, so this is Ben Green behind the wheel at the minute, and no surprise, it is the quickest car on circuit, because with that pro driver behind the wheel, it's just gone and done on that previous lap a 2:01.858. It's about to cross the line again with some clear track ahead of it, and has Ben Green gone any quicker? He comes across the line now. That time was a 2:03.2. Of course, he's adhering to the yellow flags, so Ben Green has just lost a little bit of time through that middle sector, but still he is a good chunk quicker than those up the road. The bad thing is, after that stop go penalty, he's around about 35 seconds adrift of the next car, which is Lee Goldsmith, so that's a bit of a shame. That's good news. Dara Flock's car has now moved with the driver aboard, so he just jumped out of the car as close to the circuit as possible, but now the marshals have had a good word with him and said, can you move the car? If you can, it'd be an ideal thing for you to get it to this part of the circuit, and that's exactly what he's done. So good work as always for the marshals, and good work there from Dara Flock to get the car to a better place of safety, and that is now very much out of harm's way, so that should avoid us for having a safety car within the latter stages of this race. Here's a good battle, and this is actually going to be for the class honours, isn't it, in class 2, because that's Team Brit in the BMW, and down the inside goes Rob Ellick. So Rob and Mark. Rob is the slightly quicker driver, so now with Asher Silver aboard, she has lost the lead in class 2, and Rob Ellick in that Audi TT, which is their effective replacement car for this year so far. They were hoping to have the A3 ready, but unfortunately that has not surfaced here this weekend. It was meant to be ready for Donington Park, but they also had the TT there that weekend as well. So through the yellow flag zone they go. There is the new second place now in class 2. That is Asher Silver. She's now down to 8th place overall, and it does see, as we said, Rob Ellick up into 7th place, and more importantly class 2 lead as well. Those two Janessas behind actually have also been in a tremendous battle all day long, haven't they? They've not been separated from start to finish, I don't think. So that's the 73 and 75 machine. So at the minute, Stephen Moore just about keeping ahead of Jez Sussex in car number 75, and they are all fighting now for 4th and 5th in Class 3. So that's a tremendous little battle for the Ginetta G40s, which have just disappeared by the wayside over recent years in terms of their own championship. But great to see that they found a nice new home here within the Britcar Trophy Championship as well. So new change of Class 2 lead. They come up towards the line to complete what's going to be now their 18th lap of the race. Onto lap 19 already has gone Maurizio Sciglio, and his gap continues to build over the rest of the field. Now 10 seconds clear of Axel van Niederveen, and then further back from there Marco Anastasi is 8 seconds adrift. Keep an eye on Simon Mason. I'm going to make sure he doesn't go by the wayside, because he is now 5 seconds adrift and starting to close in on the final step of the podium. So we'll see if he can do that in the last 8.5 minutes of this race. There's the Ginetta battle that carries on its way then up towards the right-hander of the Wilson hairpin. And as they turn their way through, it's still more ahead of Sussex for the time being. But really good battle in this class. We've had good battles for the Ginettas in terms of the G40. We said this in race 1, but it's deja vu, isn't it? Good G40 battle, good G56 battle, and a good Clio battle as well. So tremendous racing as ever for the Britcar Trophy as they head to the final stages of this race. Maurizio Sciglio is on to another lap, and he leads now by a slightly lesser margin, 9.3 seconds the gap is down to. So it's ebbing and flowing, but still very comfortable for Maurizio Sciglio at the minute. Down through Hamilton go then the two Ginettas, continuing that battle for what's going to be, as I said, 4th within class. Down the order a little bit, but they are lesser powered cars than those around them, so 16th and 17th place they are currently battling for. Simon Mason that time through has just gone and done that car's best lap of the race, so it might be a good idea to start to have a look at what's happening with Simon Mason. The Cupra is now a lot quicker than that of Marco Anastasi, so the number 4 machine is being caught by number 23. Last time through, as I said, it was Cupra of Simon Mason who did the best lap of that car's race. He's gone and done a personal best through Sector 1 as well, and it's about to get even closer through Sector 2 by the looks of it. So we'll try and pick up those two cars which are fighting for the final step on the podium. They are both Class 1 cars as well, so it would be for class battle also, which is quite important in terms of points and also for the overall championship within the Britcar Trophy. So there it is, that's the 4th place car of Simon Mason, the quicker of the two between him and Chris, not by a huge amount, but Chris Byland has come on leaps and bounds over the years, and Simon Mason now starting to bring this car into the mix once more after the extra 15 seconds it had to serve. So if you take that out of the way as well, it would effectively only be 7 seconds behind the race leader, which would actually put it second within this race. So that just shows how much effect the compensation or the pit stop penalty does have after you finish well in the previous race. So Simon Mason now charging his way through. On Sector 2 he has gone only about 1/10 of a second quicker, so through the twiddly stuff, as we know, it's where the Ginetta does benefit, but on the straights, that's where the Cupra can just unleash that little bit more power that it seems to have in a straight line. So up towards the completion of this one, lap number 20 now into the books, and the gap between Anastasi and Simon Mason is 1.7 seconds, and it's going to be another best lap of the race for that car, 203.445. Not the quickest lap of the race, that still sticks with Ben Green, who's down there in 6th position, and he's made a little bit of time on the car ahead, that of Lee Goldsmith, but still not enough to catch it by the end of this one, I don't think. So Ben Green's going to have to settle for 6th position, but he's still doing quick laps, and he might just get onto the tail before the end, but I don't think he'll quite snatch 5th place away within this race. There's the gap which has come down over the last 3 laps for Simon Mason, from 5 seconds just 3 laps ago, now down to 1.7 at the end of lap number 20. So some good clear track that Simon Mason has benefited from. There's going to be a bit of traffic for Marco Anastasi to deal with in due course as they work their way down towards Hamilton. Marco managed to get himself onto the podium in that earlier race, but is he going to miss out on a second podium of the day? Well, Simon Mason would want to say yes. Marco Anastasi is going to have to put up a really good defence if he wants to make sure that he doesn't lose a podium for that Dayton Motorsport team. As it stands, it is a Dayton Motorsport that leads the race in car 111, and then the 47 machine also runs under Dayton Motorsport, so it would be a Dayton Motorsport 1, 2, 3 as it stands, but as I said, the Cupra wants to change that in the last 4 minutes of this race. Maurizio Sciglio about to come through to complete another lap. He is about 18 seconds up the road from this third place battle, so he will be crossing the line any second, and that will put him onto, I reckon, the penultimate lap of the race, because they are doing Toy 5s at the minute. And there goes Maurizio past the commentary box window. With that, he will now be onto his penultimate lap of the race. There goes Axel van Niederveen, just trying to work his way through these two Ginettas, which have continued to battle, the two G40s, which he squeezes his way through the middle of, and that now sees him clear of that battle. And those two cars have gone a lap down, or a further lap down, and then the battle for third place. So Marco Anastasi goes through now. He does a 2:04.4 behind. Simon Mason does a 2:04.3. So now he's got into this kind of a rut. He can't quite pick up the pace over Marco Anastasia, and it means that those two drivers are pretty much identical in terms of lap time. So a bit frustrating for Simon Mason at the minute, but if he's got anything left in that tank, it'll probably be wise to use that over the next couple of laps, because he needs that to try and get himself, as I said, onto the final step of the podium. Further back, Ben Green has done another quickest lap of the race, a 2:01.694. So Ben Green has got something away from this race with the fastest lap, but how far back now is he from the Goldsmith? He's 20.5 seconds adrift of that fifth place car, and that time through goes even quicker, another 2:01.413 on that occasion. So Ben Green definitely showing why he is a pro driver, partnered up for this season with Steve Fressel, and nice to see him at the opening 2 rounds of the championship so far. As we mentioned this weekend, it's a big date for your diary next time for the Britcar Trophy Championship, because in just 2 weeks' time, they will be heading off to, 3 weeks' time, they'll be heading off to Brands Hatch on the mighty Grand Prix circuit, and they'll be joining up with none other than the Fanatec GT World Challenge for its opening sprint round of the season. So a great support bill to be on for the Britcar Trophy, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of cars on that grid to take on the challenge of the Grand Prix circuit as well. So we look forward to that in, as I said, 3 weeks' time on the 4th and 5th of May. Last lap about to be started by Maurizio Sciglio, who comes past the commentary box window up towards the line now onto the last lap of the race, but we are still waiting with bated breath to see if Simon Mason can find himself through up into the final step of the podium. He's got Marco Anastasi still ahead of him. There goes Maurizio Sciglio, the whole straight now up the road from that third place battle, so in towards Ritchie's he goes. Three Murrays have just gone that battle for third place, and Axel van Niederveen, he did a great job earlier on, didn't he, to pick up the second place. He gave it a good try and get past that of Chris Byland in the closing stages, but unfortunately just tried a little bit too hard. He has tried in the closing stages of this race as well. He's brought that gap down by almost half now, 4.5 seconds between the top two, and his lap times have improved significantly over that last lap, actually, a second and a half quicker than Maurizio Sciglio. So hopefully he's not backing off too much. I think he can see in his rearview mirror that he's got a white Ginetta behind him, his fellow teammate for Dayton Motorsport of Axel van Niederveen, and it looks like Axel's going to pick up a second place of the day here at Snetterton, and it could be a first win of the season for Maurizio Sciglio, because he's pushing on hard. He got a good result at Donington Park with a second and a third, so he's had 2 podiums across the course of the year so far. Just missed out on another one in race number 1, but it looks like it could be top spot for the number 47 Ginetta, which works its way now for the final time down the Bentley Straight. Got 40 seconds left on the clock. I think they're just going to put a lap on the BMW 1 Series here of Caleb McDuff. So Caleb will step aside quite easily with the blue flags being waved. And the final step on the podium is not yet done, because Simon Mason, I'm sure, is getting all the news he needs on the radio about what he needs to do, how long he's got left, and that car ahead of him is for quite a pivotal position within this race. So Simon Mason will give it one last chance. We know he's quick in a straight line, so he closes right onto the tail under the bridge, and Simon Mason now, if he wants to go for it, needs to get the job done. The Ginetta is good through the corner, gets a little bit wobbly on exit, but now if Marco Anastasi goes defensive, it does mean that Simon Mason might make it a little bit easier for himself to get through. He's going to have one chance up towards the checker flag, which is now at the ready, and it's going to be a win for the first time this year for Maurizio Sciglio, who comes through in the number 47 Ginetta. Second place goes the way of another Ginetta from Dayton Motorsport and Axel van Niederveen. And for third place, is it going to be a Ginetta 1, 2, 3 lockout on the podium? Let's have a look as Simon Mason revs up that Cupra. He's going to try and get through towards the line, but it's going to be covered by Marco Anastasi, who gets himself to the line in third place, and he gets there to the tune of just a quarter of a second. So brilliant job that he has done. The Class B or the Class 2 honours are not yet done either. We thought that Rob Ellick had this one in the bag, but that Audi TT has been smoking for quite a while now, so just wondering if you're losing some oil that is just now reducing its pace in the final stages of this race. But this is a good battle, and Asher Silver again will probably be getting the message on the radio to push on here, but she's going to step aside by the looks of it because she has let through the Clio. And is there a problem with that left front on that BMW? Potentially, it might be a puncture there, but Asher Silver has all of a sudden really slowed down. It is a little bit low on the left front there, so Asher Silver on this last lap was challenging for honours within Class 2, but it looks like Rob Ellick will hold on with Mark Jones in this Audi TT as they turn their way through the right-hander of Nelson. The rest of the top 5 have come through with Lee Goldsmith in 5th place. Just behind them in 6th position is the Ben Green driven to the flag and Steve Fressel, Janetta G56. That car did get the quickest lap of the race of a 2:01.413 and managed to bring the gap down to just shy of 17 seconds at the completion of that 50-minute race. Still waiting for this Class 2 winning car to come through, and it is going to be Mark Jones and Rob Ellick. The Audi TT now makes its way through the final corner. Up towards the line it comes, and it's going to be lights are flashing because Rob Ellick knows he's done the job. He's kept at bay that Noah Cosby and Asher Silver Team Brit BMW, but what a shame for them. It was oh so close for getting a second victory of the day, but it looks like they have suffered a puncture on the final lap of the race. So that Team Brit car will limp its way to the flag, and whilst it does that, we can get a full classification of the second Britcar Trophy race of the weekend. And there you can see the left front puncture of the BMW as it crosses the line. You can hear it as well as see it as well. So Maurizio Sciglio picks up his first win of the season in the number 47 Janetta G56. It's a G56 podium lockout with Axel van Niederveen and Marco Anastasi completing that podium. 4th place goes the way of Chris Bylan and Simon Mason in their Cupra. 5th place to the Lee Goldsmith BMW. A bit of a lonely day actually, hasn't he, Lee Goldsmith? He's been out there trundling round. He's done a good job to get 2 top 5 finishes today at Snetterton. Steve Fressel and Ben Green complete that class in 6th place. Then it's going to be the win in Class B for Mark Jones and Rob Ellick. 8th place overall is going to be Noah Cosby and Asher Silver. Behind them, class winners in the Clios is going to be the Maurice Henry and the teammate he had, Hadley Simpson. Behind them in what's going to be 10th position is Reynolds and Lloyd. 11th place for Coyne and Neville, and 12th place for Harrison and Jenkins to complete the Clio class. And further back is going to be a win in Class 3 for Ben Colburn ahead of the 721 BMW Z4 of Chris Murphy and that of Callum Bates, who had a good run towards the end of the race. There's confirmation as well of the quickest lap, which went the way of Ben Green on lap 21 of the race. So it's the Janetta lockout. Those 3 drivers, Maurizio Sciglio, Axel van Niederveen and Marco Anastasi, have now made their way into Parc Ferme. And as always, Ian Waterhouse is standing by to talk to our top 3 after the second Britcar Trophy race of the day here at Snetterton.
Well, welcome to a Janetta Field Parc Ferme here for Maurizio Sciglio. It certainly makes up the disappointment of race 1 after he had that damaged door that had to come into the pits. It dropped him out of podium places. Maurizio, that makes up for race 1, doesn't it?
Yes, exactly, for the door.
Shut now.
Door, yeah. Now it's
a bit hotter though.
Yeah, good. Worked out pretty well. Was managing the pace. Had a black and white flag at the end, so I was behaving.
That's what I like to see. What does it mean to get the win here at Snetterton?
Good. It's always special. I think I got my first win here a few years ago, so nice. always a pleasure here.
Top man. Look, you've got to go head off to the podium, so don't go too far. I'm trying to find, not sure where Marco. There's Marco. Axel's doing his duties at the minute as well. In fact, we can quickly grab Axel. Axel, you all right? You need some water?
I need something.
Definitely. Well, look, a pair of second places has been a pretty good day for you.
I don't know. That's it. Can always be better.
You're not wrong there, Axel. It's good to see you again, by the way, mate, as well. I'll see you over in hospitality for the awards later. There is Mark Anastasi. He a pair of 3rd places for him. Stick around, actually. Mark Wales just having a quick interview with him. I think we've got a little bit of time, so we will have a chat with him very, very shortly. Let's just move our way down. Let's go chat to Travis Chapman, shall we, in number 14. We heard from Andreas a little bit earlier, and it was nice. Travis, let's just have a quick chat if we can with you. I know it's just nice to get out, isn't it, after race 1?
It's just like a test day, really. It's just practice, preparation. There was not much we could salvage. We were quite far back, so it's like only second time in the car. So yeah, it was fun. It's a nice car to drive.
You learned a lot, yeah?
Yeah, a lot learned, yeah. Top man.
Well, look, best of luck. You're going to be at Brands?
Hopefully so, yeah.
There you go. That's where they'll make up the time for Spires Motorsport there. That's Travis Chapman. Right, that is the Britcar Trophy Championship. over for this round. They do head to Brands Hatchlow, 4th and 5th. I'm going to have to head over to Sam. She's waiting for the final race of the weekend and the Caterhams. Over to you.
So we've reached the final race of the day, and it's the Caterham 310R Championship. So we will have a walk-on round and speak to some of them. And we had a few that missed, had DNFs in that race. One of them being Mark Jones. So we're going to have a quick word with Mark. And he ran over something on the track. So I'll get him to explain what happened. Hello, Mark. You were having a great race, weren't you? And then you ran over something on the track. Tell us what happened.
Unfortunately, 3 laps before the end, the stub axle that fell off of Taylor's car. Didn't even see it, but ripped the fuel pump wiring off, so that was the end of my race. So, got some fighting to do now. Full torpedo mode.
Man on a mission. Oh, thanks, Mark. Good luck. So yes, that's a shame, isn't it? Like, just unfortunate positioning on the track, I guess, and it's not something you're really looking out for. But let's move on down and speak to, who should we? Harry Eyre had a bit of a nose cone issue on the last race as well. He had some damage. Freddie Chillicks, he's doing quite well. He must be happy with that race. Let's have a quick word with Freddie. There's Graham. Freddie, that was better in that race, wasn't it? You must be pleased with that.
Bit of a better race, yeah. Still made it hard for myself off the start. So plan for this one is have a good start and then hopefully see if I can stay with the front guys.
Excellent, good stuff. Wish you all the best. And let's have a quick word with David Yates. Hello, David. How are you?
Oh, very good, very good. I'm glad that we're entering the Twilight Racing Series. Yes, looking forward to it. It's going to be good, hopefully. Hopefully it's worth waiting for.
Yes, I hope so. You're going to put on a good show for us.
That's the one. That's what we're aiming for.
Right, quick word with Duncan as well. Obviously, Duncan did half the year last year in 270s. Duncan, you're having a great season, I think so. Well, great season. We've only had one round, but yeah, great weekend for you so far, isn't it? You're doing well in these 310s.
Well, it's. I think I got my expectations were slightly skewed. I think it's a bit more of a shock in pace than I thought it would be. But it's good for me, really. I'm really glad I made the jump. It's going to really push. It's really pushing me, and I'm excited for this race. Very excited for this race.
Excellent. And so, tell us what differences are between the 270 and 310. Like, what have you noticed is quite substantial?
I think the general pack of fast drivers. So, in 270 there's 3 or 4 drivers, which is pretty quick. But then when you get to 310, the people have been doing it for years, so you have a pack of 10 drivers. You make one small mistake, you've been overtaken by 3 cars. That is the biggest difference. And that's been, it's been progressive up through the ladder, like that, but the biggest change has been from 270 to 310, and it's really noticeable. Really noticeable. So, I'm chasing this weekend, and I haven't chased for a long time. Really chasing.
Good. We're looking forward to watching. Wish you all the best. Let's move around and speak to Philip Bianchi. He's had quite a good weekend so far. Hello, Philip.
Hi.
How's your weekend been? Looks like it's going quite well.
It's going quite well. I've had a few issues towards the end of each race. A few mistakes, but yeah, very good overall, very happy, good start. So plans to try and iron them out, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very close up here though, isn't it, where you are? Like this pack, you've all sort of stayed together, and it's a lot of changing for position.
Very close. This is my second year in 310, and it was the same last year. I think if you're fighting in the top 10, it's non-stop from the beginning all the way to the end. So. Yeah. So, but it makes for good racing, but I think positioning is probably key.
Yeah.
Especially towards the end, just making sure you're in the right spot. So.
That's it. That is quite important, isn't it? If you don't I think what we've figured out is being first on the last lap isn't really the place you want to be.
No, and in fact today there's a headwind on the pit straight, so it's actually being in second or third isn't that bad. It gives you a chance at maybe crossing the line in the first place. So.
Yeah. Well, wish you all the best. Enjoy. Let's have a word with Ben Lopez Appleton, because he's also been right up there this weekend. Hello, Ben. It's been quite an interesting weekend, hasn't it? Lots of it's quite tough at the top here.
Yeah, it really is tough at the top. Yeah, there's a lot of talented drivers up here, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So see what the low level of light's like as well, because it's the end of the day. Obviously, we're not quite into summer yet, so we'll see what the glare's going to be like out on the track. But yeah, looking forward to it. Should be a good one.
Excellent. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
All right, cheers.
Yeah, it's something to mention, isn't it? The sun being really low, you know, really affects your eyesight for you know, where you can see on the track. Hello, Tom.
Hello.
It's good to see you back. I know you did was it a couple of rounds? Was it last year you did a couple?
Two or three.
Two
yeah.
or three. Yes.
Yeah.
It's good. Are you back for the full season or just doing a few
I'm
rounds?
doing the majority of the season. I can't do Zandvoort. Hopefully going to do the rest.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So you enjoying being back in it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to be back.
Yeah. And you still, you know, you got the pace. You're right up here.
Not in race 1, but a few tweaks, and race 2 I was back, and see how we go now.
Excellent. Good luck.
Cheers.
Right, we made it to the front, guys. We shouldn't be too much longer, and we'll be out. But I think these guys are probably very focused. We'll see if we can go and have a quick word with Taylor, who's all the way over this way. So it means walking all the way over the other side of assembly. But yes, that sunlight is going quite low, so the glare might be quite harsh for them on the pit straight, but they've got their tinted visors, a lot of them, and they've also got a sticker over the top of it, so hopefully that will be a nice little sun strip for them. Come over and speak to Taylor. Oh, Taylor, what happened? We've spoken to Mark. He ran over a bit of your car.
Yeah, unfortunately I took him out with me, I think. My stub axle snapped. Fortunately, just as I was coming round onto the pit straight, so I could just come on in, but yeah, literally the bit that the wheel sits on, so if it was at the end of that straight at 120 mile an hour, it might have been a bit of a different story. So very lucky in the grand scheme of things. Unfortunately puts me here for the start of this race, but should be good fun.
Yeah, well, that was lucky, yes, but you've got some work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. Hopefully a good couple of opening laps, and then onwards and upwards from there.
Yeah, some of the guys were saying the sun's getting quite, it's not really that low at the moment, but might be causing a bit of a glare. Is that quite, you know, does it play in your mind, that sort of thing?
Hopefully it blinds them. I'll be fine. I'll tilt my head down, and yeah, it should be alright.
Yeah, brilliant. Alright, cool. Well, hopefully it won't be too much longer and you'll be out there. Let's move on and speak to Alex Vincent, see how he's getting on this weekend. Hello. Hello, Alex, how are you?
Not too bad. Could be better. I'm hoping for a better third race.
Yes, it's good having 3 races though a weekend, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's got to be, as I say, we've just got to move up through the grid now. I've had 2 DNFs, so it's got to get better than this.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Thanks. Let's have a move on round. Speak to Chris Welch. Sorry. Hello, Chris.
Hello.
How's your weekend going?
It's going okay. Could be better, but it's going okay, and it's great fun, as you're soon going to find out.
We will. That's the most important thing, isn't it? You've got to have fun out there.
It's fun wherever you are on the track.
Yeah.
With everybody around you, so it's great fun.
And there's always, this is one thing I've noticed as well with Caterham racing, there's always someone to race with.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can always get out and you make new friends even if it's the first time you've raced with them, and that's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Excellent. Well, enjoy. Should we have a quick word with William Wood? Sorry to interrupt. Hello, how are you doing? How's your weekend?
Yeah, good. It's been great fun, actually. Really competitive. I'm actually surprised how close the whole grid is, how everyone is so consistent with their times. So it's been a good challenge to try and get amongst them. Yeah, really good.
Good. Well, enjoy this one. I think you're about to go out, so I'll let you get in the zone. I'll move back a little bit so I'm not in the way. Sorry. So, right, we're heading back to Matt and Chris in the comms box.
Yeah, the BMW's just come back on the
Thanks very much, Sam. Yep, lovely to fill the gap there between the incident we had just to clear up the car of Team Brit, which had that puncture across the line at the end of that previous race. Just needs to be recovered and taken back on a flatbed. But we are now good to go for the final race of the weekend here at Snetterton, the Motel Caterham 7 310R Championship, as the cars work their way onto the grid, ready to head off onto a formation lap before the final 20-minute race of the weekend. Let's take you through then how the grid lines up for this one. It's been those two on the front row which have found themselves as victors so far this weekend, but who's going to come out triumphant in this final 20-minute encounter? Well, time will tell. Hopefully they can all keep it clean and give us some really good Caterham racing, which we wouldn't really otherwise expect, because they always deliver plenty of great stuff throughout the course of a weekend, and this of course being that opening weekend of the 2024 season before we have the season continuing at the next round at Zandvoort. So let's take you through the grid then. It's going to be Harry Cook on the front row of the grid. He took victory in race number 2, so that's how the grid lines up for this third and final race, with Hugo Bush, car number 22, who took victory in race number 1. So they are your two front row men. Next up on row number 2, we'll then find that of number 70, which is Lars Hoffman. He's gradually worked his way towards the head of the order and will be in a prime position to start this race as they get underway. Tom Willis is alongside in car number 81. Then back from them we have Ben Lopez Appleton, who found himself in that lead battle all the way through, and he had Philip Bianchi for company as well on the outside of row 3. Row 4 then sees Duncan Mallet, who's kind of kept himself under the radar this weekend, but again found himself inside the top 10 at the end of that second race, with David Yates on his outside. Freddie Chiddick's another man who's been progressively working his way towards the head of the order. Last year's 270R champion, stepping up a ladder this time through, and again progressing well across the course of the weekend. How high can he get in this final race, as we're about to see, with Graham McDonald on his outside of row 5. Row 6 then we move back with Jeff Price heading up the 6th row in 11th position. Ryan Lovett is a car alongside in position 12. Then back to row number 7, where we'll find Harry Ear with the number 16 machine of Steve Metcalf alongside. Row 8 is then handed over to Stephen Lancaster, who has that of Robert Bullen for company on the outside. The 9th row is going to be number 3, which is William Wood, joined by Christopher Welsh in car number 68. The 10th row, number 2, is going to be Mark Jones with Alex Vincent to take up the outside of row 10. And the final place on the grid, we did miss this earlier on, we had some technical issues in the box, and when we came back we didn't actually realise that the number 11 car had disappeared, but he will be off the back of the grid, and he found out from Sam down there in the assembly area what his problems actually were. So good to see those are recovered, and Chris, good to see him coming hopefully from the back of the grid making some progress.
Yep, they've been all the drivers have been patiently waiting, but including Taylor, and for this last race of the day here on the opening race weekend for the Caterham Motorsport 2024 season, 7310R, the Motul sponsored series. Third race for them, 20 minutes as ever, in the ultimate evolution of the Academy car that all the drivers tend to start in. So they've got 155 horsepower under their right foot, 5-speed manual box, all the kind of stuff that the 270s have, so the wide track front suspension, stiffer and dampers and springs all round, plus they get the limited slip differential to play with as well, and it's a fantastic car, and one that all the drivers love to drive. We've been hearing about Duncan Mallet on in assembly, the challenge between this car and not just the car differences but the grid differences. You have a lot of experienced drivers here, often into their minimum of 4 years driving there, but a lot of them have been driving Caterham for a lot longer than that, and they're all there rating to see whether they can take this final victory. But the two victories so far have been shared between Harry Cook and Hugo Bush. They've both sort of sprung the toe over slingshot over the line, and they've both been looking like the dominant forces. But Hoffman made his way back through late, as well as Tom Willis. So let's see what they can do. And they both sounded interested, didn't they, in getting involved in those podium spots.
So it's still early spring here at Snetterton, and of course this time of the day temperatures start to drop. It has been a fairly chilly day. I've been quite cold in this commentary box all day really. I know we've had the door open, but it's definitely a strong breeze out there. As we've said, it's not quite as warm as we had yesterday, and it's kind of got a bitterly feel to it out there as well. So many people wearing steel jumpers and coats around the circuit. So that's going to have a slight impact, I'm sure, on this race as well, Chris, just to make sure that the temperature that they need is into those tyres and everything else.
Yeah, tyres and track temperature should be just about holding on, and the cars absolutely love the fresh air, cold breeze coming into past the radiators. They love it into the engines. So, and the drivers themselves will appreciate that once they're up and running. So no, they won't like it necessarily in assembly, but as soon as they get going, the lower temperature is great. We'll have a quick weather update because their crosswinds now are back that we had yesterday. So less of a headwind up this start-finish straight, more of a crosswind. But that's see whether that affects their ability to overtake coming out of the final call, and whether that's going to change their opinion on whether they want to be in first or second place. We've seen these front two master that with Cook overtaking Hugo Busch the last time out, but Hugo Busch did the same thing to him on Saturday's race. Let's see what this is. There's 20 minutes left then for the Motul Caterham 7 310R, the final race for the Caterhams and the final race for the Snetterton weekend, which has been spectacular.
Yeah, we've had a win so far this weekend for Hugo Busch, who won by 38 thousandths of a second. Race number 2 was taken by Harry Cook by 35 thousandths of a second. If this race is not won by 32 thousandths of a second, I'll be very disappointed. But we'll see if the guys and girls out there can deliver in this final race. Again, we said yesterday we saved the best of the races for road sports till the end of the day. This one is going to be an absolute cracker as well. So thank you very much for staying with us throughout the course of the afternoon. The Caterhams are ready, 20 minutes to look forward to. The 5-second board has gone down. The red lights are about to come on, and let's see who can make the best of the starts from the grid as they all blast off when the red lights go out now. And it's going to be an even start once again from the two off the front row. Hugo Busch maybe just slightly ahead of Harry Cook there, and he has got a better jump actually on the run towards Richie's corner, and Harry might be mugged by those around him as well as they turn in towards the first corner. Hugo will be the race leader and looking to make the moves around the outside. Will everyone further back there, but Harry Cook definitely didn't get the best start, did he? He's going to be down to second and third, or maybe fourth, but he will have the inside line in towards Wilson Hairpin, so they all hit the brakes as hard as they possibly can. But Harry Cook has definitely lost out. He's down to fourth place, and we are all safely through the first couple of corners.
Yep, certainly Hoffman and Willis sort of made him a sandwich as they were going up into turn one. In fact, Willis is now ahead of Hoffman. See, Cook is down to fourth place, so it was Willis who made the best start from the fifth place, I think, off the line, and he now is going down in his aluminium car. He said he was ready to start taking, he made those setup tweaks, ready to start taking further places. He now follows Hugo Busch. Hoffman in that red Motul sponsored car in that third place. Cook just following along, and then Ben Lopez Appleton was next up as this still compacted field all head nose to tail as they head through Hamilton this time through. But it is Hugo Busch looking to see whether he can be the one to take 2 wins from this 310R championship and see whether he can take away a championship lead into the next round.
Yeah, it's not the be all and end all the start of the race, as long as you get away from the grid and kind of keep yourself within inside the first half of the field. I don't think that will worry Harry Cook too much in this race so far. He's kind of there on the tail of the top 3. Just keeping an eye on the progress of Taylor O'Flanagan. I think he's made up about 7 positions on this first lap as well, as we go 4 wide down under the bridge here. This is proper Caterham racing at Snetterton, and it's going to be the outside line for Tom Willis in car number 81, who takes the lead away now from Hugo Busch. Third place is going to be still Lars Hoffman. Harry Cook sits there in 4th position, a few wide over the exit curb of Nelson, but again they've all safely negotiated the old S's as they work their way down towards the bomb hole, but very eager to see the anticipation and the progress that Taylor has made from the back of the grid.
Yeah, let's see where that yellow car is. Quite easy to spot him in this field, the only yellow car that we've got out there today. Willis though is in the lead of this race as he comes to complete his lap 1, and what a great start for him. Very experienced driver, a couple of championships in his belt as well, so great stuff to see him out there. But it's going to be Busch over the line first, so that toe out that final corner is still working even with this sort of slightly reduced headwind. But there's an absolute pack of the cars. David Yates in there as well. Mallet is the one that we saw over the grass. He's being chased down by Price, and there's Freddie Chiddicks. He said he was going to try and get a better start this time out, but he's now got Taylor O'Flanagan, who jinks out behind him just in the wheel tracks. Does go down the inside. We've got a lock-up car. I think that might have been Chiddicks locking the rears up, which would be unusual. I'm trying to work out whether that was his car, but the smoke was pouring out of it. Harry Ayer behind him, who's got a repaired nose cone now, but back in the fight as the battles continue.
Just outside of our window off screen, by the way, the marshals are clearing up some bodywork which has come off a couple of cars, a bit of carbon fibre, a bit of wheel arch as well. So while they've got the time to clear the track, they do so just to make sure that's all off the racing line by the time they get back through when they complete the next lap. A little bit of a move there, the number 38 machine just losing out by the looks of it, so that seems to be the car of Jeff Price, who has just fallen back. He was on the outside line in towards Agostini, and that's all over a place by the looks of it inside the top 10, which Taylor O'Flanagan is not too far away from now. I think he's 14th place, maybe 13th as they work their way in towards Oggies, but definitely making his way now closer inside the top 10. He's got a little bit of clear air ahead of him, 3 cars next up which he could try and pass by the end of this lap, and that will well and truly get him higher up the order. So Taylor O'Flanagan on a really good move at the minute. He made up 7 positions at the end of the first lap, and now once again as we look at the lead pack, Hugo Bush is back out front as he was across the line, but the new second place car is that of Lars Hoffmann. So chopping and changing as they tend to do within this race, nothing major to worry about. As I said, they're all just trying to build the gap as best they can, and the less of them that are in that lead battle, the less they have to worry about people passing them towards the end of the race.
Yeah, and as we heard from, or we saw from Ben Timmins' fight back through the field, the early positions are easier to get, and it just gets harder and harder the further forward you are, and even more so in this 310R grid. He's got plenty of experience ahead of him. They will not give him an easy fight. He's looking to see whether he can go down the inside of Lovett there, but he couldn't, and Chidix does follow on behind. But it's going to be Hugo Bush then, takes the lead over that line this time through. Hoffmann, Willis making that, dropping back 1 position. Cook's still there or thereabouts. Bianchi still holding on to that lead group. Then there's the sort of merest sniff of a gap back to Lopez, Appleton, Yates battle. More dust being kicked up, and there's that bollard. It really is in the firing line. Then Mallett's going down the inside of Graham McDonald this time into the hairpin. Let's hope they've all got those anchors on. They do, as they get it all stopped and ready to turn around right and then go for the left-hander of Wilson. But it's still that Bush out front at the moment.
There's not many bollards here at Snetterton, but there's quite a few that have made their way onto the circuit this weekend. They found them somewhere, loitering around the circuit as they turn away through Palmer on towards Agostini. Still Tom Willis trying to get himself now back up into second position. Harry Cook is going to lose out here to, by the looks of it, Philip Bianchi, who goes round the outside. In fact, that's Willis, isn't it? So Bianchi's up further the road. He's into third position already on this lap. So Harry Cook loses out further. He's now down into 4th place, gets back ahead of Tom Willis on that occasion. But they're now being accosted from behind, because you've got Ben Lopez Appleton coming into the mix in the number 5 machine, and also watch out there as well from the number 15 car of David Yates, who just slowly but surely has made his way into this fight as well, along with the likes of McDonald, Mallet and Freddie Chidix, who, as we said, on his first weekend in 310Rs hasn't done too bad at all.
Yeah, but he will want more out of that car, and he'll be back later in the year to see whether he can do more than that. David Yates has been a sort of a front-running performance for the last 3 odd seasons with the 310R, and he's got a new batch of drivers that he's fighting with now, but he's always there or thereabouts, and it'd be good to see him try and pick up another podium or 2 throughout the course of this year. He's getting closer as each step goes on. Duncan Mallet, he said he was learning and trying to cling on in there as he goes around the bomb hole that time, and he's doing a good demonstration of clinging on at the moment, so certainly looking competent. He did get past McDonald as he went through into that the Wilson hairpin that time through. All still absolutely nose to tail for what is a front 10 or so cars. Then comes the yellow of Taylor O'Flanagan. He's got a bit of an airspace in front of him, but it does look like he's got the pace in that car to cover it. So over the time, this time it's Hoffmann takes the lead. It's his turn to be in the head of the field, and you can see that Bianchi's trying to get past through a little bit of jinking, jiving, Cooksing, whether he could get through as well. It's often much calmer in the driver's seat than it looks when they're all coming towards us. It's really difficult to tell where they all are, but in the driver's seat often feels a little calmer, but there's certainly a lot of manoeuvring there going on, and it's now Bianchi who wants his time in the lead.
Well, they make it look very entertaining nonetheless, which is great for all of us watching. Hopefully you're enjoying all this action this weekend from the Caterhams as ever. And now going down towards Palmer once again with just under 13 minutes left within this race. So Lars Hoffmann came across the line in the lead. That has now changed once again because Hugo Bush finds himself up front once more. So Hoffmann second. Harry Cook has done well to get back into 3rd place. So he was down briefly into 5th. And we've got the likes of what's going to be, by the looks of it, the car of Philip Bianchi, and then Ben Lopez Appleton is coming into the the mix, and it's just Tom Willis actually who's dropping down the order at the minute. So he again is not out the equation. As Chris said, there are 10 or so cars in this lead battle. Taylor O'Flanagan is almost making it 11 now. The yellow car has just about caught the back, and by the time they head on to the Bentley straight, he will be there, and he'll start to make a little bit more progress further forward within this race. But all calm as they work their way through the right-hander of Williams, and that's one of the closest battles we have at the minute between Mallet and Yates as they work their way down the back straight. And as I said, be warned, because Taylor O'Flanagan is coming quickly, and it's going to be Freddie Chiddick's his first man to try and take away a place from as we go 3 wide again under the bridge. And who's going to take the advantage this time? It's going to be Harry Cook. So really don't need to worry about him, do we? He had a slow start, he was down to 5th place briefly, but all of a sudden he's made his way to the front of the pack again.
Yeah, new sparkly livery for him and a new sparkling set of results so far. Can he hold on to that lead to make him the person who's going to take 2 victories away? There's plenty of drivers here looking to deny them. As you say, Willis just losing out in this sort of slight middle part of the race, but that's not to say he's anywhere other than right in contention. And they've all got to now manage the situation. They're all in a big long train, and if you get shoved out the train near the front, if you want to make a move on someone, you've got to be sure that you're going to make it done, because if you don't, you will be shuffled all the way back down the order as we again go 3 wide heading up the hill. Then 3 wide at the front, 3 wide further back as well. Why not go nearly 4 wide? Bianchi though is to the front of that field, and further back Mallet goes side by side with Willis there, what we were talking about before, and they've just got Lopez Appleton just in front. Another bit of dust kicked up on the exit, adding another bit of smoke stream. Bianchi holds them all at bay for the time being as the squabble towards the rear of the top 10, including Graham McDonald, David Yates, Duncan Mallet, Tom Willis, absolutely showing the skill and control you have to be able to run this close.
Certainly is, yep, and no real surprise, but Taylor O'Flanagan is the quickest car on circuit at the minute, 208.626. We have done 207 so far this weekend, so still a way to go if you want to try and beat that from earlier in the weekend. But of course, with that clear track for Taylor, he's used that to his advantage, and on that previous lap picked up a little bit of a tow as well. And you can see now at the back of that train, he has now caught up with the 10th place car of Freddie Chiddick's, and not too far away as well is the number 2 machine here. So keep an eye on Mark Jones, might be able to get back into this lead squabble if they continue to battle up the road, as well as Taylor O'Flanagan goes down the inside of Freddie Chiddick. So that's 10th place now taken away. Next on the list for him is going to be the 16 car of what's going to be Graham McDonald, and let's see again if he can get in that nice little bit of a tow. Of course, Graham's using the tow ahead of him, which is Duncan Mallet, so they'll be getting a double advantage tow from further back. And you can see now the weaving starts to begin again as the leader tries to break the tow, tries to get all of those on his tail off his tail, and Harry Kirk might lose the lead here. Lars Hoffman had a bit of a lock up in towards the left-hander of Brundle. We've had that cause a bit of concern across the weekend so far, but by the looks of it, they've all safely made it through. But Lars just with a little bit of a lock up there.
Really pushing the envelope there under the bridge, really late on the brakes, on the tighter line as well, because he was down the inside and the tyre just cried enough. He did well to get that all stopped up. As you say, yeah, worth calling out Jones there. Mark Jones, we spoke to him, he had a bit of debris cut his fuel pipe wire. I mean, what are the chances of that? But that cost him his race number 1. So he's also fought his way all the way through from the back of the field to 12th place. So definitely worth a shout out as we go side by side once more all the way down the field. Everyone taking their chance to just take a tow. Lars Hoffman though in front, he hopefully won't have too much of a flat spot after his lock up. And certainly with the cooler temperatures it shouldn't be too much of an issue, but O'Flanagan still making that time up. Willis going out wide onto the dirt, dust and gravel, and around comes Hoffman though. It's an exciting battle already. Still got 8 minutes to go.
Yep, and the move has now been made by Taylor O'Flanagan, so past Graham McDonald he has now gone. Next on the list for him will be the number 4 machine, so it's going to be that of Duncan Mallet. So lap by lap a place is being taken by Taylor O'Flanagan. He needs to take a little bit more from some of those drivers because time is starting to edge away now with just over 8 minutes left on the clock. Back out front goes Philip Bianchi, I think for the first time in this race, isn't it? I think he led earlier on this weekend, but Philip Bianchi now for the first time in this one heads Lars Hoffman as they work their way down into towards Hamilton. Harry Cook sits there comfortably in 3rd place, just a slight gap now by 3 or so lengths back to Hugo Bush, but again that will be eroded very quickly when they hit the brakes for the likes of Oggies and Williams. But still great battles wherever you look in the field. This one a little bit further down at the minute as they work their way through with a few wheel arches missing at the 3rd and final race of the weekend, but it just shows they've had a fun time making sure they have had some close racing out there.
Yep, that's the Lancaster Wood Metcalfe Welch battle heading on towards the rear end of this field, but like you say, they're all having their own battles, and as we discussed before, there's another lock up there for 4th place. who was that locking up their tyres? I don't know exactly, couldn't catch up. But that was certainly another desperate. I think that might be Ben Lopez Appleton right down the inside. If you think that the normal racing line is to the right hand side of that track, he was locked up on the absolute inside, the tightest line you can going into there. So that was again a little bit worrisome, but they got it all back under control again. They're showing their experience in this level of motorsport, and Hoffman showing his experience. So we did notice that, Hugo Bush now down in that 4th place, but he's been the calmest person in the field, I think, and has relaxed through, dropping back down through the order once already, and I'm sure he can do it again. But it's Bianchi across the line first that time, with Hoffman, then Cook, and then there is Hugo Bush looking to see whether he can make a move up on Hoffman down the inside. He's got the momentum. They're going to go side by side as they go through Riches. There's not a lot of room on the exit, but they do just give each other enough space. There goes Hugo Bush, and it's looking like Duncan Mallett's trying to go down the inside of all of them at the moment. Let's get those anchors on, let's get it stopped. It's ever so close for that pack. They're still side by side. It's now Hugo Bush versus Willis. Willis is going to take that position. Hugo Bush from the attack, as I said earlier, has now lost a place.
Finds himself on the outside line though, so that does mean the place goes the way of Tom Willis for the time being. It looks like now it's 9 for the lead, so we've just lost a couple more off the rear of the tail, and the one that still just about remains in for the time being is David Yates in car number 15, as the 3 leaders turn their way through the left-hander. Then they all concertina back together again. There's Ben Lopez Appleton just giving a little bit of a bump there to the number 4 machine of Duncan Mallett, so a little bit of encouragement to say, come on, let's get on our way, make sure those up front don't disappear too much. But for the time being, Harry Cook is the man now back out front, with Philip Bianchi on his tail in 2nd. Lars Hoffman has dropped down to 3rd place. The one that's lost out most on this lap is that of Hugo Bush in car number 22. It's the grey car. There's a few grey cars, but the grey car with the fluorescent orange roll cage. So that one sits in 5th place. But again, he gets a nice tow off that car ahead of Tom Willis. And again, Harry Cook goes for the weave, which means he's going to try and get rid of that car from behind. But it's not really going to work, because a nice tow has already been gained, and Lars Hoffman tries for a move around the outside. The job will be done by Philip Bianchi, and again they just about get back into formation for the left and right flick of Brundle and Nelson.
Sorry, just a bit of air of intake. It's really difficult to see when they are side by side and when they are trailing behind from that front on angle. It's certainly close and frantic action. There you go. Bush is back up into that 4th place, so he managed that situation well as he entered on the Bentley straight that time through there, going through the endless right-hander then of Coram, hauling on the anchors for till our final turn. Got to miss that sausage curb on the inside. It will ping you wide, and there is a sensor just on the outside there just to catch you if you do go over track limits, as this Paddle Pack does not relent. Still with under 5 minutes left to go, they are still nose to tail. A little bit of a gap actually between him and Mallet and the rear of Willis there, so there is a slight break, and there is that Taylor O'Flanagan continuing his route through, but he still finds himself down in 8th place last time across the line, so he's running out of time to make any more progress on this race, and it certainly looked like this front 5 may have just a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, Philip Bianchi has been there pretty much all weekend long. He's had some good top 5 finishes. He's had a 5th in race number 1, a 6th in race number 2 as well. Last year's championship he finished just inside the top 10, but didn't take a win across the course of the season. So it's been a good start to the season for Philip, back for a 2nd year within the 310R championship, and really running with the leading pack is some good confidence to take on for the rest of this year. So can he get a first win of the season in the 310R championship? Well, he's looking quite positive at the minute, but he knows he's got some quick pedallers around him in terms of race winners so far this weekend. Harry Cook, who finds himself up the road in the lead, and Hugo Bush still just on the tail of the podium positions at the minute behind Lars Hoffman. So the top 4, top 5 I think we still have. Let's just see how many more cars are in the train as they turn their way through. Williams, yeah, it is the top 5, isn't it? They've just kind of got away from the 6th place car of Duncan Mallet, but if he can work with that man behind, Taylor O'Flanagan, who remember has come from the back of the field, they may still have a chance with just over 3 minutes to go. The way they're running, they're going to get 2 more laps at the end of this one. They are doing 2 minutes 7s or thereabouts, 2 minute 8s last time through, so it does mean that we are going to squeeze 2 more laps into this one.
Great to see Cook out front here. He's been there or thereabouts for quite a few seasons. He often has a little bit of bad luck, so new livery, new season, and he's showing new pace, isn't he, out front of this field, and has led quite a lot of the laps over the course of this race weekend, showing that it wasn't just a one-off. He's absolutely there, ready for the fight, and has the pace to be able to do it. At front 5, like you say, it does look like Taylor O'Flanagan's got past Duncan Mallet, so he is the next up. looking to see whether he can get across that air gap across Tom Willis, who is the rear gunner of that front five right now. As you say, it does look like we're going to get another couple of laps as they come across the line with 2 minutes 35 to go, so they should be able to complete this one and the next one. Hoffman dives to the inside, going across even a bit of the pit lane to use a slingshot down the inside. He flings the car down the inside of Harry Cook's car. Harry had to leave him the space, and Hoffman has got so much speed coming out of that corner, he doesn't know what to do with it. He's going left and right to try and find a way through, but it's going to be Bianchi who now moves up to the inside of Harry Cook after all that. He's going to take the lead of this race. Cook's going to have to be into the second place. Hoffman stays in that third place after what was a very dramatic couple of corners, and it's still Hugo Busch, that erstwhile fourth place.
Yeah, Lars Hoffman came across a block road there, didn't he? A brick wall almost, so he couldn't use that speed to get through, so he just sits in tow once again in third position. But nice to see that Philip Bianchi has picked up the lead once again, and of course with these five squabbling out front, Taylor O'Flanagan is going to be with them once again. So all of a sudden, what seemed like a monumental gap to close down, it's never said in Caterham racing, because you can close down almost any gap with the help of a nice little slipstream, which is completely done now. So Taylor O'Flanagan back into this one, and again you can't really rule out Duncan Mallet and also the number 15 machine of David Yates as well, because if they continue then we're going to bring more and more into this battle in the closing stages. But Taylor O'Flanagan well and truly now has a chance. He gets himself onto the tail of Tom Willis. Let's see if he can use him to his advantage to get inside the top five.
Yeah, and I think one thing we've learned from Snetterton, there's no such thing as a small toe around here, is it? You get ginormous advantage as you come down these straights. It's all about the tactics of how do you race a Caterham around a circuit like this. Hoffman again jinks to the inside, late on the brakes, doesn't lock up this time, and it was more of a kind of, I think, to just get a distraction technique in the mirrors of the drivers around them, but they've got enough experience now to know when a move's going to work and when it's not. Bianchi there holding firm in that second place. But yeah, the tactics, it's almost like a game of chess out there, a high-speed game of chess with high stakes as well. But Cook is currently with his looking like a winner of this game as we come down to the start of the final lap then. So they are going to get this lap completed. As you heard them there, the squeal of the tyres just saying absolutely no more please, as they went round Coram and on to start their final lap.
Yep, those tyres have been put through their paces across the three races we've had so far this weekend. It's Philip Bianchi who goes on to the last lap with 20 seconds remaining in the lead, but he probably won't lead on the exit of Richie's corner, or he might do actually. Yeah, we just about managed to hang on there with Lars Hoffman changing place up to second. Harry Cook is down to third. Hugo Busch is going to try and squeeze to the inside, but that door is very quickly covered by the man who's taken one victory so far this weekend. So could it be Philip Bianchi for a first win of the season? Taylor O'Flanagan's looking good. He now finds himself on the back of Hugo Busch down towards the left-hander of Palmer, and all of a sudden Tom Willis has started to make his move as well. He's made himself known and seen up there behind Harry Cook in fourth place.
Has he pulled the pin too early, or is it just about the perfect time? Maybe he's pulled it too late. We're about to find out, because we're on the final half lap here at the Snetterton circuit, the final racing action as well for this fantastic opening race weekend for the Caterham Motorsport ladder, as we go up then into Hamilton. Cook still leading, Bianchi up there. In fact, it's Bianchi in the lead now, isn't it, over the top of Hoffman, and Cook is in that third place. We've seen that it's always between the first two for that win, so you do really want to be in the second place position, or first or second place, as you're coming down the end of the Bentley Straight. That's what about 7 cars are going to want to do. Obviously they can't all occupy that second place. Taylor O'Flanagan looks a bit stalled there, and as does Hugo Busch. Doesn't look like he's going to figure for this race. Is Cook going to get back in front of Hoffman by the time we get down to the end of this straight? They're all weaving down the line. They can weave right up until the point that someone is alongside them, then they have to stop. They're going to fan out 3 wide. Cook is on the outside. Can he sweep around all of them? He's going to give it a go. Bianchi gets round. He's going to go round to Hoffman as well, so he does lead from third place. A brilliant bit of driving for him. He is now in those top 2 positions. Can he hold on? Hoffman is trying to defend from Bianchi. Let's see who's going to get this over the line.
Great move there from Harry Cook, so now he has to go defensive all the way through the last couple of corners as Philip Bianchi tries to squeeze back down on the inside of Lars Hoffman. Lars has had 1 podium finish so far this weekend, but it has been Hugo Busch and Harry Cook on the top steps of the podium. It's one long line, but who's going to get to the flag first in this last race of the weekend? Harry Cook has it, but can Lars Hoffman try and take him to the line? It's going to weave all the way through, and Lars Hoffman pulls out at the last possible minute, and it'll be Lars Hoffman who gets the win in the final race of the weekend for the Caterham 310R Championship. A lovely move there. He had just enough of a gap to make that work for him, and Lars Hoffmann comes through by 31 thousandths of a second. I said 32, I was 1,000th away.
Very good. O'Flanagan also made it all the way up to 4th place, so he overtook about 4 cars coming through that last sequence of bends. But what a finish to a race, what a series of races we've had, and fantastic to watch them all do that. Hoffmann coming through, proving that that toe still worked, over the top of Cook, then Bianchi. O'Flanagan taking 4th. Willis Bush was the biggest loser at the end there, finishing in 6th place, but he still had a fantastic opening race weekend. Ben Lopez, Appleton, Mallet, Yates and Chiddix rounding out the top 10.
Top 12 covered by just over 5 seconds. What a cracking race this was. This was onto the last lap then, as the leader Philip Bianchi worked his way into Ritchie's as the leader. He did still finish on the podium at the end of the race, so he didn't lose too much as he took the train up towards the right hand of the Wilson hairpin. This was the fantastic move from Harry Cook right round the outside line. He got past Philip, he got past Lars Hoffmann, and he got himself to the inside for Nelson, so that was a tremendous move. But then, as you said, did he go too early? He probably would have wanted to be in second place like Lars Hoffmann, but in the end he just had to go for it. He had the toe, he had the pace, he thought, why not, let's just give it a go here. Tried his best to weave all the way up towards the line, but it was a drag race right towards the checker flag, and Lars Hoffmann just stole it, as we said, by 31 thousandths of a second.
3 winners, three races, 3 race winners. What a fantastic way to start this 310R Championship.
That is the first weekend for Caterham's. There are plenty more races to come this year, which are going to be streamed live here on the YouTube channel by BARC, so do not miss any of them. But here's your classification for the final race of the weekend. Lars Hoffmann is your winner. Second place goes the way of Harry Cook. He was looking for the double, but just missed out by the end there. Third place goes the way of Philip Bianchi. Nice to see him on the podium for the first time this weekend as well. Taylor O'Flanagan comes from the back of the grid. Didn't quite get to the top 3, but still a really well-deserved drive and some good solid points for 4th place. Tom Willis comes through in 5th ahead of Hugo Bush. Ben Lopez Appleton gets 7th ahead of Duncan Mallet, David Yates and Freddie Chiddix. And then behind them, outside the top 10, Mark Jones, Graham McDonald, Harry Ear and Jeff Price to complete your top 14. Quickest lap of the race, you can see, went the way of Taylor O'Flanagan, so good pace from the rear of the field, 2:08.224, which was set on the penultimate lap of the race. So cracking stuff. Nice way to end the weekend here at Snetterton, and we're going to get some final thoughts now down in the Parc Fermé area, because as ever, Sam Parker is standing by, and she's going to have a word with Lars Hoffmann, Harry Cook and our 3rd place podium finisher, Philip Bianchi.
Race to end the racing today and this whole weekend. That was absolutely brilliant to watch. I loved watching it. I bet these guys loved racing in that. It was fantastic. Lars, congratulations on the win. Like, that was fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. First race weekend at the podium, first and the second race, now 1st place. It's good.
Yeah, really good. It was quite a, there was no room for error there, was there?
No, nothing. Yeah,
brilliant. Well done, Lars.
Thank you.
Right, I'll speak to Philip Bianchi. Where's Philip? Oh, here he is, over here. Oh, congratulations! That was fantastic.
Thank you, yeah.
Absolutely, that was a full-on battle for you, wasn't it?
It was a full-on battle, non-stop.
Yeah.
Familiar faces.
Yeah.
But fair, and it was good towards the end. Yeah, very tiring.
Yes.
Jeez.
I should think so. It was fantastic for us to watch.
Yes. No, it was great to be in the battle. To be honest, I mean that's been the goal all weekend and managed. So yeah.
You did it. Fantastic.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well done. Right, I'll go and have a quick word with Harry. Another podium, Harry. Fantastic. What a great weekend you've had.
Yeah, great weekend. I was just saying that's the most chaotic race, I think, by far. I actually thought down the back straight I'll go into first, because then at least it guarantees me first or second, because there's so many cars involved. I thought if I try and orchestrate it too much, I might fall back and be out 6th or something. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Well done. And a special mention to Taylor. He made his way all the way from last on the grid to 4th and got fastest lap. So that's pretty amazing. So that's it for all the Caterham racing today and all the racing generally at Snetterton. So thank you for watching, and I'll hand over to Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Sam. Wonderful job, as always, down there in Parc Fermé to catch the reaction from the drivers across the course of this weekend. Thanks very much to co-commentator Chris Hutchinson. Done a tremendous job. Made sure we knew what we were doing, who we were looking for, and we had some tremendous racing.
We've had some brilliant racing, and I'm so glad to have been here to commentate on it as well. But please do keep across all of Caterham's socials. We've been hearing from Sam Parker all the way through, and you would have heard through the course of the week that she's actually joined the Caterham Academy this year, and she's documenting that whole process through through the Caterham Academy, or the Academy Racer race series. So do search for that on your socials. Keep an eye out for that. We're going to be heading to Croft with the Academy for their first ever on-track event at the 18th of May. So if you're in Yorkshire or there or thereabouts, so happy to travel up there, go and have a watch there and see how Sam gets along. And then we'll be out back on track for the Road Sport 270s, 310s and CSC UK at Zandvoort on the 4th, 5th of May. And just a final thank you from me to all the marshals out there, to all the organising clubs, committee, and all the officials that let us go racing. We really do appreciate everything you do. Thanks to Caterham and all of the action they put on. And thanks to you, Matt. It's been a pleasure.
As always, thanks, Chris. Thank you so much for being part of the team, as always, this weekend, because your knowledge is, without question, one of the best we have here at Snetterton for Caterham. So, really good racing this weekend, as always, for the Caterham Championships. We've had, of course, the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge and also the British Endurance Championship with the Britcar Trophy today as well. Massive thank you to all of you at home for watching. We hope you've enjoyed all the coverage from the BARC live stream. Of course, we'll be back with more action for the next event, which is in May, 17th and 18th of May, for the British Truck Racing Championship at Pembrey. That's going to be a magnificent weekend. As Chris said, if you want to follow the Caterhams, they'll be next out at Zandvoort on the 4th and 5th of May. As he said as well, thanks to all the marshals for a wonderful job this weekend, for keeping us on timetable and on track as always. Thanks to our wonderful camera crew for being out there. We've heard some things and stories from them about how cold it has been, so we do thank you very much for bringing us some wonderful pictures, and also thanks to our producer for keeping us on track as well. It's been a wonderful weekend. We said we hope you've enjoyed it, but thank you to all of you for being part of the BARC weekend for the second round of the British Endurance Championship, and of course the opening rounds of the Caterham Championships as well. Thanks to the team down there in the pit lane and in the paddock, doing a tremendous job as always. Thanks to Ian Waterhouse and to Sam Parker. Thanks to Chris Hutchinson. I've been Matt Suckling. We wish you a very enjoyable rest of your weekend. Keep across BARC and all the events we have coming up for you this year. It's going to be a busy one, and we look forward to your company at the next time out. From all of us here at Snetterton, goodbye.